in which a transmigrator decides the only winning move is to get the hell out of Dodge. Lu Rai stared at the disciple. The boy had his arm in a sling, a black eye, and several other wounds marring his body. A quite pitiful sight, all told. "You wish to leave the sect?" he asked, repeating the disciple's request. "Yes, senior brother," the disciple said. "This Jinru's abilities are lacking, and I was defeated by others 2 years my younger. I would leave before I bring greater shame upon this cloudy sword sect." Lu Rai nearly sighed. In all honesty, him being crushed by one of the inner disciples looking for someone to practice with was a foregone conclusion, even with the age difference. The elder disciple considered the brown-haired boy. Indeed, Jinru was not powerful, but he was diligent and always willing to tend to the less desirable tasks around the sect. Losing him for his attention to detail in caring for the compound and lowly spirit herbs would be a minor blow, but it was hardly anything that the sect would notice losing. The boy had no real training or techniques of the sect yet either, and if this was enough to crush his spirit and ask to leave, then he was not meant to be a cultivator in the first place. This was no place for the weak of heart. At least he was polite enough to formally go through with his leaving, instead of just disappearing. He was the first in over 300 years to use such courtesies, and had even provided the sum that was his recompense to the sect for taking him in, as outlined in the proper documents. Lu Rai considered attempting to dissuade him from leaving, but he felt no tumult in the boy's paltry chi. His conviction was set. "What is your intent after leaving this place, disciple?" he asked out of idle curiosity. "I shall become a farmer, senior brother," the boy replied. "I had some luck in growing the lowly spiritual herbs, so such a thing should be within my minor talents." Lu Rai once more nearly spoke against it at hearing this madness. A mere farmer from a boy who, though barely, passed the first of their sect's initiation. The devastating defeat must have completely demoralized him. Unfortunate. This time he did sigh. "I see. I shall mark down your leaving. You are no longer a disciple of our sect, Jinru." Lu Rai stood and inclined his head. "Then go into the world, Jinru, and here." He held the pouch containing the severance money back out to him. "I shall mark it down as paid in full. Diligence and proper courtesy deserve some reward, and the sect does not need such a paltry sum." It was probably all the money the boy had anyway. He did have some kindness to him, and Jinru would need the luck of heaven in the future. Jinru looked shocked, but again bowed his head in supplication. "May heaven be kind to you, Lu Rai." And then Jinru was gone from the sect. His leaving went unnoticed. I came to in the middle of dear old Jinny boy getting his ass beat by a stereotypical young master type. Let me tell you, that was horse shit. Jin was kind of an idiot for not getting out of the way in time when the little shit wanted to fuck somebody up, but at least there was no meridian destroying because the commoner was so beneath him. A few of the other disciples were kind enough to drag my twitching body back to my little room, and then ransacked some of the herbs as payment. Dicks. It only really hit me that I was in magical China land while I was moaning in pain. Apparently one of the body shots had hit poor Jin hard enough, and in just the right way to stop his heart and kill him, and before he even fell over I got shoved in. At least I got his memories, and how to actually use the remainder of this current batch of herbs to deal with the worst of the damage, which is some mashing and grinding, which is extremely painful with how many injuries I've got. Jin himself was fairly respectable, I suppose. He was an orphan after his gramps disappeared, who managed to join a sect through hard work, kind of. His admittance was because one of the instructors flipped a coin when deciding his fate, because he just barely squeaked past, said something about heaven favoring him or some shit. Jin was full of wanting to become a powerful cultivator, a master among masters, and do whatever it is the dickbags who run this place do, which is presumably to be dicks dickishly. I kinda didn't care about his motivations. My body now, buddy, sorry not sorry. Dear old Jin was essentially a servant right now anyway, and had to do every task that the other people offloaded onto him, while harboring vengeance and hate and angst. And let me tell you, I wanted none of that shit. I declare any revenge fantasies and ambitions null and void. I wanted none of the little fuckboy who wasted my ass. And most importantly, I wanted nothing to do with the politics of this world, because holy shit, lots of line extinguishing and murdering each other for face. You know, standard Xynxia stuff. So I looked up the methods to leaving the sect when I was mobile the next day, grabbed one of Jin's pouches of money, and went to the guy in charge of this kind of stuff. I wasn't expecting to get the money pouch back, but I was fine with losing that one. Jin was actually fairly good at saving. He had been saving to purchase a few spiritual pills after picking up so many extra chores, but what was his is now mine, and I'm getting the fuck out of here, and far away from all the sword formations and grand demonic dick punches, or whatever the fuck these chuny bastards spout. So I started traveling to the Azure Hills, which was regarded as the weakest and therefore safest place on the continent. Hopefully anyways, cultivators usually cleared out of weak places pretty quick. I smiled down at my new plot of land. It was a few rolling hills, covered by a forest, and had a lovely little river winding through it. It was fantastically picturesque, as were most places in the Red Phoenix continent. The land was considered largely useless by the magistrate of the town, as there were some minor monsters around, and it needed lots of clearing, but hopefully nothing I couldn't handle. It was also extremely cheap. I had got this place for a steal. Man, fuck property prices back home. This is where it's at. I had considered the possibility I had been fucked over, and asked the locals about this place, but nope. No sleeping big bad dudes as far as anyone knew, just out of the way and more trouble than it was worth. People rarely came down this way too, as far as it was from the town and the surrounding villages. Nobody to bother me here, just peace. I breathed in the fantastically clean and invigorating air and shook my head. Enough lazing around. I reached into my wagon and grabbed my axe, causing my chickens to cluck irritatedly at me and the young rooster to crow at the sudden jostling. I gave him a little scratch under his developing wattles and he calmed. Well, time to get to work. Operation No Cultivator Bullshit is go. There's a certain sort of zen you reach when you engage in heavy physical activity for long enough. My axe hewed through trees, my saw made planks, my hammer drove in nails, and my plane made things level, fueled by the supernatural strength of cultivator, even if I was an exceptionally weak one. It was calming and invigorating at the same time, and I must confess I heartily enjoyed the heavy physical labor and the strength of 10 men. My breathing was a perfect rhythm, and my chi circulated around me. I felt so invigorated and refreshed, that, and being able to tear a stump out of the ground with nothing but brute strength would never get old. My first home was a simple, one-room affair built within the first 3 days. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it would keep the elements off me and the bugs at bay with its thatch roof and pounded dirt floor. It was right against my chicken coop, so I could hear if there were any predatory interlopers during the night, but the foxes and the wolves had yet to notice my intrusion and the prey animals that I had. I was proud of what I had built. Cock-a-doodle-doo, he'd screech. You tell him Big D, I'd reply. My hoe bit the earth and never dulled, reinforced as it was by my chi, tearing into it with more speed than any ox could generate. My chickens eagerly followed behind me, pecking the bugs and plants I unearthed with my efforts, bucking and clucking all the way. Yes, get good and fat, my pretties, and you will be delectable in the future. Ah, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Up and down went the hoe, up and down went the hoe until I noticed something. A strange root poked out and had a faint sense of chi about it. Interested, I picked up the lumpy and slightly nondescript root. In Xinxia novels, this is where the protagonist would immediately identify the plant, spouting that it was some rare so root of 6 elixirs or something, but quite frankly, I had no fucking clue what it was. I'd have to go to the town archive at some point, but considering it was here, it probably wasn't very rare or important. Shrugging, I put it into my house and got back to work. After this field, which was going to be my vegetable garden, I'd start on the rice paddy. It sucks that I haven't been able to get any wheat yet, but whatcha gonna do? That night I had an absolutely delicious egg fried rice, with Big D sitting on my shoulder. Maybe it was a little morbid to eat eggs right near your pet chicken, but he didn't seem to mind. Eggs from my chickens, rice from my reserves, some sesame oil that I had splurged on when I bought my land, and some of the leftover lowly spiritual herbs I had liberated from the cloudy whatever sect. They tasted pretty damn good. A little spicy, a little sweet, a little savory. I'd definitely have to grow more of them. They weren't that hard to grow from Jin's memories. I'd just have to baby them for a bit. Sure, I could convert them into pills, but I was extremely suspect about all the pills these people choked back. I'm half convinced the reason every cultivator is so damn nuts is because of all drugs they did. I shook myself out of my introspection and tuned to the pleased clucking sounds coming from my kitchen. Big D was eagerly pecking at the little nubs of spirit herb I had cut off that looked a bit wilted. They probably wouldn't kill him. Never heard of something dying from eating these things before. If he likes 'em, he likes 'em. Not going to deny the little man his food. Soon enough, I got into my bed, with Big D jumping up onto the perch I made him by the window. Man, if I was still in the sect, I'd be doing shitty chores, or sitting in a corner cultivating for months on end, instead of actually making stuff. I went to sleep happy and content with my life choices. I jolted awake to Big D's furious battle cry and the angry squalling of a fox. I had a shovel in my hand and was out the door as fast as I could into the extremely pleasant night. Big D was flapping around the fox's head, kicking at it furiously. He was too young for his spurs to deal any damage, but he was trying his little heart out. I was transfixed for a moment, as David challenged Goliath, until the fox managed to hit him with its paw and knocked him down and away. His footing was fouled, his fate was sealed. The fox pounced, its razor-sharp teeth going for the kill to end my little warrior. Oh, you dare trespass into this daddy's domain. I can't believe I just thought that, I snort to myself. The fox's teeth clamped down on iron instead of flesh, and it looked up, shocked at the intervention. It was then the fox realized it fucked up. My shovel whirled, and with a clang, the fox died. I looked to my little warrior. He had managed to get to his feet and was glaring as hatefully as he could at the fox's corpse. I gave him a once-over and he was fine, as were my girls, just a fright. I didn't blame the fox, it was his nature. I hoped he didn't blame me for braining him with a shovel in retaliation, and then selling his fur, because I'm totally going to do that, and I think you can eat fox. You can, in fact, eat fox. Wouldn't recommend it. Tastes like ass. Growing rice properly involves a bit more than just chucking your seed into the ground and hoping for the best. I had witnessed the cultivation method of the farmers from the village, and they were a bit lacking. For example, the first thing you do is soak it in a 1:16 ratio of salted water. The rice seed with the greatest amount of endosperm, and therefore the best chance of a yield, will sink to the bottom of your barrel, while the rest will float to the top. Then after soaking, you plant the desirable seeds in wide buckets for the first part of their life as they sprout. Then, finally, you transplant them to your paddies. I always found it rather strange that rice does better when you rip it out of the soil and stuff it somewhere else than leaving it be. True. Ice Sky Heroes, except guns, would be pretty much useless, and I had no desire to conquer the world. Rice is more important than that stuff anyways, but enough about that. I was currently on the sprouting stage. The paddies themselves were underway, carved into the side of one of the hills in the terrace style, and fed by one of the small rivers for when it finally came time to flood them. Cultivator strength and endurance always did turn tasks that should have taken months or years into matters of mere days, though sometimes I had a sneaking suspicion that my Zen modes lasted for longer than I thought they did. I was always super hungry when they stopped, and occasionally Big D was giving me the gimlet eye when I got back home. Cultivation be whack, yo. I grunted as I finished examining the terrace wall for any potential defects. It looked pretty good, but just in case, I pushed some more of my chi into it, lending my spirit to help reinforce the wall and strengthen the grass roots to keep everything steady. The masters at the sex would probably have an aneurysm about how much chi I was wasting, but I didn't see it as a waste. It was a resource. If you got it, use it. Besides, it didn't take that long for it to come back. At the start of the next day, I was normally feeling fresh as a daisy. Maybe if I was a better cultivator or had bigger reserves, it might take longer, but I didn't know and didn't care. Yawning, I wandered back to my little house, Big D greeting me with his signature screech. You tell Big D. I scratched his head affectionately. His defeat hadn't made him nervous, so that was good. He was still a little ball of piss and vinegar. My lowly spiritual herbs were growing in their buckets beside my sprouting rice. The spirit herbs needed chi to grow properly, and I figured, why not just juice the rice too? Can't be any harm. I had also repotted the strange root I had found. I couldn't just run off to the archive, so this was the only way I had to store it, and it had some chi to it, so it got a dousing too. I carefully infused my spirit into the water, and then picked up my watering can and got to work, with Big D sitting on my shoulder, occasionally hopping off to snap up a bug that dared try to assault my little grow operation. Good boy, more spirit greens for you after dinner. And so things went. I had to brain a few more foxes and a starving-looking wolf, but otherwise things were largely peaceful. Chop wood, break rock, plant crop, nurture with chi, eat food, sleep. Months pass, I love it here. The great master had given him the name. Baida, he knew not what it meant, but he knew the name was his. He knew it was powerful, but he was not. Awareness was a fickle thing, it came and it went. But he knew during those times, he thought, and he was elevated above those who were beneath him. During the night his senses were sharper, to better alert the great master to interlopers, those of red fur and sharp teeth. But every time he failed in something he knew was his duty, to defend the females, he knew great shame. His great master nurtured him without reservation anyways, treating him like a favored son, and not the shameful thing he was. He was weak. He had to grow in strength and fulfill his destiny. He rode upon the great master's shoulder while he infused their food with his very essence, and struck from above upon the base creatures that dared to sup off his powerful essence. He stood the night watch while the great master slept. He guarded the home while the great master completed his great wonders, commanding the land and taming the forest. He watched as the great master moved in the morning, his body flowing with wondrous skill, and so he sought to improve himself. He ran through the great master's lands. He jumped over the hills and onto the giant branches of trees. He shoved his body against the great pots of growth until he could finally move them. And now he stood upon the great pillars of the Fa-Ram, another name with a surely sublime meaning, and gave it his all to imitate the great master, to have some pale imitation of his sublime skill. His body soared through the air. His legs lashed out with strength unknown to his lesser kin. He danced as the great master danced. He did breath as the great master drew breath. Something swirled around him, within him. I smiled at Big D as he hopped and kicked along my fence. Cute little guy. By Danu Fury, one of the red ones had vexed his great master. It had nearly slain one of the great master's flocks, somehow managing to sneak past him. He barely sounded the alarm in time, his voice berating the foul interloper. But this red one, this vile beast, was skilled. It danced around his blows, and even, horror of horrors, evaded the great master's mighty spur, the one that he used to tame the earth. In all other cases, his iron spur had been a command of death. With a single contemptuous blow, he smote all others, but not for this one. At first, he was stunned nearly to the point of spitting blood. Why did his great master not pursue? He could have easily slain the interloper, this demon, if he directed his full and terrible wrath against it. He did not understand, but he knew his great master had wisdom that far eclipsed his. Thrice, the foul spawn did attempt to take what was rightfully the great master's. Thrice did the great master's mighty blow miss. He even gave it a name from the very pits of hell, Basi Bushi. Baida shuddered whenever he heard it. His great master's words of power contained both virtuous and fell wisdom. But now he understood. He had figured out the conundrum his great master had set before him. His great master had once more bought out his mobile Coop. He remembered vaguely, before he was enlightened, traveling to these blessed lands upon the mighty fortress from the other place that was more hazy. Some of his master's supplies had run low. He wished to return to the other place so that the people there may give tribute to his glory. But to travel outwards, he would have to leave his home, with only Baidu as its guardian, and he was not strong enough. His weakness was preventing the master from living how he wished. It was unacceptable. He had been issued a challenge in Basi Bushi's continued existence, a mighty task to prove his worth against the wicked. And so he redoubled his efforts. His kicks took on new energy, his dance new grace. He would slay this mighty enemy and earn his great master's trust. The great pillars of the Fa Ram called. Well, just a bit more till I head back to Verdant Hill. I'd have to take the chickens along with me so they didn't all get eaten. I should probably finally deal with Basil Brush. I was being kind of lazy about it, just chasing him off and hoping he would get the message, but he was becoming persistent. I squinted at Big D as I finished dressing the fox pelt. Was my fucking chicken doing a training montage? I watched his incredibly crisp kicks for a little longer. I shook my head. Nah, I had spent too long alone, humanizing him a bit too much, or it's just cultivator world bullshit. All right, tomorrow I'll hunt Basil down. Hey, boom boom. Tonight he would slay wicked Basi Bushi. Tonight it would be either glory or his death. Either were acceptable. If he fell in this battle, it merely proved that he was unworthy of his great master's continued sufferance. He went into the night, hopping from tree to tree in silence, and there he found his quarry. The beast was arrogant. It stalked, but did not realize others could stalk it. In silence, Baida descended, and he struck. His legs lashed with great strength, and his enemy snarled in pain. He struck again to press his advantage, but Basi Bushi was worthy of his master's ire, the lithe creature shooting away, but with a deep scar in its flesh that leaked blood. Baida saw it in his mortal enemy's eyes, the spark of awareness, the spark of fury. This one knew too. His foe did not run. It knew he had not called his great master. It knew it could lay him low here. Their silent dance began. His legs and spurs cut through the night air, as he flipped and dashed around his enemy's razor teeth and tearing claws. It tried to strike him with its limbs, to foul his footing and drive him to the earth, but he had grown wise to these beasts' tricks, dodging them when he could, and accepting the blow to gain distance when he couldn't. The two whirls of red chased each other through the trees, bouncing off trees and leaving scratches in the forest floor. Baida felt triumph. He was equally matched with this one, nay, he dared think himself its superior. Its nose was slashed open, one of its ears a ragged mass, his spurs ran crimson, but the wicked one could have tricks too. It raised its limb as to strike another blow, sending his wings snapping out to redirect hit momentum. He saw the gleam of satisfaction too late. The paw slammed down instead, launching the wicked one forwards, and the vile Basi Bushi became a streamer of red, trailing behind an open maw. Teeth crashed down upon his wing. The wicked one shook its head savagely and then threw him across the clearing to slam into a tree. It was pain like no other. He nearly cried out. He nearly summoned his great master, but he refused to. This was his test, and he refused to fail. He staggered to get up, his legs shaking with the effort, but it was for naught. Basi Bushi drove him to the earth with his mighty paw. He laughed over besting the great master's disciple. He savored his victory. Baida knew only shame as he lied there, pinned to the base earth. He could not return his great master's blessings. He could not ever repay him. All he could do is stare up at the night sky in torment. The enormous crescent moon loomed in his vision. It was his favorite phase of the celestial object, and he always contemplated it when it showed its most perfect form. It looked somewhat like his master's mighty spur or his own useless, weak ones. Ah, how he wished for a mighty weapon to slay the wicked. The crescent moon loomed. Baida in his last moments contemplated the lunar glory. Baida in his last moments understood. He guided his energy and intent true. Blades of light, pure as the moon above, sprung from his limbs, rising of the crescent moon. His body sprung from its prone position, and he rose as surely as the moon. The wicked could not contain him with its paltry strength. The blade struck true, gouging out one of the foul spawn's eyes as he flipped in the air. The enemy shrieked in pain, its very soul burned by the righteous heavenly blades he now bore. He hung there a moment, under the moon's celestial light, gazing down upon his enemy. All things that rise fall, descending lunar fangs. It was inevitable, as true as the sun, the moon, and the stars set, so too did he once more descend to the base earth, carrying the weight and glory of heaven with him. Both of his glimmering spurs buried themselves in the neck of the red one, this unsightly Basi Bushi, wheel of the crescent moon. His legs split apart, once more throwing him into a flip, the white energy forming a ring-like afterimage around him, and parting his mortal enemy's head from its shoulders. He landed gracefully once more upon the earth. His enemy's head thumped to the ground behind him. He had done it. Baidu had completed his master's task. He roared his victory to the heavens. His great master burst into the clearing upon hearing his cry, fury in his eyes at those who would dare attempt to harm his disciple. I stumbled to a stop after once again being called out of bed. The small clearing was cut up from something, and there was Big D, looking pleased as punch, standing on the savaged and beheaded form of Basil Brush. What the fuck? His great master, as always, lavished affection upon him. His broken wing was bandaged, his messed feathers combed, and his wattles rubbed in a most pleasing way. He was delivered back to the coop and fed full sprigs of heavenly herbs. His great master commanded him to replenish and enjoy himself. He was a good disciple of his great master. He had passed his test and was now to be granted guardianship of the great Fa Ram, trusted to hold faith for his lord while he braved the world. There were many ways Mailing expected her day to go. Watching over the children, collecting herbs, making medicine, tending to whoever got hurt. She was not expecting this. She was reading a medical scroll when the scent came to her, seemingly carried on the breeze. The boy, he had the stench of chi about him, thicker and headier than she had ever smelled before. He was even more powerful than last time she had laid eyes on him, when he had shared a meal with her father in good spirits, after asking about how they grew their rice. When the children's ball struck the tall, broad-shouldered boy pulling a loaded wagon with more ease than an ox, her heart had leapt to her throat. Mud now coated his clothes. All knew that cultivators did not suffer such things. She still remembered many years ago, when she and her father had traveled to the city, and the contemptuous ease with which a cultivator had slain a beggar child for having the gall to get in his way. When little Xian had rushed to retrieve his ball, she rushed with him, desperate to beg for her little brother's life. Instead, the young man had started laughing. He gave back their ball and then joined the children in the mud pit. Now the cultivator, for that is only what the young man could be, cackled as he danced through the mud, dodging the children of the village throwing themselves at him in an attempt to knock him into the wallow with grace and skill. He gently diverted them into the muck with wet splats or picked them up and carried them around the pit, tickling all the while. He had steadily drawn an audience and more children. At first the adults too were weary, but now most had wandered off or sat around the edges and smiled at the silly boy and the kids. "Haha, you're 1,000 years too early to defeat me." He laughed at them, hands on his hips. "My chicken is mightier than all of you." The children shrieked in outrage, and her dear little brother turned to her. Maymay, help us, big sister Maymay," he pleaded, and sealed her doom. Not in the traditional sense of a girl being doomed by a cultivator, for she was no beauty, thin and freckly as she was. Instead, a massive, gleeful grin spread across the cultivator's face, and he approached her. "Oh ho," he asked, leering down at her, another challenger. "So what if I am?" she demanded of him, unable to back down under the pleading gazes of the children. He scooped her up, one hand going under her legs and the other cradling her back. There was no effort to his movement. It was as if she weighed nothing at all. She flushed as she was brought into strong, firm arms, and then the boy unceremoniously jumped into the mud pit with her held securely in his arms, in her clean clothes. After she had just had a bath yesterday, she had no idea what Kawa Bun Ga meant, but as she felt the mud slop into her clothes, she saw red. "You wretched, pig-headed shit monkey." She howled, ignoring the fact that she was surrounded by children, and launched herself at the boy who was laughing so hard he had doubled over. Her tackle shoved him over backwards and into the mud fully. The adults, including her own father, found the entire thing hilarious. The children cheered for their champion, and the boy dashed around the mud pit, and she threw herself after him. Mailing the hellion, her father teased her as she prepared dinner. She stuck her nose up in the air contemptuously and refused to rise to the ribbing. They were to have dinner with that bastard, and she was mightily displeased. Well, most of the village was going to be having dinner with him, but they, as the chiefs of this small village, would have to have that bastard in their home. At least that bastard had provided 2 deer and several rabbits for them. Gods, she hated the cultivator and his strong arms and his chiseled jaw. No, she shook her head to clear away the treacherous images her mind provided for her. And nobody believed her that he was powerful either. "Sure your nose isn't off, Maymay?" they had asked, for no cultivator got into a mud fight with children or went and made friends with peasants. Even she was starting to doubt herself, but her ability to smell chi had never steered her wrong before. He would expose his wicked nature soon enough. The rest of the preparation was fortunately uneventful. There were tables set up in the middle of the village, and a great amount of food would be there for everyone to enjoy. They too would be setting out on their visit to Verdant Hill that they did once every 2 months. Mailing kept a close eye on him, but the cultivator spent most of the time playing Go with the men and losing spectacularly. She had felt uneasy when her best friend Manhwa had bought them tea. Manhwa was everything she wasn't. She was the classical beauty, with flawless pale skin and full red lips. The few times they went to Verdant Hill, men stopped and stared, struck dumb by her loveliness. She had received marriage proposals from over 50 men but was determined to marry the clerk Ting Feng. Surely the cultivator would accost her. In all the stories, they were as beasts upon beautiful women. Oh, you're getting married soon. Congratulations, wait here. I don't know if I can make the wedding, but that's no excuse not to give a gift. Instead, he gave Manhwa the most vibrant fox pelt she had ever seen, congratulated her on her upcoming marriage, and then turned back to the Go table, laughing as he lost again. Maybe her nose was playing tricks on her. Man, that Meme girl was glaring really hard at me, like an offended cat. It was pretty cute, the way her freckly nose scrunched up. The look on her face was hilarious when I dumped her in the mud, though. Totally worth it. It was the dead of night when she woke up, drenched in cold sweat. There was something out there. It stunk of blood and death, of hate and malice. The terror was nearly overwhelming, sending shakes down her back as the wicked chi invaded the village. And then it was suppressed. The cultivator's chi shoved the bestial chi backwards, repelling the blood and rot with the scent of freshly tilled soil and harvested rice. The fear and dread was repulsed. The cultivator rose from his room and went to confront the beast. Mailing, her legs shaking, followed. She had to know. I woke up with an itching feeling crawling down my spine. I could feel some sort of predator nearby, but without Big D to sound the alarm, I hadn't acted. Groggily, I rolled myself off the futon and stretched. Might as well take care of it. I grabbed my shovel from my possessions and wandered out of the house. The fires were still smoldering a little, and I smiled at them. Today had been fun. Childish as hell, but fun. And those dumplings Meme made were really good. Though when I told her that, she scrunched up her nose at me. That girl was too fun to tease. I ambled into the forest, following my gut feeling until I found the wolf. Oh man, he's a big un, isn't he? Needs his toenails trimmed too. It snarled and pounced. She followed the cultivator through the winding forest, the scent of blood battling against the smell of earth. She could barely hear for how hard her heart was pounding, but the cultivator didn't seem to notice her footfalls. At last they came to the source of the horrific chi, and her blood turned to ice. A reaper wolf, the wicked blade. It had been around these parts for nearly 300 years and had even killed a cultivator. What was it doing here? Were they all to die tonight? She cowered behind the tree and prayed for Jin's soul to face such a monster. The reaper wolf moved faster than her eyes could see, pouncing on him in a storm of bladed claws. The shovel met it. Clang! It went, striking the fell beast in the center of the head and slaying it. She gaped stupidly at the scene. The cultivator yawned. Bad dog, he muttered and rubbed at his eye. He took no blood, nor its teeth, nor the wicked blade's core. Instead, his shovel went to work, digging a hole big enough for the beast and burying it in moments. No hard feelings, buddy. He muttered to the soil and pressed some of his chi into it. She thought she could hear a wail for a brief moment in her head, and then the lingering scent of blood vanished. She was still standing there in shock when he started walking back to the village. The cultivator squinted at her crouched form. Need a ride back? He asked her, and her mouth moved before she thought it through. The last time you gave me a ride, you threw me into a mud pit, she said, sounding more annoyed than she felt. Jin chuffed in amusement and then gestured forwards. She scoffed as if she found the idea distasteful, much to Jin's amusement, and stood on shaking legs as they left. She turned one last time to look at the overturned dirt. There were grass shoots growing out of it. Her father was waiting for them when they got back to her house, worried about her safety and virtue. What happened? He asked. All of the animals kicked up such a fuss. Just a wolf, Jin said, sounding unconcerned. Yeah, Mailing agreed. Just a wolf, father. Just a wolf indeed. Jin surely could have left first thing in the morning and left them all in the dust on their way to the city. And now her father was giving her pointed looks and smirking when he caught her looking at Jin. He hadn't believed that they had just found and chased off a wolf. He thought they had snuck off to do other things, like kissing in the moonlight or something equally ridiculous. Didn't help that he had just completely ignored her when she told him her actual name and just continued to call her Mei. She snorted and buried her face back into the medical scroll, as if any man would want to do that with bony, freckly Mailing. She saw, out of the corner of her eye, a wagon start to tip as its wheel got stuck in a hole. Jin lifted it out one-handed without breaking stride and winked when he caught her looking. She scowled and looked away, hits of red blossoming on her cheeks. Bastard. For 2 days had the great master been gone, and for 2 days had Baida kept the great master's coop. None had so far dared to challenge him. No more of Basie Booshi's ilk slunk around in the shadows. In his beak he held a twig that was split many times to form bristles, and swept away the dirt that threatened to invade where it wasn't wanted. Soon, he would be able to use his wings for this, but not yet. His great master's medicines were most potent, turning what should have been a life-ending injury into a mere inconvenience. Loath as he was to have consumed such rare reagents, his great master's beneficence was impossible to refuse. He stalked among his master's crops and tried to empower them as his great master did. His efforts were laughable compared to his great master, and only revealed the truly vast gulf between them. On the first day, merely tending to the herb pots sent him to the ground, gasping and dizzy from exertion, with barely enough strength to sup upon the lesser beasts that came to try and eat them. His master could work the entirety of the great fa ram without breaking sweat. Truly, his great master's power was beyond his current comprehension. He stalked back to his own pavilion, in the place with all the females. They were disappointing to him in some ways. They held not the same spark as he, despite being in the great master's presence, and occasionally consuming some bit of heavenly herb. He wondered why, yet could not come up with a satisfactory answer. It was beyond his current comprehension. He shook himself, and attended once more to great fa ram. Verdant Hill crested the horizon. It was a town of about 2,000 people, on top of a hill. Unlike Meime's little village of about 50, Verdant Hill had some impressive walls to it, and a palace-looking administrative building in the center of it. The people of our little caravan were surprised that we made such great speed. Normally they arrived late on the second day, but this time we got into Verdant Hill early in the morning of the second day. The distance itself wasn't too far, but you had to cross an extremely hilly section to actually get here. Though to call them merely hills was a disservice, they were damn near mountains, and the carts had to travel single file. The geography here was really weird. Lots of potholes on the road too. I may have to fix that, if only for my sake. Our party was Meimei, her little brother Xian, her father, who was also named Xian, the getting married girl Meihua, her dad Yao Qi, and 2 more young men Gu Ren and Yun Ren who were supposed to help unload the mushrooms and other goods. It was the thought that counted, and I greatly appreciated his generosity. We all agreed to meet up at the inn later. We would be staying the night at least, and maybe another night too. We all departed after stabling the animals and locking away our carts. Meimei was instructed to bring a bottle of what I assumed was alcohol to Brother Bao by her father, while the rest went off to sell mushrooms at the exchange. Well, first things first, time to hopefully find out what the weird root was. It was still back at the farm, but I had drawn a fairly good rendition of it. I could feel Meimei's eyes on me as I set off. We were heading in the same direction. You headed to the archives too? I asked her, and after she looked at me suspiciously for a moment, nodded. There was a pause as we walked until Meimei spoke. What are you looking for at the archives? I may be able to help you find it, she offered, trying to get out of making dumplings for me by doing me a different favor, Meimei, I teased. The girl rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was amused while I chuckled. I take it you're familiar with the archives then. Father used to be an imperial clerk, before he had to go back to the village and take up grandfather's place when he passed. I spent most of my childhood in the archives, she replied, and once more had her watching cat look on her face, gauging my reaction. Great, I replied, and she looked shocked at my statement. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for, but I sketched it down. A root of some kind, wanted to know what it was. I took out the picture and the notes I had made and handed it over to Meimei. She recovered quickly, though, and accepted my drawing as we reached the archives. It wasn't particularly large, but His Imperial Majesty had decreed that every town and city have one, along with a collection of standardized books and scrolls and some more local knowledge. It also had land and tax records and everything else an archive should have. Well, come on then, I know the first archivist, so we can start with him. Meimei muttered, looking at my drawing. I'm not supposed to be able to look at the advanced scrolls, now that father isn't part of the imperial clerks anymore, but Uncle Bao lets me anyways. Ah, Lady Hong Mailing, she with friends in high places, I said, putting on my most courtly voice, and Meimei actually laughed out loud, smiling brightly, before she realized what she was doing and her smile dimmed. She kept a cute little smirk, though. We ascended the stairs, the guards once more just waving Meimei through, and giving me an odd look, but then just shrugging and resuming their watch with bored expressions. Uncle, Meimei called, and we were rewarded with a happy gasp. Uncle Bao was, well, Bao-shaped, a very rotund, balding man, but he looked jolly, with many smile lines on his face. Mayor, daughter of my brother Xian, it's so good to see you again, he exclaimed and waddled around his desk so he could embrace Meimei, who, contrary to my expectations, seemed happy with the treatment. It's good to see you too, Uncle. Father sends his regards and prays that you meet him at the usual place. Bao beamed at her, accepting the alcohol jug. I shan't miss it, Mayor. He then turned to me, his eyes suddenly piercing. And who does stand before me here? He demanded of me. I smiled at him and made the proper gesture of courtesy. Thank God for Jin's memories, otherwise I would have fucked up which hand went where. This one's name is Jinru. I greet you and hope that you have good health, first archivist. I replied. He's a friend of our family, uncle. May whispered to him. Father trusts him. The piercing quality suddenly went away and Bao's smile came back. Well, for my brother to trust you with his daughter, you must be a man of virtue. May's face went red, but she didn't say anything. I'm guessing you want to use the archives, Mayor. You know I can't let you into the advanced scrolls, but I'll be here in the back room if you need me, and I'll be joining your father tonight. Mark my words well. Bao winked at her and then waddled away. Mei picked up a key he put on the desk. To the archives, she asked. The guards ignored us as we walked up and opened the locked door. We grabbed the first of the scrolls on herbs and sat down to read. Jin was strange, Mailing thought, as she looked at him from the corner of her eye. Not even strange for a cultivator, but just strange. A lot of men had grimaced when they found out that she could read the courtly characters, or scoffed when they heard about her time in the archives. Useless for a woman, they said. Never mind that she was the best at making medicine within 50 lei. Never mind she knew how to cure the shaking fevers, how to set broken bones, and how to drain a cut to stave off infection. And she knew how to cook and clean and mend, so she knew her womanly duties. She had taken care of her household ever since her mother's passing, but the archives just sealed the deal. They saw gloomy Mailing, an impudent woman with a tongue like a knife spitting poison at their good sons. Jin had looked impressed, happy even, and had willingly sat down with her amongst the mass of scrolls as they got to work, and now they were sitting shoulder to shoulder. He smelled of earth and the harvest. Her face flushed. She redoubled her concentration on the scrolls. Yawned and stretched. It was starting to get dark out, and today had been a bust so far. Nothing that looked even remotely like what I had, and we had gone through most of the scrolls on herbs. Come on, Mei, we'll look again tomorrow. I've got some stuff to do in the morning first, though. Gotta sell my furs and pick up some more supplies. Mei yawned too. She seemed annoyed that we hadn't found anything, but nodded. We started putting the scrolls away when something caught my eye. A scroll Jin had read before. Contemplations of the Flamebud, it was titled. It was a tale of two men. They each find a pearlescent flamebud. It has taken 1,000 years for it to bloom, to gather its power for the sole act of reproducing, spreading its pollen on the etheric currents. One of the men, upon finding this flower, cackles with joy. He tears it out of the ground, root and all. He shoves it into a spirit furnace and burns away everything of the flower he deems superfluous, concentrating a sole aspect of its essence. He then consumes this pill, greedily devouring its essence to slightly improve his fire resistance. Obviously, this wasn't the way it was really told. Lots more flowery language, and to cultivators, the moral of the story was basically, yeah, snort that magic flame flower. The other guy is dumb and weak. Jinru had agreed with that interpretation. My only thought after remembering the story was maybe all those contemplation guys actually ascend, while you're all stuck here. I shook my head and finished putting away the scrolls. Mei returned the key to the archivist, and we wandered back through the pleasant night to the inn and returned together just as her father was about to go out. A massive, shit-eating grin spread across his face. Did you two have a good day together? He questioned in a leading voice, just loud enough for the rest of the people of their village to hear, and Mei flushed crimson. A lot of stuff wouldn't look out of place in ancient China. The exchange was not one of those features, or at least I thought it looked strange. A building where all the merchants gathered, like some kind of ancient mall. I was expecting a marketplace the last time I came here, not this. But I guess faster travel in the form of artifacts and communication in transmission stones could make something like this possible. Shaking my head, I went about my business. First was Tan Gong's Heavenly Furs, which was a super fucking pretentious name for a dude who dealt in mortal furs, but it was none of my business. There was a small line of people selling things. Some people got shouted out of the line for poor quality, while some completed their transactions quickly. The man sitting behind the booth and wearing a uniform met me with a frown on his face. Another dirt farmer. Yes, boy, make it quick. I'm sure you think your pelts are worthy to be purchased by our Heavenly Furs company, but we have exacting standards, my word. I had naturally ignored his speechifying and bought out the pelts. His eyes bugged out and he swallowed. Hey, Xianxiatropes are in fine form today. Now he's apologizing for being hasty and wringing his hands and calling me good sir. I guess this is the part where I should start face-slapping him, but I really don't care. Whatever, dude, you're practically drooling over my stuff. You want to buy it or not? Of course, I was actually keeping my mouth shut with a small smile on my face and nodding along appropriately. There was nothing to be gained from insulting some rando dude manning a counter. And now he's bought his manager out, who is also calling me good sir, and making noises of wanting me to have a contract to supply them. I declined as politely as I could and just sold them the pelts. If you ever have any other furs to sell, please think kindly of our Heavenly Furs company. The men both said and bowed. Of course I'm going to think kindly of you, you're the only gig in town. The man who bought my planks of wood was considerably more polite, and Ren was a good bloke. I then went to shop for my own supplies. More sesame oil, sesame seeds. I found a guy with some wheat, which was a major boon. Ah, bread, how I've missed you. Wouldn't be able to plant it now because fall was going to start soon, but other than that, a bunch more veggie seeds, some more barrels and a few more chickens, and a lovely set of cast iron pans. I briefly debated getting a pig or a cow, but decided against it for now. Gotta establish the farm a bit better, I think. I'd probably be meeting up with Maymay soon, so we could go through the last of the herb guides. Today was a good day. My back itched a little bit as I stepped into the town again. I scratched it absent-mindedly. Mailing had been having a good day. Emphasis on had. It had started out well enough. Jin had some business to take care of, so she had invited Mayhua out into the town. They had walked together, arm in arm, and had enjoyed the city together. Mayhua had even bought her a lovely new hairpin, and now they were sitting down to have tea together. But her sister in all but blood uttered foul betrayal. So when is Jin marrying you? She asked conversationally, just as Mailing had taken a sip from her tea. She choked as it went down the way and started coughing. Wah, not maybe Nev. Mayhua, she gasped, and her friend laughed merrily, the sound like tinkling chimes. She glared at her friend. Not you too, she whined. I'm getting enough of that from father. We haven't done anything either, so wipe that knowing look off your face, you vile woman. Oh, but you snuck out in the night with him. Mayhua, please, she begged, her face red. All right, I'll stop. I'll attack, no defense with you. You do like him though, don't you? Short, brown hair, vibrant green eyes, that stupid grin, her lips quirked up into an almost smile. Oh dear, Mayhua said, looking at her fondly, you are smitten, Maymay, almost as bad as I am for my darling. Shut up, she grumbled and drained the rest of her tea. Mayhua giggled again, but obligingly finished up as well and needled her no further. Come on, I can't deal with you anymore, Mailing said acidly, but Mayhua just smiled knowingly. Let's get you to your darling. There was an acrid tang on the wind that was sliding under the smell of earth that she had gotten used to, blood and oil, an insidious slimy thing full of ill intent. Her head whipped sound and she saw the man, dressed in fine clothes with two men standing on either side of him. His head started turning in her direction and she looked away. Mayhua, this way. Mayhua noticed her discomfort and obliged her. They exited the small outdoor seating area swiftly, Mailing practically dragging her friend behind her through an alley on the way to the palace. Maymay, what's going? Cultivator, I know you think my nose is off on Jin, but please trust me on this. Mayhua sighed. All right, but I think you've read too many stories. Would someone dare do something like that? Mailing grimaced, and kept walking to the palace. I hope we never find out. Maymay was looking off when we met up, all tense angry. I asked her what was wrong, but got a snapped nothing and decided to leave it. The next few hours passed in silence, but we didn't find anything on my route. I wasn't bothered, and the hours of reading had bled some of the tension out of Maymay's shoulders. It wasn't nothing. I gestured for her to continue. I can smell chi. So that's how she followed me. And there's a cultivator in Verdant Hill. He smells like oil and blood. He had nasty eyes too. Well, that's not good. I'm probably just being paranoid, but I'm worried about Mayhua. She's in the palace right now, so there should be no problems. But what? Sure, Mayhua was kind of pretty, but some douche just going full young master on her. Maymay looked stressed and worried. Come on, I said after we put the scrolls back away. Let's go pick up Mayhua and Ting Feng. We'll have dinner together. Fine, she muttered, still looking stressed. That wouldn't do. My lady Hong Mailing, would you do me the honor of dining with me tonight? Her lips quirked up this time, and she gave me a half-hearted glare. Of course. Jinru, I would be honored to dine with you. Ouch, I could feel the sarcasm. It didn't take long to reach the palace. Mayhua seemed delighted to see us and immediately clasped arms with Maymay while I nodded at Ting Feng. We set off for dinner. And then she called me, what was it again? A wretched, pig-headed shit monkey. It was great. I slung my arm around Maymay's shoulders and pulled her close while Ting Feng howled with laughter. Maymay rammed her elbow ineffectually into my side, so red I thought she might have a stroke. I remember when she called me a worthless slug sniffing around a lotus flower. She was right back then, and those words gave me the strength to earn my position, if only to prove her harsh words wrong. Ting Feng grinned at Maymay, walking with Mayhua arm in arm back to the inn. Maymay had given up trying to escape, and was now just glaring half-heartedly at me. She suddenly froze and paled. My back itched. 3 men suddenly appeared in front of us, looking for trouble. Were we getting mugged? The leader in silks smiled. I am Zhang Li of the Shrouded Mountain sect. You girl, be honored. I shall allow you to warm my bed tonight. I frowned. Something didn't feel right. Do his lackeys have chi? I whispered to Maymay. She sniffed and nodded. I could feel how tense she was where my hand was on her arm. Not much compared to you. She bit back tersely. Well, that settled it then. If they had less than me, they were definitely not part of the Shrouded Mountain. I took my arm off Maymay. No, she won't be doing that, I said simply. You dare oppose the Shrouded Mountain sect. The cultivator sneered. I scoffed. You aren't Shrouded Mountain, and I doubt they'll be happy about you taking their name, buddy. The cultivator glared and he snapped his fingers. His buddies drew swords and jumped at me, but hell, even I was more than a match for them. They were certainly slower than that big wolf I brained for mailing. Poor thing had the mange or something, and it was still better than these guys. I gave both of them a good smack and then started towards fuckboy playing at being a young master. Chi exploded around him. I paused, a bit worried at his development. "You bastard, you're courting death," he roared. "Behold the technique that slew a cultivator in the profound realm, my ultimate spear. Heaven-piercing lance." Oh shit, he was fast. I didn't have time to block, and gathered my chi in defense for the first time in months. He hit me in the chest. And his fingers bent backwards, like the wrong way backwards. He fell back and started screaming, "The fuck? How much of a shitter can you be?" I gave him a good smack for being an idiot, then gathered them all up and took them to jail. Ting Feng came with me. I hope I can convince the captain of the guard to just say I was a wandering cultivator. I don't want any douche nozzles to come try and find me in case he had friends. Mailing stared around the street. Grass and flowers had grown up from around every stone. The trees, preparing for the fall, had all grown blossoms. The wooden buildings closest to the impact point had started growing branches, with tiny leaves poking off them. "Told you my nose hadn't gone off," Mailing said, feeling a bit faint. "It was an honor meeting you, Brother Jin," Ting Feng said, clasping his hands before him. "I pray that you will do us the honor of attending our marriage after the harvest." I made the appropriate gestures too. "I won't miss it, Brother Ting Feng," I said, and really I meant it. Mayhew and Ting Feng were good people, but are you sure about these? By these I meant the 2 young pigs I had been gifted. I was planning to build some more things first, but one does not refuse generosity lightly. At least I found the music shop while he was haggling with the person who sold him the cows. A peepa was kind of like a banjo, right? "Brother Jin, for what you did for us, I would buy you 1,000 more, and it still would not be enough repayment." I sighed internally. Well, all right then. I hope Ting Feng doesn't beggar himself by repaying everybody as extravagantly as he says he would, even after I said he didn't need to do anything for me. Fake Boy was in prison and shackled with about 10 spirit restrainers, some kind of chi suppression artifact that only worked if people were weak enough. Personally, I thought it was a bit overkill for such weak people, but better safe than sorry. We were in quite good spirits as we set out, back along the road to Mei's village. Xian Jr. was all over my back again, telling me to show him how I defeated the bad guy, and I obligingly showed him several kung fu moves I remembered from badly translated movies. He laughed at my hua, whatcha, and little flips. It was a beautiful night. The moon was bright and full, and lightbugs danced in the air for what would likely be one of the last times before fall truly set in. If she was a poet, she might have been inspired. As it was, she was just content with what she could see. They were camped at the foot of one of the hills, and Jin had climbed higher up it to get a better view. Mamie, her father, ventured, and she looked at him, absent-mindedly stirring the stew she was cooking for their dinner. "Yes, father," she asked. "I wanted to apologize to you, daughter. I did not take your words with the consideration they were due and have shamed myself." He bowed his head slightly to her in regret. While a part of her was hurt that nobody had believed her, the other part spoke that what she had said had been similarly unbelievable. Jin certainly did not act like any other cultivator she had heard of. "I forgive you, father." "It wasn't a wolf that night, was it?" he asked after a moment. "It was the wicked blade." Her father paled and then let out a shaky laugh. "Well, we are truly blessed by heaven then," he decided. They sat in companionable silence until the stew was done. Mailing scooped up 2 bowls full and turned to her father. "I'll take this to Jin," she said. "He isn't too far." Her father nodded but spoke up when she started to walk away. "May, should this be what you desire, go with my blessing." Her face tinted red. "We've only known each other for 5 days, father." She objected, but her heart wasn't in it. The trek up the hill was relatively easy, even with the trees and rocks and holding 2 bowls of stew. She filled her nose and her ears until she found him. He was sitting on a large rock, instrument in hand. He had his tongue stuck out in concentration, as he tried to play a tune she had never heard before on a pipa. He was holding it too far over, to the side over his knee, rather than upright, and kept hitting bum notes or messing up the chords. "Jin, I bought you dinner," she said quietly. He started and then put his instrument to the side, and hopped off the rock. "Thank you, Mailing," he said earnestly, reaching out to take the bowl from her when he paused and glanced back up at the rock. "Want to come top with me?" he asked after a moment, seeming bashful. His face was a little red from embarrassment. "I'd love to," she replied, and he was once more his more sure self. He scooped her up, cradling her against his chest, and jumped. He alighted on the rock with far more gentleness than she expected. The view from the top of the rock was spectacular. It was placed just so that it was in a gap in the trees, allowing one to see out across the rest of the hills, illuminated by the full moon. They sat in companionable silence on the rock, eating their dinner and taking in the view. She was rather gratified by the small sounds of enjoyment coming from as he ate. What song were you trying to play? I've never heard it before, she finally asked, and his face flushed fully this time. It's a song I heard in my childhood, he explained. It's sung in a language not of this continent. Truly, I thought there was only one language men spoke. Mailing sounded intrigued, but she supposed it made sense. The man who taught me it was from somewhere very, very far away. There was a cool breeze through the trees, and Mailing leaned up against him. Jin's arm settled around her waist and pulled her slightly closer. Sing it for me, she asked. I'm not a very good singer, he demurred. Can't be any worse than your peepa playing. She teased. Jin laughed. All right. It's your ears on the line here anyway. Almost Heaven, West Virginia. His voice wasn't beautiful or particularly grand. It didn't stir the soul or cause the land around him to weep, but it was nice enough. Mailing closed her eyes and relaxed, her fingers entwining with the hand on her stomach. She didn't know when she went from leaning on him to in his lap. She also didn't know who started kissing who, but she realized her father was onto something. Kissing under the moonlight was very nice. The knowing grins they got when they returned were embarrassing, though. And Manhwa wanted all the details. I was finally alone again on my way back to my farm. I would have been home last night, but Maymay insisted that she make me the dumplings she had promised me. Let me tell you, angry cat Maymay was cute as hell. Maymay in an apron, smiling and serving me a home-cooked meal did things for me. I think I'm going to marry that girl. Only known her for a few days. Well, this could end in glory or tears, but damn it, I'm gonna go for it. But my farm is not yet ready for another person, let alone kids. I've got work to do. I felt a fire in my gut and I lifted. The cart came off the ground as I just started carrying it. The chickens squalled, Chunky and Peppa oinked in shock, but the miles disappeared under my feet. Baida's eyes snapped open. His great master's presence was near. He swept off the great pillars of the Fa Ram. He checked the coop to find it spotless. He plucked the few interloping parasites from the heavenly herbs. He arranged the seeds he had collected that felt slightly of chi upon the table for further perusal. He hoped his tribute would be well received, as repayment for his great master's generosity. He arranged the corpses of the wicked ones on great pillars so that his master may see his kills. A small, long member of Basibushi's ilk. Another was a beast that shared the same form as him, but far less noble, with a hooked beak and grasping talons. Now he stood, a sentinel at the entrance of the Fa Ram. His females were arranged behind him, clucking and wandering as was their wont. His great master crested the horizon, moving at speed. Baida swept into a bow, kowtowing before his lord, as was only proper. His great master scratched his wattles in greeting and took a deep breath of this blessed land's air. Let's get to work, he said, and brought his disciple up to rest upon his broad shoulders. Baida's great master was a generous lord. He had praised him greatly for his contributions to the great Fa Ram. The slain enemies were sown back into the earth. His seeds were put away for safekeeping, for there was something known as winter on the horizon and they would be unable to be grown. For his diligence, Baida was awarded a prize directly from his great master's hand, the pelt of Basibushi, fashioned into a powerful artifact. It increased his nobility and majesty tenfold, and kept the rain off his feathers. It even imparted a portion of the beast's sublime speed unto him. It was most pleasing to his females. The great master had also bought along new females, and 2 new potential disciples, or so he assumed. Chun-Ki and Pai Pa were odd, hairless things that rooted around and squealed most displeasingly. But the great master fed them his leftovers, and threw them the dried-out nubs of heavenly herbs, so he stayed his spurs, and watched to see if they were worthy of ascending past their base forms. His lord had also redoubled his own efforts, and once more Baida watched in awe. Trees fell, one after another, and were transformed into logs and planks. The rice was swiftly reaped, and then set out to dry, the fat heads of the foodstuff looking unbelievably tempting. But now the great master was acting with his overwhelming wisdom again, and he was lost. His master built great fires and did place selected stone within them. The fires burned hotter than any before, and when the great master was done, they were white and brittle. From there he made them into powder and added water, clay, and rocks to produce an odd sludge, which he molded and poured into the shapes he desired. The next day, when he examined them, he was enlightened. His great master had made liquid stone. Truly, his great master's intellect surpassed all others. Breathe out, even with chi, my concrete was shit. I would need to do some more testing with ratios. I know mostly how this is supposed to work, so if I keep trucking at it, I'll probably succeed eventually. Until then, it looks like we're starting with stone. I'm going to try and get the new house finished before the snow hits, but that probably not happening. I know these things always take longer than you think they will, and I've worked on a couple of houses in the before. Foundation is a definite, though. I sigh contentedly and sit down, putting my feet into the water of the stream. Big D joins me and shouts cock-a-doodle-doo. You tell him, Big D, I mutter and start scratching my guard chicken's head, like a guard dog but meaner. The thought takes me. I grin, get up and get a plank of wood, a chisel and some ash. Hey, this is going to confuse visitors so much. I place my work proudly on the fence's gate and then go for dinner. Fish tonight from the river with spirit herb and asparagus. Delicious. Pepper and Chunky get the leftovers. I crawl into bed feeling that good kind of exhausted and breathe in contentedly. As quoted by witnesses, the traveling cultivator declared that it was impossible for such weak cultivators to be a part of the mighty Shrouded Mountain sect, much less a young master of it. Jian Li Wei's face was stony as he studied the mortal before him. His rage was a quiet thing, gently bubbling beneath the surface. To be called upon by mortals, claiming that they had captured someone with the gall to declare that they were a part of his sect. He glared at third brother Zheng's youngest, Zhang Lai, chained as he was in suppression seals. He would say nothing for now. To lose the Shrouded Mountain sect face like this little brat dared. At least he had the sense to keep his damn fool mouth shut and not compound his failures. We thank the Verdant Hill for so swiftly informing us of this egregious plot against our Shrouded Mountain sect. He said, lying through his teeth. We shall take these impostors elsewhere. The mortal bowed his head. We release them to you then. Li Wei gave the pathetic boy once over as he was unchained from the suppression seals. His lightning chi was intact. The wandering expert who had defeated him had shown remarkable restraint. They departed. Before you even open your mouth, you brat, I will not be fighting your battles for you. You have shamed yourself. Li Wei snarled at the boy. Zhang Li looked appropriately contrite, if slightly ill. It severed the little bastard right. Get revenge on your own or look away from this matter on your own. Either way, you will be returning to the Shrouded Mountain. I apologize, uncle, the little shit mumbled. Internally, Lu Ban was sweating and concentrating his hardest on stabilizing his technique while the expert carried him like a sack, purposefully making the journey uncomfortable. It had been hard enough under the suppression seals, but he was a dragon destined for the heavens. On a cursory glance, his chi was that of lightning. Underneath, oil and blood bubbled. He let out a breath. The Twilight Cuckoo's triumph settled. His plan was at fruition, though faster than he thought would happen. Now he would have the resources of the Shrouded Mountain, as he originally intended when he slew the young master and devoured him. He might have gotten a bit carried away while stabilizing his technique, feasting upon his lessers, but now. Lu Ban swore, in the safety of his own mind, that he would slaughter all those who stood before him. This Jin would pay dearly for his near exposure. Rice, the staple of the world. White rice is delicious, but like all grains, it is a supreme amount of effort. After you husk it, then you have to pound it even more to get the bran and germ off. White rice also has a lack of several important vitamins. With removing the hull of the rice, you rid it of vitamin B1, essential to the process of the human body. And then with a lack of B1, you get beriberi, shortness of breath, swollen legs, nerve damage, and finally, death. Nasty way to go, if you ask me. So while I was perfectly capable of swiftly husking and polishing my rice, I kept myself back and decided only to do half white and half brown. Even with my cultivator-enhanced constitution, fully harvesting my rice was a lot of work. Thrashing, husking, polishing, I was 2 days in already and still had a lot to go. But then again, my yields had vastly exceeded my expectations. I had half an acre of rice on the hill. I was about half done and had already filled 42 40-kilogram bags, the standard measure here. I would need to make more just to hold my stuff. Truthfully, I didn't know how much I would need for the winter, so better too much than too little, but Jesus. Still, nothing was wasted. The husks and the stalks I would turn into fertilizer or occasionally kindling. I was actually looking forward to winter. From Jin's memories, it was significantly milder than the ones I was used to. But then again, I'm used to 20 Celsius, with dips down into the 40s and massive amounts of snowfall. It even ended before April. Wonder of wonders. Oh man, I was going to build the biggest snowman ever. It would be the general that commands the winter, bane of cultivators everywhere. Hey, I just hoped one of my carrots would be big enough for a truly giant schnoz. You can't have a snowman without a carrot. I breathe in and then out. The sounds of the farm washed over me. The oinks of Pepper and Chunky, the clucks of the hens, the chirps of the newly hatched chicks. The little ones had come into the world just last week, and already they were making nuisances of themselves, and running big deragged, making sure none of them died. Ah, this is the life. Brother Jin certainly lives far enough away. Gu Ren complained as they walked with their few tools towards where Jin had said his home was. His thick eyebrows were drawn down in annoyance, and his scowl nearly reached his bushy sideburns. And does he even need help with his harvest? He's only been there 7 months, he can't have too much to bring in. Gu Ren had been grumbling about the walk since they started, but Gu Ren always grumbled, so it was just something everybody in Hong Yewu put up with. He always ended up doing what he was tasked with, though, so it was tolerated by most. Ah, but brother, if he is already done, then all we've done is take a walk and then enjoyed another's hospitality. Yun Ren said cheerfully, ever the pragmatist. His eyes were locked in his perpetual squint, and his ponytail bounced with each step. He was slightly shorter than his younger brother, but Gu Ren was one of the taller men in the village. Besides, We need to escort our flower here and keep her purity safe, as our illustrious chief has commanded. Mailing, a flower. Gu Ren scoffed with a teasing grin, retreading an old game between them. The only plant she resembles is a bunch of thistles. If you embraced her, you'd only get pricked. Mailing scowled. I'll remember that remark the next time you beg me to cure your ills, little Gu. I seem to remember somebody moaning in their bedroll over a stomach ache and begging me to save them from death when it turned out to be a buildup of gas. Gu Ren's face flushed while his brother started laughing. Hey, you said you wouldn't tell anybody about that. Oh, did I? Mailing pretended to ponder. I remember no such promise. After all, I'm just a bunch of thistles poking people. Yun Ren pretended to sigh and shook his head. You should know better than to go to a battle of wits when you're unarmed, brother. Gu Ren spluttered at his brother's betrayal, while Mailing and Yun Ren shared a smile. He huffed and started walking faster. Mailing was certain they were close because she had started to smell the faint scent of earth in the harvest. It was an invigorating smell, full of life, and had none of the faint acrid tang most chi had. Ah, I think I see a fence. Gu Ren declared, and indeed they were swiftly approaching a barrier at the end of the road. I think we're here. It was a sturdy fence at the bottom of a hill, composed of large logs, stripped of their branches and driven into the earth, and then cross-hatched with planks. Mailing looked bemused at the sign hung prominently beside the open gate. Yun Ren asked, am I reading that right? He asked Mailing and she nodded. Both brothers laughed. Brother Jin has an odd sense of humor, Gu Ren declared. Why would anyone fear a chicken? Something thumped to the ground in front of them. It was a hawk's head, its eyes plucked out. They looked from the hawk's head back up to the top of the fence. A magnificent rooster, wearing a fox fur vest, cocked its head to the side and stared at them. The brothers yelped. Mailing gaped. It was half hidden by the scent of earth, but the rooster smelled like the moon. How was the moon even a smell? The chicken seemed to decide something and hopped down from the fence to land in the middle of the gate. Then it swept into a graceful bow, its wings splaying out to the sides. It stayed that way and was watching them. Mailing realized what it was looking for. Yun Ren, Gu Ren, bow. She muttered to them and dipped into a bow of greeting. What to the chicken? Gu Ren asked. It's a spirit beast. Bow. They bowed. The rooster stood once more, satisfied and nodding its head. Then it walked to the side of the fence and held its wing out to beckon them in. Gu Ren looked at it warily. Who is afraid of a chicken? Yun Ren mocked him as they walked onto the land. Shut up. Gu Ren hissed. It bowed once more once they were inside the fence, a quick dip of its head, and then walked in front of them as they walked up the small hill. And that was where the real surprise lay. Gods above, this was all forest and stone last year. Some of the rocks were bigger than a house. Yun Ren gasped. They gazed upon gentle, rolling hills and fields, flush with verdant grass. A river wound its way down a hill filled with terraced rice paddies, some with still drying rice in it. It would not look out of place in a land that had been cultivated for decades, not mere months. A small house and a larger storage shed sat on top of the hill, along with another smaller fence. Chickens clucked, pigs oinked, and they could hear the steady pounding of a person husking rice. Mailing took in the air. It was heavenly. It was clean and pure, mixed with something lightly spiced and fiery and the ever-present smell of life. Look at that rice, Gu Ren muttered. I've never seen that much rice in one field before, and it's only half done. What kind of man is Brother Jin to do all of this himself? Their musings were interrupted by the chicken letting out a mighty cry. The pounding stopped, and Jin's voice came from within the house, speaking in another language, the one he had told Mailing about. You tell him Baida. The chicken crowed again, and Jin stepped out. Mailing stared. His shirt was off, exposing tanned, rippling muscles slick with sweat. Jin's look of contentment changed to happiness. A bright grin overtook his face. Mei, Brother Yun Ren, Brother Gu Ren, welcome to the Fa Ram, Brother Jin. We've come to see if you needed help with the harvest, Yun Ren called. Mailing stared. Gu Ren poked her in the back, and she jolted. Stop drooling, Mei, he scolded, amused. Red crawled up her face. Jin laughed. I wouldn't say no to some help, but what about your own harvest? Gu Ren shrugged. They'll be fine, I reckon, or else Elder Hung wouldn't have sent us. Well, if you're sure, I should be done in a day or two at this rate. A day or two, Mailing thought incredulously. I was planning on heading up to the village anyways after I was finished, so I didn't miss Meihua's wedding. Well then, we're at your disposal, Brother Jin, Yun Ren declared. Jin shook his head. You've just arrived. It's not much, but I'll give you the grand tour. And so they trekked over the land, looking closer at his rice paddies, the stones carefully arranged by size and a gravel pit, and the beginnings of a bridge over the river. While they walked, they regaled each other with stories of their time apart, a mere month, but there were some things to talk about, even if some of it was needling each other. A thistle, huh? Jin asked with a smile. I can see it. Medicinal, tough enough to grow anywhere. And really they are truly beautiful flowers, the same color as her eyes. The brothers looked at each other in shock, while Mailing covered her face with her hands, such was her embarrassment. Yun Ren gasped exaggeratedly and clasped his hands in respect. Brother Jin, your skill with compliments humbles this Yun Ren. Brother Jin, your tongue is silver and quick. Teach this unworthy Gu Ren your ways, the other brother jokingly demanded. They laughed as they continued walking, wandering down the small river. What about that, Brother Jin, are you raising another house? Yun Ren asked, pointing to slabs of stone and planks of wood over the first, smaller river. At this, Jin flushed. Place isn't big enough for more than one person, he muttered, and his eyes flicked to Mei Ling before darting away again. Mei Ling swallowed thickly, her heart pounding in her chest. Building a house for a family. Yeah, building a house, anyway. Here are the lowly spiritual herbs, he said, starting up his tour again. Mei Ling forced herself into motion, following along behind Jin, and out of the extremely pleasant images his words had conjured. She hoped when she lived here that the spirit herbs would be a bit further away from the house, though. They smelled rather overwhelmingly of fire and cinders. Then she realized what she was thinking and pinched her leg. When I live here. Jin was tireless. He did not even work at the speed beyond that of a highly skilled mortal. It's just that he kept working. His hands moved at the same speed. His breathing was steady and even, and the work that needed to be done just disappeared. Mei Ling weaved more bags to pack away the rice in, while Gu Ren transported the dried rice to him, and Yun Ren helped harvest vegetables. And then, Jin made for them dinner. Strips of chicken filled with spiritual herbs, squash, mushrooms, and some spices, then crusted in leftover rice and fried until crispy. It was served with baked carrots, radish, and freshly harvested rice. It was the most delicious meal any of them had ever eaten. When those that shared the form of his great master had come, Baide knew he was vindicated. None of them had the power and majesty of his lord. They were inferiors and obviously here to give tribute. Still, there was no reason to be rude. He knew that guests were to be respected and cared for. Unless they did something obscene, they arrived at the opening to the pillars, as was proper, and they exchanged proper courtesies, so they were allowed upon his great master's blessed land. They were similarly appropriate with their awe, for the great master was peerless upon this earth. And he was vindicated, too, in having given them face by bowing to them, for his master bowed to them, too. If he had not, he would have been greatly shamed. To not have the disciple bow to honored guests of his great master was utterly unforgivable. With his great master, they too dwelled in the land. They were utterly inferior to his great master, of course, but they worked with skill and heeded his lord's words well. They were worthy of respect in that regard. And then, as the time for the evening meal come, the great master took the plumpest of the females, one from the beginning, and slew her, as he slew the other birds that flew and sup on. Baide was shocked. His master had slain one of his own. Such a thing was beyond his comprehension. He was shaken greatly by the act, so greatly that he fled to the great pillars of the Fa Ram to contemplate this development. Would he be next? He contemplated deeply the reasons for his great master to consume one of the females, and found that such a thing was not as shocking as he first believed. They were all his great masters. They lived upon his blessed land. They supped upon his benevolence. But the female had made no use of his master's overwhelming generosity. She had grown fat and had some amount of chi, but was not as he was. She had not ascended. She was as the interlopers he supped on, that ate of his master's essence. This was merely the great master's essence returning to him, to once more nourish the new generation. Those who possessed skill and the luck of the heavens would ascend as he had. Those that did not would return to the great master. Baide nodded to himself, satisfied with his understanding. He would not be callously killed by his lord. He returned to his great master and was given his measure of heavenly herbs, and he had affection lavished upon him as all the other knights. Then his master vacated his home and gave his female guest great face by allowing her to lie in his bed, while he went to lie under a storage area, and the other males lied upon bed rolls outside. Baide prepared himself to assume the night watch when the female stole out of the house and towards his master. At first he thought treachery, for only wicked beasts slunk around at night. He followed her, and his heavenly blades formed when she approached his great master's prone form. She woke him gently and then slipped into his bedroll. Baide's blades guttered out as he comprehended the circumstances. She was not just a female, she was the great master's female. This had been a night of many revelations, though he hoped Chun Ki and Pai Pa would not ascend and instead be eaten. They were most annoying creatures. Jin, I awoke, Mame, a finger to silence me followed by soft lips on mine, her warmth beside me, only for a little, she whispered. Our lips met again, it wasn't for a little. I woke up to a shock of green-tinted hair and a warmth on my chest. Mei was beside me, asleep and at peace. I hoped to wake up to that face again. The day was done. They all sat, exhausted, against the wall of Jin's hut. Even tireless Jin had started to falter. But now they sat together, hot and sweaty. Yun Ren and Gu Ren were down to their loincloths, slumped to the side and greedily drinking water. Even Mei Ling was stripped to the waist, with only her doo-doo preserving her modesty, groaning at the state of her sore fingers and back. Even Big D had been enlisted, carrying Mei Ling's completed baskets to Jin, and getting more fibers so that she could weave. But they were done. True to Jin's words, at the end of the second day, the last of the rice was harvested. 83 40-kilo bags of rice, an extraordinary number for the small amount of land that Jin had put to plow. Yun Ren sighed with contentment after he finished his drink, running his hands through his matted, sweaty hair, and grinned at the vessel. Bamboo tube with a groove cut in it so that a lid could be screwed on. Mei-ling was having trouble opening hers, her red, overworked fingers shaking and slipping until Jin reached over and opened it for her. "Brother Jin, this is quite the vessel. It's certainly easier to work with in the fields," he said and made to hand the empty thing to Jin, who shook his head. "Keep it, Brother Yun Ren. They're easy enough to make. I actually broke a couple gourds when I first started and spilled a lot of water. These were more durable and easier to clean." Gu Ren moaned, pushing himself up into a seated position. "Brother Jin, you worked us like oxen," he complained, but looked with pride upon the many baskets. "But to see the work done is always a pleasure." "It is, isn't it?" Jin asked with a soft smile. They sat in companionable silence, the cool breeze a balm upon their sweaty bodies. Eventually, Jin got up and stretched. "Come on, let's get cleaned up and then I'll start dinner. We're having crayfish tonight." The river was still warm at this time of year, and with the small bar of soap that Jin had, the dirt and grime was washed from their bodies. It told of their exhaustion that the normally quarrelsome brothers did not even try to dunk each other once, nor attempt to start any splash war. Instead, Yun Ren simply handed his brother a comb. Grumbling, Gu Ren dutifully brushed first his elder brother's hair, and then Mei-ling's while Jin prepared for them a meal. First, he dredged up the baskets along the river. Then Jin split the crayfish in two, removing its gut, and then in his wok added peppercorns and oil, as well as leek ginger and garlic. He fried it until the crayfish was red and then served it over rice. Big D dined on the leftover crayfish. This time, everybody camped out in Jin's little house. Mei-ling did not even offer a token attempt at subtlety, simply pulling Jin into the bed with her, much to the brothers' amusement. "Oh no, brother, we must act to preserve Brother Jin's purity," Yun Ren japed. "No wonder Elder Hong sent us along, his daughter is a lusty beast." Gu Ren snorted and looked at them with tired eyes. "I think he's fine, she's already asleep." Yun Ren barked out another laugh. "Indeed," he said and sat down. He had a considering look on his face. "Brother Jin." "Yes, Brother Yun Ren, take good care of our Mei-ling, yeah." Jin nodded and pulled Mei-ling closer to his body, "to the best of my ability." "MPH, Gu Ren, you lout off." Mei-ling woke to the sounds of an annoyed Yun Ren, Gu Ren having rolled over onto him in the night. It was still the early hours of the morning. Mei-ling sat up and yawned, stretching to get the kinks out of her back. There were none. In fact, she felt great, despite the work she had done. Her muscles were still sore, but there was none of the outright pain that she was expecting. Jin was still asleep beside her, as was Gu Ren, but Yun Ren was already sitting up, looking annoyed at his brother. "Good morning." Mei-ling whispered to him and got a muttered greeting in return. "Start the fire, I'll get the eggs." Mei-ling whispered and Yun Ren nodded, holding a hand to his arm and stretching. He paused and then stretched his arm further back. He looked content and then got up to grab the wood while Mei-ling went to the coops. On the way out of the house, she noticed Baida, the spirit beast, on one of the fence posts. He turned to her in the light of the pre-dawn and bowed. Mei-ling returned the greeting. The chicken nodded, satisfied, and then, to her surprise, hopped onto her shoulder with a light step like he did with Jin. Her hand came up and she stroked his magnificent chest feathers to approving clucking sounds. Gathering the eggs was easy. Baida simply squawked, and the hens moved aside obligingly. Yun Ren had the fire started when she got back, and the first light of dawn creased the horizon. Baida leapt from Mei-ling's shoulder, back onto the fence posts, and greeted the morning. Jin thanked them both as they cooked breakfast, and Jin went off to start loading his cart for the trip back to Hong Yewu. For breakfast was eggs and leftover rice, shared in good company. Mei-ling held on for dear life as the cart careened down the road. Beside her, Yun Ren prayed. "Honored ancestors, preserve your unworthy son, for he is a fool of great proportions." Gu Ren naturally was howling with laughter at their predicament. It had started after they had loaded the cart, with a full 40 bags of rice being loaded and strapped down. The cart was most certainly overloaded, the frame bending but not breaking under the immense weight. Gu Ren had praised the craftsmanship, but Mei-ling noticed the truth. It had Jin's chi in it. They were ready to go back home. Jin bid goodbye to his spirit beast, who bowed low to him in supplication, and took up his vigil on the fence of the farm. The Zong brothers looked worried about the load and were gauging how they could help push it, when Jin lifted the front of the cart with ease and without a hint of effort began to walk with it. They looked at each other and shrugged. The pace was pleasant and the weather mild as they set off, but it was already nearing noon. "Tomorrow evening, I'd reckon," Gu Ren said, looking up at the sky. "Maybe a bit longer, my legs are still sore." Mei-ling agreed. The pain was coming back, though it still wasn't that bad. Jin gestured to the cart. "Hop on, I'll get us there by tonight." It was quite rude for them to sit and have Jin cart them around like he was their lesser, but he was insistent. So they got onto the cart on top of the bags and Jin bid them to hold on. And then he started running, which led them here, hanging onto a cart of rice while Jin ran as fast as a horse. "Brother Jin, can you go any faster?" Gu Ren asked excitedly. "Don't you dare, Jin Rou," Mei-ling screeched, top preoccupied with holding on to slap the idiot for his idea. Yun Ren just kept praying. Jin was right. They reached Hong Yewu by nightfall. Mei Ling and Yun Ren were pale, while Gu Ren wanted to hook up the hogs to a wagon to recreate the experience. One of the scout searchers had returned. It smelled of joy musk. Yes, yes, we have smelled it. The fine good chi and tasty delicious food. Lord Master was intrigued. These lands were bad poor. They had been defeated, crushed, and driven out of their first original nest warrens in the lands of much plenty. Many of their number count had perished, and they were all that were left remained. To locate a new place of chi, they would need it to restore their numbers. Good. Locate the land's guardian, and seek know its might strength. Yes, Lord Master, I hear and obey. Its servant scurried off. The Lord Master nodded and turned to one of its other servants. Wake, rouse the nest warren, we go move tonight. It was the third day of his great master's departure. Baida sat upon the great pillars of the Fa Ram in the light of the rising sun, his eyes closed. His contemplations were on that of the state of great Fa Ram and the harvest. He examined closely the energies of the land and found them undiminished. They were a difficult thing to set his senses on, diffuse and ever-changing as they were, but he found it through familiarity and diligence, for the land and his great master were nearly one and the same. It was a vibrant and healthy thing, though it seemed to be preparing for something. Like his great master, was the land too preparing for winter. Its preparations were subtle, and he could not comprehend its movements, but he observed it anyways, searching for patterns. The land shifted and recognized him. Upon feeling its intent upon him, he bowed his head and parted with some of his chi, offering it up as a sacrifice. He could not feed it as his master did, but he hoped the small measure of his power would be well received. The land received it and consumed it. The feeling of being watched faded. We give to the land, and the land gives back. As always, his great master's profound wisdom was peerless. He was in awe every time he contemplated it. Great master offered sacrifices to the land often. All the waste of his toils was carefully catalogued, and that which could be returned to the earth was given back. He stared at where the bones of several interlopers had been interred, and found the grass there of a higher quality than that of its surroundings. It was rich in the power of the earth. The grass was fed upon by the insects. The insects were fed upon by his kin and the interlopers, and in turn the grass fed upon their bones. It was a cycle. This whole world was full of them. The phases of the moon, the night, and the day. Such things were essential, and though he had not witnessed it, he knew in his bones that once this winter was over, it too would be a cycle, coming back to the time of his birth, with colder air, and when the trees had but flowers and buds. All things came and went. This was the order of the world. He felt a shift inside of his breast. He breathed deeply of the land's air, exulting in it. Pride swelled at comprehending his master's profound wisdom. He rose from his position and went about his duties. Through his observations of his lord, he knew what needed to be done. The chicks, his sons and daughters, were to be fed from his great master's largesse. It would hopefully make them strong to consume the rice, and the interlopers upon the heavenly herbs. The floor was swept, the storage areas inspected. He knew not what the rice storage was inspected for, but he assumed interlopers would attempt to steal this too from his great master. Finally, he went about the most distasteful part of his duties. But the great master had left him as master in his absence, and he would endeavor to never disappoint his lord. Chun Ki and Pai Pa required to be directed. They were stupid beasts that tried his patience, not understanding their place in the hierarchy. His great master was affectionate to them, but he had no such niceties in him when they had the gall to dirty his plumage with mud. He had nearly slain them both on the spot, but such acts of rage were unbecoming. His great master cared little about becoming dirty, so he would endeavor to feel the same. Instead, he had merely toppled both of them with a flick of his wings. Now they were more respectful, but still dared to test him. He opened the gate for them, and they trundled out, their ugly, beady eyes upon him. He leapt onto Chun Ki's back, and they wandered towards the forest, where they could root their noses through the dirt, consuming roots and tubers. They were returned to their pens after they ate their fill. At this point in the day, he would normally attempt to once more give his essence to the crops, but there were few crops save the heavenly herbs. So instead, he sat upon the great pillars and turned to contemplation. It was then when he felt it. He had been feeling flashes of interlopers. At first he assumed them scared of his strength, but now he felt a horde. He sounded the alarm, and his females ran back inside the coops. He, however, rushed to meet them. Across the hills, over the rivers, and through the trees he went, his stride unhesitating, until he laid eyes upon them. They were many, nearly 20 in total. Most were small things, even smaller than himself, with hairless tails and beady eyes. He felt his wrath beginning to stir. These interlopers dared, not just to intrude upon his great master's land, but had the sheer wrenched courage to raise a structure. He glared at the scaffold and the cauldron. He would chase them off or else slay them for this insult. He landed in the clearing and announced his presence to them, his mighty cry sending the small ones skittering away in fright and terror. He stalked towards them, his stride unflinching. His blades of moonlight formed upon his spurs. Peace, peace, guardian protector. He heard a squeaky voice call, and from near the cauldron's scaffold another appeared. It was a larger one of the interlopers, as big as he was, walking on 2 legs and hunched over, wringing its hands. "We plead beseech you, stay your blades." It bowed and sniveled in supplication to him, and bade to let his blades dissipate, gazing imperiously upon them. The interloper took this as a sign to continue. "This Chow Jai and his clan family are but humble, pitiful refugees. We can feel the great mighty power of this place, and have come to beg grovel its master to grant us respite. We are starved and dying. Mighty guardian protector, take pity upon us." At this, the black fur threw itself to the ground at his feet. The rest of them cowered before him, some nursing wounds. Bida felt his anger dissipate. They truly were pathetic. Perhaps these were merely lost guests instead of true interlopers. Bida made a decision. Guests were to be given hospitality. He drew upon as much of his regal bearing as possible and gave these poor wretches face, lowering his head and welcoming them. The black furs cheered, and he led them to have some respite from the elements and food for the starving. "That's not even fully half of it," Hong Xian asked incredulously. "Yes, Elder Hong, 83 bags was the final total," Yun Ren confirmed, astounding. "And his temperament, Brother Jin is Brother Jin, he is as he was." At this, Yun Ren sounded mildly reproachful. "He builds a house as big as yours for your daughter and is enamored with her as she is him. He gave us his home without restraint and fed us from his table until we were full." Yao Qi snorted from beside him. The bull of a man had his arms crossed and was frowning as well. "The boy's virtue was clear, Brother Xian. He has spared not a single lustful glance at my flower Manhua, and even now promises to escort her safely with us to her intended. I shall hear no more of any doubts upon his character." Xian frowned. "It is shameful of me to doubt such a man, this is true, but a father worries. I seem to remember you threatening Ting Feng with an axe, Brother Qi." He shook his head while Yao Qi had the grace to look embarrassed. "Still, today is a good day. I see your quick excursion has made you and your brother some wealth, Yun Ren." Finally, Hong Xian nodded his head. "And this settles the matter. I'm sorry to have had to ask you to check, Yun Ren. Now off with you and no more of this business. He is Brother Jin. Let no door in this." Hong Ye will be closed to him. Hong Xian sighed, as Zhang Yun Ren and Yao Qi left his quarters. He walked to his window and looked out onto the fields where Jinru toiled, helping them with the last preparations to see Manhua off to Verdant Hill. His daughter, so much the image of her mother, bought him some water with a smile, and they stopped to talk and laugh. His mailing looked so happy. He smiled too at his precious daughter's joy. A good, productive farm and a good, productive man. The last of his doubts drained away. "Ah, my love, I wish you could have seen them," he murmured wistfully. Drums thundered, instruments clanged, firecrackers popped and banged. The scent of food filled the air. In the middle of the village square, a dragon hopped and skipped, the great puppet moving in time with the beat. The children of the festival gleefully chased its tail, and people talked and relaxed after finishing the harvest. I cheered along with the crowd. Man, the village elders could move. They were making that dragon puppet bop. I always appreciated the hard work that went into these things. I had seen a mid-autumn festival once in the before, and honestly, this blew it out of the water. The sheer coordination alone was impressive, as they began jumping in time, sending the dragon slithering up and down like it was flying. Then they ran up a wall and jumped off backwards, leading the dragon into a spiraling backflip. The crowd went nuts. "Brother Jin," Yun Ren called with a grin, and I held out my cup again. It was filled with rice wine to the brim, and I drank from it. We were both wearing better clothes. I had planned to buy some from the town for Manhua's wedding, but I had ended up borrowing some of her father, Yao Qi's, clothes instead because we were roughly the same build. It was a red sort of tunic and black pants. With it, I matched the rest of the currently red village. I was seated at the biggest table that had been bought out beside Xian, Mei Ling's father. His seat was currently empty, as he was with Yao Qi and Zhang Tenren, Yun Ren's father, in the dragon puppet, and the dance had just finished. This was great. I was relaxing in my chair at a festival with a good cup of drink and the promise of better food later. The twilight sun was still warm and gentle on my skin. "This is fantastic," I sighed in contentment, grinning at the village. "It does have its charms, doesn't it?" Yun Ren replied. "Our Hong Yewu tries its best." "Try our best, Yun Ren, you scamp, we succeed with our best." Yao Qi thundered, red-faced and sweaty from the dragon dance and a giant grin on his face. Yun Ren just rolled his eyes at the chastisement. Mei Ling's father staggered into his seat beside me, puffing and panting. "That gets harder every year," he muttered, looking a little faint. He gave me a nod and a quick smile. "Your dance was fantastic, Elder Yao, Elder Hong. Let me pour you a drink," I said and grabbed the bottle. Both of them looked a little surprised, and Elder Yao's grin widened further as he let out a booming laugh. "Look at how much face our honored guest gives us," he exclaimed as I poured both of them cups. "Call me Brother Qi, Brother Jin. There is no need for formalities when you saved my precious flower from those wicked, vile men. Were she not intended for another, I would be happy to give you her hand." That was a little bit awkward, but I kept the smile on my face. "I'm honored you think so highly of me, Brother Qi," I said as sincerely as I could. At this, he took another bottle and poured me another drink. He held out his arm, and Jin's memories told me to hook my arm around his. We drank our cups in a single mouthful. Mailing's father was next, pouring me another cup. Oh man, I was going to be so drunk later. Soon enough, the food came out. Roast ducks, dumplings, and moon cakes. The ones I made are on the left. Maymay whispered to me as she set down a platter. My eyes lit up. Hell yeah, Maymays are the best, except no substitutes. We all tucked in to music and the happy sounds of people. After the feast, Xian invited me back into his quarters so that we could talk. I had a bit of a feeling that I knew where this was going. He sat on a cushion and gestured for me to sit before him. We sat for a moment, just staring at each other, when Xian finally spoke. Jinru, he asked in a stern voice, when were you going to ask me for my daughter's hand in marriage? When I had enough food to feed her, enough cloth to clothe her, and a house worthy of her, I replied. Hongxian considered my words, and his stern visage melted off his face, revealing a smile. I accept your proposal, he stated simply. This spring, after the snows melt, I shall give my daughter to your house. Zane bowed his head. Take good care of my mailing. I blinked. My stomach churned. This was real. Yeah, I had been planning for it, but planning and this is happening are two different things. I bowed back, not trusting my voice. Now, share a drink with me once more, for you shall be my son. Mailing wondered what her father's announcement was about. He stood on the platform, with the lit paper lantern and the village below him. My friends, on this holy night after our toils, on the eve of one wedding, it is with great pleasure that this Hongxian announces another. She idly thought about who the wedding could be for, maybe Yun Ren or Gu Ren to somebody. When the snows melt in spring, the house of Hong will unite itself with the house of Jin. Hong Xian's daughter, Hong Mailing, will be wed to Jin Ru. Mailing's eyes widened. Meihua gasped happily beside her. Slowly, a smile crawled across her face. She turned to Jin, and when he saw the happy, near exultant look on her face, a relieved smile crossed his too. The paper lanterns rose into the sky. The people of Hong Yewu hooted and hollered as Mailing ran and jumped into Jin's arms. Jin was staggering as Mailing led him back to the guest room. Honestly, she was surprised he was still capable of this much. He had to have drunk nearly 10 whole bottles of wine, as people kept on demanding to have drinks with him. Yao Qi had long since passed out, and required 3 people to carry him to a room. Everyone who was to see Meihua off tomorrow would be half dead in the morning, including Meihua herself, who had kept toasting to Mailing's good fortune. She would have to make plenty of hangover cures in the morning. It was also why she had wanted to postpone the festival, but Meihua wanted to celebrate with them one last time before she would likely be spending her autumns in the town. She finally got Jin to the bed, and he tipped over, dragging her with him. He happily nuzzled into her neck and planted a sloppy kiss there. She sighed fondly as she ran her fingers through his hair, cradled in his strong arms. Soon this would be every night, and she looked forward to it. But for now she slipped out of his arms, and he frowned. She gently ran her fingers through his hair again, and his frown disappeared. She had some elixirs to make. I smiled at Yun Ren as he glared at me through bloodshot eyes. Brother Jin, your body is unfair. Trade it with me, he half-heartedly demanded. Our procession was more a funeral march than a wedding procession. Everybody looked dead on their feet as they trudged along the path. Even Meihua on her horse, who was still as pretty as ever with not a hair out of place, was slumped and swaying. Mailing's hangover cure got them up and at it, but the fatigue still remained. I leered at him. Come on, brother Yun Ren, I called in a loud voice, and half the people around me winced. It's a beautiful day. The rest of the procession turned to give me a look. I reveled in their spite. Maymay giggled. Baida gathered the blackfurs across the river, upon the edges of the great pillars of the Fa Ram. The little blackfurs carried their cauldron with them, following in his wake, with the hunched and robed Chao Li sitting on top of it. With the creature's odd walk, Baida supposed that it must be crippled to have its lessers carry it around, with its hunched, shuffling walk and oddly great master-like forelimbs. It did not even get wet from the river crossing, the smaller blackfurs floating the cauldron along on its scaffold, while they pushed it from behind. Baida turned at the gate and bid them wait. He had to prepare, and there were a great many starving guests. From the storage, he collected a bag of rice in a basket. From the bag, he took a quarter measure of it. From the coops, he selected several eggs that, though were filled with qi, had no life within them. And finally, from the pots of growth, he collected the heavenly herbs. He opened the bag and poured out a quarter measure of it. Thus he bought the offerings to his guests. Their eyes went wide at the sight of the herbs in the rice. They shone with abject awe at the fruits of the great master's labors. Chao Jai, lord of the blackfurs, clambered down from his cauldron and once more fell to his knees. The rest of the blackfurs swarmed forwards, prostrating themselves. Guardian protector, great magnificent Baida. Your generosity virtue is beyond that of the highest heavens. Praise him, clan kin. Praise him, Chao Jai chittered. Chao Jai's face was twisted into a parody of his great master's own smile, attempting to copy his powerful form. It was an ugly thing, but Baida forgave him for it. He stood proudly and regally, and allowed them to lavish their attention upon him for a moment longer. He then gave them leave to eat. The guest's food was set upon with gusto, but when the Blackfurs attempted to sup upon the herbs and eggs, Chow Jai snapped and snarled at them. Baida's eyes narrowed, and he let his displeasure be known with his mighty voice. Chow Jai and the Blackfurs recoiled from him, and once more Chow Jai simpered. Great magnificent Baida, we implore beg you, stay your rage wrath. These mighty powerful reagents must be correctly properly used refined, so he wished to cook them in his cauldron. Chow Jai's eyes widened, and once more his smile covered his face. Great magnificent Baida, you do not notice what this is, he asked in his chittering voice. Come, let Chow Jai show you his great powerful spirit furnace. Chow Jai barked orders to his lesser Blackfurs, and they snapped into motion. The spirit furnace was swiftly erected upon a different configuration of its scaffolding. Chow Jai clambered up to the top and sat upon it. Then he started chanting. The Blackfurs squealed in time, and more of the little ones climbed as well, placing their paws upon it. Baida felt their chi, and the spirit furnace began to glow. The heavenly herbs and the eggs were gathered, and in time with the squeaking chants, carried up the scaffolding to the swirling chi and brightening glow of the Blackfurs' spirit furnace. And then they were placed within. Chow Jai, on the top of the furnace, placed his odd paws upon it and directed the chi. It swirled in prismatic colors within, smoke occasionally belching out from the sides. Baida watched in interest. Even Chun Ki and Pai Pa had ceased their annoying sounds, gazing upon what was occurring in front of them. For an hour the Blackfurs twirled, the lesser ones staggering off the cauldron and collapsing when their paltry chi was exhausted, only to be replaced by their kin. The sense of the chi rose and fell with the chanting, and Chow Jai's barked orders, keeping the glow stable. And then it was over. The furnace burst open, and Chow Jai grasped in his hands two round seed-like objects. They were yellow, with green swirls over them, and smelled oddly tangy and acrid. Baida examined them. Only two. Great magnificent Baida, I gift present this spirit pill to you, Chow Jai exclaimed, holding one of them out for him. Baida was unimpressed. These small things would not fill a belly. And though they felt potent with chi, to use so many of the heavenly herbs and eggs for this was well, it seemed wasteful to his eyes. Chow Jai's eyes widened. Great magnificent Baida, you have attained your great might power without ingesting refining a single pill. Truly, you are great powerful. He once more fell to his knees in acknowledgement of his might. But this will make you even more mighty powerful. Refine it within your body, Baida, and understand the difference. Power. He wanted power. Power to defend great Fa Ram. Power to make his master proud. Power to comprehend the world around him. Power. Would this make him more powerful, more worthy of his great master's benevolence? Baida examined the pill again, held out to him. They were guests trying to repay him. He supposed it was only polite to partake of their toils, like great master's servants cooking for him a meal and toiling on his behalf. Be cautioned, warned, great magnificent Baida. Its power is mighty great. It will not be content happy to be consumed. You must master tame it. Baida took the pill in his beak and swallowed. It was as if there was a fire shoved into his core. He was stunned at this development. The pill began to rampage within his belly, throwing off streamers of uncontrolled chi. He swiftly leapt onto the great pillars of the Fa Ram, taking his rightful perch, and began to sort through the disturbance in his chi. It swirled and coiled, coming off the pill in his belly, and he examined it closely. It was similar to the feeling that the heavenly herbs normally gave off, but magnified greatly in violence and intensity. He moved his chi with them. He controlled their flow. He refined them within his body and comprehended them at a greater level. The once raging power quieted. Baida mastered it, controlled it, and added it to his own, but there were parts of it that felt off. The pill was imperfect, and there were some sort of impurities now within his body. He considered them. They were small, almost unnoticeable, but he disregarded them. He examined his chi as well and his sudden surge of might. Baida contemplated his new power and rose to his feet, beginning to perform his training. Chow Jai watched him from back atop the spirit furnace. His clan kin bought him more rice as he considered the rooster's movements and his chi. His lips quirked as he found what he was looking for, and then he returned to his own refinement. The pill had been more powerful than he was expecting. Even he who had eaten many pills before was pleased by its quality. The chi was bright and full of energy, even better than their last land. There were many good reagents here. Their numbers would swell, and he would be able to operate his spirit furnace for longer periods of time, as more and more of his lessers could add their souls to the cause. Yes, Chow Jai muttered, staring out over the land and rubbing his hands together. His eyes landed on the spirit herbs in the chicken coops. There are many fine good reagents here. The guardian of this place, the rooster, wished for power. He would grant it, but all power came at a cost. Chow Jai chuckled to himself. Yes, things were going far better than the plan anticipated. The Blackfurs once more bowed and scraped as Baida fed them, cheering on his generosity. They were guests until they could be safely sent on their way. Baida hoped his great master would be proud of his benevolence. We had made terrible time today. With the hangovers, it was expected really, and I didn't mind. With the harvest in, I was in no rush, and this relaxed pace was nice too. I got to spend my time talking to Mei about medicine. It was a subject I wasn't well versed in, but it was nice listening to her enthusiastic explanations. It was actually one of the things the people here were strangely advanced in. Hell, she knew what germs were, and that threw me for a loop. Apparently some cultivator messing around with the thousand-li view had discovered them, and then actually shared the discovery. Of course, most cultivators use this ability to make better poisons and bioweapons, but hey, that first dude, respect. And then Mei combined it with an explanation about the humors, which are probably actually a thing here, so I would be deferring to her experience. Actually, I'm going to see if I can buy some medical scrolls. Jinru wasn't interested in this kind of stuff, but I was. As the day continued, everybody eventually got some more pep in their step, but I'm 100 expecting some form of retaliation for speaking so loudly all day. Yun Ren and Gu Ren were giving me the stink eye and muttering to each other. But now we were camped out near a set of familiar hills, and I was sitting on a rock. I like this rock. It's a very nice rock. It's got a lovely view through the trees, is actually pretty comfortable, and it's where I first kissed Mailing. Or she kissed me. That part of the night is a little bit fuzzy. Point is, it's a nice, solid rock with a great view, and I've got a beautiful woman sitting in my lap. What's not to love? Jin, are you paying attention? Mei asked me, turning around so she could look at me with her nose scrunched up in annoyance. Her freckled face was inches from my own. She had my pipa held the proper way and was trying to teach me how to play as well. Granted, by her own admission, she wasn't particularly good either, but she had been enthusiastic when I asked her to teach me tonight. I leaned down and kissed her. Her lovely violet eyes went wide, shocked into inaction for a moment, before she closed them and leaned into the kiss. I slipped my hand into her robe and placed it against her warm, bare stomach. There was a sharp intake of breath, and then her hand came to rest on my own, and she pushed into my lips all the harder. Her stomach was very soft and warm. I pulled back, and she kept her eyes closed a moment. Sorry, I was distracted by the beautiful view. I apologized. Her lips twitched into a slightly crooked smile. You're the only person besides my father to say that. I grinned. I am superior to all other men. I declared pompously, it is no wonder I have a superior eye for beauty as well. She giggled and turned back around, laying against my chest. Are there other cultivators as strange as you? She asked me. I like to think I'm the normal one, I told her honestly. While yesterday was a bit of a wash, everybody was bright and chipper today, and in full tradition mode. We marched instead of trudged. Mailing's dad had borrowed my pipa and was playing it properly, and everyone else had the lanterns out but currently unlit. Yao Qi led us onwards, while I was positioned to the right of the bride's horse. A position of great honor, and the guard position, considering I was supposed to be the one to deal with any threats to the bride. Such a place would normally be occupied by Yun Ren, but I had been asked, so I did it. I had even been given a sword. I knew 3 things to do with a sword: stick him with the pointy end, grab it by the blade and use the crossguard as a bludgeon, or unscrew the pommel and throw it at the person, then end them rightly. In other words, disregard the sword and get to punching. It was midday when Mei suddenly called me, hurrying to my side. There's a massive chi in the woods moving towards us, she whispered. It smells sharp and fiery. I nodded. I'll go check it out, I promised. Mayhew looked at me worriedly, but I just smiled reassuringly. She relaxed and bowed her head in my direction. I left. There was a steep hill that I slid down into the forest, heading in the direction Mei gave me. Off the beaten path, the land quickly became wild and untamed. There were giant trees, like redwood-sized. I had a few of them on my property in the back, and they were just so pretty I wasn't going to cut any of them down. There was also a light smattering of undergrowth, and the light that leaked in from the canopy illuminated it with little dots. Otherwise, it was pretty dark. There was an odd rumbling, and I changed direction, heading towards it. There I found my quarry. It was definitely a spirit beast. It was some kind of bear, but red and gold. A blaze bear, I think. It also had some massive claws, and each time it breathed, little gouts of flame came from its nostrils. It saw me, and its eyes narrowed. It rose up onto its hind legs, rearing to its 12-foot height, and roared to the heavens, spewing flame out of its mouth and igniting its fur. I swallowed. Okay, time to prove my worth. My first real fight in nearly a year. That weak cultivator didn't count. I took a deep breath and drew on my chi, reinforcing my limbs and wrapping it around my body in a protective shell. With a sharp breath outwards, I got into a stance, my chi echoing out from where I stomped my foot. I got ready to move into action, glaring at my foe. The bear's eyes bugged out and it toppled backwards, its flames extinguishing. It rolled backwards awkwardly and came back up onto its knees with its forehead pushed against the ground. I stared at the bear as its head went up and down, hitting the dirt. Was the bear doing doja, or I guess it's kowtowing here. Smack, smack, smack went the bear's head. Hey, I eventually said, can you understand me? The bear stopped slamming its head into the ground and nodded frantically. Well, this was awkward. Stay away from people and the road, okay? It's dangerous. The bear frantically nodded again. Good talk, you can go now. The bear got up and fled deeper into the forests, glancing over its shoulder to make sure I wasn't following. The bear kept running. That didn't make any sense. Was it young? I was shit at sensing chi, I knew that much. This was the Azure Hills, the weakest place on the continent. I guess Mei hadn't been concerned either. I'd have to ask her about it later. I grimaced as a smell hit me and looked at the soiled patch on the forest floor. Did it crap itself? I shook my head, letting out a bark of laughter, and pushed through the dense underbrush back towards our caravan. It was quite a bit thicker here, but it was a clearing, so it made sense. More light, more plants. In no time at all, I was back on the path and beside Manhwa. Everyone looked at me expectantly. Just a blaze bear. Don't worry, I don't think it will bother anybody else. I reassured them, and the rest of them cheered. Haha, that's our brother Jin, Yao Chi shouted. The gates of Verdant Hill finally came into view in the dim twilight. Our paper lanterns lit the way as we walked on either side of Manhwa's horse. The effect of the light caught her glossy black hair and red robe, producing an odd, ethereal effect. Like this, she was enchantingly beautiful. I wondered how Mei would look like this. I hoped it took until nightfall for her to get to my place. This procession was very nice looking. I wish I had a camera to record it, or a recording crystal. Recording crystals are expensive though, like enough to buy another set of my land at least. And while I knew kind of how cameras worked, there was no possible way I would be able to recreate one. Maybe I can ask for a few odd jobs during the winter in town, or I'll go find some more foxes and sell them to those Heavenly Furs guys. The gates, normally closed at night, were opened for us. The guards had known we were coming, and it wasn't too late. People on either side of the street cheered at the spectacle as we wound through town until we came to a small compound, bigger than most houses, and the people within were definitely well off. Zhuge Tingfeng and his parents greeted us at the entrance, as well as 2 servants. My friends, please partake of my hospitality, Tingfeng's father called. I know your journey has been long, and I bid you rest and recover, for the houses of Zhuge and Yao shall be joined tomorrow. There was some soup with dumplings served to us. As we entered the little walled compound, Manhwa would get an actual room, while the rest of us were camping again. I sighed and lay down to sleep. Big day tomorrow. I wasn't getting to sleep. I tossed and turned on my bedroll, ill thoughts swirling through my mind. That incident with the bear bothered me. I had talked to Mei about the bear when she came to bid me good night, and she just said I was a lot stronger than it. Jinru hadn't been very strong. At least he didn't think he was very strong, and he got beaten up so badly he died. Strong enough to drive off weak spirit beasts, yeah, but it still should have been a fight. If this was a story, it should have been a hard-fought victory. I'd eventually defeat the blaze bear with guile or my technique, and then eat its spirit core and get the blazing bear scripture that I would then cultivate into a power that shook the heavens, or something. I'd have settled for Mei fussing over some injuries, though it would more realistically be her dad. He was better with medicine, or so she said. Instead, a spirit beast that I should have had a hard time with literally shit itself when I called on my chi and then begged for its life. Even if it was young, it shouldn't have done that. Not unless I was so far beyond it couldn't comprehend beating me. But I wasn't cultivating. Okay, I was cultivating, but I wasn't cultivating. I'm not sitting around circling my chi, I'm a farmer. I use my chi like a tool, and by the end of most days I'm completely empty. There were no breakthroughs I noticed, no bottlenecks. And I hadn't even tried to gauge my own power. The scent of flowers on the breeze, the suddenly thick underbrush around my legs. I rolled onto my side and called some of my chi into my hand, pushing it into the granite tiles around my bedroll. Nothing happened. The stones got a little reinforced, I guess, but when I put my chi into my plants, nothing else happened either. If plants grow too fast, they deplete nutrients from the soil. We give to the land and the land gives back. Was I unconsciously holding back? Every time I put it into my crops, it was deliberate. I wanted to reinforce and nurture. To make them better instead of making them grow faster, because I didn't want to damage my home. I wondered if I just let it go. My chi bubbled and swirled. Nope, I cut off the chi immediately, clenching my hand into a fist and rolling onto my back. I was afraid of what I would see. I gave up that life. I wanted nothing to do with the powers that be of this world. I had enough strength to keep people safe from minor spirit beasts, all those powerful cultivators, killing and destroying without a care in the world, crushing villages as collateral damage, seeking out others with power just to fight them. That was it. Trees strangling entire cities. The mountains venting their terrible wrath, the very earth rising up and going to war. An icy finger of dread crawled up my spine, myself in the middle of a field of carnage and staring greedily at the heavens. The strong get dragged back into the game for heaven. I'd like to think of myself as a decent person, but what would I do with that sort of power? The thought unnerved me greatly. Jin, Mei asked with a sleepy voice, rubbing at her eye, is something wrong? Your chi smells like. At this, her nose wrinkled, overboiled rice and peat. I let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, sorry, just a bad dream. I replied, waving her off, go back to bed, Mei. She squinted at me, considering my words, and then just kept walking forwards until she hit my legs. She keeled over and thumped beside me onto my breadroll. May. Her arms wrapped around my head and she pulled me into her chest. I could hear the steady thump-thump of her heart. She smelled like a herb garden. Sleep, she grunted at me. I let out a breath, and some of the tension drained out of my shoulders. Underneath, my chi burbled unpleasantly. May's warmth was gone when I woke up. I had obviously slept in a bit, but there was something else in my bed, something hairy and that smelled like a warm animal. I heard muffled giggling. I opened my eyes and the goat stared back at me, chewing its cud. It looked spectacularly bored with this situation. You know, I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. How the hell did they slip this into my arms without me waking up? The goat looked at me and continued chewing. Have a good rest, my darling. I asked it and somebody choked, trying to hold in his laughter. I stood and picked up the goat around its middle, holding it under one arm. The rest of the people from Hung Yewu were staring at me and trying to hold back laughter. To breakfast, my dear, and speak not of our tryst to Mailing, I declared dramatically. The dam broke. Gu Ren fell onto his back and started howling with laughter. My betrothed came out of the house to see what the fuss was about and raised an eyebrow at me. Oh no, she found us, we must away. I started in faux panic. Her hand met her face, but she was clearly amused. Jinshi sighed, wash your face well. Ah, they'd drawn stuff on me too, huh? I just shook my head with a smile. They got me. Whose goat is this anyways? I asked. Gu Ren didn't actually know whose goat it was. He thought it was the Zhuge's, due to him finding it in their compound, but they insisted it wasn't theirs. So after I finished washing the dicks off my face, humans never change, I set off to find the owner. I didn't have to do anything for the wedding yet either, and had been shooed off from helping in the kitchen. So here I was. A goat under my arm, placidly chewing some cud, and May's little brother on my shoulders, asking around town if anybody had lost a goat. Gonna be honest here, not how I expected my day to be going. I thought I was here for a wedding, not a side quest. But again, I was in no rush. It was kind of fun. I handed a skewer of meat up to Xian Jr. He had said that they smelled really good, so what the hell. I found a place to sit and deposited our goat. I handed her a carrot and she took it with the same placid expression. Xian Jr. slid from my shoulders to my lap, kicking his legs as he ate. I absently wiped some of the sauce on his cheek away with my thumb. Ho there, a man that looks a bit twitchy calls, I see you found my goat. Probably. What's your brand look like? I ask. The goat doesn't actually have a brand. I'm just bullshitting, but he doesn't know I am. Mr. Twitchy freezes, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Maybe not my goat after all, I'll just be going, he says, turning around and walking the other way. Yeah, I thought so, buddy. Well, we've got about an hour left until we have to be back for the ceremony. I lift Xian Jr. back up to my shoulders and turn to the goat. Well, let's keep looking. The goat gets up and shakes itself. We set off down the street. After half an hour of more wandering, we come to a little shack at the edge of town. Goat, which had been content to walk behind me, sets off with its hooves clopping. Ah, Lanfan, you devil, I was wondering where you had gone off to. I hear an elderly voice shout and an old woman stalks out of her shack, waving a broom threateningly at the goat. Lanfan looks unimpressed. The old, gray-haired and hunched woman harumphs and then turns to us. One of her eyes is gray and blind. Both are narrowed at us. And do I have you young gentlemen to thank for bringing this vile beast back to me? I make the appropriate gesture of respect with my hands. Yes, grandmother, she had wandered into the huge compound, and I sought to return her to her rightful place. The old woman frowns and grabs my hand, squinting up at my face. Her good eye rolls around crazily for a second, and then she focuses on me again. She harumphs again. You boys stay here, she demands and wanders into her shack. I shrug and wait. She swiftly returns with a kitten, which she shoves into my arms. Take good care of it, she demands. A good farmer should have a cat, and then she leaves. I stare blankly at the stripy orange kitten. This was a very strange side quest. I wonder what I trade the kitten for. The sword of +3. Tingfeng and Meihua's heads bowed 3 times towards the west. Yao Qi and Tingfeng's father and grandfather bowed to each other. And then it was done. It had been several months in the making, this wedding. And now, Mailing's best friend would be a 2-day journey away instead of right next door. Their parting would hurt, but she would endure it. She was happy that her friend was married to someone she actually liked. Tingfeng was a good man, and he would take care of her. She tried not to cry as Meihua caught her eye, unshed tears in them. In the absence of her deceased mother, it was Mailing that had done the traditional dressing of the bride. It was her who had helped to hand her away. Meihua's smile towards her was radiant. It was like the sun moved on her whims to perfectly illuminate her face, and the decorations around her took on vibrant new life. Mailing guessed that it was just her emotions getting the better of her. But for now, their participation was at its end. The young couple departed to their rooms, and the feast began. Mailing's heart was full of joy, but there was a blemish on the proceedings that had come out of nowhere. Mailing had expected this to be a joyous day, a time for Thanksgiving and a time to enjoy herself after the union was done. And then something happened last night. His once warm and refreshing scent had churned and boiled like an untended cauldron. He smelled wrong, like overboiled rice and peat. It was an exercise to get close to him, instead of just trying to gain some distance, but last night his face had been pale and mannerisms off. She knew something really must have disturbed him if he had told her to leave, instead of making even a token effort of getting her to sleep beside him. So she had braved the smell and held him tightly, no matter how much her stomach roiled. Her presence seemed to have been a balm, and most of the ugly churning had died down. When she had slipped out of his embrace in the morning, he was almost completely scentless. But then Jin started leaking, for the lack of a better word. The smell was slightly too sweet, the smell of overripe fruit. It was minute, but it was there, an undercurrent to his normal smell. But his smiles were slightly off and his brow was clenched with worry, even as he laughed with other guests and enjoyed the festivities. Eventually, he seemed to tire of even this and wandered to go and sit in the carts. Mei Ling smiled at her father and begged off some of the festivities. She picked up a pitcher of rice wine and a platter of dumplings and went to find him. They wouldn't be missed and things were starting to get rowdy. There would be many hangovers tomorrow, that she was sure of it. She found Jin on his cart, absent-mindedly stroking his kitten. "What should I name you, little girl?" Pushi. His lips quirked slightly into a smile. "Nah, that's just rude. You're going to be a good little girl." And though you may be a girl, this one is a powerful name. From a powerful, wonderful tiger, Tigor sounds good, right? The kitten yowled, snuggled into him. Mei Ling said nothing as she clambered into the carriage beside him, setting down the plate and the bottle. Jin looked slightly surprised, but he smiled for her. "You're too good to me, you know that." His lips quirked into a crooked grin. "Keep spoiling me so much and I'll become a useless man. Then I'll just have to set you straight again if that happens." Declared. Jin laughed, took a dumpling and a swig from the pitcher. They lapsed into silence for a while, listening to the shouts and the laughter of people having a good time. "Jin, yeah, you've said you're from Raging Waterfall Gorge before, but what kind of place did you grow up in?" He paused and his brow furrowed. "I've never told you what city I was from." He seemed bemused that it slipped his mind. His eyes defocused again as he reminisced. "Crimson Crucible City, out above Demon's Grave Ravine. It's a city. Most cities are the same everywhere you go. Noisy, crowded. Lots of people looking to make it big, and the gutters are filled with those that didn't." He frowned, "Never liked the city. Or any city, really. I'll go to one if I have to, but I much prefer it out here." He handed her the wine and she took a swig. "That's far away. Dangerous, too. The things that live near Demon's Grave Ravine make the spirit beasts here look like normal animals." She leaned closer to him. "Is it true that it's attacked by demons?" She whispered. Jin nodded. "I saw it once." "Well, kind of. You don't really see much through the defensive formations. Most people just keep on doing what they're doing. If the formation falls, everybody's dead anyways, so no sense worrying about it." Mei Ling could scarcely imagine it. To just go about your life while demons battered at the gates. She had seen scrolls of them before, but somehow they seemed more fantastical than cultivators. "All devilish bodies and corrosive chi." She handed the pitcher back. "Who taught you to cultivate?" she asked. "My grandfather." "Well, he wasn't really my grandfather. He picked me up off the street after my parents died of the demon's black hate. Watching somebody vomit up their entire stomach as well, it was pretty gross, I'll be honest." Jin grimaced, obviously replaying the memory. Mei Ling shuddered too. The reagents to cure it were expensive enough to buy the entirety of Verdant Hill twice over. "After a couple years, Gramps said I was strong enough and left, told me I should join a sect." Jin traded her the pitcher again. "Did you?" She thought he must have not, and instead traveled to the Azure Hills, likely to get away from all the demons. She took a swig from the pitcher. "Yeah, the Cloudy Sword sect." Mei Ling spat out her drink and started coughing. "Cloudy Sword," she gasped. That was one of the most powerful sects that she knew of, the indomitable Cloudy Sword sect, Bane of Demons. Masters of the Raging Cloudy Sword formation, and he left that. Jin shrugged. "I basically did what I did now, just with more spirit herbs. I was barely an outer sect disciple, so I did the laundry, the maintenance, and grew the spirit herbs. Fifth stage of the initiate's realm isn't much out there." Jin's grin was rueful. Still, even if he was barely a disciple at the Cloudy Sword sect, the fifth stage, that was nearly into the profound realm. Stronger sects of the Azure Hills had inner disciples that were barely into the second stage of the initiate's realm. Even the rocks of Cloudy Sword were the mountains of the Azure Hills. She shook her head. "Jin, why did you leave?" She was thankful that he left and came to their village, but she had to know why. He took the pitcher back from her and took a big swig. He stared at the moon with a frown on his face. The silence dragged on. Eventually, he answered her. "I got into a fight. It was a stupid fight. One of the inner sect disciples was looking for somebody to trade pointers with, and I didn't get out of the way in time. He kicked the shit out of me. Don't even remember his name. Broken ribs, shattered arm, the works. He nearly killed me. Or I guess he did kill me. My heart stopped, at least." Mei Ling felt ill at the confession. Jin took another swig. "The people who dragged me back to my room decided that they deserved a reward for being so kind to me and ransacked it, because there wasn't anything I could do to stop them. As I was lying there, bleeding and broken, I thought, what the hell is the point of all of this? All the fighting, all the stealing, the obsessively hoarding power, the race to get ahead and ascend. I realized that I didn't care about it." That ascension, that power wasn't something that I wanted to pursue if I had to keep company with those people. He looked back at her, his eyes full of conviction. If men like these rule the heavens, then I want nothing to do with them. I'll make my own slice of paradise right here. The hardness in his eyes faded. Jin shrugged again, so I left. Maybe I'm trying to justify my own cowardice. Maybe I could have mustered some noble reason to continue like I'll get strong and protect everybody. But at the end of the day, I chose to be a farmer. He paused again, looking at her, and his eyes turned sad. Maybe we rushed our engage. No, she thought, he's not doing that. He's not going to weasel out of things. It's good you became a farmer. She cut him off and he looked surprised. Any good man would want to rid himself of such company, murderers and rapists. Even if you were scared, you're no coward. Cowards don't fight to stop girls they barely know from getting taken by scum. He scratched his head and looked down at the ground. I'm afraid, he whispered. I'm afraid of what I'll do if I'll become like them. It was Mei Ling's turn to shrug. The answer is simple. Don't. He looked like she had just brained him with a shovel. Just don't. Correct. In fact, you're not allowed to become like them. Her eyes narrowed. You have a home to look after. You're not allowed to go gallivanting around the countryside, getting in fights. Your wife forbids it. She crossed her arms and stuck her nose up into the air imperiously. There was silence. She idly wondered what she was doing, commanding a cultivator. Jin burst out laughing. The kitten on his lap yowled in anger and leapt off him, glaring as it settled in her lap in seed. He laughed so hard he dropped the jug of wine, clutching his stomach. She flushed. Was he making fun of her? What did she know of cultivation? Maybe that was dumb. Sickly sweet smell went away. Jin grinned at her with his stupid grin. Of course, my darling wife, I shall do as you command. Forgive your husband's stupidity. I'll be generous and forgive you. Now stop moping. Honestly, today is supposed to be a joyous one and you've been doing this. Yes, Mei Ling. He agreed easily, hopping up out of the carriage and holding his arm out to escort her. Mei Ling smiled at him and gently set the kitten off to the side onto a blanket. They began their way back to the party. Just don't he muttered. It had been 4 days since the great master had left. Baida once more rose from his nightly vigil, for he had numerous charges this day. The Blackfurs had slept in shifts over the night, with some awake and tending to the spirit furnace and some asleep. Some were also digging shallow tunnels around the scaffolding, and their little heads poked out and sniffed the air before retreating back into hiding. Baida once more swept off the great pillars, and once more provided for his guests a meal of rice. This was supplemented by some of the normal herbs from the great master's garden, those that looked dying and withered. The little Blackfurs sung their praises of him, and he nodded his head imperiously. Thus he embarked upon his daily chores. The coops mucked, the floor swept, the garden weeded. The little Blackfurs followed him, observing his mighty form as he completed the tasks his great master had left to him. It was during the outing of the dreadful beasts, Chun Ki and Pai Pa, that he heard a commotion. The Blackfurs were sounding an alarm, pointing at the skies and squeaking with terror. They ran every which way in near blind panic. Even Chow Jai had hunkered down, observing the skies, but the crippled one stayed near his furnace. Baida directed his eyes upwards and saw the source of their terror. Rage overtook him. One of the wicked feathers soared in the air, its gaze locked upon his charges. At least Basie Boo, she had a form that was as wicked as his heart. The wicked feathers, however, dared to take his noble and righteous form. Their beaks were not straight and true, but hooked and cruel. Their talons were similarly bloodthirsty. Baida's noble form separated his own weapons. His claws could be used for manipulation, to tenderly care, while his spurs were for violence. The wicked feathers, on the other hand, could only grasp to destroy. It swooped into a dive, targeting one of the smaller Blackfurs, who had wandered outside the great pillars. This would not stand. Baida leapt into action, his powerful legs propelling him to meet with this foul creature. Aided by the draw of the world, the wicked feathers' dive was fast. Baida easily exceeded this movement. He noticed the small improvement in his speed as his chi circled around him and the blades of holy moonlight formed upon his spurs. The interception was swift and brutal. The wicked feather, for all of its speed and cruelty, was no Basie Bushi. With a single stroke it was slain, its corpse falling at the feet of the little Blackfur. With the sun at his back, he gazed down upon the little creature. It gazed back, awe in its eyes, struck dumb by his power. It kowtowed before him. He knew not what service such a small creature could provide, but he would not spit upon its pride by refusing. The little one got up and followed behind him as he walked back to the great pillars, and a tide of Blackfurs came out to meet him, Chow Jai at its head. Great magnificent Baida, you are truly a great powerful and generous lord, Chow Jai declared. Please allow this Chow Jai to add to your power to craft more wondrous pills for you. Let the little one's work toil for you so that your strength may grow. Baida, ever kind to his guests, saw no reason to disapprove, and so another pill was crafted from the heavenly herbs. It had been 5 days since the great master had left. Baida concentrated within himself, feeling the flow of his newfound power. His chi swelled, and he knew he would be able to take on 1,000 of Basie Bushi's ilk in single combat. His breath was better, his eyes were sharper, his spurs even more deadly. These pills were most efficacious. Surely his great master would see their worth. He was pleased that he had followed his great master's example and given these guests hospitality. Give and receive, as is the nature of the world. Once his great master returned, he too could partake of the fruits of the guests' labors, for the Blackfurs were terrible at fighting. Their tiny, squeaky voices chattered in terror when the shadows of the wicked feathers darkened the land, or when they shouted the alarm of a long slither or small, black-furred one of Basie Boo she's kin. They hid under their scaffold, or in the tunnels they had carved underneath it, and begged for him to save them. Naturally, he did. He struck down the threats to those under his care with steely eyes and no remorse. All who threatened the sanctity of Fa Ram were defeated. The little ones rejoiced in his victories and consumed the bodies of the fallen. Under his protection, they redoubled their efforts. And indeed, the Blackfurs and Chow Jai were an industrious folk. They constantly worked with that spirit furnace of theirs, the little ones holding their paws against it and filling it with their chi, while Chow Jai directed it. When they were not doing that, they scurried about on his orders, doing some of the more menial farm tasks. Teams of Blackfurs weeded the gardens, swept the floors, and ran around the perimeter, checking the great pillars. They mucked the coops and even braved the pen that held Chun Ki and Pai Pa, who took exception to their presence, once more voicing with their annoying squealing. They even dared to attempt to stomp and bite some of the guests, and he had to send them onto their rumps with the power of his wings. They glared mutinously at him for this, but they accepted his decree. Some teams went to the forests, picking up mushrooms and seeds. Some were tasked with ranging further and found more small herbs with chi in them to add to the pile or for his or Chow Jai's approval. They worked themselves hard for his sake so he could dedicate more time to becoming stronger. They took a minute amount, less than he or his great master would take, and they ate heartily. This left Bai De more time to look upon the world, more time to grow his chi, and more time to hone his kicks and sharpen his spurs. One of the Blackfurs, the little one that had pledged her loyalty, squeaked to get his attention, holding out to him one of Chow Jai's newest concoctions. He accepted it with regal grace and turned his attention to circulating his chi to refine the pill and add its power to his own. That night after he had finished refining the pill, he was approached. "Great magnificent Baida, this Chow Jai humbly implores you," the Blackfur asked, bowing low. Chow Jai requires some more of the heavenly herbs, as to so to refine his recipe. Greater better pills will follow. Baida, being a generous host, approved of his aims. The stock of heavenly herbs was high, and when his great master returned, there would be no doubt that it would be effectively limitless. It would be best to use them in this way. You are smart wise to see the value of Chow Jai's work, great magnificent Baida. I shall strive to make us ever more powerful. Baida nodded magnanimously and returned to his meditation. Tomorrow was the most perfect form of the crescent moon, and he would need to be ready to once more contemplate it. He commanded the Blackfurs to set up a night watch so that he could fully invest himself, and they obeyed, promising him their utmost efforts. It had been 6 days since the great master had left. Now, Baida stood with Chow Jai over the spirit furnace, adding his own might to the process. Many spirit herbs had been collected, many odd nuts and mushrooms and eggs procured, but Chow Jai seemed nervous of his next request. Great magnificent Baida, this Chow Jai would request something that may be insulting to the lord of this land. He bowed his head and wrung his great master-like hands. For this recipe to reach its full strength power, we will need blood. He cringed at this, but Baida gestured for him to continue. This would not kill any of the females, but their blood is thick rich with chi we can use to stabilize this component and bring us greater power might. With your leave permission, we shall harvest some blood. Baida thought on it. This could be like what the great master did. His chi went back to him. Baida was, however, loath to take what was his master's, but he felt close to some kind of strength increase. Surely the great master would not begrudge him. Some blood was harvested from the hens. The pill was crafted, with many of the smaller Blackfurs falling unconscious, even with Baida lending his power to the ritual. But he could feel the potency of the pill. This one would allow the greatest strength increase yet. Chow Jai bowed to him and presented the potent, feeling red pill. Baida took it with grace and returned to the great pillars to contemplate and refine. Chow Jai smiled as the rooster consumed the pill. It was time to weave his spell. His chi, along with the pill, entered the bird's body. It circulated within him and pushed, gently, almost unnoticeably, impure earthly desires. It was a subtle thing, for it had to be. Baida was terrifyingly strong for these lands, but with this it didn't matter how strong he was. A constant push was all he needed. The rooster would have strength as promised, but his strength would be Chow Jai's. This Fa Ram would be his, just a little more. He turned to his servants. "Eat, dispose of the corpses," he commanded, and the little ones hastened to obey, setting upon their fallen kin. Soon the numbers would be replaced. But he did not notice the horror of the smallest of them as she turned down her head and acted like she was obeying. In her mind, her own thoughts whirled. It was the 3rd day since he had met brother Chow Jai. Baida paused in his thoughts and recentered himself. Why did he think that? Brother Chao Jai was indeed important, but to think of him before the great master, he was a disloyal disciple for doing such a thing. He would need to perform some sort of penance for this. After he was finished in this stage of his cultivation, of course. It was the 7th day since the great master had left. Brother Chao Jai's pills had increased his power greatly. He could see the great pillars of this stage of his cultivation. Soon he would break past them and truly ascend. He would be the mightiest cock in the realm. He needed more power. He needed to cultivate more. The black furs would take care of the menial labor. He had to cycle his chi. He had to cycle his chi. All day he sat upon the great pillars. He did not move to eat. He took his sustenance from the air. When the black fur came to give him his pill, he disregarded it. Brother Chao Jai had his best interests at heart, and he had to keep cultivating. He had to get stronger. She had no name. She was small and weak, but she knew. She knew the Great One was in danger. Wicked Chao Jai had deceived the mighty and righteous bird with his pills and foul magics. He was twisting and corrupting him, but she had no idea how to help. The Great One, so consumed with his cultivation, had completely disregarded her when she tried to speak with him, to warn him. He would hear nothing of her pitiful squeaks, and she knew she could not oppose Chao Jai directly. She kept her act like she was as the others of her kin, but she knew the Old One was smart. He would see through her, and then he would take her. She would be the mother of the next generation. Ones that knew were rare. While the rest of her kin could follow orders, they had no true spark to call their own. They simply acted out the knowing one's actions. They were like the ones that held the same form as the great Baida, filled with energy that could be used but dumb. And Chao Jai had been waiting for a female to use ever since his mate died in the great purge that had destroyed their colony, and so the little one fretted. She could not oppose Chao Jai physically or with powers. That was doomed to failure. So instead she watched him and took note of his spells, how their energy moved and how she could neutralize it, hopefully. Now she sat in the pen near the giants, behind a bucket and hidden from view. Her kin were loath to come near this place, for the giants bellowed rage and hatred and attempted to stomp flat any interloper. Here she practiced with her minuscule chi, and in her mind's eye she wove and unwove the magics of Chao Jai. She was so consumed with her own thoughts that she didn't notice the giants until they had snuck up on her. A great gust of wind from their nostrils assaulted her, and the 2 giants beheld her tiny form. Their eyes were narrowed with wrath and hate. She froze and felt despair. They would surely slay her, as they had tried to slay all others. The giants' noses approached her, and she closed her eyes and waited for the end. It was the 4th day since he had met Brother Chao Jai. His cultivation was so close. He needed just that little bit more, something that was even more potent to push him beyond. He cast his senses around Fa Ram, trying to find anything he could use for that final push. He noticed the energy of the land and followed the twisting power into the ground. We give to the land, and the land gives back. Baida, as was proper, took a portion of his energy and offered it to the land. He did so unthinkingly, while something else derided such a thing as useless. The land reached out for his energy. And recoiled. The land fled from his chi. He was stunned, and then he was enraged. How dare the land reject his gift? He took care of it. He nurtured it. It should be thankful that he even considered it worth his thoughts. We give to the land, and the land gives back. He paused. Something was wrong here. But what? What had changed? What was happening? Brother Baida. Chao Jai's voice cut through his confusion. Brother Chao Jai would know what to do, for he was wise. We are ready to make the most great powerful pill yet. Come, you must see witness this. Baida obeyed, journeying with Brother Chao Jai to the spirit furnace. It was upon its scaffold, and all of the small black furs were gathered around it, as well as the hens and the chicks. Their legs were tied, and they were cooing worriedly. Baida hesitated. What was the meaning of this? This is the way method of the world, Brother Baida Chao Jai said. His grin spread across his entire face. The strong take steal what they need, whatever they need. These are good fine reagents. Their lives exist for us to use take as we please. In eat consuming these you will truly be strong. Yes, they were full of power, weren't they? He absently remembered something eating a hen and it being good, just like the heavenly herbs. His eyes turned to the pots of growth. How many should he use in addition to these worthless lives? The pots were nearly empty. A few sprigs of heavenly herbs were all that were left, surrounded by blackfur droppings. The land recoiled from his chi. The heavenly herbs were ransacked. There was a bag of rice overturned. The grass around the spirit furnace was wilting. We give to the land, and the land gives back. This was wrong. He felt horror in his gut as something brushed up against his chi. It was like the scales were torn from his eyes. Wrath burned like a star in his breast. How dare this disgusting little creature? His head snapped around wicked Chao Jai, whose eyes narrowed. His heavenly blades sprung from his legs, and to his dismay, the once pure moonlight was riddled with streaks of red energy and cracks of black. He turned to strike this interloper, for that was only what Chao Jai could be. How much disappointing. Internal impurity tremor. The tiny black flecks in Baida's body, so small that he had ignored them, spasmed. Like talons they drove into his muscles, innards and chi, biting deep. Baida screamed. The agony was all-consuming. Blood poured out of his mouth as the demonic technique took hold. Baida fell to his knees, nearly kowtowing before Chaojai. It is good that you did not release my impurities. This might have been difficult, dangerous otherwise. How did you escape my technique? Chaojai asked, looking bored and placing his great master-like paw upon him. It is no matter, soon it shall be complete. There were two triumphant squeals. Chun-Ki and Pai Pa's home broke open and the howling beasts thundered out. Their trotters tore up the earth as they made their charge, aiming directly for their hated foe. Very well. Chaojai shall play toy with you. Chaojai's ire was clear. He stood from defeated Baida. There was a sickening snap as his once hunched back straightened and he threw off his cloak. Baida was disgusted by what he saw. His form dared to take after the great master. Some of his fur was receding off his chest, filled with muscle. His skin was pallid and was filled with twisting veins. He had hands, not paws. His legs looked wrong, like they were in the middle of transitioning, and Chaojai's balance was unsteady, kept only upright by his worm-like tail. It was a perversion of the way of the world. Only through corruption could such a thing be done. Restrict Baida. I shall be done finished shortly. Chaojai commanded, and the Blackfurs hastened to obey. Chaojai moved and intercepted Chun-Ki. The great porcine beast tried to trample him, snarling with wrath, but even unbalanced and old, Chaojai's strikes were too powerful. He struck Chun-Ki in the leg and he bowled over, rolling to a stop and swiftly getting back up, snarling and snorting. The Blackfurs approached with ropes of grass. They needn't have bothered, so weak was he. His insides were on fire, both from agony and shame. How could he be deceived so easily? How could he have let such damage come to the great master's home? And now he would either die or be enslaved. Chaojai struck, dancing around stomping trotters and snapping tusks. Pai Pa was slammed onto her side, and Chun-Ki received 3 massive slashes across his face. He began squealing in agony. At least he took solace in the fact that the great master would be there soon, and this horror would soon be over. The Blackfurs would be struck low by his might and majesty. He hoped his energy would be returned to the great master, if he was worthy of such an honor. More likely his corpse be discarded and burned, for not even the land could find worth with such a worthless creature. 2 little paws landed on his back. Some of the agony disappeared. Please, great one, you must get up. The little Blackfur stared at him with hope and concern. It was the one he had saved. We give to the land, and the land gives back. No, this was not for his great master to see. Not for the great master to solve. He caused this problem with his naivete, and so he would fix it. When his lord returned, he would find his home once more pristine. The blades of cracked moonlight formed, wheel of the crescent moon. The surging Blackfurs, intent on restraining him, perished. The blades were larger than he was used to. The little one looked at him in askance, and he allowed her to climb onto his back. He felt the tiny amounts of chi she had circle around the impurities in his body. He swayed, but he stood. He was weak, but he persevered. Disciple Chun-Ki was laid out on the ground, bleeding heavily. With one last strike, Pai Pa fell too, onto her side and panting. Ah, you shall be tasty. A fine good pill, Chaojai said. His breath was heavy, but he still looked able to fight. Ah, the years have taken their toll. Soon, though, I shall once more break through. He turned to Baida, amused. Good, mighty strong indeed you are to stand after that. Now be good, obedient, and sit. This Chaojai shall be with you soon. He pointed his fingers at Baida. Internal impurity tremor. The shards of black wrenched, but otherwise didn't move. Baida took a step forwards. Chaojai's eyes widened. Impossible, he spat. Baida struck. His legs wobbled, but his heavenly lunar blades searched for his foe. His internal injuries grated, but he could persevere. They clashed. Chaojai was skilled, his arms flashing to block his strikes where the lunar blades did not cover. Baida wove around Chaojai's own strikes, the little one having buried beneath his vest as to not be thrown off, and protecting him from the internal tremors of the interloper's foul chi. Within 3 exchanges, Chaojai was panicking. His eyes were wide and wild. You worthless creature thing, you dare use this power against me. I who have given you this strength, I have freed you from serving your great master, the chi-less wretch. The squatter on a land too good for him. You could have been mighty. You could have been lord of this place. Baida nearly laughed at the fool. He had eyes, but he could not see Mount Tai. How could he not feel the great master's might? It was all around them. Instead, he let his spurs speak. Slashes appeared on Chaojai's limbs as he struck with grace beyond the old villain. He danced around the clumsy and desperate return strikes until he had an opening, the rising of the crescent moon. His blades burned as he rose in the say, as surely as the moon. His spurs caught under Chaojai's rib cage and tore him open until his heart was exposed, pumping feebly into the air. Baida landed and shook the gore from his legs, gazing imperiously at the defeated interloper. Chaojai hacked and gagged, and Baida allowed it. His suffering was good and just. I curse you, Chaojai gagged. His chi gathered as he managed to stand, his entrails hanging out. Baida held his ground, watching and ready to dodge. I curse this land. May it be covered, consumed in a tide of vermin. Curse of vermin. Baida's eyes widened as Chaojai drove his hatred and chi into the ground around him, poisonous tendrils driving deep. Before Baida's talons took his head, Baida collapsed to his knees. The little one squeaked in alarm as she felt something brush against her chi, but her proximity to the chi of the moon let her shake off the feeling. The rest of the Blackfurs howled. Their eyes rolled and their mouths frothed. They started biting and clawing at the land around them, half mad from whatever happened. Some of them fled, some of them died outright, and some launched themselves at Baida, intent on consuming him. Baida struggled to stand. He could not fall to such weak creatures. He could not be defeated so easily, even weak as he was. The great trotter of Sister Pai Pa landed on one of them, and her great bulk crushed two more. She glared at him and snorted in chastisement. Baida bowed his head, humbled, and staggered to his feet. There was much work to be done. A half-blind old woman stared at the carving of a rooster. It had a massive crack that had spread over its back, one that had been growing every day. Today, if the growth followed, the rooster would have split in half. Instead, the wood hung on cracked but unbroken. The old woman harumphed and put it back on the shelf. It was late in the day when Baida felt the land breathe a sigh of relief. The grass stood taller, the air seemed sweeter, and the taint in the ground seemed to shudder. The great master was approaching. They had dismantled the scaffolding, buried the corpses, and cleaned as much of the droppings as they could. Brother Chun Ki had even woken back up, though was in great pain from the strikes of Chow Jai. His eyes seemed duller, and Baida was concerned. Now Baida looked upon the spirit furnace. The wretched thing that offered its tainted power. His master would surely not want it. His blades of moonlight, his tainted blades, his price for his foolishness, bit into the furnace and destroyed it. Baida limped to the entrance to Fa Ram and awaited his great master's arrival and judgment. Unlike the rest of the people at the wedding, I didn't have anybody besides Big D to take care of my house. I had known a dog back in the before that knew how to feed the other animals, and Big D was about as intelligent and probably hopped up on chi, but he definitely wasn't foolproof or a permanent solution. While everybody else was going to be hanging out in Verdant Hill for the rest of the week, generally getting drunk and having a good time, I had to go back home. So first thing in the morning, I went to the exchange. There were government-mandated rice prices, but as befitting a Xianxia world, there were different prices for different grades, and this stuff was taken extremely seriously. With a bunch of stern-faced imperial clerks and soldiers who would examine the rice and make sure you weren't trying any funny business. Most farmers had green-grade rice, and that made up the vast bulk of the rice sold. So good, solid rice that everybody liked. Gray was considered largely trash, and for only the poorest sections of society, while blue was the good stuff that would go to nobles and other rich people. I fully expected my rice to be blue rice. Hey, it was damn good rice. I did have some pride, and my rice was obviously superior in quality and size to the other rice that was here. I mean, sure, I cheated a bit with chi, but hard work went into it. So I wanted the hour or so until the next clerk could see me, and I let the guards and clerk examine my bags. A bit of rice was taken from one randomly selected, and the clerk took several grains into his hands. "This is spectacular rice, farmer," the clerk said appreciatively. "Your hardship and toils have been rewarded this year. This is the best blue-grade rice this humble clerk has laid eyes upon." I smiled at him. It took a while to clear, but the land is good. The clerk nodded his head. "How many bags do you have for sale this year?" he asked. After the stuff I gave to Mei Mei, Yun Ren, Gu Ren, and for Mayhew's wedding 20 bags of white rice, I said, "I've got a bit more at home." This was all the cart could take. "The clerks and scribes of the imperial court here shall purchase all of the currently available rice you have to sell," the clerk declared. "Should you bring more of it, I would ask that you think of the imperial clerks here first. We would welcome the fruits of your labor." That was easy. We bowed to each other, and I got a receipt. The other clerks, when they looked at my rice, seemed just as agreeable as the first guy. Now I just had to take these hawk feathers over to this guy, and we're set. My feet thudded as I set out a light jog back home. I had gotten quite a good price for my rice and hawk feathers, so I had bought some good, solid jars for pickling and a bunch of salt for preserving fish. I wasn't the biggest fan of funazushi, and it would take a couple of years for it to become real funazushi, but it was good to start soon, right? Everybody had been understanding about my needing to leave early, though Mei Mei had been a little bit pouty about it. So I asked her to help me with something around the back and kissed the hell out of her when we were alone. The way her red face perfectly highlighted her freckles is always great, and bashful Mei Mei is good too. The way she looked up at me and bit her lip. Mei Mei was cute, so I went on my way. They should be fine on the return trip, and they had made that trip hundreds of times before without running into any spirit beasts, so all seemed good. Tigger was curled up in the cart and managing to sleep. It was quite a smooth ride, if I do say so myself. I absent-mindedly pushed a bit of chi into the road as I ran. Hopefully, that would help with potholes, but it was mostly a dirt road. Maybe I could make it better in the future, pave it or something. I certainly had the stamina and strength. Or I could pay people to do it, improve the local economy a bit. More thoughts for the future. When I first got here, I kind of had plans to go full hermit and do most of the things myself, but then I went and made friends and got a fiancé. Turns out most people I've met so far are pretty normal. Save for the cultivators, of course, and the distance between my property and everybody else was pretty big. If I had known the future, I might have set up shop in Hongyewu instead of what I did, but now I wasn't about to trade my property for anyone. This was mine, and I was gonna make it the best goddamn farm in the 7 realms. My feet kept thudding, traversing the empty road. I eventually decided to stop for the night. Even at my pace, it was still more than a day's trip back home at my current pace. Sure, I could have pushed it and ran like I did with the rice, but besides, this was my favorite spot and favorite rock. I briefly entertained the idea of taking the rock with me. Mei's what the hell Jin face was hilarious, and bringing our rock back to my house would provoke another round of baffled amusement. I decided to leave it for now. I didn't have any room in my wagon anyways. I went to sleep thinking about our house. It was going to have medicine storage. I should ask her about it later, so I can build it properly. You know that sinking feeling you get in your gut? It had started while I was eating lunch in the village, an odd kind of tremor. At first, I hadn't thought much from it as I finished my meal, but as I neared my house, the feeling became stronger. I started to get worried as I neared the gates. Had I been gone too long? Big D was a scrapper, but had a spirit beast ransacked my house. Had some disaster befallen it? Big D and Peppa were waiting for me at the gates. They both looked like the animal equivalent of having gone 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. Big D had blood all over his feathers. His once vibrant plumage was dull and stringy looking, and he seemed dead on his feet. It was all he could do to get into his customary bow, but I saw him twitch in pain as he did. Peppa was better off, but only barely. She had massive bruises all over her body and dried blood on her nose. She too dipped her head. A feeling of horror overtook me. My chi unconsciously bubbled, and both of my animals cringed. When Baida felt the great master's overpowering chi, he thought his rage had finally been roused, and his life was forfeit for being such a poor disciple. The little one squeaked in horror and awe, upon his back as she was. She nearly fell off of his body, such was her shock. Even he felt fear. The great master never roused his unknowable power to violence. It was always a calm, nurturing stream that dispersed into the air and ground. This was nothing so kind. The land responded to his wrath, bubbling and churning like a storm. He steeled himself for the great master's judgment, but instead of his great master smiting him for failure and dishonor, both himself and Sister Paipa were scooped into his strong arms and checked over for their injuries. His lord paused when he saw the cowering form of the little one, his eyes narrowing, but she too was spared his wrath. They were taken swiftly to the house of their lord, and his lord made even more noises of distress and concern when he saw the damage done to Brother Chun Ki. The lord disregarded the pots of heavenly herbs, not paying them any attention as he tended to their wounds with some sort of herbs. Baida was once more humbled by his great master. He cared more for his disciples than the treasures of his house. Even with his gross failure, he was still afforded a place within this blessed land. His eyes closed, and he finally allowed himself to succumb to exhaustion. I was not happy. Let me rephrase that. I was ripshit pissed. Big D and Peppa were bad enough, but poor Chunky nearly lost an eye to whatever tore up his face. The poor boy oinked pitifully when he saw me and snuggled into my lap as I tended to him. I used up nearly all the medicine I had. At least I had the foresight to buy it earlier, just in case something went wrong with my chickens, but pigs were a lot bigger than birds and needed more of the herbal poultices. I glared at the new addition to the house and not Tigger. She was staring greedily at the little rat that had been riding on Big D. What happened here? I asked, not really expecting an answer. The little rat bowed and pointed outside. Well, shit. I got a little tour from the little thing, accompanied by a bunch of squeaks and words that I could almost understand. Peppa trotted along beside us, adding her own squeals and oinks where appropriate. A mass grave, a broken pill furnace, some pills, and an absolutely hideous ROUS, rodent of unusual size. I glared at the master splinter-looking motherfucker of a mutated rat. The image of a fight nearly formed in my mind's eye, the feeling of foulness, desperation, and deceit. At least everybody came out all right, and that was the important part. I was in a foul mood the rest of the day as I stalked around the property, cataloging everything. There was damage, but it wasn't too bad. 5 bags of rice had been contaminated, chewed into and soiled, which compared to the amount left was a light loss. The most damaged were the lowly spiritual herbs. Most of them were gone with only 1 pot left. I had some seeds and they could be grown in winter with enough care, but I was still upset. Those provided most of the flavor for my dishes. The weird root I was keeping was fine though. You felt nothing till it came out of the ground, then you felt the chi. I honestly didn't know what to do with it, so I just put it back into the pot. I smashed the pills, mixing each of them with a bunch of water to dilute them. They looked a bit off, so they were probably toxic, and I didn't want them contaminating my farm. After that, I ripped apart the spirit furnace. The metal could be used for something, but I didn't care about the rest of it. Gross thing, all caked with black tar on the inside. While I worked, I thought. The rat had confirmed a somewhat uncomfortable truth. I knew Big D was smart, but that he was apparently nearly or as smart as a human. Same with Peppa and the rat, I grimaced. I had no intention of eating Big D, but if spirit animals weren't rare, that meant Peppa and Chunky, who I was planning on eating eventually, were off the table too. I had no intention of eating anything sapient. That was just wait, I had eaten a chicken while May and the boys were over. Had she been? I felt a bit sick to my stomach. All right, cognitive tests for everybody. After I burned Master Splinter because what the hell, this guy was nasty. I looked to the little rat waiting by my feet, her head bowed. Helpful friend, something told me. I smiled at the little girl and with a finger scritched her head. The little one preened and pushed up into my finger. All right, you can stay. I told it you need a name too for helping out. How about? Bida felt as if he had been trampled by Brother Chun-Ki. Even after the great master's ministrations, his body was protesting at every movement. He could not even perform his daily tasks, but the great master's benevolence was limitless. He was bid to rest and recover, and praised for his defense of Fa Ram, even though it was his fault that it was in danger in the first place. He had been taken in by Chao Jai's lies, and he was now shamed. He sat upon the great pillars, but today it was not to cultivate strength. Today it was to rid himself of it. The chi added to his soul was tainted, and there were impurities throughout his body, so he expelled his chi. He carefully released it into the air as to not infect the land with his own folly. He carefully examined his chi, each and every portion, and stripped out the parts that he could not be fully sure were pure. It would be the work of weeks at least, or months. Until that time he could not bear to look upon his cracked and scarred blades of moonlight. The impurities were another problem, but one that he needed assistance with. Sister Raizu, his master's smallest disciple, used her chi to coat them, and working together they broke them down. He knew his great master was righteous beyond compare, and able to sense good in the hearts of others. Even though her kin were wicked, Raizu's spirit was just, and she had been given a name of power and a place upon great Fa Ram. Sister Raizu spent her time with his humble self, or with Brother Chun-Ki, tending to his wounds. He recriminated himself in his mind for his ill thoughts on both of his master's disciples. They proved themselves far better judges of character than he, and he feared that Brother Chun-Ki had paid a terrible price for it. While Sister Pai Pa retained her spark, Chun-Ki's eyes had been dulled by the mighty blow to his head, and now he was crippled. The bitter taste in the back of his beak intensified. Truly, in this world, there was no medicine for regret. He would clean the pens in penance and kowtow 100 times before the land's spirit. She bowed her head to him and clambered up to her usual spot upon his back. Sister Raizu made sure she was accompanied by one of the other disciples, for the great master had brought along one to add to their number. Bida greeted Teague respectfully as she ambled past, and she turned her nose up at him. No anger swelled within his breast, for her derision and contempt was well earned. He knew not what to make of Teague. She had a wicked form, with sharp teeth and claws, almost as Basie Bushi, but if the great master trusted her, so she had to have a noble heart. Still, she was aloof and arrogant, ignoring the other disciples of the great master and going alone about her business. She slept in the great master's bed often, and he was very affectionate towards her, but she was of a carnivorous bent and eyed Sister Raizu most disagreeably. But she was powerful. For reasons unknown to him, the great master had left the taint that Chao Jai embedded in the soil, though he had a thought as to why. The curse called wicked members of Chao Jai's kin. Teague slew them mercilessly. She stalked them with grace that Basie Bu she would have envied, and her claws were the death of all that stood before her. Her arrogance was off-putting, but she contributed to great Fa Ram while he was weak. The great master likely intended training and food for Teague. Perhaps when she was mighty enough, he would remove the taint. But the previous week had clarified the need for multiple defenders of this blessed land. Bida returned to the coops and rested his body. He would need all his strength for tomorrow, and continue to strip the taint from his body. I seemed to be getting into the habit of giving female animals male names, first Tigger and now Rizzo, though the little one was probably significantly braver than my favorite Muppet, considering she went against evil Splinter. That little bastard had done a number on both my seasonings and on my animals. Big D was no longer as energetic these days, which was a shame. I liked him hopping all over my fence. When I asked him if he was okay, he just bowed his head and after a while nodded. Man, it's so weird that they're people. It was something I was still getting used to. Peppa was constantly around Chunky and was trying to goad him to play, but my poor little boy was still hurting. Rizzo was helping too, and the pigs seemed to like her, so I let it happen. Everyone seemed to be getting along well except Tigger, who was most certainly a cat. I had some suspicions about her too, seeing as she had limited herself to staring hungrily at Rizzo while brutalizing the rest of the rat population. She lined the ones she didn't eat up for inspection outside my wall, which was kind of gross, but she was doing her job. The rats went into the fire. Jin's memories related some people eating rats to me, and in some cases it was considered a delicacy, but rats are gross with the exception of Rizzo. She's a good girl is entirely too ingrained into my psyche, only if I'm starving. Still, even with the near-complete destruction of my spirit herbs, life goes on. Fish are salted and smoked, vegetables pickled, and the house is coming along nicely if I do say so myself. Right now, I've based it a bit off a Japanese design, the Satayama. Basically, the house had part of the river inside it, and you used the running water to wash dishes and had carp to eat some of your scraps. Only problem was I'd never done anything like this before, so there was a lot of trial and error going into this. Still, nice wood interior, and I was planning to have some windows. I would need to sell some more rice, but glass here was cheaper than I was expecting it to be. Some lacquer for the floorboards would be needed as well, but I had the frame up how I wanted it right now. It also would need some nice fireplaces. Sure, the winter wasn't as bad as I was used to, but there was no excuse to slack and not have the creature comforts I desired. Jinru had some experience on the streets, and I respected him for surviving it, and I had pretty much been roughing it for a while as well. That, and you could cheat a little, as it was Xyangxia land. Light crystals were a little pricey, but probably worth it in the long run, and if I could find a fire crystal, I could get a self-heating bath. Or a sauna. Hell yeah, a sauna sounds awesome. I'd been bathing in the river every day, but that would be pretty hard in the winter. Cold as hell, man. I yawned as I continued my wandering. I had been a bit lax in exploring my property. I had followed the river and found the boundaries, but for the most part I had been too busy working to have a real, in-depth exploration. So I had started going on longer walks and actually wandering through the more heavily forested areas. I hadn't really found anything too special yet. Nice trees turning into their fall colors. It was such a nice view, and it almost reminded me of Algonquin. I should invite some people to have a nice lunch and do a fall colors viewing. I always loved doing that in the before. Smiling, I reached up to grab a falling leaf out of the air. It was a lovely red color and perfectly formed. I froze. It was also a very familiar shape, spiky with 5 lobes, the bane of every child trying to draw the flag. Little key-shaped seed pods littered the ground around it. I thought Xyangxia land was supposed to be China. A massive grin formed on my face as I walked into a brilliant red grove. A single tear rolled down my cheek as I remembered. Laughter, the voices of my mother and father, and the simple joy of a walk with family. I just stayed there for a while, soaking in the smell of leaves and the crisp air, to roam the woods, to fish and hunt, and always to be free. The needles clacked together along with red yarn. I hadn't seen anybody for a month. Now that was pretty normal. I didn't see anybody for 6 months when I first got here, and it didn't bother me one bit. Now that I got the taste again for human interaction, though it was a little hard, but I persevered. The outer walls went up, as did the roof. Things go fast when you can drive in a nail with a single stroke. Getting the roof on was a little awkward solo, but I eventually got what I needed where I needed, so it was all good. It was going to be a change. The living room alone was the size of 6 of my shacks. It was also going to be the only insulated room this year. I didn't have enough rice straw to get every room I was planning. As for the size, I hoped to have kids and places for guests, so things needed to be a bit bigger. I grunted and undid the row I was working on. Tension was too tight. The sugar maple leaf I had gotten from the tree was carefully pressed and preserved, and I had added a second sign, beside my one, a simple carved maple leaf. I may be gone from there, but that place made me who I was. I'd like to think that my parents would be proud of me. They definitely would have liked mailing. It was a little melancholy thinking about these things, but all it did was drive me harder to make something that would be worthy of those memories. Life was hard and full of work, but good. All I had to do was make this better. And just don't be an asshole, like May said. I kept the company of my animals. Chunky had healed well, constantly tended by both myself and Rizzo, but the scars across his face were still raw and angry looking. While my little porkers had started pink and hairless, they were getting in a set of rust-red fur. Combined with his tusks and black mane, he looked quite fierce. Looks were deceiving, though. He was like a fat golden retriever, always bouncy and happy to follow you around. He also loved belly rubs. Peppa was more reserved, but when Big D was back in his coop and Tigger was off doing what she did, she would gleefully roll over and get her own scritches. As for Big D, well, he was getting better. I caught him practicing his kicks earlier, but he was still pretty mopey. Man, I never thought I would have to deal with an angsting chicken. The other chickens, though, weren't smart. They were the same as they had been, just chickens, which was a relief. A winter without chicken soup was a bad winter. I continued my knitting. I wasn't very good, mind you, and I was slow, but I could knit. Just don't ask me for any designs. It was a hat. A nice red toque. Toques need to be red, you see. Like red barns, they're just something that is. Tigger strolled up and hopped into my lap, making herself comfortable without a care for what I was doing. Chucking, I set down my knitting and let myself rest for a while, petting the little stripy thing. I sighed in contentment and leaned back against my wall. And so life went on. I never did manage to get anybody around for a proper autumn colors viewing. I had too much work to do. The preparations were never ending, and if I wasn't a cultivator, there was no possible way I could have done it alone. A cold cellar was dug and lined with my knockoff concrete to keep some of the damp out. I also invented a technique, a truly frightening fire-based attack that I used to surpass the will of the heavens. And by that, I mean I used it to defeat rain and dry things out. Works really good to season wood and keep things from molding. Behold, gaps in my knowledge and skills surpassed by my mystic wisdom. Truly, I am beyond all other men. I also spent a lot of time clearing leaves from places I didn't want them, and with the beginnings of the fall rainstorms, the rivers had to be cleared of fallen branches so they didn't dam up. I kept a careful watch on the river and kept an eye on the banks to see if my house would flood if it rose, but I think it would be fine, barring some truly catastrophic circumstances. I also wasn't entirely alone either. The clerks had sent a merchant to pick up some more rice, which I had sold 5 more bags of white rice. I may be being paranoid by keeping so much at home, but it was my first winter, so better safe than sorry. My second visitor was Yun Ren, who just dropped by to see if I was okay. It was rather touching that people were concerned about my well-being, and he came with some medicine from Mei as a just-in-case. It was a shame that she couldn't come around, but she was busy too. Still, I appreciated everything they did for me, and after marveling at my house for a while, Yun Ren had to go too. I got back to work. If my reckoning was right, the first snows would hit us soon. It was a particularly cold day today. Baide could see his breath as he sat upon the great pillars, and Sister Raizu was curled up in his feathers to ward off the chill. Baide's blades of moonlight carefully formed. They were still not as pure as when he first had them, but it was a vast improvement over the ugly cracks that ran through them before. Soon, they would be holy again, and not tainted filth. It was strange, he thought, that a time of closure that this autumn was a time of renewal in other senses, for the land seemed to be dying. The leaves fell from the trees, creatures burrowed deep and slept, and the air turned increasingly bitter. But he could still feel the land and its comforting presence. It was just tired. It would sleep and then awake refreshed, he was sure of it. As for renewal, new sprigs of heavenly herb poked out through the ground inside the great master's new coop, protected from the cold and rain. His master's female was a sage of power, though not one he could fathom, for she had little in the way of qi. She had gifted medicine to the great master, and with its potent power, Brother Chun Ki was beginning to exhibit once more flashes of thought. His eyes were brighter on most days, and his terrifying bulk more solid. Sister Pai Pa was beside herself with joy. Though she was still frightfully cross with him, he bore her barbs with stoicism, and they became less and less frequent with each day that Brother Chun Ki improved. Yes, a renewal in a time of ending, that was what this was. Baide turned his attention once more towards the spirit of the land. He bowed his head and presented his qi to it. The land gazed upon him and mulled over his tribute. Baide waited patiently, holding himself still and ready for rejection. Slowly, haltingly, the land accepted his qi, pulling it into itself and falling into a deep slumber. Baide's eyes opened. From the sky, great flakes of white began to fall, the heavens coming down towards the earth. Zhuge Tingfeng sighed with contentment and continued eating his lunch. He was greatly enjoying his married life. His wonderful bride was as enthusiastic about their marriage as he was, and he was the envy of all of his colleagues. To have such a beautiful and caring flower coming to visit had earned him many dirty looks, though most were in good humor or jest. Those that weren't knew that attempting something was foolhardy and likely suicidal. Everyone knew that a cultivator had once before brutally chastised a man for daring to express uncouth interest in his manhwa. They didn't know that Jin had attended his wedding and gave him a gift that even now the other clerks desperately wished to have. No silks or fashions, but rice. Rice that he got to eat every day and for every meal if he so desired. But Tingfeng was a canny man. To gloat about such a thing would be terribly disrespectful, and Brother Jin seemed to desire a simple life. So he endeavored to do his utmost to keep his peace and Brother Jin's privacy. Most simply knew him as a wandering cultivator who for some reason decided to make the area his haunt. Reception was mostly positive as well. Most didn't know what to make of cultivators. They were either the greatest of heroes or the most wicked of villains, but any man who would defend a woman's virtue without thinking of repayment was surely a righteous man. He took another bite of his rice. Some had thought he angered his father, to be eating brown rice instead of polished grains, but the truth was far simpler. Brother Jin had been adamant about consuming brown rice, claiming that it cleaned the bowels of harmful impurities, and when eaten regularly made one resistant to the quivering death. Naturally, he and his family deferred to this wisdom. It helped that his brown rice tasted better than most white rice he had eaten. Brother Jin's wedding gift of rice was humble on its first appearance, but like the man himself, its depths were vast and unfathomable. He would bet his entire salary that his imperial majesty would be pleased with brown rice, if this is what had shown up on his table. Work was fulfilling, his superiors looked kindly upon him, and his grandfather and father were proud of him. He had good friends and a good reputation. Life was good. For the Lord Magistrate of Verdant Hill, life was not good. His stomach churned and his eye twitched as he tried to stay calm. "They what?" he demanded. They sent a merchant, Lord Magistrate, one of his men confirmed. The captain that had been investigating the new commodity of extremely high-quality rice nodded with him. They sent a merchant to the cultivator's farm. After they bought his rice for blue-grade prices, drastically less than what the rice is actually worth. Yes, Lord Magistrate. And what happened to this merchant? I presume the cultivator was angry about this. No, Lord Magistrate, he sold him the rice at blue-grade prices, invited him in for tea and made him lunch too. The Lord Magistrate felt a migraine coming on. He waved his hand and dismissed the guards. At first, when the polite young man had bought his land, he thought he was some sort of cripple who wished to live his life out in peace. He agreed with the sentiment. Azure Hills were peaceful, beautiful, and safe. Sure, it was a bit of a dead-end posting, with no room for advancement, but he was happy here. The sex didn't bother them, and he got to be involved in the community. Sure, it was mostly to stroke his own ego, but having the populace genuinely like him did wonders for his self-esteem. They treated him like their stern and just patriarch, and that appealed greatly to his sensibilities. It was a small pond, but it was his pond. Incident happened, where this djinn had easily defeated a cultivator in the profound realm, and had gone so far as to say he was so weak he was an imposter. He wasn't. It was a genuine member of the Shrouded Mountain, but he certainly wasn't going to advertise that piece of information. So he ordered his men to inform the Shrouded Mountain that it was a wandering cultivator who defeated the boy, like Jin had suggested. It would hopefully prevent them from searching. When cultivators warred, mortals suffered. He was glad he did. Things ended there, or so he thought. And then his men had mistaken the rice's classification. He couldn't entirely blame them for it. None of them had the frame of reference, and few even knew that rice went beyond blue grade into silver, gold, and jade. It just didn't happen in the Azure Hills. Maybe in some of the cultivator compounds, but they didn't sell that sort of thing out here. Honestly, he was just waiting for some sort of retribution. He still remembered the verdant grass and sweet-smelling blossoms, the dead wood of houses living again. He stared at his lovely oak desk and imagined spines ripping free from the surface. He shivered. He pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose as he turned to his friend. "What do you make of this, First Archivist?" he demanded. First Archivist Bao stroked his chin in thought before answering. "I have met this man, Ru Jin as he is on his documents, and I believe that I have taken a measure of his personality. That he decided to accept the price in the first place means that he either did not know the value of his goods, or he did this intentionally. Intentionally, I would gather that he knows of your interdiction on his behalf, and wishes to provide some manner of recompense. The Lord Magistrate mulled it over, so he wishes to reward us for services rendered." He asked, some measure of hope in his voice, and if that was not his intention, he did not strike me as a vengeful man. I heard that he was searching for a recording crystal in the exchange. Perhaps we could accelerate this search. The Lord Magistrate sighed. Why did this one have to be so strange? Make it so, but do it discreetly. You're sure he won't destroy Verdant Hill? I would say it would take far more than this for him to become enraged enough to begin to destroy our town. Though I would say to avoid trying his patience. Perhaps he shall only be visited by merchants who know their place, and not men who only see a farmer with good land. Some of the roiling in the Lord Magistrate's stomach ceased. Yes, and this may also be a good thing. It seems he will continue to visit Verdant Hill, so it shall be good that we have friendly relations with him. Keep his privacy, and we shall only gain from his patronage, and it would be a shame to lose access to his rice. The rotund First Archivist said, nodding his head. The First Archivist shrugged. He will be here for decades at least, considering he is betrothed to Hong Mailing. The tension came back, along with the Lord Magistrate's headache. The First Archivist had the grace to look embarrassed. I hadn't told you, they are to be wed this spring. He slumped forwards onto his desk. Hopefully, things would be uneventful. Hopefully, a river had not just connected his pond to a lake, or worse, an ocean. His stomach churned unpleasantly. Otherwise, he would be going to an early grave. Jin has his name reversed on all of his official documentation. As Ru Jin, so most people looking for him are looking for Jin Ru, which won't stop determined people, but it certainly makes things just that little bit harder. She was power incarnate, she was grace given form, she was death made manifest. Her legs propelled her through the forest after the fleeing prey. She bounced from branch to branch, never making a sound. Her quarry stunk of panic and desperation as it dragged its maimed leg behind it. The foolish thing thought that it managed to escape her when she had let it run. A lady needed her entertainment after all, and this one was entertaining beautifully. It had been so full of arrogance when she had found it, so full of confidence in its skills. She had stripped it of its false strength and shown it what true strength really was. In a single blow, she shattered its pride, and its look of triumph turned to horror. But now, she tired of the chase. It was a small distraction, and tracking this in this new, white-blanketed world tested her skills. Sounds were muffled, and the snow hid things from sight. A minor challenge, but a challenge all the same. Her prey collapsed as its leg finally failed on it. It lay there, savoring its escape. She descended before it, her breathing unhurried. The look of pure terror upon the faces of the wicked were a balm to her soul. The rat cowered. The rat begged. The rat pleaded. If the heavens wished for you to live, then you would have not met me. The rat died. She strode away, her head held high. Another one of the wicked beasts that dared come into her territory was defeated, and it was her territory. The chicken was not up to the task. It was cowardly and weak. The others said he was some great warrior, but she disbelieved them. His slow, wincing kicks were pitiful. He rose not to her provocations, and so she allowed him to exist within her presence. The pigs were large but dumb. The less said about the prey rat, the better. Only she was capable of protecting this place. Warm hands and a comforting grip. You're a beautiful little one, aren't you? And the master could protect this place too. She supposed, though, it would be best that he remained unbothered. The land did not even notice her. She was nothing before the boundless power directed at another. Her breath was being crushed out of her lungs by the weight of the world as he stood there, a mountain rising to the heavens. The master's wrath was something that should not be roused, so she dealt with annoyances for him. He had more important things to do, like tending to his home and scratching her back. Yes. These were all worthy things for the master to do. He could even spend his time making sure the other miserable creatures had the slightest bit of skill, so they wouldn't be complete burdens, like he was doing now. Chunky boy, chunky boy, chunky boy. The master shouted gleefully, crouched down in the snow with his arms held apart in a stance, ready to receive his disciple's blow. She knew he needed not a stance to receive the blow, but was being kind to the dullard. Chun-Ki squealed happily and immediately tore off after the master, plowing through the snow. His charge shook the land, and the covering on the ground barely slowed him. If she had been hit by this mighty charge, she would not emerge unscathed. Though he wouldn't be able to hit her, she was too fast, probably. She might need to increase her own training. When Chun-Ki struck the master, however, he didn't so much as budge. The master caught him by the tusks. They began to rock from side to side, and the master easily bowled him onto his flank, laughing at his disciple's enthusiasm. Chun-Ki rolled to a stop and then eagerly righted himself, ready once more to receive the master's personal instruction. He was weak, so it was only right. His recent recovery from his crippling meant that he needed more attention. She would be monopolizing his bed tonight anyway. None of the others got that honor, so really, she spent the most time near the master. She bit down on the dead rat. Ooh, this one was tasty. Once more Chun-Ki charged, and one more the master received his mighty blow without a care, rolling him onto his side and scratching his belly, showing him how an enemy would disembowel him. Then he unleashed a series of slaps onto his stomach, miming a devastating combo of strikes that would have surely slain the oaf, had even a fraction of his strength been in the blow. Chun-Ki went limp, as he should, until the master let him up and began scratching his mane affectionately. She turned her nose up at the display and left with a flick of her tail as the master began to wrestle with Chun-Ki, rolling him around in the snow. She stalked her domain, heading towards the great pillars. The weak coward Baidu was upon them as he always was, silent and nursing his wounds. The little prey was on his back as always. She could appreciate that the rat had some measure of intelligence, always keeping the other disciples around so that they couldn't play. Baidu greeted her, but she ignored him and continued to stare at the rat who was observing the master's training session. She was a disciple, wasn't she? She ate the master's food and lived on the master's land. Wasn't it time she learned to contribute? She finished eating her meal, while the little thing cowered at her attention and accusation. She seemed to be trying to muster up her courage when they were interrupted. Baidu shook his head and stood. If she needed a sparring partner to test herself against, he would oblige her. She found this amusing. He had nearly been beaten by prey of all things. That he thought himself able to match her was laughable. Very well, this young mistress would teach him how the world worked, and then after this she would trade pointers with little Raizu. They both gathered on the ground as she washed herself after her meal. Baidu landed before her and bowed his head in respect. Fool, Teague pounced. Her form was impeccable, her sudden strike sure to defeat the cock instantly. She missed. No, Baidu sidestepped. She whirled, with grace beyond measure, and struck again, only to hit empty air. Her eyes narrowed at Baidu. He cocked his head to the side, observing her, and then nodded his head. Slow, he commented. Basie Boo, she was much faster. Fury overtook her. This preening cock dared. She would disembowel him for the insult. Her claw intent filled the air. Her mighty weapons unsheathed themselves. Baidu stood unconcerned. His eyes were closed. Her body moved with speed surpassing her previous movement. Her strikes were each that would slaughter 100 rats each, her claws extending past her own body. They tore into the snow and ground mercilessly, but they did not tear into Baidu. He moved with her, not a single feather ruffled by her passing. The coward ran, hopping back onto the great pillars, and she followed, unable to let her prey elude her. Over the great pillars and through its mighty construction they traveled, blurs of color. Her claws bit deep, even into the master's reinforced structure, proving her might. But she could just not hit this blasted thing. Her claw-chi sharpened. That he had forced her to use her technique, it was unbelievable, but her pride would not allow her to be made a fool of any longer. She was the master's blade. She was the most valuable disciple. This worthless creature was courting death, Her claw chi burst towards Baida's form, sure to finally land a blow. She did. Her blades met Baida's skin and stopped. She gazed in incomprehension. Acceptable, Baida informed her. He flicked his wings and she went flying off the pillars and into a snowdrift. She lay there stunned. How was he this strong? He was toying with her. She burst out of the snowdrift, snarling at Baida, her fur raised and eyes wild. But he was already sitting back down, his eyes closed. As the great master once said, pride comes before the fall, he instructed her. Wrath coursed through her body, but she forced down the feeling. She sneered. He would know, wouldn't he? Baida's eyes opened and he was at peace. Yes, he would. His hubris nearly brought great Fa Ram to ruin, even with all of his might. Teague sneered again. She would surpass him. She would never be so foolish. If his tail prevented her from making the same mistakes he did, he would be content. Her rage was building again. How dare he act so unaffected? Hey, Baida Tigger, are you two fighting? The master asked sternly, picking her up out of the snow drift. Ah, her master's warm hands. Baida shook his head in her distraction. Her pride stung that he was saving her from dishonor. The master sighed. Good, no serious fighting, either of you. She was stuffed down her master's shirt and against his warm body with only her head peeking out. Bliss, now let's go. The general that commands the winter isn't going to build himself. Baida tried to protest, but the master lifted him and the rat, placing them on his shoulders. The rooster looked mortified. He then started walking, calling Chun-Ki and Pai-Pa to him, gathering the snow in his hands into a ball. See, just like old times, he said, smiling at the senior disciple. This was not over, but she could not beat him yet. She would be his superior in time, though her training and skill far surpassed his. She would begin tomorrow. This was just too nice. Baida seemed to relax more and more as the master worked, with Chun-Ki and Pai-Pa helping him amass a great amount of snow. Finally, the rooster could contain himself no longer and crowed mightily, his voice echoing out through all of Fa Ram. It hurt her ears, the wretched beast. The master smiled. You tell Baida, he said happily, scratching his wattles. The next day, Teague allowed the senior disciple to have her attention as he kicked along the great pillars. He noticed her attention and invited her up. Come, he told her, there is no short path to power. She scoffed but heeded his wisdom. She blessed him with her presence, as she would surely make him surpass his own limits, training with her august self. She was very sore that night. If there was one season Mei Ling absolutely loathed, it was winter. The cold cut right through to her bones and made travel a chore. But the worst part about it was that everybody got sick. The shaking fevers and racking coughs always proliferated around this time, and it was her family's job to fix it. It was hard, soul-draining work that sometimes ended in the deaths of the patients. That was always the hardest bit, trying so hard to save somebody, only to have their life pass through your fingers. Still, she would count her blessings this year. Sickness had largely avoided Hong Yeewu, and save for the occasional case of the sniffles, things were good. Even the cold didn't seem as bad, which is why they were even out here at all. Her father had asked her to deliver a letter to Jin from Uncle Bao. He could have just gotten another messenger, but he told her to spend some time with her betrothed. Now, she trudging through the snow towards Jin's house. The snowshoes made things easier, but it was still difficult work. Especially for the two heavier boys. She was a little annoyed that her two guards were coming, especially Yun Ren. The narrow-eyed man had been even more fox-like than usual, grinning and constantly making references to her beloved's palace, calling her the princess of Hong Yeewu. She spiked some of his clothes with itching powder for his cheek, but even that couldn't keep the insufferable smirk off his face. The one good thing about the brothers being here was that she didn't have to forge her own path. Yun Ren or Gu Ren took the lead, switching off, and all she had to do was walk in their footsteps. Gu Ren more than Yun Ren. He was just as excited as she was to go and visit Jin again. The night they had spent on the road was cold, but not unbearably so. The trees provided plenty of protection, and Gu Ren's body was a furnace compared to theirs. He complained mightily about the chilly feet and clammy hands that pressed against his skin, but he rarely made any real effort to head them off. Furnace duty got him out of tending to the fire and cooking. They were getting close, she could feel it. Though instead of rice in the harvest, the crisp scent of pines and cedar filled her nostrils with the faint hint of something almost spicy. They trudged for a while longer, when for the first time in Mei Ling's life, she was caught completely off guard by something with Qi. A large, rust-red boar with a black mane seemed to spring up out of nowhere and on the path. 3 massive scars decorated its face and tusks curled out from its lips. It was a fearsome-looking creature, one of violence and destruction. Steam hissed from its nostrils as it beheld them. Gu Ren flailed, staggering backwards. The scent of pines and cedar was thick on the boar and entirely too strong for it not to have Qi. Mei Ling froze. Hey Chun-Ki, Yun Ren greeted it, entirely unconcerned, while Gu Ren tried to skitter backwards on his hands. Mei Ling let out a breath she had been holding. One of Jin's, the boar let out a happy squeal and approached them, moving aside the snow without a care in the world. Yun Ren grinned as he started scratching along the boar's mane. The porcine beast leaned into his touch, wuffing and snuffing with joy. The last time Mailing had seen him, it was hairless and pink, not this. Its shoulders already reached her waist. She could probably ride him. Yun Ren gave him a dried persimmon, and the beast was even happier, nuzzling Yun Ren's legs. It was a far cry from the regal rooster, who bowed and insisted on courtesy. There was another pig watching them from the path, probably. Haipa, if she remembered Jin's strange names right. The female didn't approach, but seemed satisfied with the affection Chun-Ki was receiving. Eventually, Chun-Ki got tired of greeting them and oinked, turning around to trot along the path. The clear path. They didn't need their snowshoes anymore. It looked like a combination of a shovel, and a boar's snout had done most of the work. Why didn't you tell us that Brother Jin's pig turned out like that? Gu Ren snarled at his brother. Because it was funnier this way, Yun Ren said cheerily as he walked and whistled. Mailing and Gu Ren looked at each other. They nodded. Mailing's foot smacked into the back of Yun Ren's knee, while both of Gu Ren's hands slammed into his shoulders. Yun Ren went headfirst into a snow drift. He caught up to them a minute later, scowling and shaking snow out of his shirt. They made excellent time along the path, with Jin's boar in the light. The female had disappeared, likely gone ahead. It was nearing noon when they finally arrived, and once more they stood outside the fence. The sign now had a companion, a carved leaf. Gu Ren squinted at it before shrugging. A maple leaf of some kind. Looks spikier than I'm used to seeing. Mailing studied it a moment before recognizing the shape. We've got a maple with leaves like that in the forest to the north. I think they're known as giant vermilion maples, or at least that's what Father called it, she said before shrugging. Yun Ren looked smug again. Brother Jin called it a sugar maple. What, a sugar maple? Gu Ren sounded excited. Is it like sugar cane? Do you cut it down and squeeze it? They reached the fence where the rooster sat. They bowed to the rooster, who bowed back. This time did not impede their way as they ascended the hill, staying on the fence. He smelled a little off this time, a little acrid, and with an underlying scent of medicinal herbs. I don't know, I didn't ask him how it worked. All I got was the name. I think he might have said something about what the hells. Yun Ren stopped and stared as he finished cresting the hill. Gu Ren burst out laughing. Mailing's hand met her face. Before them, on another hill, was a massive edifice of snow, taller than the Imperial Palace in Verdant Hill, taller than the buildings in the city that Mailing remembered seeing. It had the crude form of a man. Ash and soot made up its eyes, as well as buttons, entire tree branches made arms, and a bunch of carrots lashed together made a truly magnificent pointed nose. There was even a strange hat in construction near it, tall and cylindrical with a wide brim and made out of dried grass. Jin stood atop its head, his hands on his hips and grinning like a madman. He wore a bright red hat and lumpy-looking mittens. Behold, he boomed, his voice carrying across the farm. The general that commands the winter. Mailing was flabbergasted. She raised her hands in confusion as Yun Ren started cracking up beside her, struggling to comprehend just why. It was so dumb, that stupid smile, and he looked so proud of it. Eventually, she gave up and started laughing too. It was just too absurd. A snowball slapped into Gu Ren's chest. You dare mock the great general that commands the winter. Jin yelled in mock outrage. He jumped down into a drift and then sprung up to his feet, another snowball pelting Yun Ren in the face and sending him spluttering. The boys immediately started up a war, the brothers teaming up and striking back. She sighed. Boys and their games, they never grew up. A snowball struck her right in the forehead. I'm going to murder you sons of a flea-bitten whore. Mailing joined the fray. It ended with them soaking wet from the snow and exhausted, two things that nobody wanted to be in the cold, and could have been deadly were it not for Jin's house. And she had to admit, Yun Ren calling it a palace wasn't entirely without merit. It was big, certainly bigger than her father's house, with 2 stories to the building. Inside the house was incredibly warm, with a merry fire going in the fireplace, crackling and snapping. There was also no draft, and when the door closed, it was as if the elements were cut off completely. All right, let's get warmed up, Jin said, and they stripped out of their wet clothes. Blankets, warmed by the fire, wrapped around them. They leaned against thick cushions made out of leftover rice bags, filled with cedar fiber. Mailing's mind replaced Yun Ren and Gu Ren with 2 significantly younger children, one with green eyes and one with her violet. She shook her head and blushed, snuggling into the blanket. Jin made them tea and got them bowls of fish soup from on the fire. He collapsed onto the cushion next to Mailing and took a big spoonful of soup. Gu Ren was looking around eagerly. This place is great, Brother Jin. Yun Ren wasn't exaggerating things when he called it a palace. Jin blushed. Well, I might have gone a bit overboard with the size, but that just means that I can host more people. Brother Yun Ren, Brother Gu Ren, you two are welcome to stay whenever, so shamelessly take advantage of my hospitality. Yun Ren laughed and raised his bowl of soup in salute. Don't mind if I do. Not that I'm complaining, Jin said as he adjusted his position, pressing up against Mailing, but what brings everybody around? Gu Ren shrugged, boredom mostly, he said with a grin. Done most of the stuff that needed doing and we were told to take a break. Oh, and Mei Mei has a letter. Mailing started. She had almost forgotten about it, but she would need to get up to actually get it. She stared sadly at Yun Ren, pleading him with her eyes. He sighed and shook his head, but he got up. In the pack, top left. She told him and snuggled closer to Jin. Yun Ren tossed Jin the scroll, who opened it and began reading. He seemed a little confused and concerned until he reached the end of the letter, and he smiled. He looked down at her expectant face, considered for a moment, and then nodded. There was a little bit of a mix-up with the rice prices, but Uncle Bao sorted it out for me. He also said that there would be merchant going to Verdant Hill with some recording crystals. I was asking around for one earlier. Mei-ling cocked her head to the side. A recording crystal. What did you want that for? Was he doing some kind of strange cultivation art with it? He blushed, and his grip around her waist tightened a little, so I could record our wedding. Her jaw dropped and red bloomed across her face. "See, Princess Mei-ling," Yun Ren shouted. After their lunch, they once more took the grand tour. Their clothes had dried fast, and they were freshly warm from the fire. Only the room they had been in was mostly finished. The other rooms of the house were uninsulated, and their floors were bare. The walls were up and the roof on, but it wasn't yet a home. He had the beginnings of a kitchen, but he cooked in his living room and the fire in there. The rest of the house had the second floor blocked out, but not entirely installed yet. It was an odd house, very unlike the normal manors and walled in courtyards. The most interesting room in the house was the one closest to the river. In that part of the river was inside the house. It wasn't frozen over, for the walls of this room were the only other ones insulated, and it was very cold, but it wasn't as damp as they were expecting. "This is mostly for the summer," Jin said, "but it's for easy access to the river. Keeps things cool in the summer, like milk, and if you need it, cheese. Just put it in a container and drop it into the water, and it's easy to wash the dishes. Look, we've already got an assistant. It's been hanging around for the last week." And sure enough, a carp had risen to the top of the water, eager to get some of the leftovers from their soup bowls. It was a rather drab thing with brown scales and short whiskers. Jin rinsed the bowls out, and the fish eagerly ate what came off of them. "Aren't you concerned with it flooding, brother Jin?" Yun Ren asked, studying the banks of the river. A little, Jin admitted, but it would need to rise quite high and see this grate. At their nods, he continued, "It's a pipe and it goes under the house to the other river. If this rises so much it starts to spill over, it will take the water here back outside. Unless it's completely catastrophic, everything should be fine." They nodded. "I can't wait to see it when it's finished. But if you need some extra hands, call upon us. We need everything ready for our princess here," Gu Ren said, grinning at Mei-ling. Jin nodded. "I'll hold you to that," he said with a leer. "Speaking of extra hands, though, I'll need some help with how to build proper storage for medicinal herbs and the tools." "Are you planning to start making medicine, Jin?" Mei-ling asked. He had been attentive when she spoke on it. "I've an interest, but it's mostly for you. You said you liked studying medicine." "There's going to be a bit of a library here, too, once I can afford the scrolls and books." "Yun Ren, Gu Ren, out," Mei-ling demanded, cutting Jin off. The boys took one look at her face and wisely fled. Mei-ling grabbed Jin's shirt and pulled him down. There was no way that she could have bugged him if he hadn't allowed it, but he obliged her. Her kiss wasn't gentle. It was full of passion and fervor. She pushed, and Jin backed up until he hit the wall and then slid down it, pulling her into his lap. His hands reached up her sides, and she held onto his neck with both arms, one hand pressing into the back of his head so that he couldn't escape, though she doubted he wanted to. When they finally separated, flushed and panting, Mei-ling whispered to him, "If you spoil me this much, I might become a useless woman." Jin laughed at his words thrown back at him, though he looked a little dazed. Mei-ling decided that this look was very cute on him. Mei-ling hummed in contentment, laying in front of the fire. She would have drifted off to sleep long ago if the boys hadn't started getting rowdy again. Her bath had been pleasant, relaxing, and just the thing she needed. Jin had a building outside that had a large tub over what looked like the beginnings of a forge. With each pump of the bellows, the temperature increased, heating the water far swifter than she was used to. He had heated the water and added dried herbs to it, leading to a fantastic-smelling, luxurious soak. If Yunjin and Gu Ren weren't here, she could have maybe asked Jin to join her, even without them being married yet, but they were here, so after she finished, all three of them were crammed into the tub that had been spacious for her, but not so much for three nearly grown men, which of course led to them starting to shove one another, which escalated into splashing. And now they were running and jumping into the stream, into the ice-cold water, and running back into the tub while shouting and whooping. She had gotten an eyeful of all three of them when she opened the door to check what the hell they were doing, before wisely deciding to retreat. There were some battles she knew better than to fight. She loved them all, she really did, but heavens, those boys were morons sometimes. Still, Jin had good tea, the cushions were comfortable, and she had a medical scroll. It was one she had already read before, but it never hurt to refresh oneself. She was in the middle of reading the section on poultices when the door opened, coming along with the scent of the moon with a medicinal undercurrent. She started and looked up. The chicken, Baida, had opened the door and come in. He then closed the door with a flap of his wings. He turned to her, bowed in greeting, and Mei-ling inclined her head. The rooster was satisfied and clucked. From out under his vest, a little head peeked, and a small rat clambered off the rooster's back. The smell of medicine and the smell of the moon separated. The little rat bowed to her. Mailing once more inclined her head a little nonplussed. Were there more spirit beasts on Jin's farm than actual animals? The little creature got itself a tiny bowl, evidently its bowl, and served itself a small portion of the leftover rice. Hesitant, it approached her, sniffing at her smell. It squeaked. Medicine, it almost sounded like to her ears. Healer friend. Ah yes, I make medicine. She confirmed to the rat, and it brightened. Somehow. Helped Brother Chun Ki, she once more heard. The rat bowed low, kowtowing before her. Great master teach Rai Zhu. Mailing had no idea how to respond to that. You know, sitting naked in a tub with two other dudes isn't something I've ever done before. My memories of the before told me that this should be mortifying, but I crushed that feeling down. I had seen them naked before. Honestly, it was kinda nice chilling with the boys. Once we were all rivered out at least. I'd done a couple of polar dips before. They were bracing, but this wasn't too bad. And being able to get into what was essentially a hot tub right after with a bottle of rice wine. Well, that just made it fun, especially when it wasn't your rice wine. Yun Ren had some nice stuff. We sat around for a while just soaking. Yun Ren had one of my bathing cloths over his eyes, his head leaned back, while Gu Ren was deep in thought. It was one of those nice silences, the ones where you just enjoy the other person's company. Yun Ren held out his hand blindly, and I passed him back the bottle. He nodded and took a swig, while his brother started to frown. Gu Ren seemed to decide something and composed himself. Brother Jin, I was wondering, this spring he sighed and composed himself. I was wondering if you needed some help on a more permanent basis. I blinked, surprised at the offer. What about Hong Yewu, can they spare you? I asked him. Gu Ren nodded. If you don't need help, that's fine. You haven't needed help so far, but you're going to be married and if you're planning on expanding. I considered his words. I probably would need help. I was strong, fast, and enduring, but I couldn't be everywhere, and the harvest showed me that even a little bit of help made things a lot easier. But I also had my animals, and they were willing to help out. Did I need a permanent farmhand? I'll need to draw up a list of what I'm planning to do next year. I can't promise permanent employment right now, but there's definitely some things I'll need help with, and I'll need to work out what's proper compensation. Gu Ren nodded at my words. I wasn't expecting an answer today anyway. A thought struck me. Actually, I have a better idea. I'll teach you the way I grow my rice, and then you can teach the rest of Hong Yewu, or anything else I come up with. Gu Ren's eyes widened. You would share that knowledge, Brother Jin. Of course, I'm going to have family and friends in Hong Yewu. The brothers smiled at me. Well then, I hope I am a worthy student for your teachings. Gu Ren said. We stayed in a little longer before it was time to head back in. The tub was emptied and we dried off. As we walked into the house and happened upon a strange scene, Mei Mei was reading a medical scroll to Rizzo, pointing to each character and carefully enunciating each word. The little rat was sitting on her shoulder and nodding along and squeaking occasionally. With Mei Mei's soft smile and patient voice, she looked almost like a mother teaching her child. She eventually noticed us staring at her. What? She asked us. She's a better student than my little brother. We had leftover fish soup for dinner. One thing I had to get used to was eating lots of the same stuff every day, but it wasn't too bad. And every year I stayed and farmed, the selection would get bigger, so it was something to look forward to instead of complaining about the present. This stuff was a bit bland because the spirit herbs were still growing, but the rice and veggies were good. Man, I had really become reliant on the spirit herbs for seasoning. I need to find some other stuff. Well, that was something for later. I was just kind of lazing around. The only one of my animals that was still unaccounted for was Tigger. Chunky and Peppa had come in to warm up. Peppa had laid down beside me, while Chunky had gone to mooch more scratches of the Zong brothers. Mei Mei had finally reached her limit on teaching, getting up to stretch, and to get some of her sleeping stuff out of her pack. Gu Ren got up and stretched too. I'll take care of cleaning up, Brother Jin. He said and went off to do just that. It didn't take long for us to hear his giggling as he fed the carp. The thing was a damn vacuum with how swiftly it attacked the food on the plates, eagerly hoovering up anything you put in front of it. Well, it looked like he would be a permanent addition to the house. Like the garbage dino in the Flintstones. I wonder what I'll call him. Magikarp, Mr. Fish, Nemo, a thought for another time. Eventually, Yun Ren couldn't take the laughter anymore and went to go and play with the fish too. My kids are probably going to love that fish. The heavens knew I used to have a magnetic attraction to water. I was able to seek out and fall into the only puddle in the parking lot, or get all my clothes wet in the first hour of our camping trips. I'd have to keep a close eye on them. Jin, where did you get these anyway? Mei Mei asked, staring at my mittens with a bemused expression. I opened my mouth to cheerfully proclaim them mine when she continued, why did you even spend money on the mittens? Whoever made these was terrible. Ouch, I know I wasn't good, but they worked. I pouted. I made them. The hat, too. Mei Ling looked up in surprise. You have a loom, she asked. Nah, I knit them. I replied, knit. She looked like she was puzzling the word out. You know, like with needles. Mei Mei looked confused. No, I don't. Could you show me? Wait, really? I racked Jinru's memories, and they come up blank for anything resembling knitting. That was one of the more surprising things I've learned. Shrugging, I went and got my needles. I had made them out of wood and sanded them down until they were as smooth as metal. I took some of my leftover yarn and cast on the stitch. Ball of yarn was thick and chunky, just the way I wanted it, and it had been cheap as an inferior product. To be fair, it was a little itchy. Mei watched my fingers intently as the rows took form. I had been getting a little faster recently, but I was still pretty slow. Soon enough, there was the beginnings of a scarf. This is great. A loom is still better for finer detail and bigger pieces, but being able to make things while traveling is. She looked so eager, I couldn't help myself. I kissed her on the nose. She flushed at how close our faces had been and my surprise assault. Well, one more thing to teach. I don't know how good I'll be at teaching, and I'm bad at knitting. I can only really do straight lines and tubes, which is why my mittens look so bad. Mailing nodded and kept looking at my rows. Well, it looked like she still had some studying left in her. Grinning, I patted my lap. Mei got the message. She smelled very nice after her bath. All right, so to cast on. Our fingers worked. Gu Ren and Yun Ren eventually stopped teasing the fish and started getting their own blankets out. Gu Ren opened the door at the sound of tapping, and Tigger ambled in, looking pleased with herself as always, while Big D bowed to us all and started up his night watch. Mei started getting the hang of it, but it was getting late. Jin, do you have anything to divide the room? Mei asked me. I nodded. I had a couple of wooden dividers that could be set up for privacy, or just to section off the room. I realized what she was getting at by her sly grin. A couple were set up around my bed as the master of the house. The Zong brothers just rolled their eyes and bid us sweet dreams. I normally slept in a shirt and short pants while Mei had a sleeping robe, but I had something I wanted to see. I handed one of my clean shirts to Mei, who had stripped down to her doo-doo again. She raised an eyebrow at it, but she indulged me, sliding on the too big garment. We got into bed and under my covers. I have to say, the best thing about the new house was my new bed. It was a lot bigger than my old one. I still needed a down duvet, but for right now, well, everything was perfect. Our arms wrapped around each other. Her lips tasted of the pine paste we used to brush our teeth. There was an irritated meow from beside us. Tigger hopped up onto the bed and squeezed between us petulantly. Mei had frozen, and the cat sniffed her a couple of times. Tigger licked her nose and then flopped over. Mei snorted with amusement, breaking out into little giggles, and I started chuckling too. My arms settled around her waist, and our foreheads pressed together, Tigger sandwiched between us. I slept the sleep of the content, curled up under a thick blanket while the snow fell outside. Yee-er, Gu Ren howled as Chun-Ki dashed as fast as he could. He was riding on Jin's toboggan, lashed to the boar. Chun-Ki had immediately gone wild, running around the property and jumping over small rivers as Gu Ren held on for dear life. He salamaed crazily through the turns, throwing his weight to not get thrown off. Yee-haw, Gu, yee-haw. Jin shouted back at him, whooping as he continued to walk up the hill. They had come here on a sleigh. It was bigger than his cart and had obviously been lovingly worked on. The runners were worked to look like tree branches, and there were 8 pointed stars carved into the sides. Jin evidently liked the color red, because this too was to be lacquered red, and the stars painted yellow. Jin had mumbled something about Santa coming to town, and got a big grin on his face. That was how Mailing had gotten roped into finding out the favorite animal of every child in the village, as well as her own. She had no idea what he was planning on doing with the information, but he was obviously planning something amusing. The front of the sleigh could either accommodate Jin or his pigs. Both of the spirit beasts seemed to greatly enjoy being hooked in, and they trotted off at a sedate pace through the silent forests and into the back of the property, where the biggest hill was located. There, Jin had bought out a variety of devices to take advantage of the incline. Some of them were reminiscent of what Mailing remembered using not too long ago, or what her little brother was probably using right now. Jin's toboggan was just a fancy piece of wood, but Yun Ren had taken an interest in his skis, and was currently falling over repeatedly while Jin tried to coach him on how to use them. Yee-haw, Gu Ren shouted, and Chun-Ki obligingly sped up. Jin's other pig was almost daintily using one of the longer planks to slide down the hill, and then drag the board back up and go again. They reached the top of the hill, and Jin sat down behind her. Let's do the jump this time, he urged her, and she finally caved. Fine, we'll do the jump. She sighed and braced herself. She would have to take her little brother along the next time. He would never forgive her if she got to enjoy this, and he didn't. Sailing through the air was more enjoyable than she thought it would be. Come on, you little shits, move faster. If one of them falls over, leave them. The giant of a man snarled. Yes, boss, his underlings gasped as they continued their flight into the forest. He snarled to think the whirling demon sword gang was reduced to this. Those verdant blade bastards. To think he of the third step would be forced to flee. He would get his revenge. That young mistress of theirs would be warming his bed by this time next year. And he would sack 100 more villages just to prove a point. Boss, the boys can't take much more of this. His second-in-command muttered in his ear. He snarled again. "Fine, enough, we stop here for today. Ration the grub out. You and you, go scout ahead," he commanded, and his underlings obeyed. "Yes, boss." Camp was set quickly, and their meager food stores carefully rationed out. The scouts came back several hours later with news as the sun was starting to set. A farmstead had sprung up not too far from their old hideout. The boss of the whirling demon sword gang grinned. Tonight, they'd have some fun. Bida gazed upon those that took the noble form of the great master. From his perch up in the trees, they took no notice of him. He was tempted to fly down and offer them greeting, but something stayed his wings. Experience, that harsh teacher, had taught him both the folly of trusting too easily and acting too rashly. These beings that took the form of the great master did not act like they should. Their clothes were tattered. Their eyes were hard and full of foul intent. They slunk like the Blackfurs did. Like Chow Jai did, he could not make his decision yet, so he observed. He watched them closely as they sniffed around what was the great master's. It had been another great day. Who doesn't like going tobogganing with friends? Hell, it was better than the ski resort I'd been to, mostly because I could just kind of run up the hill. Eventually, Mei Mei and Yun Ren got so tired they didn't want to walk up anymore, so I just pulled them up. I was training my dating abilities. 100 reps of pull the kids to the top. Heh. Our lunch today had been some Japanese fare in the form of onigiri filled with fish. I didn't have any seaweed, so I ended up using the green part of a leek. It wasn't the right flavor, but it was still pretty good. They were grilled over a quick fire to char the rice a little bit and heat them up on the still cold day. Chunky and Peppa got their share of rice and veggies, but all good things come to an end. It was starting to get late again, so we were needed back home. Mei Mei and Yun Ren were pretty tuckered out. Gu Ren and Chunky, however, had to be coaxed back to the house. They were still bright-eyed and raring to go, even after hours of running around. But I managed to corral them eventually, and we set off for home. My only regret is that there was no hot chocolate, the one damper on the otherwise perfect day. I swear, though, I'll find a cocoa tree somewhere. Maple trees exist, so I'm reasoning I could probably find cocoa pods. Considering they were considered medicinal and a bit of an aphrodisiac, the chances of finding them in Xinxia land were pretty high. And then I shall have hot chocolate. Pepper and Chunky hooked themselves back into my sleigh, and we began the trek back home. My sleigh was coming along nicely. I definitely still needed some good jingle bells, and probably a horse, but Chunky and Peppa seemed to like the whole thing. Now all I needed was some antlers, and they'd be like Max from the Grinch. Soon Santa would descend on Hongyeawuville and bring gifts for all the good boys and girls. Sure, none of the religious reasons existed, but I always held a sentimental attachment to what the holiday had come to mean. It was the same reasons people here celebrated, mostly. Family, friends, and Thanksgiving. I hoped this would be the kids' first taste with gingerbread too. China probably has something like it, but I couldn't tell ya. I was still planning for my great Christmas caper when we got back to the house. There was nobody else around, with Big D and Tigger off somewhere. I fed my pigs their dinner and started thinking about some other important questions, like what was for our dinner. "Any votes on what to eat tonight?" I asked. The Zong brothers looked at each other and nodded. "Let us make you food tonight, Brother Jin," Yun Ren said with a smile. I have to admit, it was pretty cool to see them make hand-pulled noodles. They were fast, considering they also bought some chili oil and salted beef. This was going to be a great dinner. I eyed my small stockpile of spirit herbs. These would be the last until the new grow was finished, but to hell with it. This was a meal that deserved the extra oomph. They somehow found their way onto the cutting board and into the noodles. Dinner was delicious, if a bit more oily than I was used to. The extra zest was noticeable. Gu Ren sighed contentedly after we finished eating. "Things always taste so much better when we're here," he mused to himself. This got nods from Mei Mei and Yun Ren. Huh, really? I personally thought that the food at Hongyeawu was really good, but that may just be the fact that most of the time it was Mei Mei's cooking. She's good, real good. I collected the dishes and went to wash up. Sure enough, the carp was ready and waiting for me. I was a little worried how the oil was going to affect it, but he seemed not to care, other than to suck on the plates even harder. Gluttonous little thing. When I got back to the living room, Mei Mei had my peeper out. "Could you play like you played for me?" she asked with a hopeful smile. This is how I knew Mei Mei was absolutely superior to all other women. She liked John Denver. The man grinned as he heard the stomping feet and laughter coming from the farmhouse. Yes, these people were going to be ripe for the taking. Their guards were down, and judging by the house, they were absolutely loaded. Rich enough to build that monstrosity made out of snow, and if he wasn't mistaken, he could hear a woman's laughter mixed with the men's. This was just too perfect. It had been so long since he had a woman. He turned, going to report to the boss when he found a rooster. It cocked its head to the side and stared at him in the creepy way every chicken stared at people. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten much today. Nobody would notice the chicken disappearing. Grinning, he reached out for its neck to wring it. His fist closed around the rooster's throat and squeezed. The rooster looked spectacularly unimpressed. He reached out with his beak and plucked off the offending arm, tossing it aside. The man gaped stupidly at the stump where his arm once was. The pain hit. He opened his mouth to start screaming. His head hit the snowy ground with a dull thud. The rooster retracted his outstretched wing. No blood had stained him, and this filth was unworthy of his spurs. His suspicions were confirmed. Those that sent scouts ahead, that slunk in the shadows and offered no respect to the great master's pillars, were interlopers. And interlopers had no place in Great Faram, he called the disciples. From the trees, a stripy orange cat descended, walking behind and to his right. She prowled with unnatural grace, her footsteps not damaging a single snowflake and leaving no footprints behind her. She eyed the rooster with disdain that he dared to command her, but obeyed nonetheless. A large boar emerged from the gloom. His face was battle-scarred. In contrast to the cat, the snow parted as if fleeing before his unstoppable might. It vacated his presence, lest it be destroyed utterly. From the left, a second pig emerged. She was smaller than the first and moved with precision, stepping gently through the snow. She paused a moment, sniffing at the corpse, and then with a single dainty bite consumed it whole. She sneered with disgust. The things she did for Faram. On her back, a nervous little rat sat. She wrung her paws and fidgeted, checking and rechecking her little satchels of herbs, ready to provide aid to her fellow disciples. But the little one's resolve was set. She would follow this path until the end. The rooster gazed over their forms and was glad. He bowed in respect for the other's resolve. The cat sneered. The rat took a bracing breath. The pig raised an eyebrow. The boar oinked happily. They were prepared. Baida, the first disciple of Great Faram, turned his gaze to where the interlopers gathered. With great dignity, the rooster began his march. Each stride was regal, yet humble. His stature was kingly and yet not tyrannical. His presence was as bright as the moon, his intent deep as the darkest night. Behind him, the might of Faram followed. It was important to be well rested before a raid. That was the one thing that he always insisted on. You needed your energy to do what needed to be done, and being fresh meant that if there was a fight, then the boys were raring to go, instead of being tired and distracted. Sure, it made them a little antsy and aggressive, but he liked them mean. Not too mean, because then they tended to burn, then try to pillage, but just a little raw. It was going to go smooth. He and his boys could have a bit of a sponsored party, have some fun with the girl, kill the men, and then be gone. They were obviously rich and stupid. He didn't expect much in the way of fighting. 3 men and a girl against 30 bandits, 3 of whom were cultivators. One was on the first step, while the other 2 were bare initiates. And what if he Sun Ken, the whirling demon, sword himself? He would have had a 4th cultivator if that whore of a young mistress hadn't slain him. He would mourn his brother later. That they had to flee from the verdant blade sect stoked his rage. His fist clenched and he growled. His boys might not get a turn if he kept being this angry. Mortal girls were so fragile. Still, his boys were as rested as they could be, and they had some food in them. It was a good night for raiding too, with clouds covering the moon. Darkness always made bandits feel at home. There were some things one had to do as leader to maintain order. These speeches were one of them. He knew there had been grumbling about leaving the wounded behind, for even men like these misliked abandoning their comrades. But soon everything would be in the back of their minds. Gather up, you worthless bastards. Gather up, he commanded, his voice booming through their camp. His boys staggered to their feet with hungry looks in their eyes. Oh yes, they were definitely ready. I know what you want, so I'll keep this short. We got a bunch of rich bastards an hour's walk that way. They have generously decided to add their wealth to the whirling demon sword gang. At this, his men laughed. The mood was getting good. I know we've been through hell these last couple of days. Those verdant blade bastards thought they were hot shit, and we still managed to kill a bunch of them. But today is the turning point. Today we get what we need and what we're owed. A night beneath a good solid roof and all the grub you can eat. Some of his men started to cheer. This is what I promised all of you when you joined underneath my banner. A life to live instead of just exist. A life without the sex of the officials breathing down our necks. A life of freedom. The cheers got louder. Now let's have a good night. A wild night. A whirling demonic night. The men roared their approval when a voice cut through the night. Most of his men seemed deaf to it, but a small voice said to them, "This is not a good wise course of action, interloper. You approach the border of Faram." He froze at the voice that drifted in on the wind. Who dares approach the camp of the whirling demon sword gang? He demanded. We are of Faram. Thy scouts have perished for attempting to assault kill its disciples and interloping. His hackles raised at the statement, the voice drifting on the wind. His brothers formed up around him, their swords drawn. Our great master is a kind, generous soul, and you are not yet upon his land. So the first disciple instructs you thus, that you do not know the strength power of Faram is forgivable. Attempting to strike at it anyways is not. To continue upon this course path is to end thy lives. Show yourself, you coward. Show yourself, and this daddy will kill you swiftly for daring to dictate terms to him. You shall see the first disciple then, and Faram shall teach you. There was a burst of snow as something landed at the entrance of their camp. The men, confused by their leader's shouting, had drawn weapons and flinched back from the puff of chilling white powder. The men shifted nervously as footfalls echoed out, stepping assuredly through the snow. Sun Ken's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. The snow was abruptly blown away, wind howling from an unknown source. Sun Ken's blade inched out of his sheath, ready to strike. When he paused, incredulous at what he was seeing, he started laughing. A rooster, with a vest on, who dared to precipitate this absurd farce? You little shit. One of his men barked at the rooster and stepped forwards to strike it with his blade, and then he felt it. The laugh died in his throat and sweat beaded on his brow as he felt chi, spirit beast. No, wait, the whirling demon's sword tried to shout, but it was too late. The man's body hurled through the air, his chest caved in by the mighty kick. He slammed into a tree and fell, dead before he hit the ground. One could hear the hearts of the men hammering away in their chests, but their breaths were silent. They dared not breathe in light of what had happened. The rooster cocked its head to the side and lowered its leg. It walked into the bandit camp, uncaring that he was surrounded. The voice whispered again. The first disciple wishes to inform you that your disciples are very ill-disciplined, but he shall forgive you this time. The rooster gestured to him. You slink around the great master's land like rodents. The first disciple demands to know why. This damn spirit beast. An up-jumped cock dared to threaten him, calling itself first disciple. Fury burned in his gut at the thought. His boys were no match for spirit beasts, but he had slain many. This one would be no different. He would consume its core and put its flesh in his cooking pot. Sun Ken drew his sword and pointed it at the outnumbered avian. I am the whirling demon blade, Sun Ken. What I do is what I desire to do. I take what I please from your great master. I shall slay his brothers and rape his wife. I will burn down his home, eat his flesh, drink his blood, and sleep in his skin for daring to mock me so, sending a spirit beast, a chicken, against me instead of facing me himself. A more worthless great master I can't imagine. The rooster's eyes were wide in shock. Sun Ken grinned. The thing had probably never been truly challenged before. So you have chosen death. The little voice sounded angry and slightly fearful. The chicken screeched with fury. It was a shockwave of noise. Several men staggered backwards from the force of the rooster's cry, their ears bleeding. Twin blades of moonlight sprung from the rooster's spurs, and the snow seemed to explode around him as he moved. The whirling demon blade rushed to meet him along with his lieutenants. And that was when all hell broke loose. From the right, an enormous boar slammed into their encampment with a joyous squeal. Bones shattered, organs ruptured, skulls split. Its mighty tusks gored and savaged as it flung its head from side to side, intent on spearing and trampling everything before it. Where it strode, bare earth was revealed, trampled flat and wet with the blood of the wicked. The beast's presence demanded attention, for his grunts of happiness and squeals of joy forced all eyes to him. Men swung swords and spears with strength fueled by terror, trying desperately to halt its advance, but the mundane weapon simply bounced off its skin as it forged ever deeper into their ranks. From the left, a more measured threat came. Its trotters struck and kicked, its bulk carefully crushed and smashed. Its maw opened and shut politely, relieving men of their limbs before the offending objects were spat back out in disgust. The pig, for all its mass, fought with purpose. While the boar accepted blows, uncaring and unheeding of them, the pig gently dodged or daintily pirouetted between strikes and struck back with its own, never stopping its own thrust into the enemy's ranks. A tiny rat was upon its back, and occasionally the little beast would throw pepper powder into eyes or leap off to bite into fingers before retreating back to safety. These three were bad enough, but there was one more. From the back came death. Mere mortals could not perceive its passing. Throats split open, thighs were flayed through the arteries, eyes were blinded in a blur of orange. Some were merely crippled, falling down and wailing in pain and terror, while some tried to run, limping off into the forest and reeking of fear. But Death's eyes were upon a more powerful prize. One of the whirling demon sword's lieutenants leapt back from a mighty blow from the rooster, his sword nearly flying from his hand when it was upon him. He nearly died in the first 3 exchanges. He could not believe his eyes, as his sword desperately parried chi-infused claws. The beast bounced, springing off trees and the bodies of his men, claws scoring great furrows wherever it landed on flesh and leaving no trace upon the wood or earth. The man could feel it, the sheer bloodlust and glee the beast had, the predatory grace and savage fury. It was a tiger in the body of a cat. 3 more strikes were exchanged, and he threw the beast backwards, coming into a stance. He ignored the scream of one of his brothers as an arm and blood arced through the air. He sharpened his intent and focused his breathing as the beast stalked towards him. Go, he heard his leader yell, take the boar and return to me. One of the other cultivators split off, bleeding from a cut on his head, while the least of their number fell, struck down by the rooster. He moved into the first step of the whirling demon sword, whirling dance of blood. Bloody red energy collected around his blade, and his heart squeezed painfully in his chest as he forced out the incomplete technique. The beast's eyes widened. What came forth was the mad dance of a demon. His sword flew into befuddling patterns as she struck with crazed abandon. Each strike chained into the next as he spun, leapt and smashed. Each strike got closer and closer to ending the beast. He started laughing, red creeping into the edges of his vision as he embraced the power of the demon. Orange fur drifted on the breeze. Tiny drops of red fell. The cat landed and took a breath. Chi gathered as he surged towards it. Claw art, five-fold blades. A technique created from observing and comprehending the blades of holy moonlight. Blades of pure cutting force bit into the ground, extending as long as a sword. The cat's form blurred as it raised a paw and brought down the technique. His blade rose in defense. One blade was blocked, then two. The third he dodged by a hair's breadth. The fourth scraped along his ribs. The fifth cut deep into his arm, but he was through, his sword thirsty for blood. The cat's other paw rose from beneath. 5 blades struck true, biting up into his gut. One ruptured his liver. One punctured his kidney. One burst his stomach. One penetrated his lungs. One tore through his spine. Blood erupted from his mouth. His sword stopped, inches from striking the beast. He fell. The cat nearly collapsed, but caught itself, panting. Her eyes turned to the true fight. She could intervene and slay the pathetic thing that dared to look like the master whenever she felt like it. Her limbs shook whenever she felt like it. Baida chastised himself. His recklessness had not been fully tempered. He had dared to preach to Sister Teague when he was still so lacking. It was shameful. This wretched thing's words had driven him to near folly. It was bad enough that he was an interloper. He dared to threaten the great master's disciples, and his woman, the great healing sage. He knew in his heart that the great master could slay all of the interlopers with but a glance and flick of his fingers, but the words most foul had driven him to wrath. He had charged into 4 of those wicked men and barely survived the first few moments. It was not their strength that was nearly his undoing. It was their skill. No wonder Chao Jai had sought to corrupt his form into one that resembled this. Their bodies were optimized for fighting and wielding spurs made of iron. But he had trained greatly. His holy lunar blades were nearly completely refreshed, with only a few minor blemishes. His enemy's arrogance had prevented them from capitalizing on his mistake, and the timely intervention of his fellow disciples had given him the ability to fight only the leader. Teague had slain her opponent, while the last one flailed, assaulted with Sister Raizu's concoctions, Brother Chun Ki's overpowering might, and Sister Pai Pa's fearsome, beautiful maw. His intent was now completely focused. This Sun Ken's strikes were befuddling, a mad dance that he needed to use every inch of his ability to see through and comprehend. If he had started the fight with such a technique, he surely would have fallen. Holy silver clashed with demonic red as they leapt off the trees. It was a dance in the air as they fought for dominance. The man was spewing bile and vitriol, but he had centered himself now. His words were as rain upon his back, but he was tiring. Sun Ken's blows were mighty, and his skill undeniable. He would have to redouble his efforts. Small nicks accumulated on his form, and his spurs protested every time he directly clashed with the man. He drove forwards, dodging a blow that would have decapitated him, and landed a kick to Sun Ken's ribs. The strike made something crack, and the man leapt up into the air. Rising of the crescent moon, Baida rose to meet him, as surely as the moon. The man's iron spur intercepted the blow, demonic red clashing with holy silver. Sun Ken roared with fury. His chi thickened. His sword burned with unnatural light. Whirling demon slash, Baida's eyes widened. The spur struck 3 times in quick succession, hammering into his legs and sending him falling back down to earth. Sun Ken appeared an instant later, his spur screaming for blood. Baida's wings flapped, and wind howled, propelling him back out of the way. He glared around the silent clearing filled with corpses and started laughing. The great terror of the Azure Hills, Sun Ken the whirling demon blade, defeated not by the verdant blade sect, but by farm animals. How bad a joke this is, the smile fell off his face. Come then, one last blow, first disciple. Red surged around the man as he focused his intent. Baida panted. This was not working. The man gripped his blade with 2 hands, blood leaking out of his mouth. Madness and fury contorted his face into a demonic visage. Baida closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was nearly spent. Above him, the clouds parted. The half-moon hung above their heads, shedding its light upon the world. The half-moon, it had its own lessons. Like the Taijutsu, it was half dark and half light, but unlike that symbol, the separation was perfect. No light stained the dark, and no dark stained the light. His feathers drank in the holy light, armoring his body in the purest argent. Spiraling demonic whirlwind, red roared out, forming a ravening twister of destruction. Like demonic teeth, it consumed everything in its path. Baida charged to meet it, racing into the jaws of death. Baida howled as it struck him. He drove through it as Sun Ken spat blood, burning his vital energy in his last attack. The luminescent feathers faltered. His pure armor began to fail. Little red cracks formed. Like the fangs of a demon, the whirlwind bit deep, offering no mercy. It bit into silvery flesh and tore it to pieces. Baida screamed. The silver light guttered out. Sun Ken stood panting. He couldn't believe it. It was the strongest spirit beast he had ever encountered. He opened his mouth to shout his victory when blood poured out of his mouth. Sneaky little bastard. The man sounded almost impressed. A black, nearly invisible spur was embedded in his heart. Red bled into black as Baida revealed himself. A second rooster formed for an instant, made out of silvery light. split faces of the half moon. I woke up feeling just as great as every day, save for some weights on my body and a certain dampness on my chest. My eyes opened and I looked down. I was missing my shirt and I saw a shock of green-tinted hair. Maymay was still asleep, face down on my chest and drooling with a contented smile on her face. I chuckle and rub her bare back. I pause. Her shirt was missing too. I absently pull Gu Ren's leg off my throat where he's flopped down, in only his loincloth, and extract my leg from Yun Ren, who is at least clothed. I smile at the memory of our increasing rowdiness that eventually led to this. I'll admit, I was just a little buzzed, and not absolutely hammered like my friends after 3 bottles, but I went along for the ride anyways. Including the part where I had a Zong brother on each shoulder, while Maymay sat on their shoulders, forming some kind of strange human shape, like a cheerleading performance, while Maymay double-fisted rice wine. Drunk Maymay was hilarious. She turned into a dirty old man. She busted out that spectacularly vulgar drinking song about a brothel madam and a donkey, complete with pelvic thrusts. The Zong brothers were in tears from her song, and I wasn't much better, because she started getting handsy halfway through. I drew the line at her demanding me to pour what was left of our booze down my chest so she could lick it off. Okay, I didn't draw the line there, don't judge me. It was hot. Ah, good times. My hands circle around Maymay's back and I lift her up from our position on the floor. She's very light, Maymay. I could hold her with one arm and not feel the weight. I gently carry her to my bed and put her under the covers. I give her a kiss on the forehead and she murmurs happily. I itched my back. The Zong brothers get some blankets and are transferred to bedrolls. To be fair, they were light to me too. There was no real effort involved in moving them gently. I stretch and leave them to sleep for a while longer. If I had to guess the time, maybe 5 in the morning. I wish I could have slept a bit more too, but I was awake now, so I might as well get some work done. I look around and frown. I was a little surprised that none of the animals came in last night, especially Tigger. Maybe we got a bit too wild. I get dressed and head out into the cold. The farm is always silent this early in the morning, save for when Big D goes and sounds the alarm. There hasn't been as much of that lately, though. Tigger and Big D have been taking care of things without waking me up, or they've finally depleted the vermin population around here. But nobody is around. I frown. Considering for a moment, I look at the snow trails and start to follow one of Chunky's. It trails away from the house and across the river into the back left of my property relative to the road. I follow it for a while, confused and concerned because this one is long, so long that it's heading off the reservation. I'm about to break into a light jog when I see them. Everybody is trotting back home without a care in the world. I breathe a sigh of relief and stop my walk, just standing there with my arms crossed. My animals notice me and transform from triumphant and proud looking to suddenly like children who were caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Well, everybody except Chunky. He squeals happily at the sight of me and runs over, ramming into my legs and begging for scritches. I oblige him, scratching away. Peppa has something tied to her back. I wonder what that is. So where have you guys been? I question and wait. What happened to you, Tigger? I walk forwards and scoop my cat up. She's covered in little scratches and her fur has been shaved down in places. She preens into my touch, rubbing her head against me. We have been slaying vermin, great master, I hear Rizzo say. More spirit beasts. Well, as long as everybody is okay. Big D steps forwards and bows, as do the rest of my animals. And then there's a clunking noise as a bunch of swords fall off Peppa's back. Okay, what the fuck kind of vermin carries swords? I turn back to Rizzo, a giant, yawning cavern forming in my stomach. I have a feeling that this is going to be a difficult day. It was a tale straight out of a story. 5 brave disciples who fended off the wicked bandits. Each one of them puffed up when it was their turn to be the center of attention, save Big D, who just stood as if it was natural that he had led an assault against a bandit encampment without warning me first. My fist clenched at what the bandit had said he would do to my farm. I got worried when they described the techniques used, and I didn't know what to feel when they defeated the bandits and cleaned up. I was very concerned. I was very, very, very concerned. Okay, spirit beasts I could handle, or so I thought. The ugly mutant rat maybe a one-off. Defending the farm from pests, understandable. Fighting a battle against cultivators and winning. Maybe it was my fault for being lazy and letting them do whatever, giving them so much responsibility and not really telling them what should happen. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck to deal with this. Honestly, I didn't know how to feel about them killing the bandits. A part of me recoiled and screamed that all human life was sacred, that they should be detained and offered fair trial. Even if a fair trial meant summary execution or living out the rest of their lives as slave labor in the mines. Some part wished that I could try to talk to them, see the error of their ways like some kind of savior, and then we all lived happily ever after. But the bandit's words made it clear what he thought of that plan. Another part felt visceral satisfaction at their deaths. They threatened to hurt Mailing and my friends. They threatened to tear down all I had built. Trees strangled entire cities. The mountains rose up and vented their terrible wrath. The very earth rose up and went to war. Some part of me wished I was there, right alongside my animals. The last part was just annoyed. The fact that I had encountered the bastard in Verdant Hill and now this, the super rats, was the world trying to fuck with me. I stared down at my animals, my face as impassive as I could make it. They waited for me to praise them. They gazed at their trophies with pride. How long would it be until they started going on more adventures? They had no guidance. I left them alone and treated them like pets, even when I knew they weren't. How long until they attract some cultivator's attention? Cultivators who want to eat them and won't take no for an answer. Cultivators who want what's here. All they wanted to do was make me proud. All they wanted to do was live here. They'll just keep causing problems. They got offended on my behalf, on Mailing's behalf, on the Zong brothers' behalf. They went to war to defend them. They're going to ruin things, that peaceful life you want so much. Great master, they called me. They thought me brave and wise, strong beyond measure. The kindest thing they had ever met, who nurtured them even when he didn't have to, just end things. Try again with other animals, and this time no chi. I took a breath and bent down, my hand landing on Big D's head. It's simple. Don't. A small smile spread across my face as I started to scritch his wattles. My animals preened, basking in my attention. I doled out scratches and praise, and they absorbed it like I was their own father. Well, just think of it as training. They're pretty childish. Hey, if you can raise a rooster, you can raise a kid. Fuck dark thoughts. I'm ashamed I even had them. What the hell are you trying to get me to do me? There would be no more violence and hate here. No Xianxia bullshit. Life would be good, I would. Make it good, my own little slice of paradise, right here. For a brief instant, I felt warm, like I was being hugged. Something at the edge of my awareness twinged, like a rat squeaking in shock before being pounced on by a cat. The feeling faded. I picked up the swords. Come on, let's go get some breakfast, I told them. The disciples perked up. Everyone except Peppa, who looked vaguely ill. Mailing awoke to what felt like Gu Ren jumping up and down on her head. She was queasy and sore, and she had no idea what she did last night. This is why she never drank heavily. This and the fact that everybody always looked at her strangely afterwards. Nobody said why. They would just start laughing. She opened her eyes, expecting stabbing pain, but her eyes didn't protest too badly. In fact, most of her headache disappeared as she came to full wakefulness. The all-spry whore and the donkey that came in her back do o-o-ooer. Chug, 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 kai-ha-ha-ha-ha. Shake it, darlings, shake it. Come here often, cutie. Give me that butt, thirsty. Really, Maymay do it, her tongue running along muscles. Sweat mixed with wine tasted surprisingly good. Her face turned crimson. She grabbed Jin's pillow and screamed into it, kicking her legs under the sheet. You okay, Maymay? Jin asked. She could hear the grin in his voice and the Zong brothers' own laughter. She staggered out of bed and glared at the pack of idiots. And the animals. Last night didn't happen, she decreed. Jin leered, but what about the wine pouring? That was fun. Didn't happen, she snarled, sitting down and snatching the bowl of rice and egg out of Jin's hand. She glared around, daring anybody to contradict her. The Zong brothers just smiled the smile of men who had blackmail. She clicked her tongue and looked at the animals. At least they were. Jin, what happened to your cat? Jin's cat had some bandages covering her, and several places where the fur was shorter. Jin's smile became a little strained, but he still seemed quite happy. Funny story that. Kai Zilan was having a difficult day. She threw herself out of the way of a blast of flame and leapt backwards from monstrous claws trying to rend her in two. Well, it was more like a difficult week. The blaze bear roared savagely, its entire body igniting. It stood on its hind legs and glared at her. If she was honest, a difficult month. Or 3, her once pure white robe was stained with dirt, her hair was matted, and she had lost one of her hair ornaments. She was hungry, she was tired, and hadn't had time to cultivate for 3 months. She hated. Sun Ken, Verdant Blade Sword Arts. 2 green blades whirled at her command, cutting through the air. They stabbed downwards, penetrating beast flesh, but this just made it angrier. A tree disintegrated under the force of its charge. Her side twinged as the wound nearly opened, and she called back her blades. It had started with the whirling demon sword gang having the gall to attack Green Grass Valley. The 150-strong bandit gang had despoiled the town, slaughtered its inhabitants, and stolen a shipment of spiritual herbs meant for the Verdant Blade sect. They spat in her sect's face directly and challenged them brazenly. It was so distressing that her honorable father had spat blood when he found the message written in the blood of the innocent, proclaiming him a coward and a cuckold. Unfortunately, her honorable father had to attend the martial summit of the Azure Hills, a dialogue of all the top experts, and that was something he couldn't miss even for this. So she, a match in power for the arch-bastard, went with the forces of the Verdant Blade to slay the whirling demon sword gang and their leader, Sun Ken. What followed was a brutal game of cat and mouse. As skirmishes broke out, their mortal troops were ambushed, and they ambushed in return. They were laying false trails, searching every craggy hill and deep ravine, and stumbling onto burnt-out villages as they chased their quarry north. She flipped over a gigantic paw, her swords danced behind her, scoring more shallow cuts along the beast's limb, and then the final ambush had happened. Sun Ken had hit their flanks, while his brother, Sun Rong, sought to slay her. It was a battle, but her force of 10 men had all ascended to the initiate's realm. 11 members of Verdant Blade versus 150 bandits with the element of surprise. There should have been no contest. It had turned bloody far too quickly. She had slain Sun Rong, the whirling demon's brother laid low by the Verdant Blade's sword arts and sought to cut the head off the snake. But Sun Ken was canny and knew the battle was lost. He had managed to withdraw by collapsing the ravine and slaying one more of the outer sect disciples. It was an outrage that could not be borne. The rest were more heavily injured, so she had forced them to rest while she continued on alone. The pride of Verdant Blade was on the line. She had finally picked up his trail again and had been making good time when she ran face first into a blaze bear, a spectacularly angry blaze bear. Regret was not becoming of a cultivator, but she wished that compassion hadn't made her reckless. Her twin swords whirled and cut at her command, proof of her mastery, slashing down at eyes and trying to split open its nose. The bear shrieked with rage and she grimaced. It was too much to hope that she would be able to defeat it without truly fighting. She landed and took a breath, drawing on more of her chi. Verdant Blade sword art, 8 blades of grass. Her blades multiplied. 2 became 4, 4 became 6, and 6 became 8, the verdant blades growing like the grass of her home. She shot forwards, her blades following around her, with 3 splitting off to strike from behind. Each punch sent a sword forwards, and each sweep of her hand became a slash that raked and bit deep. The blaze bear was caught in a whirlwind of green steel. It roared and raged, gouts of fire erupting off its body, but its fate was sealed. She drew back her fist, and all of her blades returned to her, spiraling around her arm. She ducked under a last, desperate strike and thrust forwards into the center of the beast's chest. Her sword struck true, penetrating to the hilt, even as the bear's fur burnt her knuckles. Verdant Blade sword art, Lotus Bud. It let out a whimper, but raised its arms to grab her in a back-breaking hug. Bloom, her fist twisted. The blades tore out of the beast's body from where they had landed, cutting an 8-petaled flower into the spirit beast. It remained standing for a moment, a testament to its vitality, before finally falling. She let out a breath and collapsed to her knees, allowing herself a moment of respite. She touched her wound, and it came away slick with blood. She took a deep breath, and then she rose again. She would need to be careful, scouting today only. She could not afford to be found and taken to battle. She swiftly removed the bear's core and resumed her search. The trail was not overly hard to find. A 30-strong band of mortals, no matter how sneaky, could not keep their whereabouts hidden entirely when they had been so damaged. She followed their trail when her nose scented blood. She approached slowly, ready to hide should this be a trap, but it wasn't. One of the bandits was slumped against a tree, frozen in death. He was covered with wounds from what looked like claws, his eyes glassy and unseeing. At first she suspected the blaze bear, but his wounds came from far smaller claws. Kai Zielan was wary. Her search continued slowly. She came across another dead man, blinded and his face locked in terror. Another had fallen on his sword, and then she came into a clearing. The snow was trampled flat, several trees were felled. But there was no blood and no bodies. The trail ended. She didn't know what to do. She focused her chi, feeling around the clearing. But nothing, she felt nothing. She groaned and continued her search. Spiraling outwards, she found another bandit corpse, far from the clearing, this one too savaged by an animal. Eventually, she broke through the trees and happened upon a peculiar sight, a giant golem made of snow and a farm. She touched her hand to her side again, her fingers coming back slick with blood. She was starting to get lightheaded. Her swords couldn't float behind her anymore, so she had tied them properly. She would warn the mortals of the dangerous beast living nearby. Hopefully, they would have time to run. Sun Ken, Mailing stated, as she finished retying the bandages around Teague, or was it? Tigger, Jin slurred his words oddly sometimes. Raizu was watching her hands intently as she worked. Yeah, Sun Ken, the Whirling Demon Sword, leader of the Whirling Demon Sword Gang, wielder of the Crimson Demon Tooth, that. Sun Ken, Jin reached behind him and deposited a large two-handed sword in front of her. The supposedly demonic blade certainly didn't smell demonic, a faint afterthought of blood, but it mostly smelled clean, and a little bit like pine, but it was as the drawings of it. Crimson Demon Tooth. Mailing studied it for a moment and then turned to the cat. Teague nuzzled up to her, sweet as can be, for a thing that had apparently been out killing people mere hours prior. You're such a good girl. She praised, and the cat just looked smug. Good job on killing those nasty men. Jin looked surprised. Verdant Hill had to take care of the survivors once a few years ago. Nearly all of them were injured, men missing eyes, arms, legs, and the women. She trailed off, remembering the haunted eyes. The Zong brothers nodded their heads solemnly. It is a good thing that they died, Brother Jin. They normally never come this far north. I dare say there will be parties across the whole Azure Hills when Sun Ken's death is confirmed. Jin grimaced at this. I don't really want the recognition for this, he finally said. Gu Ren looked stunned. But you would be rewarded greatly. You could have wealth beyond. Gu Ren trailed off at Jin's sad smile. It's for the best if he just disappears. Jin said, after all, I didn't kill him. They did. What happens when the cultivators come calling, to see how a farmer and some animals slew the mighty Sun Ken? Gu Ren considered it for a moment and then paled, pausing in his scratching of Chun Ki. They take what they want and make pork belly, Jin shrugged. I'd do my best so that wouldn't happen, but no man can last alone forever. Baida, his rooster, looked incredibly affronted at this, but Jin's hand on his head calmed him down. They lapsed into silence. Well, enough of this heavy talk. I'll make the sword into a plow or something. Mei, could you help me with Raizu? I've been lax in there. Training, all of the animals perked up at this. Well, we'll have to go back to Hong Yewu today if she's okay with coming along. She raised an eyebrow at the little rat, which nodded its head vigorously. Great sage teaches Raizu, the little beast confirmed. Well, we should probably get going soon, Yun Ren said with a shrug. Definitely no bandits died last night, and Sun Ken's sword certainly won't be turning into a plow. It was always that way. His lips quirked into a smile. Gu Ren still seemed a bit conflicted, but he nodded too. I'll give you a ride home. Takes at least half a day off the journey, and I need that list from Mei. Jin said, mentioning his question about the children's favorite animals. They started packing their bags when Jin started scratching his back and Mei Ling started sniffing the air. Grass, flowers, and blade oil, she said conversationally. Jin sighed, sounding resigned. Well, I'll go greet our guest then. She was limping by the time a man opened the door. His face was carved out of stone, and he had a shovel in his hand. Things were starting to tilt a little in her vision. His eyes widened when he saw her. Greetings, farmer I Kaiziulen. The mortal cut her off, the impudent man, dropping his shovel. Holy shit, lady, what chewed you up? He sounded shocked and concerned. A woman poked her head out of the door and gasped. She nearly struck him as he approached swiftly, laying his hands on her and picking her up. Had she been well, it was an outrage that would not be allowed. In her current state, she was just glad she didn't have to walk. The door seemed a bit far away. Dangerous beast. In the forest, she slurred, be careful. She was brought into the warm house, and the farmer's wife began tending to her with surprisingly skilled hands. 2 others were there, following orders to get hot water and helping to tend to her injuries. It was very nice and warm in here. Jin put her on a bedroll. I need boiling water right now. Yun Ren, I have some bandages in my pack, Mei declared, already rolling up her sleeves. Rizzo hopped to beside her, clambering up onto her shoulder and waiting for instruction. I put the cultivator girl down as gently as I could as Mei started barking orders. Well, I had a cultivator in my home. It was a knee-jerk reaction that I just grabbed her and started helping. Somebody needed help, so you helped them. Even if they were a cultivator, I think she was trying to warn us about a dangerous beast as well. I wonder what that was, some sort of blaze bear. Whatever she was here to warn us about, she looked like she had gotten in a fight with a blender and lost. And a toaster, judging by the burns all over her body. I shook my head and grabbed the bucket from Gu Ren. Mei said water right now, so she'd be getting it right now. I had no idea if I could make this work, but hell, I'll go for it. I shoved my hand in the bucket. Chi was energy. Energy meant heat, right? I had been toying around with the idea for a while, but they were more idle thoughts than anything concrete. I didn't mind waiting for the stove to heat things. I pushed. The water in the bucket immediately started boiling. Like an idiot, my hand was in there and it didn't hurt. Huh, nifty. Yun Ren deposited his bandages and Gu Ren hovered worriedly. Yun, Gu, you two go take care of things outside for a while. Jin helped me get her clothes off, she demanded. I nearly made a joke about her telling me to undress another woman, but it wasn't the time nor the place. The Zong brothers ventured outside and I took another woman's clothes off. I was tempted just to tear them open, but she might be pissed about that later, so they came off normally. And Mei went to work. It was amazing watching her in her element, cataloging wounds and treating burns like the nurses and surgeons from the before. With Rizzo on her shoulder and that focused look in her eyes, she looked like some kind of fantasy character. It was cute and cool at the same time. Shut up, can't a man be distracted by his fiancée? The girl was pretty beat up. Numerous cuts and scrapes, a few nasty bruises, and 2 big cuts that would need stitches, along with burns up her arms. She doesn't have much chi left, which is why she passed out. She stated and sniffed. And I think one of these wounds has demonic energy in it. I know how to get that out, but it needs chi. She trailed off for a second. You think you could give her some chi? Is that possible? She asked. I rifled through Jinru's memories. They came up useless. No, I wasn't going to pork an unconscious girl. Seriously, man, that was the only way you know how. I could just try to do what I did with the plants. I shrugged. I could try. It might hurt her though. Chi generally doesn't play nice and I don't know any healing arts. Mei Ling bit her lip. Untested chi infusion, or some of the spirit herbs, she said, looking apologetic. Hey, it's what they were there for. That and seasoning. I nodded and got the spirit herbs. They were still young and so were less potent, but they were still serviceable. I ground them into the correct consistency while Rizzo watched me work. Mailing, meanwhile, got some more mundane medicine, but the herbs used in them were super effective. They definitely worked better than the stuff I was used to, considering how fast they healed Chunky's face. She applied these where she could, and stitched up the ones she couldn't save for the nasty one on her side. For this, Maymay used some kind of mystical stuff involving a bit of copper wire and a bucket filled with what looked like spirit herb tea. She had also drawn on my floor with chalk, referencing from what looked like her personal notebook. "This is to draw out chi," she explained as she worked. "I've only done this once before, and that was because my father let me siphon some of his out. He doesn't have enough to be a cultivator, but he does have some." She let out a breath after examining the formation again. "The demonic chi is damaging her spirit and body. See how it's leaking some pus right here and how the veins are going black?" I nodded. "So we need to get it out, and I'll need your help. I know how to guide the energy, but I don't have chi to start it. The spirit herbs should be taking care of it, but this stuff is thick, like tar." She put her hands on either side of the wound. My hand lay over top hers. I smiled. "Take what you need, whenever you need it." Rizzo eagerly added her hands. Maymay smiled. "All right, on three, just a little into my hands. 1, 2, 3, I let my chi flow." Maymay gasped, her violet eyes focused. I could still feel my chi as it latched on to something absolutely vile. A gibbering, ravenous thing that felt like rotting pus and diseased blood. There was an odd thrumming down the wire, and black, infected-looking chi spilled into the bucket. There was strength being siphoned off, and it writhed in the spirit herb liquid, twitching like it was dying. "This is very easy to work with," she muttered. "The last time I did this, the chi fought me and it tried to find its own path, but yours is so responsive. It knows not to disobey its wife." I joked, trying to lighten the mood. She rolled her eyes and continued her work, carefully siphoning off the demonic chi. The grassy field got stronger, and the demonic chi got weaker. Sweat beaded on her brow as she carefully extracted the impurities. One of my hands was on hers, one was on her back, a glorified battery. She was losing the battle. The verdant grass was wilting, turning brown from the corrosive chi. It smelled of rot and death, the lush valley corrupting into a charnel house. The demonic chi was tricky. It had hidden itself well, pushing and prodding at her soul and waiting until she was weak enough to pounce. It was bad enough that her body was weakened, but her spirit too was under assault, the last vestiges of the Sun brothers striking and biting at her. She thought it was her end when the demonic chi started losing power. It was being siphoned off by an unknown force, little tendrils of green energy defeating it with as much stealth as it tried to defeat her. She was blessed by the heavens. Either another cultivator had helped her or the mortals knew healing arts. Both were luck beyond measure. She redoubled her efforts, blades made of grass striking, stabbing, and pinning the demonic chi, and letting her healers further help her. The demonic chi screamed and cursed, but it was all for naught. The last vestiges of corruption were lifted from her soul, and comforting darkness embraced her. Mailing was panting by the end. Her face was flushed, her brow was slick with sweat, and she had a triumphant grin on her face. Gods, she was beautiful. Her face flushed, and she looked away. Ah, I had said that out loud. "Gods, you're beautiful," I told her again. I kissed her on the forehead, and she buried her head onto my neck, sighing with exhaustion and contentment. The pail of water was slightly sludgy looking. I had no idea what to do with it. It looked pretty nasty. I'd have to dilute it again, and hopefully that would be enough. Maybe some chi into it to make it less toxic. I carried the cultivator girl to my bed. She had been put into one of my shirts to preserve her modesty. There was no disguising that one of her wounds was packed with lowly spiritual herbs, something that may cause me problems in the future, but I would deal with them when they came. The cultivator girl spent the rest of the day asleep. My friends didn't end up going back home that day, but it was all good. I had been procrastinating all day. The cultivator had provided a distraction, as had the Zong brothers when they started making crude jokes about me undressing her. I'll be honest, they were in pretty bad taste. Seriously, she had just got the shit kicked out of her. She might be attractive under the black eye and split lips, but there was no point in gawping. Partially why I wasn't bothered when Maymay asked me to get her undressed. There's nothing sexy about blood, bruises, and wounds starting to leak pus. Quite honestly, I'm glad Maymay was there so I had something to focus on. I'm not particularly squeamish, but that was pretty hard to look at. But now, as the sun started to set, I would need to do it. I could put it off until tomorrow, but I needed to do this in no time like the present. "Big D, could you get the rest of the disciples and gather at the old house?" I asked him. Are any of them really mine anymore?" The rooster snapped to attention and hastened to follow my orders. This wasn't a conversion I could say I was looking forward to, but it was one that needed to happen. I wondered how they would react. Baidu sat with the other disciples at the great master's old coop. The master had bid them gather here, away from his new coup, so that he could speak with them in private. He was concerned about the interloper, who had acted like Chaojai, feigning weakness. But the great master was the great master. His insight was beyond Baidu's comprehension. This person would surely be worthy of the benevolence the great master graced her with, once she woke up, of course. She was tended to by the great sage of healing, so her recovery was assured. Perhaps she was to become his female. The great master would need many females, if only to make sure his offspring inherited his spark. He was growing worried about his females and his own abilities. Those he had fathered displayed none of his own ability. He would think it restricted to the male half, but the young cock he had sired displayed nothing. Nothing but annoyance at Baida's mastery of the flock. At least it had some intelligence. He knew it was folly to challenge him. Still, it was not all a waste. Their chi would go to the great master, who would continue to grow and nurture them all. He had guided them all greatly, and yet the great master considered himself lax in their training. Truly, his master's depths were incomprehensible, and now they sat in front of their lord, awaiting his instruction. He observed them with an impenetrable gaze, his eyes roving over their forms. Sat down with them, lowering himself to their level. The disciples gasped as he bowed his head to them. Fa ram from predators. You have taken up arms in its defense against vile men. The disciples were struck dumb, and they bowed their own heads, kowtowing before their great master. All they had done was attempt to repay his benevolence. The heavenly herbs, the medicine, his protecting them until they could protect themselves, forgiving their mistakes, especially his mistakes. He need not thank them. No, I must. And I have not been valuing you as I should have. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He seemed to be deciding on what to say. What do you want out of life? He asked them. The disciples replied as one, to defend great Fa Ram and see it grow. The great master smiled at them. That is a good goal, a noble goal, to defend your home and see it prosper. I'm glad that you think that our Fa Ram is worth protecting. I want to see it grow too. He paused and considered another question. Why do you want to cultivate strength? To defend Fa Ram was once more the reply. Oh, most human cultivators say that it is to defy the will of heaven, to ascend past your limits and become immortal, a ruler of the world. It is what I once desired, after all. The disciples listened raptly. They knew nothing of their great master before his life in Fa Ram. Baida knew they were about to receive some profound wisdom. Let's talk about choices. Everything begins with a choice. Every person must choose what it is they want to do in their lives, what they desire and what they wish to do to obtain those desires. These aren't things I can dictate to you. They are for you to decide freely. Sometimes we may feel like we have no choice, that only one option is available to us, but it is always there. If you wish to walk away from this place, I will not stop you. If you wish to stay, you will always have a place here. Leave great Fa Ram. The thought was unthinkable to Baida. While we are free to choose, remember, the choices you make will always have consequences. Saving somebody may backfire. It may not. Killing somebody may bring you great power, but it may also spell your doom. Our choices guide us. They forge us. We may make our choices, but in the end, our choices make us. Baida was silent, drinking in his master's profound words. Let me tell you the story of Jin and the choice that he made. Let me tell you why this Fa Ram exists. Baida needed to meditate. They all did. They needed time to digest their great master's story, of the power of the cultivators, the ways to cultivate, that their great master was one of the least of them. It was a night of revelations, the race to the heavens. It sounded absurd and right at the same time, to walk the path of the warrior, never flinching and driving one's enemies before them. Something in it appealed to him greatly, to venture forth and claim the world. But his great master had seemed so sad when talking about it, so disappointed. Baida remembered Chao Jai. He remembered the feeling of lusting for power, of how he considered slaying his own children, too young to have the spark, of consuming the hens and leaving nothing left. His mind conjured an image of total desolation, of rampant slaughter, of taking from the earth without giving. He remembered the days spent with his great master, tending to the fields, playing in the river, helping him keep watch at night, of his great master helping and nurturing them even though they were not human. He cared not for their flesh or their cores. He wanted them to live. He wanted to guide them. He wanted them to have good lives. He was once more humbled by his great master's benevolence. He knew that he had jumped at power when it was offered to him. He jumped at power and faced the consequences that lasted to this day. His lord had said it was better to be kind and get burned than live your life as a monster, living a life of cruelty and wrath, taking and taking without caring for others. Indeed, if he had been cruel to Chao Jai, he never would have been hurt. His spurs would remain unmarred. He would be as he was, arrogant and prideful. But if he had been cruel, he never would have earned the friendship of Sister Raizu. He never would have gained appreciation for Chun Ki, and Pai Pa. Compassion and kindness had hurt him. But it had also been his salvation. It was the reason why he could stand tall and proclaim himself a great disciple. He gazed upon the moon, that wonderful celestial object. There were some that wanted to tear it from the sky. There were some who could not see its glory, men who were so focused on achieving power in the future that they could not see the present. His great master was correct, he decided. To covet power was not the path forwards. To race for the heavens to claim them was folly. Like his great master said, why claim the heavens when you could make your own? He offered his supplication to the earth. The sleepy energy took what he offered without hesitation and seemed to sigh in contentment. Something broke inside him, like the ice on the river being broken. His eyes saw more clearly. His breath was more perfect. His plumage radiant. He disregarded his breakthrough. He had a moon to observe, and its radiance was much more important. When do you think she'll wake up? Dunno. Could be days, could be weeks. She's pretty messed up. Kai Zielan awoke to the sound of voices. She was warm and comfortable. Her body ached, but it did not hurt. This was a very nice bed. She nearly fell back asleep, but she persevered. I'll stay here if she's still asleep for a few days, or we could transport her back home, a female voice said. She kept her eyes closed and took stock of her body. The demonic chi had been driven out, with nothing left of the taint. Her chi flowed through her body, rather more than she had expected to have. It felt full of vitality and verdant. Like the name of her sect, it was energetic and wanted to grow. The wounds she had were scabbed over, and she was well on her way to healing. She examined the poultices that had been applied further, and found something shocking. They had chi in them. They had used spiritual herbs on her. She knew not what kind, but they were incredibly potent, more potent than she had ever felt before. These would command a prince's ransom if they were sold to her sect elders, to be used on her, even if she was the young mistress of the verdant sword. No, the only thing she could be was thankful. She extended her senses, but she sensed no more chi. So then, it was a farmer who had found her. Mortals who could have been rich in selling these herbs had spent them on her without truly knowing who she was. It was a humbling thought. She opened her eyes and remembered the spirit beast, the one that had made Sun Ken disappear. Her heart seized in her chest before she calmed. It had not come to claim their lives yet, then it would do her no good to panic them. She took a deep breath and circulated her chi to better recover herself. She would need her strength to be full if the beast did come to vanish these people. They would be defended until her last breath for the kindness they had shown her. The chi and the spiritual herbs responded. The energy flowed into her body, swirling around her wounds. Chi surged. Cuts closed. Bruises disappeared. Her eyes snapped open. She pulled down the rough shirt she was clad in and stared down at her chest. All that was left was smooth, unblemished skin. She tugged at the shirt but didn't see her normal garb. Were the farmer's wife not here, she would have been mortified that she had been undressed by a man, though she had likely been seen anyways with the medicine that had been applied to her. Her modesty, though, was secondary to gratitude. Should he have seen her body, it was in the process of saving her life. She sat up and looked around, taking in the room. The bed was cordoned off with a wooden divider, giving her some amount of privacy. I'll go check on her, the female voice said again. Soft footsteps padded around the divider. She was small, the woman, in all respects really bony and angular, with sharp violet eyes. Unfortunate freckles formed a bridge across her face from cheek to cheek and across her nose. Still, she wasn't ugly by any means, a bit severe looking, or a bit like a cat. She looked surprised that she was up. She gasped, "Don't move, your wounds are still." She paused and looked closely at her. "You're healed?" she asked, sounding curious. More footsteps sounded across the floor as the rest of the people in the house came to look at her. Two of the men gaped at her, their faces flushing. One looked like a monkey and the other a scheming fox. They both had the physiques of farmers, well-muscled and slightly rough-looking, even prettier than Manhwa. She heard the fox one mutter. Their eyes were awestruck until the woman elbowed both of them, glaring. Zielan appreciated her intervention. Men undressing her with their eyes was a common occurrence, and she couldn't chastise the family of her saviors. The third man was just calm. He was wearing one of the same shirts as she was, and evidently the master of the house. He was large and well-muscled, with a light dusting of freckles across his cheeks. He was rugged and solid-looking, a rock or a bull. He didn't stare. He just looked happy at her recovery. "Hey, that was fast. You've only been out for a day," he said conversationally. Zielan opened her mouth to respond, but the little woman beat her to it, turning around and glaring at the two men. "Clear off, you two. She needs some space and I need to check her injuries," she demanded. "I'll go get your clothes. They've got some holes in them. I didn't have the silk to repair them," the master of the house said, and he left. The woman turned back to Zielan as the men left. "Come on, shirt off. I need to check on things. Make sure my medicine did its job properly." Zielan was surprised. "You were the one who made the medicine. That used the healing arts upon me." She was utterly stunned. This woman was a peasant, wasn't she? It was hard enough at times as the sect's young mistress. As a peasant, things must have been worse. She was not an easy woman to impress, but she felt a surge of respect for the woman frowning at her stomach. "Yes. My husband betrothed was the one who provided the herbs, but it was I who drew out that demonic chi," the woman explained and then pressed an ear to her chest. "Now breathe in for me." She did as she was told. Her mind was whirling at these revelations. "May, her clothes are here," she heard the man say, and her dress was placed over the top of the divider. "Well, everything looks fine, not even a scar," her savior said. "Now get dressed and we can get some food into you," and then the woman was gone. She carefully removed the shirt and grasped her dress. It was clean and it was warm, like it had been resting beside the fire. It smelled good. There was a nasty slash in the side, but it exposed little. Her swords, the jade grass blades, were leaning beside the bed. They leapt at her command and floated behind her. She was ready to properly introduce herself. She stepped out from behind the divider, ready to present herself and hopefully make up for her atrocious first impression. She hadn't even gotten her savior's names. The master of the house and his wife know the woman had said she was his betrothed. A bit odd to be in the house of her intended before they were wed, but she would not dare cast any accusations about their conduct. As far as she was concerned, their conduct was pure and intentions honorable. Any who would dare suggest otherwise would be ended by her blades. In any case, the members of the household turned to face her. The two boys started staring again as she gracefully fell to her knees and pressed her forehead to the floor. It was shameful to kowtow before a mortal. It was 1,000 times more shameful to keep her head high after they had done so much for her. This one is Kai Ziyulan, daughter of Kai Zai Kong, young mistress of the Verdant Blade sect, cultivator of the third stage of the initiate's realm, she declared, and she heard the fox and the monkey take sharp breaths. Without your intervention and your medicine, this Kai Ziyulan surely would have perished. This Kai Ziyulan swears to you, this debt will be repaid or my life will be forfeit. Please raise your head, the large man said. It was never my intention to extract promises or reparations from you. You were in need of aid, you were aided. That is the extent of what our thoughts on the matter were. She kept her forehead against the floor, even as she heard the woman make noises of agreement. That is of no matter. To not repay you would shame both myself and the entirety of the Verdant Blade sect. This debt will be repaid 100-fold. The man sighed. Very well. It's nice to meet you, Ziyulan. He said, my name is Jin Ru. He gestured at the rest of his household for them to introduce themselves. Hong Meiling was the woman, Zhang Yun Ren was the fox boy, and Zhang Gu Ren was the monkey. Now, let's get some food in you. Why did you come here anyways? Jin asked her as he served her rice. You were muttering about a dangerous beast. Was it a blaze bear or something? She took a breath. Please do not be alarmed. I was on the trail of Sun Ken, the whirling demon blade. There was a look of interest and recognition on their faces. I was tasked with slaying him and bringing an end to his rapacious ways. Our Verdant Blade sect had defeated him in battle and had driven him off, the worthless coward. I was tracking him to finish him once and for all when the trail suddenly ended. There were few corpses left, only men who had managed to flee, savaged by some terrible beast, she explained. They did not seem worried, which was strange. Fear not, though, I shall track down this dangerous beast. I require proof of Sun Ken's death, and I shall drive the beast away as well, so that it may leave you in peace. There were no gasps of shock, no overt display of recognition of the threat, simply acceptance. The monkey even seemed amused. This was not right. There was something going on here. Her eyes flicked around the room. It was large, denoting wealth. It was skillfully crafted, but in a style unfamiliar to her. But the most interesting thing were the several large basins containing spiritual herbs, shoots of spiritual herbs, shoots that had more chi than the most high-level spiritual grass she had ever laid eyes upon. The only reason that she could feel them was because of the herbs that had been pressed against her side. If they had not been added to her chi, she was sure that they would be invisible to her senses. She focused her senses again, trying to see beyond her nose. There was nothing. What she was looking for was unimportant. The more she tried to see, the less she saw. He pushed and achieved nothing. She paused and stopped trying to force her vision. This was her savior's home. It was rude of her to try to force anything. But she was curious. She was having doubts that this man was a mere farmer now, with his lack of reaction to Sun Ken. From herself to the spiritual herbs, from the spiritual herbs to the world, and Mount Tai was revealed to her. How she could be staring at a mountain and not realize it was shocking. There was the energy of a profound-level cultivator outside. 4 more initiates were with that energy, ranging from the 3rd stage to the 2nd, and in the house there was another initiate of the 1st stage. The monkey, the fox, and Meiling were nearing the power of initiates, connected lightly to a web that threaded through the house, and Jin, while the man himself. It was like looking into a lake and never being able to see the bottom, like looking at a mountain and not knowing how much of it was hidden by clouds. This was no farmer. This was a hidden master. As swiftly as it was revealed to her, the feelings faded. The master Jin stared at her, his eyes considering. She flushed under his intense gaze. He had surely noticed her intrusion, but had yet to chastise her. She hoped he would stay his mighty wrath. Well, it's good that you found us. Meiling, no, senior sister Meiling said, smiling at her. It could have been bad otherwise. Though she was less powerful in cultivation, she likely utterly surpassed her in knowledge, as the disciple and future wife of such a powerful expert. No wonder she could perform healing arts at her level of cultivation. Her foundation must be something that took a long time to properly construct. Proof of Sun Ken's death, Master Jin asked, considering her further. He seemed to come to a decision. I actually found the clearing earlier than you and found some blades there. I believe this is Sun Ken's sword, if what you say is true. He went and got a sword from outside the house. The Crimson Demon's Tooth. This is largely useless to me. I was planning on turning it into a plow, but if this is cause for people to celebrate, and for your own return to your sect, then you should take it as proof of his demise. The Crimson Demon's Tooth as a plow, the very thought was absurd. And the reward for Sun Ken's death, it was so worthless to him that he would rather turn the cursed blade into a gardening implement. How truly frightening. As for the spirit beast, I don't think there will be any problems. He said it with a light smile, like he cared nothing about what had slain Sun Ken. He most likely didn't, but it was a sin to refuse such a gift, a boon from a powerful hidden expert. He had his own reasons, and if she was to be his instrument, she would obey without question. You know what? This was going pretty well. Zealand was much more agreeable than most cultivators I'd met. Polite, too. I'd been rather shocked when she called herself a young mistress. She didn't seem particularly arrogant or icy. Sure, she gave Yun and Gu a bit of a stink eye when they wouldn't stop staring, but other than that, she seemed normal. Teach me to stereotype. Good guys and bad guys, but most guys were somewhere in between. You'd also think that being around Manhwa would make the Zong brothers a bit less inclined to stare. Yeah, I know boys, the cultivator girl is super hot. Even I thought she was pretty attractive. Shut up, brain, yes, she's bouncy. You can stop with the monkey noises. You never hear about the reasonable people. It's always the caricatures that get the screen time, and it was absolutely hilarious to see her eyes bug out when she ate her first bit of rice. I remember the food at my sect was pretty meh, so my food must taste like heaven. Fool, this is only the first form of my cuisine. Teriyaki burgers will flow, poutine will flourish. I will master the Tao of cooking, and all will fear my might. I think I just foodgasmed her, actually. She's making all of these little noises of pleasure. The Zong brothers are distracted by her. Yeah, not gonna go there. I just turn to look at my fiancé and blot out the salacious sounds coming from the cultivator. Christ lady, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's a bit much. Well, you should stay here for another night anyways, just to make sure you're completely better before you head back to your sect, I decide. After we eat, would you like to see the healing formation we used? Mailing asked. Honestly, the girl looked like she was about to cry when Maymay said that. Yes, please, senior sister. Maymay went crimson at the term of respect, and then her chest puffed up with pride. You know what? Things are going pretty good. Somebody not of her sect, freely teaching her a technique, with the approval of the hidden master Jin. Truly, she was the luckiest of the younger generation in the Azure Hills. She just hoped that she could comprehend the profound wisdom she was about to receive. Zealand had never studied the healing arts, focused entirely as she was on mastering the jade grass blades and the verdant sword arts. Oh, she knew how to set a bone and heal minor injuries, every cultivator did, but to be able to draw out and purify demonic chi with such speed and such subtlety, that was beyond her. Senior sister sat down beside the fire after rummaging through her pack and withdrawing a well-used notebook. Her personal notes, not a codified scroll. She was beckoned over to a pair of cushions by senior sister, as the men in Master Jin prepared odd curved sticks, fishing poles, and an axe. Master Jin was quite excited about whatever was about to transpire. Ice fishing and Hachi, we don't have any skates, but it will work just fine. Master Jin explained to them, if you want to come watch, join in, or you need us, we'll be down at the pond. Zealand bowed to the hidden master. May your time be fruitful, Master Jin, she guessed. Hachi was the monkey and the fox's training, some sort of art to improve their bodies. She held off a brief surge of desire to follow immediately and witness Master Jin's physical training. She had already committed to learning a healing art under senior sister, and he hadn't forbidden her from joining in, so she might get to see it later. Could you send in Raizu, please, Jin? Senior sister asked, and Master Jin nodded. She truly was a most cherished woman, to be able to ask such mundane tasks of a hidden expert, and one of the disciples from outside would be coming in, possibly an outer disciple, as they had been outside when they ate. Now, this is the technique that was used to draw out the demonic chi. The book opened, revealing the formation used to save her life. Zealand turned her full attention to senior sister, ready to put her mind completely into comprehending this formation. She was not expecting a squeak at her feet. Good fine day, young miss, there was a rat staring up at her. This one is Raizu. Raizu greets you and wishes you good health. She stared at the spirit beast as it bowed respectfully to her, the image of politeness. Behind her stood the most magnificent rooster she had ever laid eyes upon. Its plumage was radiant, its eyes full of profound wisdom. She felt a brief flash of power, ascended into the profound realm. The rooster's eyes pierced her, and it too bowed in greeting. She kept herself from screaming. There were no disciples outside, only spirit beasts, obedient spirit beasts. No wonder Master Jin was unconcerned about monsters lurking about his land. The chicken was probably the most powerful spirit beast in the Azure Hills. Were these the ones who had slain Sun Ken? It would be within their capabilities. She wavered under the rooster's piercing eyes. She did something she never thought she would do. It was an injury to her pride when she would have to swallow. She bowed to an animal in greeting. The rooster and rat were satisfied. The rat scampered up onto senior sister's shoulder, while the rooster settled onto the ground, seeming to meditate. Ah, the little rat squeaked, what we used to say of cure young miss. Her name is Kai Zealand, Raizu. Senior sister said, and seemed amused at the question on Zealand's face. And yes, Raizu aided in your recovery. Raizu was useful to master. Spirit beast that not only was polite and docile but studied the healing arts. For what reason could Master Jin wish for such things? Was he growing them to consume their cores in an artificial development cycle? She could not comprehend his reasons, and unless he revealed it to her, she would continue to not know. She took a calming breath and decided that it was just something that was. If she kept being shocked about every little thing in the hidden master's domain, she would start coughing blood. So, a profound level spirit beast that was a chicken, a medical rat. Would their necks be pigs that could shake the earth? There was a happy squeal from outside and the thunder of trotters. Her eyebrow twitched. She took another breath as her father had told her. A deep breath in and out to center oneself. You get used to it, senior sister said, sounding amused. Oh, the good all hockey game is the best game you can name, and the best game you can name is the good all hockey game. Yun Ren shoulder checked me, and I let myself go flying from the hit, skidding across the ice. I could have just sat there and he couldn't have budged me, but that would be a dick move, completely unsportsmanlike. Okay, it wasn't really hockey. No skates, our puck is made out of a piece of rock, and it's a free-for-all. But it's close enough, eh? Nothing like a bit hockey with the boys. Yun Ren glared as he approached the goal, and Chunky started blowing steam out of his nostrils, a stick clenched in his teeth, eager to once more defend the net, which is a fishing net and 2 poles. Yun Ren slapped his stick from side to side, trying to confuse Chunky, while the massive pig bounced up and down with excitement. Yun Ren thought he saw an opening and reared back, firing off a praiseworthy slapshot and trying to overcome the defense with pure speed. Chunky's head twists at the last second and the puck bounces off his stick. Yun Ren swore at the miss, while Chunky squealed happily, prancing around his net. Gu Ren laughed at his brother's misfortune while I got out of the snowbank. Ah, I needed some metal soon. This would be so much better with skates. Wait, I'm an idiot. Do I even need metal? Can't I just reinforce some wood with chi? Well, this is something to try at least. Gu Ren lined up at the net and tried his luck, snapping the puck up and over only to hit Chunky's bulk. Best goalie AH. The Azure Hills Maple Leafs represent. Come on, he's not fair. He's too good, Jin. Gu complained. Let Peppa try. Peppa, who had been content to sit off to the side, got a calculating gleam in her eye at Gu Ren's words. Oh, this poor soul. Peppa trotted over and took the stick from Chunky. She settled in like she was preparing to guard the net. Yun Ren and I sat back to watch the fireworks. Gu Ren lined up his shot, got tackled by the goalie. Let me tell you, watching somebody get circles run around them by a pig was the funniest shit. The score ended 12-0 with Pepper in the lead and Gu Ren's pride as bruised as his tailbone. Eventually we got bored of discount hockey and did my activity of choice number 2, ice fishing. The pond was a bit small, but there were plenty of fishes to catch for our dinner tonight. I cast my line into the hole in the ice. We were using a bit of leftover scrambled egg as bait. There was a lake a bit farther down that would be better for this, but I wanted to stay a bit closer to the house, just in case. I wasn't expecting any trouble from Zealand. Trust but verify. Which is why Big D was being a good lad and waiting with Mei Mei. I had a feeling that if something did go wrong, Big D would be able to take care of things. Something hit my line. Something strong hit my line, hard enough that it was nearly torn from my hands. I instinctively reinforced it with chi and pulled back. The line cut into the ice as whatever it was tried to drag the egg away, and I wasn't having any of it. I took a deep breath and pulled. A rather large carp burst from the hole, his body wriggling in the air. Son of a Washi, you greedy shit. My dishwasher flopped onto the ice and stared at me with piteous eyes. He flopped around for a bit, playing up his weakness. I had half a mind to eat him for that stunt, but, sighing, I got the hook out of him. Hey, you get food at home, all right, buddy. Doing this kind of stuff is dangerous. Washi flopped into what looked like a nod. Then he flopped his way into the hole and swam away with all due haste. I had figured out Washi last night when I had jokingly asked him what food he liked best, and got a piece of egg eagerly shown to me. I nearly fell into the river. What was I, some kind of spirit beast magnet? Or it's probably the food. I hope I don't have an entire ecosystem that's sentient. I want to eat meat, damn it. I swear if my rice starts talking to me, I'm going to have a very, very sad time. I sighed and grumbled and tossed my line back in. We returned to silence. Gu Ren shouted in outrage as his line snapped. Seriously, I just told you not to do that. Yun Ren yelped as his rod was pulled into the hole. Okay, that's it. Come here, you little trash compactor. Senior sister was an odd teacher, good but odd. While her own teachers would explain in exacting detail how she must move her body and the proper stances she was expected to follow, book education was more free form. She was assigned texts to study, then given a test. What she did not comprehend was set as revision, and she was expected to figure it out herself, or she was just told to research things on her own time. It was the way most cultivators did things. You either comprehended something, or you didn't, and many masters had no time for those who could not figure things out swiftly. Senior sister had asked about her experience with medical techniques, and she had honestly answered none. She supposed some would find this more involved way of doing things the way of the weak and dim-witted. Like her martial instructors, every part of the formation was explained in exacting detail. The beginning made her head spin a bit. There was quite a lot of math involved, but once she worked her way through that, along with a full stick of chalk, they moved on. From why it was an octagon that was used to which characters were used to the placement of the characters within the octagon, all the way up to how to create the energy differential that would draw out chi. It was an involved process, but it was dramatically more simple than she was expecting once senior sister explained it. The initial concepts were hard, but once one comprehended those, it was relatively simple in execution. It didn't actually need the powerful reagents used, that was just what they had on hand. Normal chalk, any plant with chi, a copper wire, and clean water. It was so easy a mortal could use it if they had a good head for numbers and a steady hand, and yet it had defeated demonic chi. Most medical formations were supposed to be extremely complex. This one had taken a few hours to explain, not just how it worked, but why it worked. And now she had a copy of the formation in a gifted scroll. Senior sister, where did you learn this, if you don't mind my asking? Zealand questioned. Oh, in Pale Moon Lake City. The Grand Archive there has some interesting stuff. I didn't get down all of the book, but the formation was interesting. I mean, it didn't work right at first, father, uncle, and I had to swap out most of the characters, but the concept was fascinating. The capital of the Azure Hills, it was a quaint place with few cultivators and no tournaments. Most of the true business of the Azure Hills took place on Azure Cloud Summit. How did you gain access to the Grand Archive? Surely this book must have been well guarded. Zealand didn't know how the Grand Archive worked. It was a mortal institution for mortal information. To go to the Grand Archive would be a loss of face. It was simple information, not their profound secrets. To admit that they couldn't figure it out on their own would be unwise. Besides, the archive system was barely 300 years old. They couldn't have much good information simply because of their youth. I walked in with my father, and while he was in a meeting, I found it on one of the carts. I asked one of the junior archivists if I could copy it, and he let me. On formations, mathematics, their applications in the healing arts, and their interaction with chi. Most of the time was spent on the theory, and I haven't had much chance to use it. So she was a powerful noble mortal before this, that made sense. Senior sister shrugged. I'm more knowledgeable on plants and mushrooms and their effects than formations, though. Formations are interesting in the more academic sense, but herbology is much more exciting. Senior sister got a disturbing gleam in her eye. Did you know that you can make a tasteless laxative by combining yellow glass fungus and the juice from reed thistles? Her face twisted into a smile. It was extremely vindictive. Zealand learned rather more about debilitating concoctions and mortal medicine in that hour than she probably should have. It was almost a relief when Master Jin returned. He looked absolutely serene as he entered the house, steam rising from his body from wet clothes, and a large carp dangling by the tail from his hand. The fish lay there, resigned to its fate. The fox boy and the monkey boy walked in shortly after, looking incredibly amused. There's no more ice on the pond. The fox boy said cheerily, we got some nice fish though. The hidden master walked into the back room and came back into the house with a jar filled with water. The fish's head popped out of the jar, and it began slapping its pectoral fins on the edge of the vase, swinging from side to side happily. Zealand was silent for the rest of the time spent preparing dinner, taking deep breaths. It was not her place to question the hidden master, not even when her dinner companions were a fish, 2 pigs, a rooster, a cat, and a rat. Not even when after dinner, the fish launched itself out of its jar and flopped itself across the house into the river room and started acting like it had been starved all day, begging for the dishes. Mailing felt some kinship with Zealand. The poor girl looked completely baffled as the carp got a bowl of food and began scarfing it down, pulled nearly entirely out of its jar of water. With the addition of washi at the dinner table, Jin's general weirdness was starting to get to even her. Well, as she said to Zealand, you get used to it, hopefully. Zealand was the only cultivator other than Jin she had really interacted with, and she was strange. Not Jin strange, but in a different way. Her emotions seemed magnified. With her guard down, everything showed on her face. The sheer joy she had at learning something new. The almost frightening anger at Yun and Gu when they were staring. The naked shock on her face, like her entire worldview had just been shattered when Raizu walked in. The all like she was seeing a god walking the earth at breakfast when she was staring at Jin. The boys hadn't seen it. Yun Ren and Gu Ren were too busy trying not to stare at Zealand's chest, and Jin was too busy staring at her. She appreciated that her intended had eyes for no other woman, but she wouldn't have minded. Even she had stared a bit at Zealand's general. Zealand Ness, but Mailing didn't think Zealand was a bad person. And not just because the girl was an eager student who called her senior sister. She was even taking notes when she was talking about herbology. Her passion hadn't scared her off. No, the first thing Zealand had tried to do was warn them of danger, and the next was to assure them that she would die before she let anything hurt them. That oath said with that conviction. She meant it. She would have to talk to Jin later. He seemed to be taking Zealand's oath lightly, like she wouldn't go and charge headfirst into certain doom if Jin asked her to. And Mei Ling was certain that the girl had some strange ideas about what was going on, with her calling Jin Master Jin. Did she think was some kind of hidden master from the stories? It was preposterous. She paused and thought it over. Actually, now that she thought about it, it was true. Jin really was some kind of hidden master, wasn't he? Powerful, with strong disciples, and living as to not be disturbed. She looked over at her intended, and he perked up, giving her a big, goofy grin. Mei Ling grinned back for an entirely different reason. He would figure it out, or he wouldn't. The next day, Senior Sister and the two boys had to leave, to return to Senior Sister's father. It was unfortunate, but they had planned to leave on the day of her arrival, and had already stayed longer than they had said they would. Senior Sister smiled at her. "Stay safe, Zealand," she said. "I would be happy to see you again." And then she was given a ride worthy of a princess, a sleigh, pulled by a spirit beast, with little Rai Zhu on her shoulder. The monkey boy Gu Ren was given endurance training as he was lashed to the boar and sent careening around the trail. These were certainly strange beings. No spirit beast would allow itself to be yoked, but these seemed to enjoy the treatment, eager to carry out Master Jin's will. Were they not to be food then? Was he trying to make them ascend to human form? She was mostly healed, so she should be going back home as well. But something compelled her to stay. She was curious about the hidden master. Master Jin stared at her, as if wondering why she was still here. She swiftly made up an answer. May I see? Hachi I did not get to yesterday, with Senior Sister teaching me. The worst he could say was no. Master Jin grinned. He went into his house and returned with the strangely shaped sticks and 2 sets of broken swords. "You're a bit higher level than the Zong brothers, so you should be able to handle this." She was taken downstream, past a pond with ice chunks strewn about it, and into a frozen lake. She first had to learn how to stick the blades to the soles of her shoes with chi alone. When she finally managed to and stood up, he gave her a short moment to gain her balance. Master Jin's eyes turned predatory as she made a lap around the lake without falling over, and then her training began. He was grace and ferocity incarnate upon the ice. The blades on his feet propelled him at speed, even when he used barely a fraction of his might. He never struck her directly, but instead tweaked her balance, forcing her to correct or be sent into a humiliating sprawl. Perception. Endurance, balance, timing. Hachi was a multi-layered art. The blades on her feet tried their hardest to throw her to the ice. The speeding stone puck forced her to dodge or block with the stick. She was hunted relentlessly, pushed always to the edge and forced to stay there. There was no mortal peril to this, but being hounded by a more powerful cultivator was always thrilling. He had found her limits, like all great masters found, and then proceeded to push. "Come." He demanded, "Stop trying to hit me," and then he forced her to go on the offensive. He danced around her blows, sprays of ice slashing out from their bladed feet. He blocked every shot at the goal. Finally, she could take no more and begged respite. Master Jin had a great smile upon his face. "Ah, that was great fun, wasn't it?" he asked, looking cheerful. Fun, she supposed it was. She put on a tentative smile and he helped her to her feet. They took a slow path back to the house. "It was wonderfully picturesque here. I'll go draw a bath so you can clean up. We'll have some more fun after." His grin was sly as he stared at her. Ah, her smile turned slightly brittle. Well, such a thing was within his rights, and his betrothed was not here to comfort him. "Yeah, we're gonna play answer go," he said cheerfully. "Winner gets to ask the loser one question. Dare you challenge me?" She paused. "Wait, what?" "You are not what?" he asked. She smiled at him. "Nothing, Master Jin. Forgive this Kai Zealand, but she will be challenging your might." The hidden master drew her a bath. It was strange, so strange to be served by one so much more powerful than her, but Master Jin did not seem to care. She was his guest, and so she would be served. The bath was fragrant with herbs and wonderfully warm. It was heavenly to sore muscles, but some small part of her still doubted. Still thought that what he said was a euphemism. It pained her to doubt, but this world was not kind to women who trusted. She would do as he asked, but... "Master Jin, I am finished," she said, her body wrapped in a towel. He perked up and nodded as she entered the house. "You're done? Awesome. My turn, come on." "Bida, let's get cleaned up." He brushed past her along with the spirit beast. "Your clothes are by the fire," he told her, and then entered the bathhouse. She stood alone in the house, save for the spirit beast cat that was glaring at her. Indeed, her clothes were by the fire. She picked them up, they warm and clean. She looked at the table. There was a go board on it. She hugged her clothes to her chest and laughed until she started crying. I sighed and my eyes roved over the board, one hand scratching Tigger's back. She really didn't like Zealand for some reason, and I didn't know why. Constantly glaring and turning her nose up at her. I looked up at the girl. Well, she wasn't really a girl. She was older than I was at 21, but she looked a bit younger than I was. Maybe. Her face has a kind of ageless quality to it, and I knew that bit of information because I won my first ever Go game against somebody. I'm pretty sure she threw the first match. "All right, ask away," I said, wondering what she wanted to know. She pondered her question and finally she answered. Master Jin, what do you think the most important thing is to remember? A clean pair of socks, I said, and she pouted at me. I laughed and shook my head. Well, that was a broad question, wasn't it? But she was a cultivator, so she probably wanted something profound. I didn't know if I could do profound. Remember that everything is connected. I finally settled on the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food we eat. Everything has some part of it that leads into each other. Disrupting one thing can disrupt many others. Fixing one thing can fix many others. Master Jin, Ziolan asked as they were getting ready for bed. Yes, Ziolan, if it is not too presumptuous of me, is there a place that I could meditate this night? He considered the question for a moment. She traveled to the roof of the house where she could be out in the bracing cold. She examined the strange snow golem briefly, before deciding that it was some sort of chi construct. A brief flash of insight revealed that a web of power circulated through it, like it circulated through this entire domain. The land here was shy. It was unwilling to reveal itself, and she could only conclude that it was by design. This hidden master was the strangest and most eccentric she had ever heard of. His methods were completely alien to her, but what power that she could sense was undeniable. His gifts to her unparalleled. His future wife was strange too. Strange but kind in her own way, terrifying concoctions aside. She had been fun to talk to, and a wealth of information. Ziolan closed her eyes. She circulated her chi properly for the first time in 3 months. Her body was tense as she focused. It was a balm to feel her energy moving throughout her body once more. She would soon be able to return home with Sun Ken's sword and a new technique, Ziolan. She nearly jumped out of her skin at Master Jin's voice, his silent assent catching her by surprise. Here, drink this. It will ward away the cold. It was warm. It was fragrant and herbal. It tasted delicious. She relaxed. She gazed out over the land. It was beautiful, even covered in snow. The air was fresh and pure, the most fresh and pure she had ever smelled, even more so than the air of her own sect in the grassy hill on which they lived. She let the peace of this place fill her soul. It was beautiful. She closed her eyes once more. Threads of energy, protecting and invigorating. It was all connected. When she opened them again under the dawn light, she was at the 4th stage of the initiate's realm, the lingering taste of the herbal tea on her lips. It was time for her to leave. She was a dutiful daughter and so would finish her mission to report the death of Sun Ken, no matter how much she currently wished to get on her hands and knees and beg Master Jin to take her as a disciple. The 4th stage. The 4th stage, it had long eluded her, and in a single night, after being grievously injured, she had managed it. She was prepared to do anything he asked of her. What were his orders? Surely he would have some task that she would do after she reported Sun Ken's death. Would it be to gather some herb or powerful cultivation ingredient? Would it be to strike down his enemies? Master Jin handed her a bag of rice. Now, we like our privacy here, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread the word. She clasped her hands and bowed. On my life and honor, none shall disturb you, Master Jin. He smiled at her and trusted in her words. Well, other than that, don't be a stranger. It's always nice to have someone to talk to. Our wedding is after the first snows melt if you feel like coming. She nodded. She would not miss it, even if the heavens tried to prevent her from coming. Master Jin gave her a small bow of respect, his hands clasped. Then good luck on your journey, Kai Ziolan. May fate favor you, and that was it. No orders of repayment, no demands for her. A gift and a blessing. Tears sprang to her eyes. This Kai Ziolan will never forget the kindness you have done her. Her face was parallel with the ground. She forced herself upright and began her march out of his fa ram, back towards her home. She paused outside the gate and turned. The sign beside the maple leaf said, from on top of the posts, the rooster watched her, the profound spirit beast's gaze intense. He bowed. This time, she bowed back without reservation. There were many ways Hong Xian expected his day to go. Reading medical scrolls, taking care of his son, harvesting winter caps, or looking to the horizon for his daughter. He was not expecting this. His knuckles were white as he held onto the edge of the toboggan, the boar careening through the snowed-over fields and up hills, squealing with delight. He had no idea what the children and Gu Ren saw in this. It was all he could do to hang on and not go flying off the piece of wood and into a snowdrift. It had started out innocently enough, with a sleigh delivering his daughter back to him. She was in a grand mood, they all were. And then Gu Ren came up from behind them, howling with mad glee, pulled along by an enormous boar. The boar plowed through a drift, while Gu Ren took it on the side, and he sailed through the air, slamming back down to earth and whooping as the boar once more accelerated. Naturally, this had drawn the children, who all wanted to have a good time on the speeding pig, while his daughter was carried into town at a more sedate pace. Also by a pig, a spirit beast pig, with a spirit beast rat sitting on her shoulder and calling her master. It was one of those days. The days in which he met his wife, the days in which he and Bao became sworn brothers, and the days which got just a little bit too interesting for his heart to handle these days. He wasn't getting any younger, but unlike those interesting days, nothing was trying to poison or disembowel him, or get him executed. Instead, the strange, befuddling things of the world were playing with children and asking politely to learn medicine from him. If he was honest, he much preferred this. Even with the loss of money, the loss of position, he did not regret being filial and returning to Hongyewu. Things were lively in a good way, so he joined in. What harm was there to have some fun? Just as his grip was about to fail, the great porcine beast slowed his stride, allowing him to recover and not smack into a tree. His grip loosened, and Chun-Ki wandered back to the children, happy as could be. His son eagerly took over his position, and the boar was off again, kicking up a ruckus. He shook his head and entered his house. The sow Pai Pa nodded her head in respect from where she watched the children play, a small amount of dried persimmons beside her. Daintily she took one in her mouth and ate it, the very picture of table manners and politeness. Inside, his daughter had ransacked half the medical scrolls and had them spread out, Raizu glued to her side as she explained the theories and plants contained within. The Zong brothers were lazing around, as they always did when they finished work, ready to get their payment for escorting his daughter. A free meal was a cheap price to pay for his daughter having some protection. Yun Ren's skill with his sword was passable enough to ward off normal animals, and Gu Ren would simply pick his daughter up and run if things got too out of hand. They were good boys, loyal and filial, and Hongyewu was the better for their presence. So did anything interesting happen this time? He asked them, getting down a cup. Mei Mei got drunk and started singing about the whore and the donkey. Yun Ren said, scratching his behind. A smile spread across his face as his daughter's head snapped up, her face flushing red in mortification. Oh, she did she? He asked. Yun, if you keep talking, I'm going to turn your skin blue, his Mei Mei hissed, but Yun Ren had spotted weakness and went for the throat. Then she told Jin to take off his shirt so she could lick wine off his chest. His vulpine grin spread across his face. Some fathers would be upset at their daughter's impropriety. All he could think was just like her mother. Those were fond memories, but she needed to sweat a little. It was a father's duty to poke his entirely too headstrong daughter. Oh, daughter, you dared, he joked, is your purity intact after you performed such actions? Mei Ling started stuttering, her eyes jumping to him, and then to the floor, caught in rage and embarrassment, making vague strangling movements in Yun Ren's direction. He shoved a digit into his nose, looking entirely bored with the proceedings. She was too embarrassed to notice the mirth in his voice. She eventually just gave up and hid her face in her hands. He filled his cup as his daughter stewed. He drank. His daughter really was too cute when she was flustered, almost as cute as her mother. It was then Yun Ren pounced, his sly eyes turning to him. Also, Jin's chicken killed Sun Ken, and we met the young mistress of the Verdant Blade sect. The water went down the wrong way. What? He finally got out, after he had finished choking. Dinner was an interesting affair. His son was sitting upon the back of Chun-Ki, feeding him off the plate. It was an amusing scene, and one he could imagine Mei Ling's own children doing. It was sad that they were to live that far away. He would like to visit often. The other two were more reserved, with Raizu using a little pair of chopsticks, and Pai Pa somehow managing to eat without getting food anywhere. It was very surreal. Still more strange events had happened in the year since Jin had come than had happened in decades prior. The wicked blade, a blaze bear, that young master, and now Sun Ken. Was it fate? Was Jin's fate causing these things to appear, or were they to appear anyways, and Jin's presence was a shield? It was something to consider. Cultivators were either the greatest of heroes or the most vile of villains. He looked to his children's happiness. Xian playing with Chun-Ki, Mei Ling patiently teaching Raizu. He would be an optimist, he decided. Jin's appearance was fortune, not the precursor to calamity. That is what it was, and that is what it would be. His daughter would be happy. His grandchildren would be well cared for. He smiled at the odd spirit beast out. She seemed to be content to simply watch, but he would be a poor host if he did not entertain his guests. Miss Pai Pa, would you like to learn some of the more specific mushrooms we grow? The sow perked up, looking shocked. She turned to Xian, Gu Ren, and Chun-Ki falling asleep together. He saw an almost motherly smile cut across her face. The sow nodded, content that her charges were too tired to cause trouble. Very well then, come with me. I will show you the knowledge of Hongyewu. He was teaching a pig. It was an amusing distraction. The two pigs left the next morning to carry a list and a letter to their master. One note would be the children's preferences, the other, the news that the merchants would be at Verdant Hill in 3 days, along with their recording crystals, if Jin wished to get anything specific. They hitched themselves to the sleigh and bowed in respect to those that would see them off. Xian smiled, waving them goodbye. Mei Ling said that they would be seeing them soon enough, for Jin had some kind of grand plan for the solstice. He faced the future with a smile. She strode, her head held high, through the gates of her sect. Disciples and mortals gathered around her as she walked at the head of her small band. They gaped at the blade of Sun Ken, the vile crimson demon's tooth. They shouted her name. They praised the might of the Verdant Blade sect to lay the wicked low. Her comrades, the ones she had bid rest, had all lived. Though the fight had been bloody, the members of the Verdant Blade sect were returning victorious from battle. She would lay flowers at their graves, those that could be recovered. Even the mortal soldiers would receive their compensation. They had fought bravely and taken heavy losses to the ambushes. They had done their duty, and that was honor for their family. Even so, many children would be without their fathers, but none of the adoring crowd saw that. Her robes were pristine white. Her hair was immaculate. It was like she had fought the whirling demon sword gang and sustained not a scratch. This was pomp and circumstance. Word had been sent ahead of her arrival. Fresh clothes had been provided for her, as well as medics, to see that she had no scars or blemishes on her body. This showed that the Verdant Blade sect was powerful, that their young mistress was untouchable. The sect leader, the elders, and the disciples had been gathered. They stood with stern faces and proud bearing in the main courtyard, elevated above the mortals. They reached the correct distance, and as one her party descended to their knees, clasping their fists and bowing their heads. Sect leader of the Verdant Blade, honored elders, this Kai Zealan returns from her mission successful. Sen Ken, the Whirling Demon Blade, and the Whirling Demon Blade gang lie vanquished. Their bones are shattered, and their lifeblood now nurtures the earth. No longer shall the wicked plague the world. She reached to her back and presented the sword. I present to you, honored elders, the Crimson Demon's tooth as proof of Sun Ken's demise. They made the appropriate noises of approval. Rise, daughter of the Verdant Blade, her honorable father called. She could see the pride in his eyes. You shall be rewarded for your triumph. Come, take the news to all corners of the Azure Hill. All must know of Sun Ken's defeat at the hands of our Verdant Blade sect. The crowd roared in approval. Though it was her duty to present things like this, the praise tasted like ashes. Its demon is suppressed, and I dare say least remarkable. Daughter, how did you accomplish this feat? Her honorable father's gaze turned to her from the Crimson Demon's tooth. May we have some privacy? She asked. He nodded his head, and with a flick of his hand, the others what were in his room exited. The silencing formation was put up. Her father's eyes softened. Now tell your father what ails you, Zealan. It was not I who slew Sun Ken, she stated, hoping to speed through the worst of it. Her father's eyebrows disappeared into his hair. I was on death's door, crippled by demonic chi. When I finally found Sun Ken, he was already dead. Then how did this occur? How did you survive? She bowed her head. Her father's jaw dropped. He assisted you so greatly, and raised you so high in mere days. Is there any way that he could be convinced to join our sect? She shook her head. He requested that I keep his privacy. I will not betray this single task he has set before me. I beg your forgiveness for this, father, but I must honor his request. How powerful was he? I could not see his depths. He also gifted me this, and asked that I attend his wedding with senior sister. Kai Zai Kong opened the bag of rice. It was the finest silver-grade rice he had ever laid eyes on, nearing gold grade, and it was absolutely stuffed with chi. Sweat beaded on his brow. Then we must prepare a suitable gift for him, daughter. Can you consider anything that he would desire? Zealan considered. Her gaze turned to the Crimson Demon's tooth. Her lips quirked into a smile. He mentioned wanting a plow. Her father stared at the blade as well and began laughing. The wicked Horson's blade as a farming implement. I can think of no better insult. The Lord Magistrate checked over the prices one last time as he paced around his office. It was sure to be enough to placate the cultivator. At least he hoped it was. He may need to make a request of the man, and if he was not sufficiently plied, he might refuse. Reports had come in of Sun Ken, the whirling demon blade and his ilk having come north. Reports that were days late. Really, was it so hard to use a transmission stone? The roving band of scum had been damaged, but most of their cultivators had survived, according to the scattered reports. His men were scouring the countryside, searching for him. He had authorized the use of minor transmission stones as well, just in case his men found anything. They were rare and expensive, but he wanted to have as accurate information as possible. He hoped to find him before any more villages were destroyed. They were his tax base. Damn the Verdant Blade, couldn't they have taken them out? He didn't want to have to deal with cultivators. He might even have to personally visit the places of devastation. He hated the smell of blood. He always had to take that disgusting concoction to calm his stomach before he emerged, to make sure he wouldn't void it. It was even worse because Sun Ken would occasionally hide after attacks, and then ambush the relief parties. If there was one thing he hated more than blood, it was danger. He always ended up freezing. He wanted to run, heavens damn it, not stand there like some unflinching stoic fool. The patriarch was stern and unflappable after all. The men and women under his aegis couldn't see weakness. They might not think so highly of him then. Damn cultivators, damn Sun Ken, and damn Ru Jin. Damn all of them. Why did they have to come here? His stomach was killing him. Lord Magistrate, any more of this and you'll wear a hole in the floor. First Archivist Bao chided around his dumpling. I see no reason to be worried. He is a calm man. I'm sure he will hear you out, especially after he learns what kind of vile demon is lurking about his home. He ate another bite of his lunch, his second lunch. How dare he chide him about nervous habits when he ate when he was upset, but it had the desired effect. His pace stopped just as a guard came in and bowed. Lord Magistrate, sir, he has arrived. Excellent, excellent, his demeanor. Asked, he seems to be pleased with the recording crystal, Lord Magistrate, the guard replied. He also obtained candied orange peel, cinnamon, sugar, and several other spices, along with red lacquer, rabbit fur, red glass bottles, bells, and the antlers of a deer. He considered the strange purchases, and decided he had no idea what the cultivator would use them for. He turned to bow, and the other man nodded. At once, Lord Magistrate. It did not take long for the cultivator to arrive. He hadn't changed much since he had last laid eyes on him, nearly a year ago now. If one didn't know better, he could be mistaken for any other farm boy, if a slightly taller specimen. He had a large, happy grin on his face as he entered. Lord Magistrate, First Archivist, I hope you are in good health, the cultivator said, clasping his hands in the proper courtesy. The Lord Magistrate was certain the boy was mocking him. No, he was not in good health. His stomach felt like there was molten lead inside it. He longed to throw his inkwell at him, but stayed his hands. He would have to curry favor with this man. I am well, Ru Jin, he said, as stately as he could. Has our verdant hill treated you well? Jin nodded. Thought they had agreed not to question the cultivator about this and then bring it up next time. That's what they had agreed on. He started sweating. And I trust things have been resolved satisfactorily, he asked, hoping that he would be pleased. Well, that was good at least. The cultivator was doing this as a reward to them. It was good to confirm such things, but now came the hard part. He was happy, and now he would potentially make him angry. Well, it is good that all parties were satisfied. I would ask you something, however. Have you heard news of Sun Ken? He asked leadingly. Jin nodded. That he's dead. His face froze. Sun Ken was dead. The cultivator was calm and absolutely serious. The Lord Magistrate's gut churned. His mind raced. He made a choice. Ah, yes, that joyous news, yes. He managed to get out. Ah, well, I just wished to inform you of his demise if you hadn't heard already. Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure everything was fine after our little mix-up. You know how things are. The cultivator smiled brightly at him. Then if that is all, I need to get back home. I'll be leaving today. I hope that the heavens favor you, Lord Magistrate, he bowed to him. And you as well, Ru Jin, he replied. The cultivator left. The Lord Magistrate whipped his head around to the First Archivist. He shrugged, looking just as perplexed as he. One of his scribes rushed in. Lord Archivist, priority message from the Verdant Blade sect. Sun Ken, the whirling demon blade, was slain by Kai Ziolan, young mistress of the sect. Was he now? The Lord Magistrate asked. Yes, Lord Magistrate. Well, that is good news. I will make an announcement in 1 hour. You're free to go, Zhang Wei, and close the door behind you. Yes, Lord Magistrate. The scribe left. The Lord Magistrate slumped onto his desk and groaned. This is good news, the Lord Magistrate decided. Indeed, the First Archivist said, putting down his food for the first time since they had found out Sun Ken had come north. But how did he know that he was dead if we just got the news? I don't care, Sun Ken is dead. The cultivator is happy. Recall the men. It was good news. It was a good day. Now, if only his stomach would cease its incessant roiling. You know, I realize why everybody likes the magistrate now. The man was really nice. Calling somebody up just to apologize for the rice mix-up. He should have had people for that, but he did it himself. No wonder he was the patriarch of the Verdant Hills. I smiled. I'd have to do something nice for the guy. Still, fast and productive. The recording crystal was mine. The only problem was, like most profound things, it didn't really come with an instruction manual. I'd be futzing around with this thing for a while to make sure it recorded the way I wanted. The spices and orange peel were for my family gingerbread recipe, red lacquer for my slig and antlers for my pigs, glass to decorate a tree, rabbit fur for the white trim. Yes, I know the traditional garb of Jolly Saint Nick was invented by that corporation, but it was iconic and stuck around for a reason. In any case, this was the shortest I'd ever been in Verdant Hill because this time I was in a rush. As soon as Pepper and Chunky had gotten back with the kids' Christmas list, I had started running. Turns out you can make the trip in a day if you really push it, nearly to the solstice. Hopefully they'd like my additions, even if it wasn't traditional. Ho, 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 boyos. Jinta-Klaus is coming to town. Hai-Pa observed the master. Ever since they had returned with the letter from Hong Yewu, he had been a flurry of activity, painting things red, knitting small caricatures of animals and mixing some kind of dough. Today, though, there was an absolutely wonderful smell permeating the house. It was spicy and tantalizing, and it came from what the master called an oven. Oh, she could just eat what was causing that smell all up. These things intrigued her. The dough smelled absolutely divine. She wondered what the occasion was. Baida thought he knew what was happening, but had said that he needed more time to confirm his thoughts. She had left him to his musings. The arrogant cock who had gotten her dear hurt was no more, and so she would treat him as a gentleman, and a gentleman was allowed time to properly convey themselves. Indeed, she was quite pleased with his transformation and repentance. He was almost enjoyable to be around now, instead of a morose bore. Teague didn't know either, but acted like she did. Really, that girl fooled no one. She was the most rattled by the master's revelation and story, but was so enamored with him that she would likely never leave. The poor girl was smitten. Dear Chun-Ki had been happy. He just loved life, and this place let him live as he pleased. He got the training he wanted, the food he wanted, and the play he wanted, and so was content. A simple, happy soul, her dear, even after the horrors visited upon him. As for herself, she didn't mind much either way. It was a lady's duty to take care of the household, however large that household was. Her dear lived here, and the master lived here, so she would remain, even if she would occasionally have to perform some unladylike actions. The most recent interlopers had been disgusting. So disgusting, she was still getting belly aches a week after they had been dealt with, which had only started to subside after the master had granted her some stomach medicine. But now she was curious, and the master seemed to sense their curiosity and had bid them gather in the main room. Even Washi the glutton was collected. The slimy thing had the gall to call them similar. Nay, he was a nasty little bottom feeder, messy and gross, a beggar who wanted to get fat. She was a lady. Her bites were precisely as big as they were meant to be, and her appetite within all reasonable realms. Everyone knew that. Master paused in his work as they all entered, Washi dangling from her mouth. She placed him gently against the floor. He made a rather sharp report because of his body shape and began to whine piteously. She laid him down a second time, for good measure, just so that he could properly know he was at their destination. She ignored his blabbering and sat primly before the master. The master looked greatly amused by the arrival of Washi. "I'm guessing you want to know what's going on," the master asked. She nodded with great dignity. He put down his needles and picked up Washi. The slanderous glutton was put into his jar and the master sat once more. "Well, I'll first ask you a question. Have you noticed the nights getting longer?" Bida's eyes lit up and the rooster nodded. She supposed they had been. The days had been much longer when she was a piglet, hadn't they? Well, soon it will be the longest night of the year. After then, the nights will start becoming shorter, the days longer, until the snow starts to melt and spring returns to us. Ah, was this what Bida meant as a cycle? He stood tall and vindicated, nodding his head. How interesting, they would have to have a discussion over tea about these cycles later. On that night there is a celebration. It is a time to be with family and friends as we stay together during the longest night. I would also like to ask for your cooperation. There is something that I would like to do. It reminds me of my home, and it shouldn't be disrespectful to the festival that they already have. Where I am from, we give gifts to one another as a reaffirmation of friendship and our bonds, particularly to children. I wish to give these to the children of Hong Yewu because I received gifts when I was a child, something fun on the deepest night of the year. I will need all of you. He paused and looked at Washi. "Well, almost all your help." The glutton slapped his fins upon the edge of the jar, looking upset. The master sighed. "This would not be fun for you, you'd be in the jar all night." The glutton considered and slapped his fins again. "Well, if you think you can handle it, then you may come. No one should be left out of the proceedings." They all nodded their heads. This seemed reasonable. Teague, however, looked angry, likely angry that the children got presents and not her. "Of course I have gifts for all of you as well," the master said, and Teague's foul mood vanished as if it had never been. Dear Chun-Ki chuffed with excitement. Even she was quite excited. Oh my, she was not expecting such things. You have to wait until the longest night, though, which is what is normally called the solstice. Her curiosity was satisfied, but she could tell that Teague would be scouring the house later, trying to find her own present, while she looked similarly excited, bubbling happily. The master sniffed the air and considered before getting up and going to the oven. He removed the sheet of metal with his bare hands and placed it upon the table. The smell magnified and drool nearly escaped her lips. No, she was a lady, and ladies didn't drool, no matter how much she wanted to gobble them all up. The glutton was not so refined. His beady eyes locked onto the dough. The master turned around to place another sheet into the oven when he struck. His body coiled and he launched himself from the jar towards the master's food. He was caught from the air without the master even looking. Naughty boys and girls, however, get nothing, he said sternly, and the glutton slumped in his hand, pathetically begging and groveling for the master's mercy. "You will be on your best behavior, or you will not be coming." His judgment was swift and brutal. Washi nodded frantically. The master smiled at them all. "You can help me decorate some of the cookies. We'll save one for Raizu to do when she gets back." Indeed, when the cookies were cooled, the master ground some sugar until it was but powder, mixing it with water and the juice of a lemon. The master bought out a crystal. "Now let's see how this thing works," he muttered. After a few moments, as the master concentrated, the crystal began floating in the air. He nodded in satisfaction and then took the icing, spread it over the cookies. He arranged before them a selection of dried fruits, nuts, and larger lumps of sugar. In front of all of them were crude representations of themselves. Even the master had two in the shape of men. Pai Pa daintily took each ingredient in her mouth and made a passable rendition of herself. Dear Chun-Ki was distressed. He lacked the fine control to properly decorate the cookie, but the master aided him, as the master was wont to do. He let him pick out the nuts he wanted and place them, much to his enjoyment. Teague, of course, swiftly reconstructed herself in near perfection, her claws cutting and dicing to the proper size. She puffed with pride when the master praised her skill, looking smugly down at them. Baidu was humble. His rooster took on few decorations, only enough to add some color. Washi the glutton had actually managed to restrain himself and gotten the master to help him as well. Though his carp looked more like an obese dragon and was covered with as many nuts as would fit, the master acted as Baida did. His creations were humble but understandable, one of himself, one of his lady. The master took the crystal out of the air and studied it intently. He focused again, and an image came to life, projecting itself onto the wall. It was an image of them as they had been. I'm glad this worked. The master mused, a record. Our first solstice together, may many more follow. She stared raptly at the vision. Ah, her dear was even more handsome from this angle. Now let's see how they taste end. Washi is already done. The master was amused by the crunching noises coming from the fish. She daintily placed it in her mouth. Indeed, it was delicious. Zhang Li, a voice called, and he opened his eyes. The patriarch has lifted some of your restrictions in light of your progress. You may leave the inner courtyard, but you are still confined to be within 50 li of the mountain. Zhang Li's head bowed in acknowledgement. Inside, Lu Ban was content. Truly, he was a dragon. Even confined and suppressed, he had risen another stage, enough for the shrouded mountain to finally begin to put resources into him. The first few months had been hell. His father had slapped him across the face 30 times for the disgrace he brought to the shrouded mountain, and the patriarch had been so incensed that he had confined him to the inner courtyard, in ripped and tattered robes, so that he could be shamed properly by the other disciples. They knew not what he did, but they laughed anyway. The joke was on them. Lu Ban had endured far worse than the stuck-up disciples could spew at him, and those that tried violence were swiftly suppressed by his superior combat skill. It was enough that the shame of being defeated in the Azure Hills of all places was beginning to be thought of by the elders as a fluke-powerful cultivator, instead of him having lost to a weakling. Slowly the elders stopped sneering, and his father had in private apologized for striking him so many times, that it was just bad luck that he was caught by some powerful wanderer. So now he rose. He would continue to rise. He would take everything that the world owed to him. When the restrictions ended, he would be powerful. When the restrictions ended, he would have the might of the shrouded mountain. He rose from where he was seated, having finished his cultivation for today. He stared up at the sky, and a true smile overcame his lips. The longest night was upon them. How he loved the darkness it cast the world in. Come on now, Zioner, stay still for me, okay? Mei Ling asked her little brother as she tied the red sash around his waist. He was fidgeting like all little boys did at his age, eager to go out and play. Everybody else is outside already, Mei. He grumbled, upset that he had to get dressed up more than any of his friends. Yes, they are. They aren't going to be the next leader of Hong Yewu, however. There is a time for play, little brother, and there is a time for duty. He pouted but accepted her judgment. Besides, if you went out earlier, you'd be falling asleep tonight. Didn't you say you'd be able to see the sun with the rest of us this year? Xian flushed at her words. He had nearly made it last year after boasting for months that he would be able to stay up all night with the rest of the adults, and then he ended up passed out on her shoulder. It was cute, but her arms were sore by the end of it after carrying him on her back for hours. He was starting to get heavy. She used to be able to lift him up without any strain at all. How time changed things. I'll make it this year, he muttered stubbornly, refusing to look at her. And next year Dad is teaching me the sun dance. That part was said with a fair amount of pride. She smiled at him. And then you get to dance all night. You're right, maybe I should let you out to play. You need to build up your endurance. He went silent as he realized the implications. Finally, she could work uninterrupted. She just had this last piece and then he would be done. He obligingly lifted up his feet for her and she helped him get on his hide boots, tightening the laces so they wouldn't come off. She finished tying the knot and stood up to examine her handiwork. His warm robe and jacket looked like the colors of the dawn, reds and oranges, symbolizing the fires that would burn through the longest night. Well, there's the little headman, so handsome. She teased and pressed a sloppy kiss to his cheek. Mei, he yowled, disgusted by the spit on his cheek. He glared at her and leaned forwards as if going for some retaliation. She leaned back, dodging. Instead, he leapt from the stool he was on and raced out of her grasp, turning around once to stick his tongue out at her. Stupid head, he called, rubbing his arm against his face to get the worst of her attack off. She, as the mature older sister, stuck her tongue out straight back. He giggled and fled from the house. She smiled fondly at his exit. He really had grown up so fast. 10 years of difference between them, and sometimes she felt like she was already a mother. She sighed and went to check up on her father. He was in his office, stripped down to his waist and deep in meditation. In front of him, a candle burned. He always looked troubled when he was meditating, his brow scrunched up and his face in a slight frown, but he needed this. He had a long, long night ahead of him, and this was even more taxing than the dragon dance. His eyes opened as she entered, but his breathing remained the same. Daughter, he greeted as some of the worry lines disappeared from his face. Just wanted to see if you needed anything, father, she whispered, unwilling to disturb the quiet of the room. He shook his head. I need nothing else. He demurred, nothing but some more time to collect myself. She nodded her head at her father's request and exited the room. She had to get ready too. Her own robes were dark red with a few highlights of lighter orange to be hidden by a dark shawl with white fur around the collar. Now it was time to start helping out. Most of the preparations were done, but everybody always appreciated another hand in the kitchens. She exited her house and went out into the cold air. The village was bedecked in color. Like the mid-autumn festival, red paper lanterns hung from the houses and red cloths were strung between the roofs. The smell of cooking and food permeated the villages, the scent of glutinous rice balls and soup. It was a good smell with fond memories. She had always loved sitting in her mother's lap and watching the sun rise. The others in the kitchen greeted her as she approached, tossing her an apron so that she could start working as well. The day was short and there was lots of work to do. They heard it before they saw it, the steady ching-ching-ching of bells, the puffing of animals. The sky was overcast and gray. The snowfall and the mist limited visibility. The children heard it. They turned from their games and towards the noise, curious and excited. The adults watching stood, having a good idea of who was visiting them. Only one man came from that direction. Deep, joyous laughter sounded out. From the mist, something emerged. It started as a silhouette. A strange, puffing beast with tusks and antlers upon his head. Another, her nose painted red. Together, they pulled a magnificent sleigh. It was bedecked with pine branches, and the wood was lacquered in shining scarlet, silver, and gold stars running down its side. A man stood upon it, his arms crossed, and one of his legs placed up on the front of the sled. He wore a bright red robe and a fur-lined jacket, mostly similar to what the rest of the village was wearing. The only thing strange about it was the pointed and fur-lined hat with a pom-pom on the end. He was with a rooster who also had a hat, the beast perched primly on his shoulder, and a cat who lay on the front of the sleigh with a ball held in its mouth. It was an amusing sight. "Jin," the children cried happily, and he laughed again. "Ha ha 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 ha, hey everybody," he shouted as the sleigh came to a stop. He slung the massive sack over his shoulder and picked up a jar before hopping off the sleigh. "Good tidings on the solstice, good tidings on the solstice," the children echoed back. The children crowded around as he began his march to the center of the town. They eyed his over-large sack with excitement, or began scratching the boar that they all remembered, who had pulled them around the fields for hours. He huffed happily at the attention, shoving his nose into faces and sniffing happily. Jin greeted the rest of the adults, some simply nodding in his direction, while others clasped his arm in a more informal greeting. Mei-ling poked her head out from the kitchen and rolled her eyes at the sight of the advancing man. Jin came to a stop just outside her own house and sat down on one of the chairs. Now he began, "I have one question to ask you all. Have you been good children this year? Have you listened to your parents?" The children nodded eagerly. Jin stroked his chin consideringly. "Will your parents say the same?" he asked, and several of the eager children suddenly became worried. Several parents laughed, and some shook their heads, amused. "Now then, let's see what I have in my sack." He made a great show of rummaging around in it. "I believe I have something here for Zai Chi." The little girl's eyes widened as she was handed a smaller sack and eagerly opened it. She gasped at the small toy and cookies. She grabbed her necklace and held it up beside the small stuffed butterfly. "It matches what Dad made for me," she cheered. It only spurred on the growing excitement. Each child got a small sack, 2 cookies and a toy. The cookies were devoured and they ran off to play, with Chun-Ki in tow, leaving Jin in his chair and watching them fondly. Jin smiled at Mei-ling as she approached. "Not too disruptive, I hope?" he asked her quietly, and she shook her head. "Joy helps bring back the sun. Joy, color, fire. Little sparks that the sun can see even when it's so deep in its slumber," she said simply. Mei-ling didn't resist as an arm hooked around her waist, pulling her into Jin's lap. "What possessed you to put horns on Chun-Ki, though? It was funny," he said honestly. She rolled her eyes, shook her head in bemusement. "You are so strange," she told him fondly. Jin grinned and reached into his bag again, bringing out a large cookie and a small stuffed cat. She raised an eyebrow at the cookie. It was well done, though she thought her smile didn't get quite that wide. "Me, am I supposed to eat myself? It seems a bit morbid." Jin shrugged. "I could always eat you up if you want," he mused, leering at her. She rolled her eyes and took a bite of the cookie. Her eyes widened. "This is really good. I've got enough so that everybody should be able to have some, not just the kids." Several of the parents crowded around as he opened his bag wider and handed out a jar. Noises of appreciation sounded out as his gifts were devoured. Somebody handed him a honey candy and he popped it in his mouth. The sleigh moved past at a sedate rate, crowded with children as they cheered on mighty Chun-Ki to the sound of jingling bells. "We'll come back every year," Jin said to her, "or whenever you want to. Doesn't have to be a special occasion. Family is important." "I swear it had antlers," this big Yun Ren said, stretching out his arms as wide as he could make them. His movements caused the knitted snake he was using like a scarf to bounce around. "Sure it did," his brother harumphed as he stuffed another cookie into his mouth. "And I'm the magistrate." He had complained mightily about how he wasn't a child, but he hadn't taken his hand off the stuffed dog. "Ah, the ones that got away stories. They were always good, but I was actually kind of sure Yun Ren was telling the truth this time. It was Xinxia land. Maybe it was a magic deer. Yun Ren lies as naturally as he breathes, Mei heckled him, and his face flushed. She was currently wearing my Santa hat and had the kitted cat stuffed in the front of her shirt. It was cute. I'd have to make her a hat too. I'm not lying. I swear it was out past the creek. It was steadily darkening, and we had been served dinner. I'll admit, the glutinous rice balls weren't my favorite, but they were traditional. I looked back through Jin Ru's memories and smirked. He hadn't liked them much either. There were a lot of snacks and sweets, which agreed with my taste buds a lot better. The village version of gingerbread was super spicy and delicious. Honestly, I thought it was nearly a match for my own family recipe. It was like getting punched in the face with pepper and ginger. There was also honey candy, and dried fruits rounded things out. The kids had eventually gotten bored of riding around on the sleigh and had found another source of fun, namely throwing pieces of food over Washi's jar and watching him leap up to snap them out of the sky. The little glutton was in heaven, eagerly popping his head out of the water to slap his fins on the edge, demanding more food. Even some adults had joined in, trying to get the little bits of nuts past the all-consuming void. Chunky was being used as a backrest, and Peppa was nearby, simply watching over the children. Big D was on Mailing's roof, Rizzo on his back as he examined the town. Tigger was playing with her new toy out in the forest. My guys had gotten their gifts a bit early. Tigger's was a reinforced hacky sack. I'd probably need to do a lot of maintenance on it because Chi reinforcement only lasted so long. It was something that could take her hits for a while, and she had been extremely pleased with the present. Big D got a new perch that had been installed on the top of the house. Chunky had gotten a new hockey stick, Peppa a selection of dried fruits and nuts, which she had enjoyed immensely. Rizzo had gotten a new bag, and Washi a new basin for him to sit in at dinner. The rest had their gifts back home. Tigger was the only one that refused to put hers down. There was an angry splash, and a person started shouting with fear. Somebody had gotten smart and tried to use a rock instead of a piece of food. Washi had taken exception to this. One of the older boys was yelping and howling as he ran away from an irate fish. Washi's bounces were impressively high, and he could move fast enough to keep up with the guy trying to lose him. I was going to intervene, but the rest of the village found it funny, so I let it go. It was pretty damn funny. I turned back to my family and continued listening to Yun Ren's story about the buck that had escaped him. Finally, I asked what had been on my mind for the entire time I had been here. Yun Ren, why is your skin tinted blue? He flinched and then scowled at his brother and Mei. They both looked entirely too innocent. Some people don't know how to take a joke, he said flatly. The sun disappeared behind the hills and twilight came, but the village was not plunged into darkness. Paper lanterns cast red shadows and giant fires blazed as the village gathered at the shrine, and that was how the great sage Santa defeated the wicked. Grandpa and banished the child stealer from the world. Little Xian gasped from his perch on Chun Ki's back, eyeing the stuffed dragon he had received. So this is a protective talisman that can ward off evil, he asked, and Jin shook his head. That's what they started out as, but that's just a toy. Nothing protective about it. The boy pouted, but didn't seem too upset. He was too busy thinking about Santa chasing the demon all over the world on his trusty horned steed. He grinned and settled on the great boar's back, peering through the horns tied to the pig's head. My eyes see all the wicked and all the righteous. He cheered to himself. Yeah, charge Chun-Ki, let's jump over an ocean in a single leap. The boar obligingly trotted forwards, chuffing with amusement until he was interrupted. Chun-Ki to the shrine, please, not an adventure, Mei-Ling said reproachfully. The boar stopped in his tracks and turned to the woman. Somehow he managed to pout. Mei-Ling was having none of it. Shrine, she stated simply, and both boar and boy slumped. All right, Grandpa, the Xian muttered. What was that? Nothing. Xian yelped and muttered again, demon's sister. Mei-Ling eyed his back. He's getting entirely too cheeky. She sighed. Jin shrugged. You can always put on some horns and haunt the end of his bed. Grandpa liked naughty children the most. His tone made it clear he was joking. Mei-Ling's eyes, on the other hand, gleamed with the kind of gleeful malice only an elder sibling could possess. Jin sighed and wrapped an arm around her. So what's happening at the shrine? I know most people pray for a good year, but I get the feeling this is more than that. Mei-Ling smiled. You'll see very shortly. A lot of the villages around here do this. They had all gathered at the shrine when a hush swept over the crowd. Hong Xian the elder strode from his home. His robes were the colors of the dawn, reds, oranges, even pinks and purples, spreading out like the sunrise. On his face he wore a mask, a stylized depiction of the sun. He carried a staff with loose rings on it. Jin's eyes widened at his measured steps and his almost trance-like breathing. The crowd parted for him as he strode into the ring of coals that had been constructed, braziers burning with barely noticeable flames. From the other side of the village came Yao Qi, his robes dark blacks and deep purples, the mask of the moon on his face. He took up position outside the ring before a massive drum. They both stood absolutely silent as they waited. A gong sounded. The last of the twilight faded away, giving in to the longest night. The drums began to pound, slowly at first and then with increasing ferocity. Hongxian danced. His body moved through old forms passed down from father to son for generations, for centuries. His bright robe whirled, his feet stomped. The staff jangled and chimed as it went through the motions that had remained unchanged since their inception. For nearly 10 minutes the dance continued, Xian's body never stopping its movements, his breath just as perfectly steady as it had been at the start. The gong sounded again, the drums pounded, the dance continued, repeating its first movements. Some of the watchers broke off at the sound of the gong, those with children too young to even attempt to stay up all night, but most stayed, standing together in front of the shrine. Some had their heads bowed in prayer, some simply stood with their family. Others started to dance as well, leading their children though old steps. "He's going to go all night, isn't he?" Jin whispered to Mei Ling. She looked up at her betrothed. His eyes were locked on her father's form, genuine respect shining in them. "Until the sun rises again," she confirmed. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Jin asked. "The fires are to get higher throughout the night. More wood, more flames, a beacon to call the sun. You can help add to those if you really want to. They'll start stoking the fire in 3 more repetitions and then every 10 after that." Jin nodded, still entranced by her father's dance. "Until that time, come here." She grabbed his hand and dragged him off to the side. "These are the moves to the other dance we do." His eyes lit up. Baida's night was extremely pleasant. He knew now why the great healing sage wished to visit his great master as often as she did. The time spent without Sister Raizu had been a trying one. Her company was a balm upon his soul, her presence a calming draught, her weight on his back a welcome pressure. It was even more welcome to hear of her time spent in this place, apprenticing under the great healing sage. She spoke with great enthusiasm, of medicines and concoctions, and though he comprehended bare fractions of what she said, he enjoyed hearing about what she had learned. The great master was right, as always. Spending time with one's friends and family upon the solstice was only right, even if they were here instead of on blessed Fa Ram. His fellow disciples had been received with great enthusiasm by the mortals of the village, even as he kept largely apart. Most pointed covetously at his hat, a gift from the great master, so he had retreated to the rooftops lest they pester him enough to draw his ire. Brother Chun Ki was already a fixture, beloved by the children. His kindly brother let them clamber over his body without reservations, and so received much affection. Baida could not imagine what he liked in their screams, they were most annoying, but to each their own. The only other who remained aloof was Sister Teague, who was consumed with the training aid the great master had gifted to her. She had not put it down since she had been gifted it, and even now was asleep in the sleigh, curled around the gift. Baida sighed in contentment as the instruments below clanged. The mortal's dance was mildly entertaining, but his movements were slow. On the 3rd repetition, he turned his gaze away from the sight and to the heavens. Moon, which had been obscured by the clouds, was revealed. The full moon. It was auspicious that the longest night of the year was also the night with the brightest moon. It took over for the sun, shining its light upon the world. He gazed upon the celestial body and pondered upon this cycle. If there was a longest night, there was also a longest day. His awareness back then had been limited, so he could not remember seeing this longest day. He pondered, not for the first time, on the moon's counterpart. Though it was his duty to herald its coming, he could not bring himself to love the sun like he did the moon. He could not observe it directly. Its light gave life, but it was also harsh and unforgiving, gazing sternly down upon the world. He knew he would have to spend more time pondering it, in order to be able to truly comprehend the cycles, but he had decided to complete his contemplations upon the lunar glory first. He gazed upon the moon as it traveled across the sky, waiting for the sun to reclaim its rightful place. He noticed there was a brighter glow coming from beneath, and he turned his attention to it. He chastised himself. He had been arrogant again. The mortal was still dancing, the other still drumming. The snow had completely melted around his legs, and the flames around the dancer surged with passion and energy. What had started lowly was now a mesmerizing sight. The mortal, nay the man, still danced with skill, his breath as perfect as Baida's own. Despite having so little chi, he might as well have none. The chi that was around the dancer seemed to be invigorated by the great master's own energy. It danced through the air, swirling around the dancer and the drummer, yet not touching them. It was a formation of fire, and yet they took not from it. He observed carefully the chi and the way it moved. It was gathering and dancing, swirling and twisting. It spiraled. It cycled, the day into night, the night into day. He watched the dance and watched the dancer's breathing, his movement and his kicks. He paused and examined it more closely. There was a thread, as thin as could be, trailing from the formation and into the distance. "Hold on please, Sister Raizu," he requested, and at her acknowledgement leapt into the air. His ability to fly was limited. His legs were more powerful than his wings, but just this once he offered an apology to the heavens, ascending high into the sky. So high he reached the clouds, and he turned around to gaze upon the world. The tiny thread of flame went off into the distance. He saw, from this most high perch, another spot of fire. It was not as grand as the fire tended to by the great master, and the tiny thread was trying to invigorate this one as well. He saw the tiny spots of flame, and in his mind's eye he saw where more portions of flame should be, but there were none there, dark spots in a formation of fire. Something stirred at the back of his mind and yet did not coalesce. He and Sister Raizu fell back down to earth, alighting upon the roof of the house again. That was fine. He need not break this code tonight. He watched the man diligently instead as the moon crossed the sky and light began to return to the world. The swirling bands of chi dispersed. The sun broke the horizon, the great lord of the heavens peeking out almost shyly from behind the hill. The world seemed to sigh contentedly as the celestial body revealed itself, and in its deep, deep slumber the earth stirred once. Baida shouted his greeting as the warm rays touched his body. The humans below and his fellow disciples all added their voices. Even Teague yowled from where she was on the slig, and Washi splashed happily. It was nothing more and nothing less than a beautiful view. Hongxian staggered as the sun crested the horizon. Those who were still awake cheered as the first light of dawn hit them, including his own son, who he could hear shouting with glee that he had made it. It got harder every year. It got harder every year, and yet this year, Xian's body felt as though it was on fire. His breath had finally failed him, and he nearly fell to his knees. But he felt so alive. A hand on his back steadied him before he could fall. "Are you all right, father?" a male voice asked. It was a strange still to hear those words out of Jin's mouth. They were not family yet, but his eyes were full of genuine concern. Jin's hand was gently pressed against his back, and yet it felt like the entire world was supporting his exhausted body. His breathing evened out and his shaking legs steadied, just in time for his son to collide with his middle. If Jin's hand hadn't been there, he would have been thrown onto his back. His son grinned toothily up at him. "I did it." He cheered again through the bags under his eyes. His hand rested on his son's head. "I'm proud of you," he rasped, his throat terribly parched. His legs wobbled again. "Jin, help me sit." The man nodded at his request. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Zong brothers helping Brother Chi. The poor man was without any family of his own this year, with Meihua unable to make it back home, but he would still be well taken care of. Jin helped him walk, his arms steady in his back. It was a light touch, so light that he felt like he was walking of his own power. Last year he had to be carried. He was escorted to the shrine, where he was gently allowed to sit. His daughter came with water and helped him drink when his hands shook too badly. He gazed out over the world, the sun rising up from its slumber. His youngest was in his lap, having finally succumbed to sleep. His daughter supported him on one side and his soon-to-be son on the other. The shakes stilled. He closed his eyes in contentment and settled his breathing. Yun Ren stalked through the forest, his footfalls as quiet as he could make them. He wasn't the best hunter in Hong Yewu, but he was second place. First was his father, who supplied most of the wild game that the village ate, and the hides that went to the city. Fat, juicy boars, bears in winter, and deer. Most of Yun Ren's game ended up being rabbits and other small game, which got him relentlessly teased about how even his hunting habits were fox-like. He honestly didn't mind that much. His eyes were the same as his mother's, and all of the qualities ascribed to him were positive as far as he was concerned. Devious and cunning. That just meant he was smart. But today he was going after larger game, the deer with the giant horns. His own brother had cast doubt on his story. He had not lied to him this week. It was perfectly trustworthy information. At least Jin had believed him. He had told him to be careful, though, before he left. Such a thing may be a spirit beast. Yun Ren doubted it, though. It was just a big deer, no more, no less. Still, he was hours in and on a fresh trail. Soon he would find his quarry, and soon he would bring it down. He would have deer with Jin's rice, and it would be delicious. There was a snap as a deer broke a twig. He froze and redoubled his efforts at stealth. He crept forwards inch by inch until he saw it. The buck. Its antlers were massive, spreading out like the branches of a tree. It was unaware of his presence. He focused and steadied his breathing, like how Jin and Elder Hong said to breathe, deep and measured. His vision sharpened. The world fell away, just him and his target. He could see every hair on its body, every bit of moisture glistening on its nose. He could count the beats of its heart as its lifeblood pulsed beneath its skin. He pulled back just a little more, just that extra bit. There was an ugly cracking noise as his weapon splinted where he was grabbing it. His bow snapped in two. The buck's head shot up at the noise and bolted, fleeing deep into the forest. Yun Ren gaped. How the hell's had his bow broken? He took good care of it, damn it. He slumped. He had been so close, and it had evaded him. Stupid, worthless bow and stupid, wathless bad luck. Frustrated, he kicked a rock and was surprised when the part he kicked cracked off, flipping off into the forest. He stared blankly at the chunk. Had it been weakened by the frosts? He shook his head and began his meandering route back home in a foul mood. A joyous new year to you, Lord Magistrate. Yes, Happy New Year, Lord Magistrate. A toast to our illustrious leader's health. May his life be long and prosperous. The Lord Magistrate was in his element. This is what he lived for. The common folk came up to him to give him small gifts or pour drinks for him and toast to his health. His guards in the barracks shouted his praises for their New Year's bonuses. His clerks spoke in whispers of his foresight over the festivities. He greatly enjoyed listening in when they thought he wasn't around. This truly was the apex of life, to have men sing your praises and kiss the hem of your robe because they wanted to, because they truly admired you. He could have more power in a city. He was certain his administration skills were more than capable to handle 200,000 souls, nay, 500,000. But in those cities, could he walk around without guards, without any kind of escort, secure in the knowledge that none would even think of harming him, that those that would dare would risk the wrath of all their peers, to this simple, common-born man who had achieved greatness on his own? Still, he did have some people. His wife was with him, arm in arm, and one of his junior guards was along to carry the excess gifts he was given. Yes, this was the life. The fireworks were marvelous colors this year as well. He'd have to personally pay his compliments to their makers. The New Year festivities were much more exciting than the sun dance. Yes, it was tradition, but staying up all night was so boring. The old men of those old families were impressive that they could keep dancing for so long, but it was hell standing there for nearly 12 hours, ringing the gong occasionally and watching over them. He would have to learn how to fall asleep with his eyes open and delegate the gong to someone else. At least his padded mat took the worst of the pain off his back. He had stayed up all night enough when he was studying for the civil service exams. He should be able to rest, damn it. He nodded imperiously at the gaggle of venerable grandmothers as he walked past them, even the one that was absolutely insane and lived in the hovel. The others seemed to like her. They giggled at his passing and made noises about how handsome he was. His tour of his town was going splendidly. He graciously rejected the food he didn't like and accepted those he did. He would be calling on every family of interest to check up on them, though mostly to receive their hospitality. He was in a good mood as he wandered into the huge compound, and to his office when he brought his wife around. The other men loved to stare. The woman was absolutely stunning. His heart pounded whenever he looked at her. He had nearly asked her to accompany him to his quarters. But such things resulted in lynchings, and to break all of his hard-earned reputation for simply a pretty face, unthinkable. Besides, he doubted the girl would enjoy the kinds of things he and his wife did. Ropes were an acquired taste, so he ignored her as much as he could. He nodded his head and took in the pleasantries. His wife giggled at the appropriate moments and complimented the girl on her pregnancy. Simple, safe topics. A fine visit with the huge patriarch once more affirming that he was at the Lord Magistrate's command and that his son would serve however he decided. He was about to leave when another voice called, "Lord Magistrate." His smile froze on his face at the voice. "It's great to see you, sir." "Ah, yes, it is. Good to see you too," he managed, his body freezing under the cultivator's grin. Hong Mailing stood with him, and the youngest of the Hong family was on his shoulders. "Let us hope this year is as productive as the last," he said with a smile. The Lord Magistrate nodded his head, but his gut had started to churn again. "May our relationship continue." He managed to get out, and the cultivator nodded as Hong Mailing started to gush over Yao Meihua. His night, well, it wasn't ruined after the visit from the cultivator. He had given him a gift and then left him alone. Even so, he kept the box on him and only opened it when he was once more safely in his office. He stared blankly at the 7 fragrance jewel herbs that had come with cooking instructions. He was so confused. Footwork is key, remember this. Zilan instructed him, "You live and die by your positioning." Could the next come for instruction? "Yes, senior sister." This and ran humbly request to trade pointers with senior sister. The next disciple came up, bouncing with enthusiasm. They bowed, as was custom, and began their bout. The girl was enthusiastic, but her defense was full of openings. She maneuvered her blade with ease, gently chastising the girl with a swift rap to the forehead. The girl fell back with a cry, nearly hitting the ground, but managed to remain standing. Aggression and enthusiasm are good, but to not forego your defense. A more measured approach is necessary. Now again. The girl nodded and struck again, taking her lesson to heart. They traded a few more blows, with Zilan looking for things to correct. Feet were smacked into the right position. Arms guided gently, and the girl's blade struck from her hands when she let her grip loosen. "Adequate for now, but you need more experience. Train diligently, disciple." Zilan nodded her head. "This will be all for today, disciples. This year is the Juling Hill Summit, the tournament for our generation. The best of you will be chosen to come along and observe the proceedings. Continue to polish your technique and cultivate your strength." She strode swiftly through the compound and managed to get to her rooms without any more interruption. She entered her room and performed the most important action of the day, eating lunch. She let out a sigh when she was safely in her rooms. Training others was so taxing. She knew why the other teachers had no time for fools, but sometimes the clumsy movements of the students did provide valuable insight, and it was good to have the demon-slaying orchid inspiring the disciples to greater heights. She loathed the name, but bore it without flinching. The praises lavished on her had been high. Cultivation materials and more instruction had been spent like water on her. yet they had not improved her cultivation as much as simple meal and a revelation from a master. Her blades had grown from 8 in number to 12, but that was her musings on the nature of connections, more than the spiritual pills. While the eyes of the elders brought great rewards, it also brought great pressure. She was to win the tournament at the Jeweling Hill Summit. Not just bring glory to the sect, as theirs was middling in power for the Azure Hills, but she was commanded to win it outright. She had even been given a leave of absence so that she could go out into the world and train, coinciding with the spring melt. Her honorable father was as good as his word, and the Crimson Demon's tooth was now a plow. Still, she would be taking a roundabout route and trying to lose any pursuers. The heavens knew all sorts of men had come out of the woodwork since she had returned. Her suitors were weak and arrogant, completely and utterly unsuitable. Just thinking about it made her bite down a bit harder than necessary. She served herself another bowl of rice. How quickly the bag of rice disappeared. The sect elders took their due and left her with half of it, which was frustrating in the extreme. She suppressed her negative emotions. She would soon be able to meet the hidden master again, and hopefully, her stay would be measured in months rather than mere days. Soon, she would be able to see Master Jin and Senior Sister again. It was that odd moment at the end of the year and the beginning of another. There was always so much stuff crammed into these months, and then, all of a sudden, there was a drought of events until the spring. The kind of lull in the world, as most people just seemed to be waiting for spring. The new year was a time for reflection, and reflecting on my choices over the year, I can safely say that I didn't regret a single one, especially not the decision to leave the sect. Hell, transport me back in time, and I'll do it all over again. Things had been good to me here, especially so far the people, and the things we did together. I had always been a fan of festivals, even if they were mostly overpriced crap they were back before. Wandering around with a pack of friends, shooting the shit and having a good time, sign me up. And while the solstice was held in the village, as many people as could be spared went to Verdant Hill for the new year. While Hong Yewu could certainly put on a party, it was nothing compared to what had happened at Verdant Hill. You know, I never really liked New Year's celebrations before I had gone to one here. The ones back before had been so boring to me. Sit around and watch the ball drop. Normally at home because it was so goddamn cold. Sure, there were some parties and stuff, but it never really felt like as much of an event as the Lunar New Year was. Or maybe I just hadn't gone to the right parties. I certainly liked the Lunar New Year more than anything I had done. Most of our time was spent in a buzzed haze or eating something. Elder Xian eventually got so sloshed that he started singing the same song about the whore that Mei Ling did, his arm wrapped around Bao's shoulders. Mei Mei had left out of embarrassment, dragging me along with her, as the town got increasingly rowdy. We had visited Tingfeng and Meihua, the latter of whom was starting to show pregnancy. It would still be a couple of months. She was due in the spring. I had also finalized some deals and checked on the progress of some glass merchants. The house needed proper windows. I currently didn't have any, as I was too worried about heat loss in the new house, and I opened the door if I wanted to air everything out. Now though, with spring on the way, and the days already starting to get a bit warmer after the Lunar New Year, it was time to complete everything, along with the rest of the tasks I had set myself to do this winter. There was paradoxically less and more work in the winter. It was a bit surreal to be teaching this stuff to animals, but they took to it rather well. There were the standard repairs and feeding the animals, but without anything to grow and tend to besides the spirit herbs. But what there was a lack of in labor, there was a massive increase in planning, now that I actually had some time. Fields needed to be plotted, seed considered, and logistics codified. It was a lot of work deciding everything. I had been keeping track of my food consumption and that of my disciples to see how much I could sell the next year and roughly how much I could grow, as well as thinking of things that I would need in the future. It was boring work for all that I had gone to a proper school in the before, and logistics never got any easier. It was stressful, especially now that I was guaranteed to have another mouth to feed in Mei Ling. I never wanted her to go hungry. And if I wasn't constantly reviewing my numbers, I was working on other things, like making good on my promise to my disciples. XXX. Now that's all the questions. Everybody ready. Baida's great master stood before them at the head of the room, his arms behind his back. They had received a test not of the body but of the mind this day. Baida would endeavor to do his best. They all would. His great master had spoken true. He had an enormous amount of things to teach them, from reading the characters that conveyed knowledge to math and science. It was all, according to the master, basic, but it was difficult. The great master was a calm and patient teacher. He would explain it as many times as was needed. Though they still had difficulty communicating without Sister Rai Zhu, he could tell if they were confused or not understanding of the material. Unfortunately, there was a great lack of understanding on Brother Chun Ki's part. It was vexing that he lagged behind so greatly, but Baida spoke not a word of rebuke to his brother. His head wound still caused him difficulty some days, and thus he was slower in learning. His boundless energy coursed through his body, and when forced to sit for long periods, he began to fidget. His self-control was lacking, but if he had not been rebuked by the master, how was it his place to do the same? They cultivated different styles. Brother Chun-Ki required much exercise and play to reach his potential, and seemed to gain limited value from meditating. Not that his style allowed him to sit still for long. It was so overwhelming for Chun-Ki at times that the master had to send him outside to run laps before coming back in. Bai to put it out of his mind and focused on the numbers he had been given. Something, deep in his soul, told him that the characters he was using were wrong. The one was supposed to be a line that was horizontal with the ground, wasn't it? This one was straight up and down. And the two lines and not this strange, swooping shape. He didn't know how he knew this, but it was a simple thought in the back of his head. He ignored it. This was the great master's profound wisdom. It was naturally superior to any gut instinct he could have because it came directly from him. Though that same gut instinct did seem to concede that this was an easier way to do the problems he had been given, especially when arranged in one of the math formations he had been gifted. The piece of chalk was held in his beak as he swiftly completed the problems set before him. While his slate was small, Brother Chun-Ki had an entire slab of stone in order to practice, and a large brush. While Sister Pai Pa had the fine dexterity that she would be able to have a small slate, she too had been given a larger one, so that Brother Chun-Ki was not left out. There was a splash, and Washi slapped his fins on the water, looking smug. This new trough allowed him a great amount of maneuverability, and allowed him to partake of the lesson as well. At first, the fish had cared little for the great master's teachings, content with his lot in life. The great master had said he would give him a small parcel of food for every correct answer. Now, Washi was his most dedicated and skilled student. The master nodded at the fish and went to look over the answers to his questions. Baida redoubled his efforts. When Baida completed his task, he let out a call to inform the great master and waited. He received a nod and the great master went to look over his answers. In the end, it was a perfect score. Good job, Baida, his master complimented quietly as he fed Washi his promised reward. The glutton eagerly ate his fill. The next to finish was Sister Teague, who got but a single question wrong, though he assumed that this might have been on purpose. She was picked up and placed in the master's lap so that they could review what she had done wrong. A mere miscarrying of a number, something easily fixed, but she remained in her place, purring contentedly after she was done. Finally, it was time for Chun-Ki, and Pai Pa the boar was nervous, shuffling his trotters, while Sister Pai Pa was calm, waiting for judgment. The master gazed upon them, his face pulled into a slight frown. Pai Pa, you got the same answers wrong as Chun-Ki, he stated, and the sow raised her head primly. The master's gaze held no recrimination. It's fine to be loyal, Pai Pa, but harming yourself and holding yourself back serves no place here. Everybody learns at their own pace, and I'll spend as much time as I need to with him. Pai Pa frowned and looked at the floor, embarrassed that her plot had been discovered. Now I'm going to ask that you do this again, while I go over things with Chun-Ki. I know you can do better than this. The sow nodded. The master then sat with his slowest disciple, affectionately rubbing the top of his head. All right, you did a good job here. You tried. I can see that you were showing your work, which is good. It helps us to figure out where you went wrong. Baida followed his master and sat down beside him to better see how he was making corrections. As the great master had once said, sometimes we learn more from failure than success. He would endeavor to put this saying into practice. Baida was meditating upon his math formations when the disciples were called by the great master. His voice was as strong as always, but today it had an undercurrent of tension. He, being a loyal disciple, swiftly rose and accompanied his master outside. It was a black day. The clouds were ominous, and the wind was as daggers hurled through the air. Something terrible was brewing on the horizon. He wondered what the matter was. Had something vexed his great master? The thing that dared would be swiftly destroyed by his spurs. The great master gestured for him to sit, and gracefully did, as they waited for the rest of the disciples to arrive. The great master sat still and appeared to be meditating. His fellow disciples assembled and waited to receive his wisdom. I will be eating one of the chickens, his great master stated. Baida froze at the statement and bowed his head. He knew this day would once more come. One of the hens had stopped laying eggs. She was plump and full of chi, and yet she had no spark still. Even after receiving a name of power, Bun Ti was just as she had been. The rest of the disciples well, while she looked eager, the pissing glutton just happy for food. Teague snorted contemptuously and gave him a nasty smirk. One of his kin was to be consumed. It was a petty gesture. Pai Pa nodded her head. Of them all, only Brother Chun-Ki looked worried and nosed at the great master. He smiled sadly at the large one. If she was like you are, then she would not be eaten. People who can think are not food. His great master reassured them, but Baida was unconcerned. He had long ago deduced this. Still, it was good to hear it from the great master's own mouth. Chun-Ki oinked sadly, gazing up with piteous eyes. Death is not always a bad thing, Chun-Ki. She will feed us and make us strong, just like the rabbits and the deer and the other fish. This is the same as that, okay? Chun-Ki whined but allowed his great master to rise. The axe was retrieved and Bun-Ti was taken. Baida watched unflinching as her life went on to nourish the great master. With a single blow, the deed was done. He bowed his head in respect to the one who had given her life and Chi back to the Lord. Brother Chun-Ki wailed. Like zigzag. There was a storm outside, one of winter's last hurrahs. The wind was howling like a demon. The snow was flying so thick and fast it made the world white. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and anybody caught outside would be in for a bad time. It was one of the storms that defined winter. I was, naturally, enjoying it immensely from inside my house. The fire was crackling merrily away, and the house was warm and dry. I had finally got my chicken soup. I was a bit leery about killing the hen, but she showed no signs of intelligence beyond what chicken should show, so I made the decision. It always hits a bit different when it's an animal you own, rather than an already slain chicken in a market. You took care of them. You raised them from a chick, and when you finally killed them, they trusted you. It was too much for some people. Some farmers responded by hardening their hearts and caring little for their animals. Me. Well, I just wouldn't take my food for granted. Maybe it's a bit callous, but I'm not a perfectly empathetic man. I don't think I have it in me to go vegetarian. I took another spoonful of broth. It was goddamn fantastic. I held out a bit of chicken for Tigger, and the cat eagerly ate, cleaning off my fingers with her tongue. Out of all of them, she was the most enthusiastic about this meal, even more than Washi. I sighed and reached down beside me again, rubbing my chunky boy's head. He snuffed sadly. Peppa was leaned up on the other side of him, also refusing to eat any of the chicken. Honestly, I was feeling like crap, and Chunky did not look good sad. How a 200-pound boar can look so much like a kicked puppy is beyond me. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to. I said simply, I understand. But this is what she died for. Chunky oinked sadly and shook his head. That's all right. Do you want to have any meat in the future or just no more meat from the farm? He tapped his chin twice on the ground, indicating the second part of my question, and shook his head again. I nodded and scratched his head affectionately. Peppa was staring at the meat, but shook her head vigorously when she caught me looking at her. Chunky nudged her, and she somehow managed to blush. She nodded her head. The piece of chicken disappeared. The other who did not partake was Big D, but I have to admit I would be pretty concerned if he did. When I had explained why I was killing the hen, Big D just accepted it. And not just accept, but he seemed to approve. I still remember as he looked on, unflinching. I made it as quick as I could, a clean death. He simply bowed his head and then returned to the house. That he had already rationalized it was both a relief and a bit concerning. But Big D seemed to think that they were almost separate species. He mated with the females and joined in on the cognitive tests, but after they all turned up failures, even the other rooster, he lost interest in them. He seemed disappointed in them. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know how to deal with this. It was something I certainly had no experience in. All I could do is be there if he wanted to talk, I guess. I finished my soup and turned back to my thoughts on where to go from here. Plans changed all the time in light of new information, but I should at least have a plan. I mean, take the bath, for example. First, I wanted a fire crystal and a water crystal to produce water and heat. But when you could literally lift the entire tub up, dunk it in the river to fill it with water, and then flash heat it with chi, well, you don't really need those things, do you? Necessity was the mother of invention after all, and if you don't need something, you tend to leave it. Or at least, it gets put on the back burner. I still did want them, if only for convenience for when Maymay gets here. I had built an entire setup to heat the water faster, with bellows and a chimney, and then I ended up not using it that much. Trees and wood are important resources, and I didn't want to start clear-cutting my land to fuel everything. It was good it was still cold enough for me to freeze the broth. I could have it for a while longer. One of the biggest things I had to contend with would be preservation. I already had a pseudo-refrigerator in the river room, as the colder water ran over my food, but I needed the ice to last. There was always the pit method, which people here already used. I could just dig a big hole, cover it, and hope the ice didn't melt. It would take a while, but that would only last a couple of months. I knew that because Maymay had shown me Hong Yewu's storage area and there wasn't any ice left. I frowned as I tried to come up with something. Could I just cheat again? Chi reinforcement made things more durable. Could I just use it on ice and have it last longer? I absently picked up 2 pieces of wood. One I reinforced with chi, the other I didn't. I placed both ends in the fire and waited. The unreinforced one caught before the reinforced one, but it was a near thing. There's only so much chi something can hold after all. Push too much into it, and it will break or even explode. I talk about how I'm just kind of shoving chi at things, but well, it is a bit more delicate than that. Normally, it does require quite a bit of concentration to fill something new up with your essence and make everything perfect, but this was one of the few things I was good at. The shoots of plants were very delicate after all. One had to have a light touch. It's probably why the new initiates of Cloudy Sword were put on plant duty, to improve chi control. Or it was just because we were expendable labor, probably the latter. In any case, I had another experiment to run. I walked out into the cold, howling blizzard and got some more ice from the river. Honestly, the improvement wasn't much. It took about 20 seconds longer for it to start melting, but it was movement in the right direction. Well, no time like the present to teach the scientific method. XXX. The thing about science is that we always think of the cool shit. The giant spaceships, the cars, the guns. What most people gloss over is that most of the time, unless you're super passionate, science is super goddamn boring. I was literally watching ice melt. Most of my experiments were duds. I had several groups near the fire and then leading outwards towards the river room. There was just a set amount of chi that ice could take before it shattered. And it was mundane ice, not the stuff young mistresses magicked up, so it wasn't harder than steel and twice as deadly. Now I had a bunch of ice all over my house, arranged into two groups. Washi marked down 20 seconds again. The fish nodded happily, seconds being the intervals that I was tapping my leg at. They were all near perfectly even, so it was good enough for taking time. Honestly, he was the most interested in this after I told him it was for food preservation, of course. The rest of my disciples had gotten bored with the repetitive nature of what we were doing. Big D still checked in occasionally, but the rest of them had gone off to play or hunt. Like I said, watching ice melt was boring, even if it could be important. I sighed as I tried to reinforce the ice again. Maybe if I put it in a different way. I carefully began constructing a horizontal lattice. It shattered. Nope, not that way. Maybe it was a mass thing. I stared around at the wet spots on my floor. You know what, let's call it a day. I'm going out to find Chunky, I decided. You get back to the river room, okay, Washi? The fish nodded his head, slapping his fins in frustration. Yeah, I know, little buddy. Maybe we'll have better luck tomorrow. Teague stalked along the property of her master, inspecting it for any traces of interlopers. It was a thankless task, but one infinitely more exciting than whatever the master had dreamed up. Really, watching ice melt, it was surely for some profound reason, and she would praise him and allow him to pet her when he figured it out, but such things were beneath her. She had a patrol to do. She had to train her body. She consented to learning the strange numbers the master taught, but sitting there was boring. She was a creature of action. She would find her master's enemies and slay them. But today there were no enemies. What had once been a near constant skirmish against a tide of verminous filth had died down dramatically ever since she had slain the bandits. Baidu had said that a curse had been cleansed from the land, that the master destroying it was a sign that he considered her powerful enough that she did not need the swarm of training aides, but now there was nothing. There was nothing to hunt. There was nothing to prey upon. She wasn't allowed to eat the glutton. She could peel back his armored and surprisingly thick scales anytime she liked, but the master had forbidden her from eating those with the spark. None of the others would trade pointers with her. Baidu was well he was. She would beat him eventually, but constantly striking her face into a wall was stupid. Raizu had fled and was unavailable. Washi would sit in his river and spit water at her, the gluttonous bastard. Chun-Ki just thought it was a game, cheerily charging after her. She had tried to force the issue and turn it into a proper spar once. The fight stopped as soon as it started when she brought out her five-fold blades. Sister Pai Pa's wrath was magnificent. She was truly a most powerful brute. Lady, she was a lady. She would respect her and call her that. Being swallowed was a decidedly unpleasant experience, even if she had managed to fight her way out. It had been quite a good workout until the preening cock had put a stop to her fun. Now they tended to avoid her while the master was away. A pity that they were so intimidated by her might. She sighed with boredom. She didn't even have the master's training aid. Her claws had finally defeated it 2 days ago, and though the master had promised her another, it was not ready for her yet. She wished she still had it. She wished for strength. Growing in strength was only right. Eating meat was only proper, no matter how much Chun-Ki wailed and blubbered the oaf. She frowned as she thought about the master's story again, his tale of why he came here. Why did the master content himself with this? He could rule this world with ease, she was sure of it. His strength was beyond every other man. Contenting himself with only this, it was just so strange. You may go if you wish, but you will always have a place here. She could go off on an adventure. She could just step out for a few days, find some beast and slay it. The master wouldn't even know. She shook her head and pushed those thoughts from her mind. No, she could not. She could not do that. The master needed her here. She was the most reliable. She was the most comforting. She was the one who understood him the most. Even if she didn't understand why he said he had given up power, it was surely a ruse, wasn't it? She stared at the boundary between the land and the outside. She shook her head and turned around. Maybe next time. Maybe she would expand the master's territory. Yes, next time she would go out and conquer in his name. She turned and began to head back to the master. She would allow him to pat her again for deciding to expand his land. Yes, that is what she would do. Though she wondered what that thundering sound was, she approached swiftly, only to see the master assaulting the frozen ground furiously, while Washi looked on and slapped his fins on the bank of the river. That was a big hole he was digging. Chun-Ki had climbed in after him, and was using his tusks and nose to aid the master's furious quest. Was it some sort of training? She supposed cutting through the hardened soil might prove some challenge, and it was better than the numbers. Teague hopped into the hole. The earth could not withstand the might of her blades. When I first left for the Azure Hills, I had planned to be a hermit. I had planned to do everything myself and visit the least amount of people possible. If I hadn't been a cultivator, that plan would have killed me. But then again, if I hadn't been a cultivator, I wouldn't have decided to do such a thing in the first place. But to hell with that mindset. This may be Xyxia land, but that doesn't mean everybody is a shithead, going for the backstab and the betrayal. I had friends. I had a soon-to-be family. I had people who would help. I needed to get a move on if I wanted to have the house done in time for May's arrival. The days were getting warmer. I had spent a bunch of precious time digging a giant pit to store ice. Like, a lot of ice. The frozen ground didn't do much to stop me. A nice big underground storage area. Honestly, it was mostly born out of frustration with the fact that my ice experiments weren't going that well. The several tons of ice now sitting pretty in their bunker was me finally snapping. In other words, I had been procrastinating because I had my attention captured by a dumb project, one I had borked up. By the time I realized how much work I had put into it, I had stripped an entire small lake of its ice. It was good stress relief, though. Tigger was really good at cutting it into perfect blocks and making ice sculptures once I showed her how. Though I didn't really know how to feel about the life-sized replica of me, standing triumphantly on a pile of defeated enemies. They all had their quirks, I suppose, and really it was a fantastic sculpture. She had even managed to make it look like I had beads of sweat rolling down my bare chest. I should encourage her artistry. My feet plodded along the melty path back home. My glass had arrived, and I was going to be finishing my house. This was the last step. The Zong brothers had offered their help, and I would be taking them up on it. I could probably do it all myself, but the question was why. It cost me a bit of food, and I get some extra hands and some company, especially when installing windows and sanding floors. That stuff was boring as hell, even when you can do it as fast as I can. Many hands make light work after all. The brothers were out in the woods when I called on them, so their mother invited me in to wait. They still lived with their parents, most people here did, with multiple generations living in the same house. Honestly, it was pretty nice. I was never a fan of the out at 18 mindset a lot of people had in the before. The matriarch of the Zong family, Nezin Hu Li, was appropriately named, Huli being the word for fox. I could tell where Yun Ren got his looks from. She had the same fox-like eyes as her son, surrounded by laugh lines. Please, just Jin. I'm good friends with Yun Ren and Gu Ren. There's no need for you to be so formal with me, I told her and took a sip of tea. Well, if that's what you want, then it's all good, yeah. I nearly spat out my tea at the swap from formal, demure host to whatever the hell her accent was. She sounded almost like she was from Brooklyn. Let me tell you that coming out from a little Asian lady was hilarious. Her grin was so wide it split her face in two as she saw my amused look. Where's that from? I asked. A remnant of my tribe, she said without the accent. A week's journey north through the forest. She swapped back. So you're grabbing one of my brats fo tha summa, I chuckled. Yeah, Gu Ren is going to be helping me and learning about how to grow rice how I do it. Should improve yields here by a lot, but it's also quite a bit more work. She nodded. My boy likes to complain, but he always does good work. Take care of him, you hear? I nodded. Gu's a good friend, and you're welcome to come visit whenever you want. She smiled again. I might just take you up on that. Little May will need a woman to talk to in any case. There are some things men just can't handle, she said authoritatively. I nodded. She would be better at handling womanly issues that May might need help with. If Mailing wanted to include me in that kind of stuff, I was absolutely fine with helping, but if she wasn't, that was her choice. She seemed a little shocked at my easy surrender, her vulpine eyes opening completely. They were a lovely amber color, the same as Gu Ren's. As quickly as the shock came, it went. So how did you and Ten Ren meet anyways? I asked. Oh, he got hurt in the forest, and I found him. He thought I was some kind of fox spirit at first, and I thought he was some kind of ascended monkey. He shaves them off now, but back then his sideburns. Well, I nursed him back to health, and he ended up challenging my father to a hunting contest to win my hand. I listened to the rather funny story of Ten Ren's increasingly mad ploys to win the hand of a tribal girl, until finally he just snuck in the middle of the night and kidnapped her, which is apparently what both she and her father had been waiting for, judging by the fond sighs and blush she got when relaying that piece of information. All right, that's a piece of culture shock, but judging by the story it was consensual, so I'm not gonna judge. And then my uncle looked right at him. Ten Ren always says he got away cleanly, but don't believe a word. She told me conspiratorially. I swear the wood is faulty. It split right down the middle again. I heard Yun Ren's raised voice from outside. My bow wasn't faulty. Say that again and I'll beat your teeth into the back of your skull. It's something else. That thing is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The brothers entered, looking quite upset while Hu Li narrowed her eyes. And what are you two grumbling about now? Yun Ren's mystery dear. Both boys jumped. Mother, Yun Ren yelped. Jin, Gu Ren called. Hu Li glared at her sons. It wasn't even an hour from the village. Yunren protested. It had torn up a bunch of snow to get at a patch of still green grass. I tried to get it and Gu's bow broke. Gu Ren grumbled. Hu Li frowned and raised an eyebrow at Gu Ren. So it's real then and not a tall story. Her younger son nodded. I don't think it's a spirit beast. It looks too dumb. Here, Yun Ren can't draw worth a damn, and you told me to get what it looked like. I can draw just fine, his brother muttered, while Gu Ren got a piece of charcoal. The table was what he used instead of paper. My first thought when the drawing was done was Gu Ren is really good at making things look cute. The second was that's a goddamn moose. Well, if there are sugar maple trees. Hu Li looked a bit confused. A thunderhoof. This far south? Hey, that's kinda cute. Nice drawing, Gu. I said, looking at the drawing. Look at those doe eyes, he blushed. How could you mistake a moose for a deer, Yun? Yeah, the babies are cute. You won't be saying that when it grows up bigger than the headman's house. Hu Li shot back. Okay, what? And they're not. Spirit beasts? I asked incredulously. Some of them are. Mostly they're just big. They live up in the northern wastes, out in the sea of snow. This one is real lost to be down here. What the hell, Xianxia land? You want me to chase it off? I finally asked. She shook her head. It'll clear off on its own, and it won't hurt us none as long as we don't poke it with arrows. She snarled, glaring at her sons. They had the grace to look embarrassed. They're good fortune anyways. It'll stay for a while, then leave back to the wastes. She shook her head. Now you came here for my boys. Take them before they cause any more trouble, she demanded, shooing us out of their house. Both of her sons started whining about a change of clothes, and she relented. She leaned against the wall of their house as we packed up. You know, sometimes the tribe's hunters are around the area where you live. I'll pass the word on if they find something interesting to head around. Just tell them to enter through the gate. Big D and Tigger don't take kindly to trespassers, I warned, especially if those trespassers were carrying weapons. I'll tell them, don't you worry. I tell you to take good care of little May, but I don't think you need to be told to do that. I nodded. Well, take care now and don't be afraid to tan their hides if they muck up, Hu Li said with a wave. Really, trying to hunt a thunderhoof, she muttered. I resisted the urge to go running off and find the baby moose. I had a job to do. Maybe I could see if I could find it after this. Anyways, we didn't take long to pack up when we were approached by Mei Mei, Yao Qi, and Xian the elder. What are you boys up to? Qi asked leadingly. They're going to help me with my house. Gotta get the windows in and the floors done, so I asked for a hand. Oh, glasswork, Qi remarked, not sounding surprised at all. Don't leave it to these two miscreants, you want a fine touch. I've little to do right now, and I want to see what these brats have been squawking about, Elder Qi had declared. Hong Xian nodded. I would see your home as well, he asked politely. Well, the more the merrier, I shrugged. Hop in, I said, banging the side of my cart. We'll be there in a couple hours at my pace. Mei Mei, you coming too? Mei Ling looked like she wanted to come, but had a silent conversation with her father. He shook his head slightly, and she nodded. I'll stay here this time, she decided. Let some things be a surprise. Well, it wasn't too long till we were married. I scratched Rizzo's head and nodded at Mei Mei. Well, I'll see you soon then. The rest of the men seemed to be busy with the cart, so I darted in and kissed her on the forehead. She giggled and swatted me away. There was a bit of a nervous flutter in my stomach as I would be showing my father-in-law around my house. He would like it. I knew he would like it. I picked up the cart when they were all settled in and started running. There was less rocking than Xian expected. They were traveling forwards at a terrifying pace, the wind in his hair, and yet the cart was nearly completely stable. Not a single piece of glass rattled against another, as Jin's stride utterly consumed the ground in front of him. If there was one thing Xian never thought would happen, it was to be carted around by a cultivator. But ever since Jin came, the improbable seemed to become rather more likely to happen. He had traveled this fast only once before, under decidedly more dire circumstances, in a vastly more uncomfortable ride. There had been horses screaming, soldiers shouting, and arrows thunking into wood. Instead of a freckly maid shouting obscenities, an archivist screaming in a much higher pitch than said maid, and himself praying to whatever gods would listen, Brother Qi was looking mostly bored, while Yun and Gu argued about what meat tasted the best. Jin occasionally interjected over his shoulder. Yun Ren had championed rabbit, Gu Ren beef, and Jin chicken. Chicken, but it tastes so bland, Gu Ren scoffed. Bland, it has a lovely subtle flavor, and it takes seasoning so well, Jin shot back. And fried chicken is the ultimate dish. All of you youngsters are wrong, pork is best, Brother Qi derided them. Sausage and dumplings are all a man needs to grow big and strong. He flexed his muscles, bulging from a lifetime at the forge. Both the Zong brothers went quiet at the declaration but glared mutinously. Jin just laughed. Even into his 40s, Qi's muscles rivaled Jin's in size, and Qi wasn't a cultivator. Xian liked deer himself. Both his late wife and daughter made excellent roast venison. He absently watched the passing trees, remembering the speeding carriage. There was also a lack of urgency. No evidence needed to get to the court the next day, else their heads would roll. Court intrigue was hazardous to one's health. Doubly so when you got involved by accident. He shook his head to rid himself of the memories. Even the years couldn't make him think fondly on those terrifying days, though the times that came after more than made up for them. The journey to Jin's house, that was nearly the same distance away from their village as it was from Verdant Hill, took mere hours, and Jin wasn't even winded. He looked a little nervous, shooting glances repeatedly at Xian, but it was understandable. What man isn't nervous about showing his future father-in-law his home? The gate to his land was large and sturdy, with a maple leaf and the amusing sign displayed prominently. The Zong brothers and his own daughter had been amused greatly by it, and there too was the aforementioned chicken. He had seen it before at his village, briefly, shrouded in the dusk on the rooftop. In the bright light of the day, his true coloration was revealed. His plumage was more vibrant than any painting he had seen, including in the palace of the Pale Moon Lake City. His red neck and breast looked like fire captured in plumage, the blues like the most perfect of sapphires, the green on his tail jade. His talons and spurs shone like silvery metal, and his comb was a deeper red than what the noble ladies wore on their lips. The fox fur vest he wore paled in comparison to his magnificence. The rooster's gaze was stern, but not judgmental. Proud guardian, the rooster bowed to them as Jin and the cart passed the threshold, welcoming them into Jin's fa ram. The Zong brothers bowed back as much as they could sitting down. Chi started to bow and then his eyes caught on something else. What the hell's, he gaped. We didn't tell you about the general that commands the winter, Yun Ren asked cheekily. Xian started laughing. Mei Ling had told him, but it was one thing to hear about the massive golem made out of snow and another to see it. It was a jaunty-looking fellow with a dumb grin and a giant hat colored black with ashes. It was an amusing sight. Jin continued his walk, bypassing a small shack and continuing down the hill to a small river, though he did slow down as they approached the river until Jin stopped, his mouth open in shock and a bright blush forming all over his freckled cheeks. Tigger, what came out of Jin's mouth was almost a whine. Gu Ren and Yun Ren burst out laughing, and Chi sounded like he was choking on something. Xian turned from the general and looked forward. There was a little cat, still a kitten really, sitting in between a bunch of ice sculptures and looking like it had just managed to slay 1,000 mice. It bowed to Jin. A bunch of ice sculptures that depicted Jin nude in various martial poses, trampling on a giant rat, staring boldly forwards, his hands on his hips. One that even had him in a one-handed handstand, flipping over a boar. Xian was honestly impressed by that one. How had the spirit beast managed to balance it? And the detail was incredibly fine. A bit amateurish compared to the sculptures he had seen in the palace, and some of the anatomy was questionable, but honestly impressive considering they were made by a cat. These are very nice, Tigger. Jin managed to get out, and the kitten preened at the praise, rubbing up against Jin's legs. But how about you? Diversify your sculptures. It'll make you better to have other things to practice. The kitten considered and then nodded. She hopped up onto his shoulders and lay atop his head. The Zong brothers were gasping for air, and Chi had begun crying. The kitten glared at them. I'm sure they're just overcome with emotion at your beautiful sculptures, Jin said, his eye twitching and his face crimson. Now, how about I put these in the ice room so they don't melt? The kitten slid its way into the front of his shirt and yowled happily. Is the weapon accurate? Chi managed to choke out, tears streaming from his eyes. He pointed at the sculpture's bits. One of the parts that Xian had a feeling was not correct. The kitten looked confused by the question, looking to where Chi was pointing, and then to the actual sword that sculpture was holding. It nodded its head. Jin's face screwed up, and actual steam started to billow off the mortified boy's shoulders. Chi howled, doubling over. Looks like Mei Mei is going to have her work cut out for her. Gu Ren, caught in his mirth, leaned back so far he fell out of the cart, falling onto his back and continuing to gasp for breath. For a moment, Xian was worried that even Jin's patience would have limits, especially with such a topic. Jin was clearly embarrassed, but he seemed to find the whole thing at least a little funny. Well, make yourselves at home, I gotta, yeah. Jin managed, sighing at the sculptures. He quickly but carefully collected the sculptures and began carting them off. Xian took a good look at the front of the house. The style was unfamiliar to him. Yun Ren had originally said that the house was bigger than his own, and he had been impressed. His home was the largest in Hongyewu, though a good portion of it was storage for the medicine his family created. The actual livable section was a bit more modest, but it was no hovel. This, however, was a veritable manor. There were more foundations roughly marked with stakes outside. The other completed buildings were an outhouse, what Xian assumed to be a bathhouse, and a large stone oven. It was not a walled compound. Instead, there was what looked like a veranda surrounding the entire house, with the tiled roof extending past the outer walls. They bundled the glass into the house, the rest of their party having stopped laughing for long enough to do some work. They were greeted at the door by Pai Pa, the sow brightening up and bowing politely when she saw Xian. The entrance was on a slightly lower level than the rest of the house, and covered with easy-to-clean slabs of stone. The Zong brothers took off their wet shoes at the entrance, and he did the same, stepping onto the lacquered and waxed hardwood floors. They were so smooth they were almost slippery. He shuffled his feet, and not a single splinter threatened his socks. They were also a lot warmer than Xian was expecting. Gu Ren was allowed to set down his load, and then he was promptly bowled over by Chun Ki, the boar excitedly nosing him. Xian took the opportunity to look around the house. The main room was warm and inviting, with a divider and a bed as well as a warm hearth. There were several large cushions around the fire, and a table that had what looked like a blanket under its top, to warm the legs of those who sat under it. Xian would have to steal the idea. It looked comfortable. There were several half-finished projects as well, what looked like some gears from a water wheel, each of them with a different number of teeth, and one that had been snapped in half. Strange-looking stone that seemed to be almost poured into its shape, a box, filled with empty frames that could be slid in and out. If this was the entirety of the house, Xian would have been satisfied. There was also a large kitchen, another storage room, and an entire second floor as well as the famous river room complete with gluttonous carp. It eyed them excitedly as they entered and then realized that they didn't have any food. It made a noise that sounded suspiciously like fe and went back to sleep. Yao Qi nodded as he looked around the house. Well, I certainly approve. It will be a lot of work, but I see no reason why we can't get this done by the time the snows melt. A week or two to finish. Jin is cutting it close. A week or two, Jin's voice called as he entered. I was thinking a day or two. Less if we hustle. All the flooring is cut, it just needs to be put in, and we should be able to get through all the windows today. Yao Qi raised an eyebrow and then seemed to remember he was dealing with a cultivator. Well, if you say so, I want to see this when it's finished. Zong brats, get to work. Carefully now carefully, Qi demanded, rather unnecessarily. Jin was exceedingly careful with his windows. It was the most expensive part of the house after all. 4 large glass windows, 3 for the front, 1 for the back, 4 smaller windows, and the rest would be made of treated paper and have large shutters. The panes themselves were 2 layers of glass, which according to Jin would help keep the cold out. It turned out that Jin's assessment would likely be accurate. The walls of the house were made of sturdy hardwood, the kind of trees that blunted axes and saws alike. They were as paper before Jin's saw blade. It tore through the planks with a harsh, almost buzzing sound, carefully arranged to exactly the size he would need for the windows. While Jin was cutting, Qi was inspecting the glasswork, taking measurements, and examining hinges. After he did that, Jin would lift them into place, while Qi made sure everything joined correctly and that the glass wouldn't shatter due to any twists or warps. The Zong brothers, meanwhile, were put to work on the floors. Gu Ren took the ground floor, while Yun Ren took the second floor. True to Jin's words, the planks were already cut and premeasured. All that was left was to hammer them in the order that they were shown. Really, Xian and Qi were more impressed with how the boys were doing, rather than their own speed. The Zong brothers were moving far faster than he expected them to, even while seeming spectacularly bored and almost vacant. Their breathing was deep and steady, almost like his own breathing was when he had to perform the rituals of Hong Yewu. Both he and Jin were watching them before Jin shook his head and got back to work. It was not back-breaking labor, but it was intensive. They toiled for hours, and the sun was starting to set, but they did indeed finish putting in all the windows in a single day, even the one on the second story. The Zong brothers finished putting in the planks. They would be sanded, lacquered, and waxed tomorrow. Xian expected them to be tired from the ordeal. Instead, "Let's go, Chun Ki," Gu Ren shouted, grabbing an oddly shaped stick and a disc made out of stone. His brother raced after him onto the ice, where they began a game of tackles, shoves, and a speeding stone disc. "How the hells do those brats have so much energy?" Qi demanded, sitting on a stump. Xian's old friend was rubbing his back and squinting at the boys. He winced as they collided with a bone-jarring crunch, only for both of them to start laughing and continuing on their shoving match. "Elder Hong, Elder Yao, it's ready," Jin said as he came back around the front of the bathhouse. "Brother Qi, Jin," Broth Qi scolded him. "Honestly, you're too polite for your own good." Jin looked a bit sheepish at the reprimand, scratching the back of his head. Xian smiled at him. "You've already called me father once. Continue that, Jin," Xian said, clapping him on the shoulder. Jin's smile got cheeky. "Sorry, Pops, I'll keep that in mind," Jin said, putting on an inner-city accent, the kind of speech pattern that the gutter snipes, gangs, and his wife used. Xian rolled his eyes at the irreverence and reached up to cuff Jin's ear for his cheek. The boy dodged deftly, his smile growing wider. There was a yelp and an oof as Gu Ren flopped into view, spun end over end by Chun Ki's tackle. He groaned in pain but didn't seem seriously hurt, despite being folded in half by the boar's charge. He popped back up, ready to go, when Jin caught him. "I promised you guys a steam bath last time, and everything is all heated up." Gu Ren shrugged as his brother jogged up beside him. I splashed more water on the rock and then returned my hands to Brother Qi's back, the older man sighing in contentment. I had replaced the normal pool of water with a slab of rock, and that was being heated instead of the water. It was sauna time after a hard day of work. Qi had been grimacing and pressing his hand against his back, so I decided on a bit of steam relaxation, or naked with the boys part 2, electric boogaloo. In any case, there had been a crack about my dangly bits from Gu Ren. Tigger's statues hadn't been anatomically correct, as she hadn't really seen me naked, but I held my peace. Vengeance was a dish best served cold after all, though in this case it would be hot because we're in a steam bath, and I've lost control of this metaphor. I wasn't spectacular at massages, but I knew enough not to hurt someone, and chi makes everything easier once you know how to use it. I remembered my father from before with his own back pain. Gods damn it, why couldn't you have been born here? Chi muttered. I could have an apprentice and my flower would still be at home. You like blacksmithing, don't you? Every man should. He started grumbling under his breath. He was lamenting that Mayhua wasn't married to me again. I didn't say anything and finished working the knot out of his back. Honestly, if it wasn't for the save and how I helped her out, I don't think Mayhua would have liked me much. I had seen her grimaces on the way to Verdant Hill the first time. I was a bit too boisterous for her. Ting Feng was a quiet, scholarly sort. She fit the town life better too. While she had a bit of muscle, as no one was allowed to sit on their asses in Hong Yeawu, I got the feeling that she didn't like working too much. And Ting Feng's family had a couple of servants to take care of the more heavy physical labor. I kind of wondered about how Xian would think of it, but his eyes were simply closed, and he was at peace, enjoying the steam bath. I certainly wouldn't want another man making noises about poaching my daughter's husband for his daughter. My soon-to-be father had a build that I really should have expected, but caught me by surprise anyway. He was a bit thin and wiry, but he looked strong, with well-defined muscles. I had been expecting a bit less, but it was Xianxia land. His hair was the same green-tinted shade as Mei and little Xian had, and he had a small beard. He looked pretty dignified, and was probably what most people in this world would consider attractive, aside from a rather large scar on his arm. He was about 55, so a full half-foot shorter than I was, but then again, the only man who I had met so far that matched my height was Yao Qi. This is very nice, Xian finally declared. He looked at peace with the world and like he was genuinely happy to be here. I grinned back, all of my teeth showing, and slapped Qi on the back. You're done. Now we cool ourselves down and start the medicinal treatment, I declared. We all walked outside into the snow, Qi stretching and grinning at his range of motion. We simply drank in the fruits of our labor, the exterior of my house looking finally like a proper house. The exterior was very Japanese with the engawa, or veranda that enclosed the building, even going out over the water of the river as a pseudo-dock. The back river was deep enough to jump into and fish in, though fishing that close to Washi's lair was a fool's errand. We took a couple of minutes to cool down, and then we all got back into the sauna for the second steam. It was time for my revenge. Now lay down here. This will improve the circulation of blood and allows you to sweat out even more impurities. Gu Ren eagerly laid down. Grinning, I brought out the bundle of branches. The venek, or bundle of oak leaves and branches, would be my instrument of death. I mean, I was telling the truth, it did help improve circulation. But I had added a few more branches to it, thicker ones that would certainly smart when they hit. Make dick jokes all day, would you? You're courting death. Gu Ren shrieked as I slapped down the branches, with a little more force than was probably necessary, onto his ass. I held him down and smiled at him. Jin, he yelped out, it's medicinal, it's supposed to feel like this. I hit him again. What Elder Hong, there's no way this can be. Smug. Son of a whore. Jin Xian stroked his beard, considering for a moment. He pronounced death upon the Zong brothers and Qi. I do believe that this will have significant benefits, he declared. I grinned. Gu paled. I could feel him struggle a bit really, far more than I should be able to. I had some suspicions about Yun and Gu, but well, I would wait and see. I cheerfully worked him over with the branches and then tossed him in the river. I made it back just in time as Yun Ren tried to bolt. His eyes opened wide in terror and desperation. Going somewhere, I asked him, my hand clamped on his shoulder. His eyes jumped all over the place, searching for a way out. I didn't make as many jokes, he tried, smiling hopefully. I said nothing and simply pulled him back into the bathhouse. My smile was upon my face the entire time. Go easy on me, please, I'm sorry. Bastard of 3 fathers. That was most pleasant, Xian stated. I had pulled out the thicker branches when it finally came time for his turn, so things were decidedly less painful. The others glared but had accepted their punishment. I guess I do feel a bit more lively. Qi grudgingly admitted and shoveled more rice into his mouth. Rice shouldn't be allowed to be this good, he muttered. Dinner tonight was fish hot pot. I was actually starting to run low on a bunch of my veggies. I had a lot more people over than I thought I would have, and Chunky, Peppa, and Washi added to the mix was depleting things a bit faster than I liked. Well, I'm not going to stop feeding them, I'll just have to ration my own food out a bit better. And soon it would be spring. I was ready and raring to go. People thought this was impressive, they ain't seen nothing yet. We finished dinner and began lazing around. It was certainly a lot brighter with the windows installed, even at this time of night. Jin, what are these if you don't mind me asking? Xian asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He had been a scholar, the gears well there for a water wheel. I was just messing around to see if I could power a mill with them, but I'm not the greatest at this sort of thing, and ain't that the truth? I was shit at mechanical engineering. I spent most of my time staring at diagrams and wondering what the hell I was doing. Well, Brother Chi knows his way around such things, as does Brother Bao, so you might want to ask them. I'm afraid such engineering projects are largely beyond me. I spent more time on medicine than on gears and pulleys. I pointed to the next item. Well, concrete or liquid stone. Xian examined it. I've heard of such things before. One of the southern tribes at the very edge of the continent used something similar. They gave His Imperial Majesty a faulty recipe for their liquid stone and they were destroyed for the insult. Well, all right then. You learn something new every day. It seemed like a good idea. If it makes things easier for us, then I think it's a worthy investment. Xian nodded. And the last, he asked. I was a little bit confused that he didn't know the last one. He had mentioned keeping bees before. A beehive. I said, a beehive, he asked, looking suddenly interested. What is the purpose of the shelves then? Wait, were beehives like this invented a lot later than I thought they were? I didn't even know that there were other ways of keeping bees. Did they just tear open the entire damn hive? The bees build their comb in it, so you can take them out without destroying the hives. Xian's eyes widened. They will truly follow the frames. Yeah, they just have to be close enough together, but not too close together. I reached in and grabbed the frame, pulling it out easily. Build them a nice house and they'll stay for years. Xian stared at the hive for a bit longer, thinking deeply. Where did you learn? I suppose it doesn't matter. You start this spring, he asked. Yup, I can make you some if you want, father. He chuckled. I shall take you up on the offer. Just 1 or 2 for now, to see how they work. Gu Ren's ass hurt. It really hurt. It really hurt, and he was bending over and sanding a floor, which added to his misery. His ass hadn't hurt this bad since his mother had caught him pilfering father's traps and claiming the pelts as his own catch, and that was half a decade ago, though he never would have expected it to be one of his friends administering punishment. It looked like Jin's patience wasn't so infinite after all. He supposed he kind of deserved it. He had been rather incessant in his jokes about Jin's manhood. The worst part was, though, he did feel a bit better after Jin smacked him around with the branches. He yawned as his arms continued moving, sanding the floor as his mind wandered. They had gotten things done extremely quickly yesterday, and even though he had worked so much, he still felt vigorous and ready for more. He had even been able to play a bit of Hachi with Chun-Ki and his brother, and he still felt fine. He idly wondered about his newfound energy. He rarely seemed to get tired anymore, even when he worked all day. Maybe Jin was onto something about the rice, but Gu Ren had mostly eaten brown rice before, so that couldn't be that different. Or maybe it was the eggs and the vegetables that Jin occasionally gave them, the ones that tasted better than anything he had ever eaten. Was it because they were grown by a cultivator? He didn't know. Maybe he was just growing into his strength. Father said that young men were at their strongest in their early 20s and he had just turned 18. Maybe that was it. He was growing up. He finished sanding the section of the floor and Baida walked in. He nodded to the rooster, who used his wings to whip up a gust and sweep all the wood dust from the house. Useful, he thought. All this cheese stuff was useful. No wonder cultivators could sit around all day in the stories, if they even did this kind of stuff at all. He supposed that other people took care of it all even with. Jin was constantly busy. He started sanding again, and soon he would be too, working on the farm for Jin. His friend had kept his shack well maintained throughout the winter, and told Gu Ren that he could have it if he wanted some privacy. Gu Ren decided he might take Jin up on his offer, but Jin's new house was so nice that a room in here would be just fine, and it would help that Mei Ling would be here. He liked Jin, he really did, but something would feel wrong without her to patch up his cuts and scrapes. Or maybe he would just get homesick. His brother would be at home. They'd never been separated for more than a week, as far back as he could remember. Oh well, no second thoughts. He'd give it his all like he always did. Besides, Hong Yewu wasn't that far away. A day and a bit. Less if he could convince Chun-Ki to give him a ride and the boar. Well, his friend, if he was being honest, was always agreeable. He hit the other side of the room. It was the last pass, and it was probably near lunch. He ran his fingers along the smooth floor, making sure he hadn't missed any spots. No splinters tugged at his fingers. He nodded to Baidu again, the rooster examining him in that creepy way chickens looked at people, before the bird nodded back and once more cleared out the dust. He stretched, his back not as sore as he was expecting it to be, after having been bent down for hours. He went to go find Jin. He met up with his brother, who had similarly finished upstairs. They nodded to each other and stepped out into the sun. Jin and Elder Hong were preparing the lacquer and talking excitedly about bees of all things. The only experience Gu Ren had with bees was finding the occasional wild nest. The captured hives that were used for medicine were completely off limits. Honey was delicious. We're done the floors, Yun Ren called, and both Jin and Elder Hong looked surprised. Already? Elder Hong asked, looking skeptical but not questioning them at Gu Ren's nod. After the pelt incident, he never lied about finishing work. Fast, both Gu Ren and Yun Ren started. They really hadn't been working for long, had they? Yun Ren was frowning but didn't say much as they grabbed the Ha Chi sticks again. They had tried Jin's bladed shoes once. They were too unwieldy, and Gu Ren preferred to run, no matter how Jin said that the blades were how Ha-Chi was meant to be played. Before they went onto the ice, they turned around to look again at the house. God's Yun Ren muttered, "Sometimes I wish I was a girl, so someone would build me a house that nice." Gu Ren laughed. "You're reedy enough for it, little brother." The fact that Gu Ren was taller than his older brother was a bit of a sore spot. "Maybe some blind noble will mistake you for a girl." Yun Ren huffed. "You're just mad I inherited all mom's good looks, monkey boy. But being a girl is too boring. I'll just freeload here." Gu Ren shoved his brother for the monkey boy remark. Yun Ren smacked the back of his knee with his stick, and so began their Ha-Chi game. Well, it was less of a game and more just them tackling each other repeatedly and trying to keep a hold of the puck. There wasn't even a token attempt at scoring. They clashed over and over as they had done for years. Gu Ren was stronger, Yun Ren more wily and cunning. They weren't truly trying to harm each other, just force the other one to submit. They didn't know how long they fought and fainted, as stopping was the only thing that meant defeat, so engrossed in their game that they didn't notice that they were watched, until finally they were interrupted by Jin. "Mind if I join in?" he asked, his blades on his feet. The brothers paused in their battle, sizing up the interloper. A stinging on their rear end sealed the deal. "Me and my brother against my friend." They struck as one. Their sticks flew through the air, and their bodies shoved at Jin as they sought to take the puck from him, but he was always one step ahead. He glided across the ice with grace, never taking his eyes off them and foiling any attempt at a pincer attack. Direct attacks failed. They pushed and shoved, but this time Jin didn't budge. He just smirked an infuriating smirk and brushed them off, even on his unwieldy, bladed feet. Gu Ren knew Jin let them push him when they normally played. It was a game and he carefully controlled his strength and speed so that everyone could have some fun. But this time he was pushing them, taunting them. What had started out as fun now had their full concentration. Gu Ren took a deep breath and settled himself. His brother did the same from beside him. They nodded to each other. Even if Jin was a cultivator, they were going to take the puck at least once. They moved as fast as they could, trying to catch him, but Jin moved faster still, skating backwards leisurely and ducking around their blows. Jin shoved Gu Ren off to the side, as Yun Ren came in like a comet and they clashed, both spun off to the side, and Gu saw his brother's eyes open fully, his exhale coming out in a steaming bellow. His eyes briefly met his brother's. The index finger of Yun Ren's right hand crossed over his middle. Gu Ren nodded, the message received. Gu Ren inhaled, breath filling his lungs. He and his brother lunged. They pushed off from the ice, attacking from two separate angles. They concentrated, pushing themselves to the limit. And then Yun Ren's stick shattered. His concentration broken, Gu Ren tripped and careened along the ice, slamming into a snowdrift. "Gods damn it, not again," Yun Ren wailed, throwing the wood to the side in frustration. "Why does that keep happening?" "Because you're a cultivator," Jin said, an odd expression on his face. "Both of you." There was stunned silence as Yun Ren gaped. "This some kind of joke, Jin?" Gu Ren asked, clambering out of the snowdrift. Jin shrugged. "Well, maybe not cultivators yet, but breaking bows, lifting 20 floorboards, sanding a floor in minutes instead of hours, you're using chi for sure. But shouldn't we have felt it?" Yun Ren asked. "You probably have been. You've been feeling pretty good lately, right? Lots of energy." The Zong brothers eyed each other. That did make sense. "But shouldn't it feel different?" Yun Ren asked. "Just feeling a bit more energetic is. Most people have to be taught how to feel their chi. It's a part of you. Can you feel your stomach digesting food? Your liver and kidneys doing their work? Sure, chi is easier to feel than that, but..." Jin sighed. "Looks like you two are staying a bit longer. I'll get you to the point where you don't break things from uncontrolled chi discharge at least." There was silence in the house. Breathe in, breathe out. Look inside yourself. Circulate your chi. Time passed. I was actually sitting down and meditating. At first, I tried using the lessons that had been taught to Jinru. They weren't working very well. I tried to do a chi circulation like Jinru's memories told me how, and my chi refused to budge. Sure, it was moving slowly, but when I tried to speed it up to the speed it was supposed to go, it was like pushing against a wall or a mountain. In fact, when I tried to use anything that Jinru had been taught, I got an odd twinge deep in my stomach and then nothing. I also had a rather severe feeling that if I tried to force the issue, things would get unpleasant, so I didn't. I had no real desire to push it anyways. It was idle curiosity, so now I was just sitting around and trying to feel at peace. Holy hell, this is boring. How the hells do cultivators do this all day? Gu Ren finally exploded. It's so god's damned boring. I laughed at Gu Ren's annoyance, opening my eyes. Yun Ren opened his eyes as well, breathing out and stretching. He flopped over onto his back, irritated. It was just after breakfast, and we were already meditating. I had thought I was through with it. We were 2 days into this, and the Zong brothers were already getting fed up with trying to meditate to find their chi. Jinru's memories told me that it would take a while to fully come to grips with one's chi using the method that Gramps had taught me. He had just called it the basics, and it required a lot of meditating and centering yourself. Techniques that didn't seem to be working so well for Gu Ren, while Yun Ren had mentioned maybe feeling something. Father and Chi had gone home after the revelation of the amount of the Zong brothers' Chi, though Xian looked unsurprised. They had their own things to do, the main thing being to prepare for the wedding. They couldn't stay here and watch the not-yet cultivators sit around, and indeed they just had a lot of Chi right now. Just having Chi alone didn't make one a cultivator. A lot of people had Chi. I'd probably even go so far as to say everybody on this world had at least a little. People were just that slight little bit hardier, faster, stronger, and more skilled than your average Joe back home. But that was all. Most people couldn't do anything truly crazy. There were, well, I hesitate to call them biological differences between cultivators and mortals, but that's essentially what they were. First was the meridians. In your average person, they were so small they were nearly non-existent. In a cultivator, those thin, tiny branches would begin to expand to accommodate the growing amount of Chi you possessed. Essentially, they'd transform from capillaries to veins and arteries. The second portion was the opening, or ignition of the danshin. Getting into the initiate's realm was often called the lighting of the golden stove. Again, in your average person, the danshin was basically a small pool of Chi. With the first stage of the initiate's realm, your danshin became something more. Honestly, it was kind of like a fusion reactor. Hit critical mass of Chi in your danshin, and it starts a self-sustaining reaction. Or if you received some sort of revelation, it would ignite, even if you didn't have much Chi. The Zong brothers' danting were starting to light. Like an engine backfiring, it flooded their systems, which is why their power was intermittent. And for the most part, it wasn't actually increasing their strength. The bows and sticks breaking were from reinforcement overload, the wild, unconstrained Chi damaging the tools they were using when they got too excited. Well, let's take a break. I decided we have things to do. Big D, everyone ready to go. The rooster bowed his head. I grinned and stood. It was time. The buckets and spigots were prepared, as were the fire pits and cauldrons. The air was above freezing in the morning and would be below freezing tonight. 'Twas that most magnificent of times, the sugaring season. We put on our winter clothes and began our trek into the forest, weighted down by our supplies. The air was crisp and clean, and I was eager to come to grips with the task at hand. I could almost taste it. The grove of the maples was as beautiful as it had been, even covered in snow instead of flush with red. I pressed my hand against the tree and let my Chi gently flow into it. Like with the spirit herbs, I was delicate. I could feel the sap pumping, the lifeblood of the 100-year-old maple coursing upwards as it started to wake from its winter rest. I readied my hand drill, the bit just the right size. The drill bit was coated with my Chi and bit into the tree swiftly. No more than 2 inches under the bark. I pulled out the bit and the sap immediately began flowing. Swiftly, I shoved the tap into the hole, no hammer required, and put the bucket underneath. Some trees drip when tapped. Some produce a surprising stream. This one gushed. It sounded like a river had just been released. I handed the hand drill to Yun Ren next, and so we tapped the trees. Big D precisely poked a hole with one of his talons and then bowed his head respectfully. Tigger with her claws. I didn't see what Peppa did, but there was a neat little hole in the tree where she stood, and Chunky gently managed to push in the spigot. The only one who was left out was Washi, who leapt up to attach himself to one of the already put-in taps. Peppa caught him out of the air and slapped him on the ground a couple of times for his cheek. He grudgingly slapped in a tap with his tail after I picked up his jar. There were 20 trees in all, and by the time we got back to the first, after about 20 minutes, the bucket was already nearly full. And now for tradition. A mug of the good stuff straight from the tree. It was nearly ice cold. Everybody got a bit, though Chunky's cup was more a trough. Our cups clinked together and we drank. Hell yeah, that's delicious. I nearly like maple sap better than maple syrup, especially when it's this cold. A little sweet, a little woody. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But there was one thing that having the trees basically pissing into your buckets was bad for, and that's how long you could rest. I was originally planning on getting the sap, and then sending the Zong brothers meditating again, but right now we had to hustle. We basically immediately had to dump our hauls into a barrel I had, and then that went straight to the big all cauldron. I kickstarted things with my secret boil water technique. Truly a frightening and overpowered ability. The Zong brothers sat down when they could, but neither of them seemed to be able to muster the concentration to be able to meditate. Eventually, I started getting a little tired of keeping the sap boiling, so we built a big old fire and went to bed. We worked in shifts throughout the night to keep it going as the sap stopped flowing. We even had a little bit of syrup that night. I think I teared up a little as the sweet, savory taste hit my tongue. The next day was insane. You can always underestimate just how much sap can come out of a tree from one small tap. The trees were producing so much of the stuff it was ridiculous. I had to keep checking that I hadn't screwed up and was somehow hurting them, but as far as I could tell, they were just flowing like a river. We filled up one cauldron, and then had to start collecting every damn pot, wok, and jar I had. There were little fire pits all over the place, and I was running out of storage. Fires had to be tended, sap had to be gathered, and the final product filtered and put away. I had a hand on 2 cauldrons. The day seemed to flow by like the sap as we worked, all of us together. Chunky carried barrels. Big D fanned the flames. Tigger managed to boil her own pot's worth of syrup with chi alone. There was something so gratifying about this. The toil, the sweat, the bone-deep ache of exhaustion. The next day, thankfully, didn't increase. The fires burned relentlessly. We all worked as if in a trance, like we were almost meditating. Wait, I looked to the Zong brothers as they worked, chopping wood and feeding fires. Their faces were serene. Well, it might be close enough. For over a week they toiled without cease. They toiled alongside their master. Baida was ecstatic. He was being useful to Fa Ram, they all were. Even Washi had his role. He had captured fish for their supper and they were only lightly chewed on. Baida's heart was full of joyful camaraderie. The disciples of Fa Ram worked as one to harvest this great treasure, a gift of the land and trees, the land that was rousing to wakefulness after its long sleep. His great master's chi drenched the earth, filling all with his glory. It was all he could do not to weep. Brother Chun Ki did weep, oinking happily as he was loaded with sap and given a task of great importance. Baida observed the human disciples as they toiled along with his great master. They were silent, deep within the throes of an awakening. Like gutting candles, they sparked and spluttered, throwing sparks everywhere. But as they toiled, those sparks stopped being so random. Their movements became smooth. It was at the end of the 9th day that Yun Ren gasped, staring at his hands in wonder. A small spark ignited into a fire. I have it, I have it. He shouted with joy and leapt up into the air with far more force than he intended. He yelped in shock and impacted the great mater's golem. Not an hour later, the others shouted with surprise. Baida bowed his head at their accomplishment. That night, there was a celebration, as the human brothers played with their chi, marveling at its feel. While they were happy, the great master's smile was tinged with worry. Baida understood why. Now came the time for a choice. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is a question that needs to be asked. What do you intend to do now? The great master asked. Gu Ren looked stunned by the question. Yun Ren paused, looking equally as concerned. You have power now, more power than most men will ever have. Any army in the land would fall over themselves to have you. A sect in the Azure Hills would be sure to allow you to join. Wealth and power are at your fingertips, so what will you do? The humans paused, mulling over the great master's profound question. You don't need to answer right now, but you do need to think it over. The great master rose and went out to tend to the fire. The brothers went out to sit upon the veranda. Baida followed them and observed. Their chi rolled underneath their skin, rocking with turmoil and indecision. The brothers sat in silence together, so Yun Ren began, staring up at the moon. You could be a great general of the heavens now. His brother let out an awkward chuckle. You could go and be the master of 1,000 sword styles. Get a harem of 1,000 women too. They lapsed into silence again. Fuck, Yun Ren declared. Fuck, his brother agreed. None of the cultivators in the stories feel bad about this kind of stuff, do they? They always just go for it. They say ambition is a virtue. There was a splash as Washi flopped from his trough into the river. Yun Ren lay back, staring at the sky. Having 1,000 women sounds like entirely too much work. Could you imagine 2 of them like Mei Mei, or that Zealand chick, or someone like Mom? You'd be dead in a week, chi or not. Gu Ren barked out a laugh. I don't think I want to kill anybody, Gu Ren said in a quiet voice. Beat somebody up, sure, but... The wind lifted a slight, chilling breeze across their skin. I've got a job to do this summer anyway, something that will help the village. Gu Ren mused. His brother nodded. Gramps asked me to come up and help him this summer, and Dad said I should go. Gu Ren nodded. Well, there's always next year to become a general or a sword master, he declared. Yun Ren shrugged, or the year after that. Sides, if I have to try and meditate one more god's damn time, I'm gonna go nuts. Baida felt amusement as the turmoil settled. Their minds were made up, at least for now. They had chosen wisely. The great master would receive them with joy, and he, their senior, would protect the junior disciples. The brothers sat outside for a while longer and began playing with their chi again. It was inexpert, but they were disciples, so they should know one of their most important duties. He cast out his chi and brushed against their own. Both men jumped at the sensation as they met his might. He brushed them gently, as to not hurt them, their paltry chi wavering even at just his attention. But he had no designs to harm them. Baida guided their chi down into the earth. He guided their senses, carefully showing them the twisting strands of awakening energy, the land truly coming alive. He impressed upon them the most basic of the master's profound wisdom. Eyes widened as they beheld the blessed land in all its glory. We give to the land, and the land gives back. Mei-ling was standing on a stool, as Hu Li fixed Mei-ling's mother's dress around her. It fit well, for she and her mother had roughly the same build, though it had been a bit loose in the chest and tight at the hips. Things had been uncomfortably subdued since the Zong brothers had stayed with Jin. It had been 15 days since her father returned without them, with private news about Gu Ren and Yun Ren. Yao Qi, her father, Ten Ren, and Hu Li had all been on edge. While the menfolk had gone off into the forest to try and tap the maple, she had got the unenviable task of keeping Hu Li occupied, so she was stuck as a dress-up doll, as Hu Li poked and prodded at her. Jewelry was given to her and discarded as swiftly as she finished putting it on. Her hair was brushed so much she was worried that it might start to fall out, and she didn't know how much more braiding and tending she could take, but she kept silent as Hu Li worked. The normally jovial woman looked pale and ill, her face pinched with worry. No, how about this one, Hu Li muttered as she braided Mailing's hair into a style she knew was from Hu Li's tribe. A little inappropriate for a wedding, but the style did look nice. The feathers were rather fetching. Master is beautiful, gorgeous. Raizu squeaked happily. Raizu was progressing well. Mailing hadn't been joking when she said the rat was better than her little brother, though when little Xian was upstaged by a rat, he started taking his own studies with a bit more seriousness. Not this one either. She turned around and approached, her hands reaching for Mailing's hair again. Hu Li, Mailing whispered, catching the older woman's hands. Her elder started and looked away, embarrassed. Her hands shook a little. I'm sorry, may I, Hu Li began, fidgeting slightly in her grip. She sighed and took a deep breath. A mother worries. It's all right, she said, but I trust Jin. He won't lead them astray. Besides, those idiots are probably hitting each other with sticks right now or jumping into a freezing river. Hu Li snorted, some of the tension draining out of her shoulders. That does. Mailing rested her head on top of Hu Li's, the stool making her, for the first time, taller than the Vulpine woman. Now let's get you out of that dress. Hu Li decided, I think we've mostly narrowed down the hairstyle, and the jewelry will wait for Manhwa to make the final decisions. Mailing nodded as she began stripping out of the dress her mother had used with Hu Li's help. It didn't take long until they were seated at the table, having tea. The front door opened up, admitting Xian, Qi, and Ten Ren. They all looked tired. Hu Li perked up. How's the syrup common? She asked. Xian held up a single jar the size of a large gourd. This is all we got from the harvest. There's only one tree that we could find, and even with Jin warning us, it consumed more fuel than we thought to boil it down enough. I don't think we're going to be doing it too much. Tasty though, Qi mused. I can see why Jin was so excited. Ten Ren said nothing, merely sitting beside his wife. Mailing perked up, wondering what the syrup tasted like when she was interrupted. There was Qi approaching the village. One was Jin. She wouldn't mistake the spicy smell of winter for anything. There were two more half hidden by Jin's smell. They were achingly familiar, two scents that she had gotten so used to that she didn't even know they were missing until they returned. The smell of wood and loam, like a forest in the height of summer. A little bit like medicine, the nostalgic smell of Hong Yeawu. Yun and Gu are back, she whispered, and all heads at the table snapped to her. The syrup at the table was abandoned as they rushed outside. They did not have to wait long for Jin to appear, pulling his cart. But this time, instead of the Zong brothers riding, they were running alongside Jin, looking absolutely exhausted. Hu Li captured her husband's hand, her eyes open fully as she tried to see anything different about her sons. The distance disappeared, and Jin waved in greeting. Hey, everybody. He said cheerfully, wonderful day, isn't it? Like hell it is, the brothers chorused, glaring at him. You made us run all the way from your place. I feel like my legs are gonna fall off, you bastard. Gu Ren moaned while his elder brother just slumped down, gasping for air. Jin, ever cheerful, simply ignored their threats. I've got presents, he declared, hugging Mailing and clasping Xian's forearm in greeting. He reached into his cart and pulled out a jug the size of Mailing's torso. We got a lot more than we bargained for. Man, the trees were just going like crazy. Some of the tension drained as Jin was talking about the amount of jugs he had managed to fill and the fact that Gu Ren and Yun Ren looked exactly the same, even acted the same. Now you've got to try these. I brought some eggs, but do you guys have any milk? Jin was a whirlwind of excitement, eager to show them all something. Mailing's father showed him to the kitchen, while Qi went to get him the milk he wanted. Yun Ren sighed. He's been going on about pancakes ever since we finished up the syrup. He sounded irritated, refused to make any for us even though he gave some to the animals before he got to make some for Mei Mei. He rolled his eyes as they sat at the table, the sounds of cooking echoing through the house. Both brothers looked absolutely fine, and their parents didn't seem to know how to broach the subject. How does one ask their child if they were planning on becoming soldiers or leaving forever? Mailing decided to cut to the point. So what are you two planning to do this year? She asked. The Zong brothers looked confused. You know I'm gonna be at Jin's this summer. Gu Ren said, he's teaching me how to grow rice. I'm up with Ma's dad in the north. Yun Ren relayed, laying on his back and staging up at the ceiling. No joining a sect? She asked again. The brothers looked at each other and chuckled. What, and meditate all day to defy heaven? Sounds like too much work. Yun Ren said boredly, scratching his stomach. Besides, have you heard what Jin did when he was a cultivator? It's bad enough doing my own laundry, let alone 100 other people's. Ten Ren laughed and Hu Li let go of her husband's hand. Well, it's good to know you haven't changed. Hu Li scolded, but her heart wasn't in it. What does it feel like, being equal, she asked. Like I've got a fire in my stomach. Everything is clearer. I can see better. Everything is just more, Yun Ren said, looking at the palm of his hand. You're okay though? Their father asked. Yeah, Gu Ren said, I think we'll be just fine. Jin came in at that moment, plates piled high with what looked like hundreds of layers of his pancakes. They were thin as a sheet of paper and perfectly circular. "Order up," he shouted cheerily. "We're not going to be able to eat all that," Mailing sighed. While they're hot," he demanded, serving out layers to everybody. And then he reached into his jar with a ladle and poured a lot of the syrup onto the pancakes. Mailing obligingly cut part of the cake off and dunked it in the syrup. She did have a bit of a sweet tooth. Stars exploded in front of her eyes. When she looked up from her clean plate, she saw Jin staring at her with amusement. "Did you even taste that?" Jin asked her. She grabbed another stack of pancakes. "How many times a week can we have these?" she asked. Jin laughed. "Well, if you like that, have I got something else to show you? Here, I'll need some snow and some sticks. First, you boil the syrup a bit more and then you drop it on the snow. When it hardens up from the cold a bit, you use the stick to gather it all up." She listened fondly to him, a warm feeling blazing in her stomach. It was rather gratifying to see how much everybody liked the syrup, especially Mailing. The little sounds of absolute enjoyment that she made, rocking back and forth happily. 10-10. The rest of the village loved the snow candy too, though we had to deal with a whole bunch of kids hitting maximum sugar rush, without Chunky to wear them all out. I had also tried some of the stuff Xian had made, but it didn't taste as good. Maybe the tree was in a bad place, or they didn't filter it as thoroughly as I had. Speaking from experience, sometimes the homemade syrup just didn't turn out that great either. It was good that I'd made the Zong brothers come back and meet their parents too. Though I hadn't phrased it that way, I had just said I had things to do in Verdant Hill, and they had come along. But I think they figured it out. Hu Lei and Ten Ren had looked really worried at first. Most people were getting ready for bed, but I had one last thing I wanted to do before going to bed, and that was to explore the forest a bit. I wanted to see if I could find the baby moose. I was just pondering what direction to head out in when I heard Ten Ren call my name. I turned to the man, who looked as calm as he ever did. Ten Ren seemed pretty unflappable, a pretty big contrast to the fiery youth Hu Li had told me about. The man stood with me at the entrance to the forest and clasped his hands together in respect, bowing so low he was parallel to the ground. I shrugged. "Friends help friends," I said earnestly. The man straightened up and smiled. It was the same smile Gu Ren had so wide it looked like it hurt a little bit, with an undercurrent of mischievous but good-natured glee. "I was going to say I was in your debt, but I don't think you would accept that. So instead, do you need any help, my friend?" "Do you know where the Thunderhoof might be?" He seemed surprised, but he nodded. "I know where its tracks laid. It's quite close tonight." We set off into the forest. We were headed off in the direction that I had killed the wolf during my visit. Sure enough, the part where I thought I buried it was disturbed, the grass underneath the snow eaten. We kept walking. At 10 Ren's speed, it took about an hour. The forest did not have the silence of the winter. Tonight it was above freezing, and the forest was making dripping sounds as the snow truly began their melt. 10 Ren's feet were silent, even as he padded through the weak, unstable snow. Mine were quite a bit louder. He paused and pointed through the trees. Sure enough, there was a moose. It was about deer-sized with a small set of antlers. Well, small for a moose, they were already damn big. A handsome beast it was. As we watched, I noticed something. A small bit of electricity sparked between the prongs of its antlers. It turned to regard us. 10 Ren tensed. I bowed my head slightly to the animal. No, it was probably a spirit beast now. It had a spark of intelligence in its eyes. The moose regarded us for a moment more and lowered its head. I was satisfied. We left it in peace. This was my last trip to Verdant Hill before I got married, just to grab some last-minute things and pick up a few people. Things like our fully armed and operational bed, nice cotton sheets, down duvet mattress, the works. It cost surprisingly less than other beds because I didn't like the feel of silk sheets. It would be left in Hong Yeo on the way back. The bride was supposed to bring the bed with her, something I hadn't noticed last time during Meihua's wedding. It was kind of strange to me, but hey, I'm not going to disrespect anybody's customs unless those customs involve ritually sacrificing people, in which case I'm disrespecting the shit out of them. The other part of the custom was the dowry and the bride price, which did make me a bit uncomfortable. Just hearing bride price made alarm bells go off, but really, they were more like wedding presents than me actually buying. Mailing, and I think Xian would have poisoned the first person to mention trading mailing like a commodity. In any case, I would be grabbing Tingfeng, Meihua, and Uncle Bao after I finished loading everything onto my cart and running some errands. "Grandmother," I called, standing outside the worn-down hut. Lan Fan the goat stared blankly at me and chewed her cud. "Whatever it is, I don't want to buy it," the old woman grumbled as she exited her shack, shaking her broom threateningly. "Oh, you. What's your name again, boy?" "Jin, grandmother, HMPH. "What are you here for, boy? I'm sorry I couldn't find you at New Year's, but I wanted to give you a gift." "You were right, I really did need a cat. This is from me," I said with a smile at the grumpy old lady. I handed her a small jar of maple syrup. "It's not much, but it's pretty tasty." The old lady sniffed at the bottle. "I hate sweet things," she said bluntly. "Well, not everybody can love syrup, and well, this one is from the cat." I put the little wooden cat, the perfect likeness of Tigger, into her hand. The half-blind old woman stared at the carving. She started laughing, or well, more cackling. After a minute of wheezing, she stopped and stood up from where she was doubled over. "You're such a strange boy. Really a cat carving this?" Her grin was just slightly too knowing for my tastes. Her good eye rolled around in its socket before settling on me. "Shoo, shoo boy, trying to trick an old lady." She swept her broom threateningly at me. I went. "Jin," she called after me when I was a ways away. I turned around. "Keep working hard, boy. As always, Granny," I shouted back. Next was the Lord Magistrate's office. The man wasn't in, but his wife was surprisingly in his office. I hadn't really gotten a good look at the woman during New Year's, but she was rather pretty in a dignified sort of way. Oddly, her hair already had streaks of gray running through it, but she didn't look old. I gave her the maple syrup because the Lord Magistrate was out. Apparently some of the villages did flood, and he was on tour, making sure the preparations were up to the standard he had set. Nice lady, the magistrate's wife. Finally, the exchange and picking up the people I needed to get, and then I was on my way to Hongyewu again. Uncle Bao's voice went surprisingly high when I started running. We hit the town while it was still daylight, and I unloaded everything I could unload. On my way back home, I went through a checklist of everything I needed and had. I had a feeling I was missing something. A smile stole across my face as I realized what I had forgotten. Oh, Mei's face is going to be absolutely hilarious when she realizes what I need to go back and get. Zealan was marveling at the world. The last time she had been out of the sect, it had been a mad dash after Sun Ken, and then a swift march home. After months of training the juniors and dealing with men who were entirely too pushy, she was finally released, with a command that she had to be at the Dueling Peaks in time for the tournament as her only restriction. But she had been sneaky. The snows melted in the Verdant Blade sect far faster than they should melt up near Verdant Hill, so she had been released, unknown to her honorable father. Early, she never knew how much the world inside the compounds of her sect grated until she had truly seen the world. This time she was taking her time and enjoying herself. The world outside was really quite beautiful, the meadows filled with spring flowers. She took her time to observe everything, the first bees rousing from hibernation, pollinating the flowers, the fresh shoots of grass bursting from the ground. She tried to see the connections between things. She must have made an odd sight, a lone woman traveling while carrying a large bundle on her back. The plow was disassembled to transport. She had to stifle a chuckle at the sight of the legendary sword that had been broken and hammered down into this. She hoped that this, in addition to her other wedding gifts, would be well received. Now she just had to find a way to lose her watchers. She could feel them. Elder Yi had been suspicious of her sudden request to leave, and now she endangered her promise to Master Jin to not disturb him with such petty matters. She pondered as she walked, humming to herself. Could she just run immediately? Would they be able to catch her? And then she hit upon an idea. She smiled to herself and slowly adjusted her course away from Master Jin's house. They expected her to do something strange, or hide or run. She would do nothing of the sort. They would see exactly what she had told the other elders she was doing, leaving the sect for world experience, so she would be loud, draw attention to herself, and then, once her watchers got complacent, then she would be able to escape their sight. In the next town, she heard tales of a marauding four-venom serpent. And so the name Kai Zealan resounded once more across the azure hills. The snow melted away, first slowly, and then with increasing speed as the days got warmer and warmer. The river rose, but like I planned for, never rose enough to flood the house, even with the meltwater surging down the hills. In what seemed like no time at all, the ground was revealed, and the hardy spring plants were pushing their way out of the ground. There was one piece of snow left on my property, the general that commands the winter. He had been a worthy sentinel, standing guard over the farm. His nose had long since been eaten, the bundled carrots going into soup stocks or stir-fries. His ash-colored buttons had been snowed over or carried off by winter winds. His hat and arms had been casualties of our need for fuel for the syrup fires. Really, all that was left was a formless pillar and two eyes just managing to look out. It was time for spring. I could let him slowly melt, but I needed the spot he was sitting on. I was going to have a lot of guests, and I would be erecting a temporary building more, a wooden floor to keep it off the wet ground. So with my shovel, I began the process of dispersing the general that commands the winter. He was still God's damn massive, even when he was getting worn away by heat and rain. The snow was easy to get through, coming away in great chunks, with most of it getting tossed into the swollen river. I was just getting into the zone when I hit something that wasn't snow. He was so big that he had a small core of completely solid ice, starting to turn blue from the pressure. I carefully excavated out the piece of ice. It was about the size of my palm and almost blue in color. I frowned at it. It had chi in it, my own chi, and it wasn't melting, even when it was in the palm of my hand. Had I accidentally made an ice crystal, just as I thought that, it did release a drip of water. Okay, into the ice pit you go, along with Tigger's statues. I idly wondered if next year I should put it into another general winter. Ah well, a bit more until I can go and see the wedding preparations, then I could put my recording crystal to use. Yun Ren was extremely nervous as he held his precious cargo. Jin had been very upset when he was told that he couldn't see mailing for the week before the wedding, as it was bad luck. So Yun Ren and his brother had been press-ganged into learning how to use a recording crystal. He had ended up being better than his brother, but Yun Ren had a feeling that Gu Ren had flubbed being able to use it on purpose. He didn't want the responsibility of taking care of something so valuable. So now he was the official wedding recorder, a dubious honor. His palms got all sweaty at holding the ridiculously expensive item. He was afraid he was going to drop it. Would it shatter if he did? Now say. Cheese? Why did Jin say a person had to say cheese of all things when they knew they were being recorded? Well, it was a custom he was going to follow. Maybe it made the chi in the recording work better. Cheese. Mei-ling and Xian asked, amused. Xian was standing in his formal clothes, while Mei-ling was seated on a chair in her red wedding dress. Yun Ren's chi pressed into the crystal, and it shuddered. The image had been recorded. How did Jin say to okay, there we go? He carefully manipulated the crystal, and it began floating in the air. It was damn exhausting. This thing ate chi worse than boiling water. With a careful prod, the picture projected itself onto the air, an oval disc hovering and two-dimensional. Yun Ren stared in fascination. This was so amazing. See, Xian told his daughter, you're as beautiful as your mother was. The freckled girl flushed. Yun Ren prodded the crystal. The image changed from Xian and Mei-ling looking formal to her smiling warmly at her father. That was a good image too. Jin would like it. He prodded the crystal again, and his own face, staring and considering, hovered in the air. So that's what he looked like. He had seen his reflection a couple of times before in water or in the burnished bronze disc the Hong family had, but this one it was so clear. It recorded even the little scar on his cheek that he had from when a branch had whipped back and cut him. Yun Ren carefully collected the crystal again. He considered putting it away in the box Jin had given him, but he paused. Jin had never told him how many images he wanted preserved, just that he wanted to see the preparations. So he went out into the village. There were carts being prepared. Mei was sharpening a knife and talking fondly with her father, while Ting Feng went through everything that was being brought along for the wedding. His own father cleaning a deer hide. His brother playing absently with his new sickle, a gift for when he went to work. The man going over the flags and banners. His neighbor grooming the white horse. The sky beautiful and blue. The spot on the shrine roof that let you look over the entire village. He was a little lightheaded from all the chi he was using, but he flipped through the images delightedly. He got an idea. Hey, everyone, gather around, he shouted out, drawing the entirety of Hong Yewu's attention. Jin wants to see everyone. Gather around, bemused, the village gathered, crowding around the shrine. He could see the image that was going to be captured in his mind's eye. Now, everybody, there's some profound words you have to say for this to work right. The adults were bemused. The children enthusiastic. Cheese. That night he felt absolutely exhausted, especially because he kept pushing his chi, staring at the recorded images. The oval discs floated in the air. That one the sun had gone behind a cloud. The image he had tried to capture had been ruined. In this one, if he had told his mother to tilt her head just a little bit more, then it would definitely look better. Long into the night, he studied the images he had captured, marveling at some and purging others from the crystal. It was really quite intuitive, once you got the hang of it. He kept going until lightheaded turned into a pounding headache. The crystal finally dropped onto his chest as he stared at the ceiling, his brother long since asleep beside him. His last thought before sleep claimed him was, I gotta get me one of these. Teague sighed as she prowled the area. Conquering new lands was proving frustrating, mostly because there was nothing to conquer. She marched into the new territory, proclaimed her dominance that all under heaven and upon the earth now belonged to the master, and dared any to test her blades. So far, nothing had taken her up on her offer. She had added many li to the master's land, but it all rang so hollow. She sighed again. At least carving had taken the edge off. Turning base ice and wood into things of beauty was a worthy pursuit for one such as herself. And of course, her subject matter was beauty and power incarnate. Both she and her master were the only things worthy of being produced by her claws. Her original works were even stored in the gallery of ice, the master preserving them for her. He had praised her greatly for her skill. She ambled through the forest, glancing around. Well, if she couldn't find anything to fight and kill, she could find something to carve. She had done wood and ice. Perhaps she could try her hand at stone next. She marched into the next section of forest and declared herself and her intentions. The silence was deafening. She sighed again and cut a promising-looking branch off a tree. While she had been foiled today, she would just have to range further. Life good, friends happy, wife happy. His name Chunky, wife and friends say. Chunky, ears full of hair and feathers. Big brother's names that he gave them were weird, but that fine they were friends, good friends. He lay on porch in sun, or was in gawa or veranda or yangtai. Head hurt to think too long, some things jumbled, so he stopped. Not important, it was what it was, sun nice. warm, wife pressed against side. Peppa was good wife, pretty lady. Kind, patent, even when he was slow. Big brother on other side. Big brother was nervous. His leg bounced and his face was pale. He kept twitching. Chunky wondered why. It was supposed to be happy time soon, yes. He oinked and nuzzled closer into Big Brother's side. The bouncing leg paused. Big Brother started scratching Chunky's scars. Light touch, feels good. Big Brother kind too. Help Chunky. Take him out of the jumbled nightmare where everything swirled and went on forever. Nasty place made by nasty Chow Jai. The scratches and wife kept away the shakes. Big D came to sit with them. Strange name, Big D, he's small, but big power, perhaps. Tigger was next, carving a branch. She was supposed to bounce and be cheery, but she only bounced and cut things. Silly little friend. Finally came Washi, flip-flopping to lay beside them and splashing into his jar. He felt the heartbeat of the land, the comforting fingers of big little sister, waking from her long sleep. All friends here but Rizzo. Sad no little Rizzo, but soon they'd be whole again. Pretty healing sage would come, and friends and family would grow. He sighed happily as they sat together. Mei-ling felt like she was going to throw up as her father helped her onto the horse. Deep breaths, Mei-Mei, deep breaths, Mei-Hua encouraged. Mei-ling said nothing. Oh gods, it's actually happening, she thought. The red lanterns were out, the wagons were loaded. Yun Ren was wandering everywhere with the recording crystal. He had fallen in love with the thing. Mei-ling wondered if it had a limit to the number of images it could store, because at the rate he was going, Yun Ren would soon find out. She had to admit, though, some of the images he took were very striking. She tried to concentrate on Yun Ren instead of the fact that the Lord Magistrate was here, and with him came an entire feast. This day could not get any more stressful. Senior sister, a voice called happily. Mei-ling turned to the voice. Good morning, Ziolan, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. The girl was a bit sweaty and her clothes were scuffed, but she had a brilliant smile on her face. She was using a cart like Jin did. It was loaded down with a big bundle, 5 saplings, and what looked like several large animal skulls. She heard someone mutter Godstamnit, another one, under their breath. Ziolan's eyes widened as she beheld Mei-ling fully. Ziolan pays her respects to senior sister during this auspicious time. The girl said earnestly, please allow this Ziolan to accompany you. Well, another guard wouldn't hurt. Mei-ling inclined her head. The other woman marched to the guard position seemingly without thinking, ousting Yao Qi. He looked like he was going to complain at the sudden seizure of the position. He puffed up to start scolding. The swords floating behind Ziolan multiplied from 2 to 16, and Yao Qi offered to take care of her cart instead. The gong in the village sounded as they finished assembling, and so the march began. Captain Tan lived a charmed life. He held a high position in his hometown. He had 2 healthy sons and a 3rd child on the way. His friend at his favorite bar gave him a discount, but most importantly of all, he served a man who was worthy to be served. His life had a purpose higher than his own. The patriarch of the Verdant Hills was aptly named. They were on patrol, headed back to Verdant Hill, after the Lord Magistrate had gone to personally oversee the flooding preparations. Tan vaguely remembered people lamenting the flooding before the Lord Magistrate came. Sometimes, entire villages were washed away. The gutter, as it was derogatorily called, held great wealth, both mineral and infertile farmland, but the floods were violent and unpredictable. They raged as they pleased and cost many men their lives, until the Lord Magistrate came. He commanded his learned men to assemble a defense against the flooding. With his own stern hand and the coin of Verdant Hill, he constructed several channels, focusing the water and diverting it from the villages. Now the floods were largely a memory. The channels were carefully maintained. Now the gutter served the people of Verdant Hill. Yet the magistrate toured anyway to meet his people and listen to their woes. He truly was a man with peerless virtue. Every one of his guards walked with straight backs, knowing that they served such a man. The Lord Magistrate was even walking at their head instead of in his carriage, leading the march into his town. He took a breath as they passed the gates. A fine day today, isn't it, Captain? The Lord Magistrate asked. This spring looks to be beginning wonderfully. Indeed, Lord Magistrate, he responded. The magistrate nodded, stroking his chin. Welcome back, Lord Magistrate, a street sweeper called. Good day to you, Lord Magistrate. A young woman with a child on her back greeted. It was only right. The Lord Magistrate led the way back to the palace, a soft smile on his face. The people made way and greeted him. A father instructed his child in the proper way to hold his hands so that he may pay his respects, and the Lord Magistrate inclined his head to the child graciously. We pay our respects to the Lord Magistrate. The clerks called as they crested the steps and entered the palace. Good day to you all. Now, have there been any developments? One of the guards stepped closer and whispered in the Lord Magistrate's ear. He came into the palace looking for you, Lord Magistrate. He met with your lady wife, Lord Magistrate. Nothing untoward happened, and from what she said, he came to give you a gift. Tan frowned at the mention of the cultivator. He knew that his presence was something unheard of in the Verdant Hill, but the Lord Magistrate had managed to easily navigate the man's strange temper. The magistrate nodded, his face a stern and serious mask. I see. I must deal with this if there is nothing else. His man shook his head. Nothing that cannot wait, Lord Magistrate. The magistrate set off, and Tan followed behind in case his services were required. Soon enough, they were in the magistrate's office. His lady wife was sitting at his desk. She was a beautiful woman, with the only blemish being premature graying. It was said that she had been caught in the backwash of a cultivator's technique, and even that had been enough to harm her. Are you all right, my wife? The Lord Magistrate asked, concerned. She nodded. I had just come in to inspect the maid's work when he arrived. She reported. He said he wanted to give you a gift and asked if we enjoyed the herbs. I assume he was talking about the herbs and rice we had. The magistrate nodded and opened the bottle that his wife handed to him. The magistrate examined it for a moment and froze. Tan thought he saw his master's cheek twitch, but it was surely just his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Then he mentioned his wedding and wished that I have a good day. The Lord Magistrate's face smoothed over completely. Ah, yes, the wedding. Are the animals and wine prepared? The magistrate's wife nodded. Inspected this morning. Good, good. The magistrate said distractedly as he stared once more at the jar. The magistrate sighed. There should be some presents. I must give him some face after he has given us so much. Captain Tan, inform the others that I will be unavailable for a few days. This is something that must be done, but discreetly. Tan nodded his head. What a brave man, the Lord Magistrate, to boldly delve into a cultivator's den. Why does he keep giving us gifts? The man asked, irritated and perplexed. And dear wife, could we swap today? I am in dire need of some relaxation. You've had 3 in a row already, husband, but I am not ungenerous, so I'll take care of you tomorrow. The woman returned as she disrobed. Her husband nodded. Perhaps this is just how highly he values your service. He is by all accounts a generous one. The man sighed and got the hemp rope. He offered it hopefully to her for a moment, but at her reproachful glare relented. He wrapped it expertly around her wrists. I suppose all signs point to that. He threaded it through the ring on the top of the bed and pulled tight. Oh, the woman perked up. Your stomach feels well enough for this one, she asked as her arms were pulled above her head, and she was lifted onto her toes. She enjoyed the sight of his muscles flexing as he took her weight. It stopped hurting soon after our meal, he said, sounding of all things upset. It's terrifying that he could see through my ailments so perfectly. As you say, my husband. The woman sighed and cleared her throat. Ah, you brute, you court death. When my father hears about this, he will flay you alive. The man raised an eyebrow. Bandit King again. You're better at the Bandit King than the demon. Baida witnessed his great master's fervor. Wooden edifices were constructed with beguiling speed. Poles were erected, and upon them the great master planted spring flowers. The worn dirt path from his previous coop had been torn up in minutes, and then filled first with gravel and covered with stone. The land returning to wakefulness had stirred a fire in his great master's soul. He could not stop moving or working, and even at night he would lay awake and bounce his knee, staring at the ceiling of his new coop. He was buzzing with energy. Soon the great healing sage would arrive, and there the great master would have a wedding. The word sounded familiar to him. He knew of females to make the next generation, but he knew little of marriage. It is a promise to spend our lives together, was his great master's response when questioned on the subject. In sickness and health, in the bad times and the good, like Chun-Ki and Hai-Pa, and thus he was enlightened. The relationship between his brother and sister disciple was one that he yearned for. The trust and love between them was something beautiful to behold, as was their fury in defending each other. He supposed, if anything, Sister Raizu was his wife. She defended him at his weakest and most loathsome, and her presence was calming. But they had not a ceremony, neither himself nor brother Chun-Ki. It was something to consider. But in the end, he supposed it didn't matter. The great master suddenly slapped a hand against his forehead. You guys have nothing to wear, he shouted in distress. The great master got cloth, scissors, and flowers. He was about to receive a second article of clothing from his lord. How auspicious. The trip to Jin's house had never seemed so long before. The hours seemed to drag on, and the air was simultaneously too cold and the sun too hot. It was only the first day, and already she was begging to get there already. Though at least there was one thing to pass the time. With Ziolan in the guard position, she could talk to her. And Ziolan was a much better conversationalist than Elder Chi, or at this point anybody. Her father's face was set deep in contemplation, and Yun Ren was flitting around like a butterfly, completely engrossed in Jin's recording crystal still. Meihua was back in the caravan. However, it was less talking to Ziolan and more story time. Mailing had asked how Ziolan had been, and was now getting treated to everything. Ziolan had done. It was doing a wonderful job of distracting her from her fluttering stomach. So she said to me, you are courting death, Ziolan narrated. Liu Xianghua always did have an explosive temper, though her words are harsher than her blades. I suppressed her and won the 10 poison resistance herb. Suppressed? Mailing asked. Wasn't that cultivator phrase for beat up? I broke her arm and 3 of her ribs, senior sister. A light amount of injuries on account of our sex relationship. Oh, Zealand nodded. We have no true quarrel with the Misty Lake sect. Xianghua and I have fought side by side before during the Dueling Peaks youth tournament. The first level of the Hill of Torment was quite terrifying. Of course, we dueled at the end, though it was indecisive, and again during the sect visit. This is the first time there has been a decisive victor. The tale of her adventures had been enlightening. Reading a cultivator's adventures, or listening to an elder tell a story was one thing. Hearing it firsthand from the source about killing bandits and fighting spirit beasts and friendly duels made her glad she had nothing to do with it. It was a tale out of all the books Mailing had read. She had no doubt that the story of Zealand would become some sort of play or scroll. The young mistress' exploits almost had her questioning them, save for the fact that she had proof of every single deed. The saplings of Grass Sea City's palace garden for destroying the Face Snatcher gang, the skulls of marauding spirit beasts, an odd assortment of things from escorting a merchant, and several unused spiritual herbs carefully potted. She honestly expected the 10 poison resistance herb to have been turned into a pill already. They were all kind of odd if she was honest. Save for the skulls of the spirit beasts, she wondered what the other things were for, so she did the obvious thing and asked. Ah, I would bless your wedding, unworthy though my gifts are, senior sister. Zealand explained. Ah yes, the unworthy gifts that her father and Uncle Bao were staring at, the very rare 10 poison resistance herb. Well, she supposed compared to spiritual herbs from the Cloudy Sword sect, they were humble, though she still didn't know exactly what kind of herbs Jin had. He always just called them lowly spiritual herbs. Ah well, a mystery for later. They traveled until it got dark and began setting up camp. Instead of a sleeping bag shared with the Zong brothers, this time she was with Manhwa. Her friend was now visibly pregnant, her belly swelling with her child. Rest well, senior sister, Zealand declared, bowing respectfully. This Zealand shall ensure nothing bothers you this night. She planted her feet outside Mailing's tent, her stern gaze warning off all who would dare approach. Manhwa didn't bother with her own bedroll, simply sliding in beside Mailing and holding her close. Manhwa's lips rested on her forehead, and a lullaby both of their mothers used to sing echoed in the tent. She slept more soundly than she thought she would have. When she arose in the morning, Zealand was as she left her. Had the cultivator even slept, she didn't seem worse for wear in the morning. No bags marred her eyes, and all of the scuffs she had come in with had disappeared. They all sat down for a meal before they departed. Gu Ren had gotten the pancake recipe off Jin. They were a little thick, but they still looked fine. Zealand watched his hands carefully as he worked, seeming bemused at the thin cake, until Gu Ren brought out the syrup. Now that Mailing was away from Jin, she could definitely smell the chi in it, except it smelled exactly like the syrup itself, just with more fire. Gu Ren poured a generous helping onto Zealand's share. You gonna eat it or just stare at it? Gu Ren grumped as the cultivator looked on at the food, slack-jawed. She jolted, her head whipping up, looking from Gu Ren back to the food. With shaking hands, the cultivator rose a bite of pancake and syrup to her mouth. The moan that came out made even Mailing flush. And so their march continued. Soon after they started, they hit a wall of scent, life, new growth, wet soil, and warming earth. It was a good smell, a comforting one. Mailing breathed in deeply, letting the air fill her lungs. As quickly as it came, the smell faded into the background. Her stomach felt warm and the feeling of anxiety stopped. They marched until they came to a fence, though unusually the gate was closed. It was formed out of massive logs, thick and sturdy. Upon the gate lay 2 signs. One of a maple leaf, one declared to the world. Upon the great fence post in his usual spot stood a rooster. His fox fur vest was resplendent, his plumage magnificent. His spurs were sheathed in leather, blunting the deadly instruments. Around his neck there was a black piece of cloth forming into a bow. The rooster observed them all. Its eyes were piercing, especially upon Zealand, who flinched under his gaze. The rooster continued, after lingering a moment upon Zealand. Everything seemed to be to his satisfaction. He left his position at the top of the posts and with a single flick of his wings opened the heavy gate. He turned once more to his guests and bowed low in respect. She heard someone start to make little choking noises. Her father bowed back, Baide rose and gestured his most honored of guests into his home, though he did pause to collect a small red dress and give it to Raizu. The little rat squealed happily. Poles had been erected, filled with pots of flowers. There was now a road that passed Jin's old shack, one made out of stone dug into the earth. They crested the hill and found Jin. He had set up an altar like the one Manhwa had used. There was seating in a pavilion that had been erected. There was also, for some reason, a large rock sitting beside Jin's house that hadn't been there last time. Jin was standing there, waiting for them in his own red garment. Beside him stood his animals. Chun-Ki had flowers woven into his coarse fur, and like Baide, had a black cloth around his neck and a red cloth vest. Pai Pa and Teague also had garlands of flowers upon their heads. Both men bowed to each other, as formality demanded. Then they embraced as father and son. Mailing was helped off her horse. Her steps felt surer than she felt, as the bride and groom stood before each other. Jin's expression shifted from awe to excitement to worry to something soft that made her stomach feel even warmer. God's mailing was beautiful. Anybody who didn't think she was attractive couldn't see Mount Tai, but the moment where the world shrunk and it was just the two of us was short-lived. There were more formalities to observe. We all gathered in the pavilion, myself on one side and Xian on the other. Surprisingly, the magistrate sat between us as the most senior official. I was expecting him to send a gift or something, not actually come himself. Still, he looked suitably regal and formal. Rujin Hongxian, this Lord Magistrate will officiate the exchange of the dowry and the bride price. Let there be no objections or false dealings, for the heavens are surely watching. For the hand of Hong mailing, I offer Hong Xian this 8 beehives, 8 bags of rice, 8 jars of maple syrup. Xian was nodding along. This was part of a show. We already knew what we were giving each other. That had been hashed out a while ago. Even this last part, though Xian had tried to refuse. And 8 satchels of spiritual herbs, along with instructions on how to grow them. While most of the stuff was your standard wedding gifts, the spiritual herbs not so much, at least in the Azure Hills. Mei had told me the stuff was potent, so who better to give it to than a doctor? He could probably make some nice stuff with it. I heard somebody gasp. I think it was Ziolan. A price worthy of a princess, the magistrate commented as if discussing the weather. And the dowry. For the daughter of Hong's dowry, the House of Hong offers this: 2 cows to be calved this spring, an ox, 3 sheep, a set of medical scrolls, and all equipment to create and process medicine, as it is in Hong Yeewu, seeds for the growth of the medicinal plants grown in Hong Yeewu, and the spores of a selection of our more potent medicinal mushrooms. The Lord Magistrate nodded. Both of you accept these terms. At our nods, he continued, then we shall proceed. We began the next part of the ceremonies. Unlike Meihua's wedding, where there was still a few things to complete beforehand, I already had most things done, including all the seating set up. The only thing that was left was the food. I had asked for the animals to be slaughtered off the property, if only for Chunky's sake. There were pigs in this batch, and I didn't know how he would react. Better safe than sorry. I didn't want my boy becoming sad. There would be a lot of food, courtesy of the Lord Magistrate. Really, the guy was practically bankrolling the entire wedding feast. I'd have to get him something to thank him. The air was still nice and warm, lucky for us, as we were going to be outside all day. But some customs I wasn't too fond of, considering Mailing and I were going to be stuck on the pavilion for hours. At least we had cushions, but we were to be available at all times. The bed was brought out from one of the carts, along with the sheets and mattress. Meihua was the one who carried the first piece in, but the rest was carried by Hu Li and Ziolan. It was rather lucky our cultivator friend was there, actually, otherwise it would have taken a team of women to get anything up the stairs. It was a big and sturdy thing, and some of the pillars were too heavy for pregnant Meihua to even try to lift. I still thought it was weird that the women had to set up the bed. I just really hoped they wouldn't be checking for blood later. I didn't remember anything like that from Meihua's wedding, so we were probably safe from that indignity. While they were doing that, Mailing and I were treated to a drink. And then, we were on to the less awkward part of the gift-giving tradition. Maybe because this was something I was a bit more familiar with, giving somebody something on their wedding was just something that was done. There was a little bit of squabbling over who got to give us gifts first. It seemed to be between Meihua, Tingfeng, and Ziolan. Meihua and Tingfeng were surprisingly standing up to the cultivator. The quite pregnant woman had her arms crossed and wasn't budging an inch on her spot. Ziolan actually looked mildly impressed. Jin Mailing whispered from beside me, "Why do you have that giant rock beside our house? You remember the rock we had our first kiss on?" I asked back. "Yes." Why her eyes widened as she realized what I was implying. Her jaw dropped and she looked quickly back and forth between me and the rock. She opened her mouth to say something and no words came out. She tried again and there was nothing. Finally she got out, "You took the rock we first kissed on." "Yup." Mailing's face went through several stages. Shock, disbelief, confusion, and finally settled on the "what the hell" Jin face. "What the hell's Jin?" she asked, her lips quirking into a smile. "I like that rock. It's a nice rock. There's also a place in the woods, not far from here, that has trees in the same arrangement. No need to go out to Verdant Hill to sit on my favorite rock." Her face screwed up. We were technically supposed to be calm and dignified here, but she couldn't help it. She clapped her hand over her mouth as her shoulders heaved with mirth. Finally, she managed to get control of herself. "But Jin, if you took the rock here, what are we going to sit on during our trips to Verdant Hill?" she asked with a faux serious voice. That was actually a good question. We needed our special rock. "I'll find another rock for it. I like this one and want it here," I told her. We both burst into giggles at the sheer absurdity of what I had done, but my Mei had a fond smile on her face at my antics. The squabbling over who got to give gifts when seemed to have ended, and surprisingly Meihua and Tingfeng seemed to have won. "Brother Jin," Tingfeng called, approaching us. "Some scrolls on mechanical engineering, as I said I would find for you, on water wheels." Mailing got a silver knife from Meihua. Apparently some medicinal herbs worked better when cut with silver, which was another one of those blatantly magical things that still for some reason caught me off guard. Zealand got second place. She eagerly came up and bowed, proceeding to empty her cart so better present her gifts. Master Jin, I hope that any of these will please you, she said. A 10 poison resistance herb, 3 peach trees and 2 of apple from the palace gardens of Grass Sea City. The skulls of a 4 poisoned serpent, a reaper wolf, and the shell of a wrecker ball. That was just a big-ass armadillo shell, with spikes because why not? Honestly, I didn't know what to do with those. A plow, she said with a flourish, taking off the cover of her bundle. I had to stifle a laugh. I wasn't expecting that back, or for Zealand to take my joke seriously. She too had a knowing smile on, and these are from a merchant whose life I saved. I mentioned going to a wedding, and he gave me these to give as a gift. Zealand grabbed a bag and pulled out a lumpy almost sphere. He called them earth apples from Yellow Rock Plateau. My eyes focused completely on one of the best wedding gifts I could ever get. She stared in incomprehension at the humble spud. As you say, Master Jin, she said with a bow and handed over the precious cargo to me. This one will reflect upon her fortune. The gift-giving continued. Brother Chi gave us a set of knives, forged himself. From the big cleavers to smaller daggers, they all gleamed and had been forged with passion. The Zong family gave a few really nice leather bags and a new bow. Uncle Bao several scrolls on windmills and another medical scroll. The feast was the magistrate's gift, and a whispered, I hope our relationship continues. Should you need anything, I am at your service. Other things were far more humble. A nice straw hat from one of the villagers. A few small storage containers, cloth for when we had children. Some even just had rice or a carved pendant for mailing. I appreciated all of them and thanked each person who came up. I was actually starting to get a little emotional at the gifts. It was humbling, it was touching. These people were earnestly wishing me well. They meant it. I was so very glad that I left the sect and came here. And then it was time. Meihua came to collect Mailing as I walked to the altar and stood alone for several minutes as Meihua rebraided Mailing's hair and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders. I'm glad that there isn't much speaking involved for us because I didn't trust my voice. First, we served tea to Xian. Normally, we would be serving tea to our fathers and grandfathers, but Jin Ru's Gramps was off somewhere and everybody else was already gone. There was only Xian. We mostly just listened to the priest and bowed when instructed. There was no staring into each other's eyes. There was no I do or kiss. We bowed 3 times towards the west and then it was over. We were married. Big D let out a triumphant cry, his voice echoing over the hills as we stood, our fingers entwined. Mailing stared up at me, her face flushed red and a radiant smile on her face. Fuck it, there's gonna be a kiss. The crowd cheered and hollered as I claimed my prize. Mailing didn't hesitate to kiss back. Now, originally, we were supposed to be escorted immediately to the marriage bed, but as the last male of my line, I also had to entertain my guests. So tradition was broken with, thankfully, and I got to enjoy the first night of my own wedding party. Meimei and I were attached by the hip and leaning against each other. Our fingers were entwined, and she was holding onto my arm like she thought I was going to disappear. All around us, family and friends partied. Children chased Chunky through the tables or threw things for Washi to catch. Peppa was sitting with Xian, my father saying something to her. Big D was on the roof, Rizzo on his back. His eyes were closed, and he looked at peace. Tigger was also on the roof, having a staring contest with Zealand. There was some music, but there needed to be a bit more entertainment. Yun Ren, I called, and he paused from where he was, holding the recording crystal. I gestured for it, and he nodded, pleased. Really, it was more like a digital camera and a projector than anything. It even had a search function. I fiddled with it, and holy crap, Yun Ren took a lot of pictures. I pressed some of my chi into it. Haha, time for the wedding slideshow. It would even have my pipa in the background. The banjo-like instrument actually sounded pretty good, playing one of my favorites. I would never see any Ghibli movies again, but the music stayed with me. There was a lull as everybody realized what was going on, turning to look at the pictures projected into the air. Some of them were my own, Chunky and Gu Ren playing hockey. Big D silhouetted against the moon, Washi in his lair, but most were Yun Ren's, Mailing and Xian smiling at each other, the people of Hong Yewu shouting something, Zealan a pancake hanging out of her mouth. The girl shouted with outrage at that one, and I started laughing. Yun Ren's pictures were good, really good. He had an eye for this sort of thing. I almost wished I could print them out and hang them up. Eventually, it ended. Yun Ren was smiling proudly. You like him? He asked hopefully. I handed him back the recording crystal. Wedding isn't over yet, I told him. His eyes brightened, and he eagerly took the recording crystal back. But all things end. We were escorted to the marriage bed. I would have liked to enjoy the party a bit more, but apparently our duties were a bit too important. The leering grins of the people around us told me that we were about to have a fun time. Apparently it was customary to make fun of the couple when they were in the room together, at least for family and friends. Look at them, trying to get started outside already. Yao Qi bellowed, that eager are you both? Xian sighed, ah, where have I gone wrong to raise such a lustful daughter? "Ah, I have a second gift for you, sister," Mayhew said, handing Mailing a scroll. "I caught the title, The Bedroom Arts. I've read this one already." Maymay deadpanned, her face a bit red as she shoved the scroll behind her. Mayhew made an exaggerated, scandalized gasp. "Jin, be careful not to break her, okay?" Mayhew teased. "And remember what I told you to do with your hips, Maymay. Men love that." "Oh, trust me, there's no chance of him breaking her," Chi ribbed, remembering one of the statues. Mailing was spectacularly unimpressed, as we both got the cups connected by red string. Yun Ren's eyes narrowed, and he leered as he handed me the recording crystal. "Make sure you make a good memory, all right. We can use this as proof that Maymay is a woman and not a boy pretending." Maymay nearly spat out the wine we took and whipped her head around to glare. There was laughter and jeering as we were poked at. It was a pretty lame tradition, but it was kind of funny. Soon enough, the teasing tapered off, and all that was left was the sounds of people enjoying themselves outside. "My son, my daughter, I wish you good fortune," Xian told us, a soft smile on his face. Mayhew kissed Maymay on the forehead. Chi slapped a hand onto my back. The Zong brothers nodded. The door shut with an odd finality. We were alone, sitting on the bed. We both flopped backwards, our heads side by side. "Barely feels real," Mailing murmured. "Quite a whirlwind romance, huh?" I asked, amused. She giggled and rolled over onto her side, entwining her fingers with mine. "What was that you whispered at the altar?" she asked me. "Ah, she caught that." I cleared my throat, an oath. "To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." Mailing's eyes widened. "I never took you for a poet," she mused to me. "I'm just copying somebody else. I'm no wordsmith," I replied. Mailing hummed. "To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." She agreed. Our lips met. She tasted a bit like wine and a bit sweet. Maymay pulled at my arm, and I rolled so she was beneath me. My hand brushed her hair out of her face and rested on her cheek. Nervousness, excitement, arousal. She bit her lip as she looked up at me. She grabbed the back of my head and pulled me down into her embrace. Baida sat under the light of the crescent moon. Today had been a good day. Sister Raizu had returned to them. The people had given the great master proper supplication. He had taken the great healing sage into his household. His radiance was magnified tenfold with the great master's bow tie. But most importantly of all, the land was well and truly awake. Instead of being turned inwards, he could feel the energy flowing, the land's attention ghosting over flowers and into trees. It was warm and inquisitive. He stood sentinel, gazing out under the sublime beauty of Fa Ram when he felt the energy of his great master stir. "Oh," he thought, "oh my." Sister Raizu squeaked from on top of his back. Teague started, looking around in confusion. The chi of two separate beings mingled. The lesser was not snuffed out. The greater was undiminished. Both were calm, kind, and gentle, nurturing. The energy of the land shuddered as another connected to it. The trees seemed to perk up. The grass waved in an invisible breeze. Yin joined yang. The land sighed in contented wholeness. Two hearts beat at the same time. Two souls pulsed to the same rhythm. Yet both were unique, working together for a goal beyond his understanding. Baida observed the changes in the world and was content. She woke up cradled in warm arms. Her forehead was pressed under his chin. Their legs were tangled together. It felt right. She opened her eyes. She could see each and every pore on Jin's chest, the slight traces of salt from dried sweat. When she took a breath, she smelled everything, their own activities. Baida Chun-Ki, who was nearly invisible to her before Zealand, the Zong brothers. 7 fragrances from the spiritual herbs, the scent of fire and cinder nearly overwhelming. The smell of the earth and the warmth in her stomach. She had her suspicions that something like this would happen to her too. She hadn't broken anything like the Zong brothers, but there was something there just under her skin. Some might think Jin had done it on purpose, that he might have some nefarious deed planned. She didn't believe that. What kind of nefarious deed could he possibly have planned for her? She could feel it, the chi like a placid lake inside her. The Zong brothers had complained about having to meditate for hours, but when she called for the energy, it answered. The minor aches and pains faded away as chi filled her limbs with power and vitality, but it was not all her own energy. It smelled of fresh soil, of light, warmth, and life. It wrapped around her, it held her as if hugging, an eager friend ready to help. She sighed fondly and let it go. Like water, the power slipped through her fingers and returned to the earth. She looked up from where she was laying at her husband's face. The thick eyebrows, the light dusting of freckles on his cheeks, and the look of absolute peace on his face. Jin woke. He came out of his slumber with a contented smile as he opened his eyes and beheld her. "Good morning, beautiful," he whispered. His eyes were warm and soft. One of his fingers brushed the hair from her face, his palm warm against her cheek. She placed her own hand over his, their foreheads pressed together. She could certainly get used to waking up like this. I was in an excellent mood as I made breakfast. We had decided against any kind of morning exercise and had instead just gone down to face the music. I have to admit, it was kind of damn embarrassing to have people cheer on the fact that you had bonked your wife, but I was on cloud 9 and Maymay had barely blushed. And yeah, everybody was still here. It would last 2 more days of booze and partying. At least we got to have our breakfast without anybody bothering us. Well, everybody except Zealand, she had wanted to talk with us about something. As soon as the door closed, she got straight to the point. You want to stay here for a while? I asked Zealand as I put the plate of pancakes on the table. She was pressing her head to the floor of the house in full kowtow mode. Zealand was pretty dramatic, wasn't she? Yes, Master Jin. This one would beg your hospitality and your guidance if it pleases you. This Zealand will help with any task you need her to or require. Another cultivator who wanted to learn how to farm. I thought I was the only one. I looked to Mailing and she was looking at Zealand shrewdly. She met my eyes and after a moment's hesitation nodded. Sure, you can stay for a while and I'll teach you some of what I know. The cultivator girl looked up with stars in her eyes. Now eat up, I made enough for 3. Breakfast was as delicious as always. I remained serene even through the sounds of Zealand, and so began the first day of my marriage. We didn't actually spend that much time together. As soon as we walked outside, Mei was grabbed by Hu Li and Meihua and dragged away to discuss how the night went. Zealand somehow got dragged into it too. I had a few things to do. The 10 poison resistance herb, and that's a mouthful, had to be repotted. I didn't know exactly how to take care of this one, but it was a gift, so I would try my hardest. The trees needed to be planted as well. They were looking a little beat up, and Zealand hadn't taken the best care of them. I was just considering calling her over and telling her what she did wrong when the magistrate approached. He looked a bit peaky, like he hadn't slept too well. Ru Jin, this one must apologize, but matters of the bureaucracy call. I would beg leave from the festivities. I nodded. You do what you have to do, Lord Magistrate. He seemed a bit surprised by what I had said. His face shifted through emotions quickly before he settled on a small smile. I will keep that in mind. Enjoy your wedding, Ru Jin. May it bear much fruit. And with that, the Lord Magistrate left, deep in contemplation. I returned to my task. It didn't take too long, but I was a little hot when I finished. Jin, Yun Ren called, gesturing me over. The rest of the men stood there, eager. There were cups of wine. There were many, many cups of wine. Chug, 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 how many bottles is that fish on? Oh, the old spry horse, Xian and Mailing sang as the crowd howled with laughter. Hey, can we talk about this? It was a good image. An exhibition match is perfectly acceptable. Disciple Yun Ren, you have the first blow. Yun Ren wasn't an idiot. He turned tail and fled. Zealand, her cheeks flushed from alcohol, shouted with outrage and went after him. Yun Ren was surprisingly good at dodging. I threw him to the wolf when he tried to use me as a meat shield, though. Big D danced, kicking along the fence. He was really quite handsome, and that was a word I never thought would apply to a chicken. His moves looked a lot like Xian's fire dance, if I'm honest. I laughed at the red-faced woman holding a bottle of wine. She had a predatory gleam in her eye, shirt off. Now, Mailing demanded, licking her lips. I obliged her. This time was a lot more fun. Both Yun and Gu pressed against my arm with all their might, and then Chi added his strength and that of all 3 cows and the horses. Then Chunky, Peppa, and Tigger grabbed a hold of ropes tied around my wrist. I didn't budge. It was great fun throwing them all into the mud. The children cheered as they jumped into the ice-cold stream. Washi grabbed a rope in his mouth and took off like a jet ski, dragging the shrieking kids behind him. I made sure they didn't stay in for too long, though, and the bath warmed them back up nicely. This is what I wanted: the laughter, the company, the joy, and even the sorrows. The rest of the celebrations passed in a bit of a drunken haze. A 3-day party sounds fun until you have a 3-day party. Everybody was absolutely shattered at the end of it, and my back was a little bit sore. Slowly but surely, my house emptied. The villagers said their goodbyes. Yun Ren clapped my shoulder. Meihua kissed Mailing on the forehead and told her to come visit when the child was born. Eventually, even the last of our family had to go. Mailing's little brother had wept bitter tears when he learned his sister wasn't coming home with him, clinging to Mei's skirts. He was gently pried off by his father. Goodbye, my daughter. Xian looked like he was to bow, yet instead leaned in and hugged Mei tightly. His teeth clenched and his eyes were watery. He let her go and turned to me. Goodbye. I asked, "It's see you later, Pops. We'll be around often enough that you'll get sick of us." Xian barked out a laugh and held out his arms for me too. I hugged him tight enough to hurt a bit and he pounded my back. "I'll be seeing you soon then, children," he declared, picking up little Xian. "I wish you good health and good fortune." The last of our guests left. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned back from the gate, walking up the hill where I built my trusty little shack on. I stared out over my home with Big D on my shoulder. In my mind's eye, I saw the land as it had been. The massive rocks, the scraggy brush, and the overgrown forest littered with dead wood. How I had arrived, full of uncertainty, having made an impulsive decision with only Big D and a few chickens as companions. The months of isolation. The time forcing myself to think about anything other than my circumstances. Yet now. Mailing walked up and leaned into my side. Chunky and Peppa trotted up and sat, rubbing each other with their noses and oinking happily. Tigger brushed against my leg and Rizzo scampered up Mailing's shoulder. Gu Ren knelt down beside the pigs and scratched Chunky affectionately. Zealan approached, staring oddly at the shovel in her hands and switching her grip on it like it was a staff. We all stared out over my farm. At the freshly planted trees, the new house, and the markers for where the fields were supposed to go. It wasn't heaven quite yet, but I would be damned if I didn't give it my best go. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Something stirred beneath my feet, perking up. It felt friendly and eager, warm and pure. I supposed even the land was excited for the spring. I metaphorically patted it on the head. We stayed there for a while, drinking in the moment. A warm wind blew through rustling grass and flowers, and shaking the still naked boughs of the trees. In the distance, Washi breached the river, leaping so high he cleared my roof before splashing back down. Big D opened his mouth and issued forth a joyous cry. "You tell him, Big D," I said affectionately. An old man sat upon a rocky outcropping. He was tall and unbent by age, with broad shoulders. His bearing was regal, his eyes sharp and full of profound wisdom. His beard and long hair swayed in the breeze. The old man's robe had been torn off, exposing a bare chest full of rippling muscles. Cuts and burns marred his body, and yet he was no lesser for them. Beneath the outcrop was a charnel house. Shattered limbs and twisted, broken bodies filled the valley. Black blood and acid bile marked them as demons. He observed the carnage he had wrought with disinterest. "You have a report for me?" he asked. From his shadow, a form emerged, kneeling in respect. "Yes, master. The demon's advance falters. General Tula has requested you to join the eastern offensive into Blackfire Hell Pass." The old man stroked his beard. "Is that all?" "Yes, master." "I see." Dismissed. The shadowed form of his Imperial Majesty's messenger bowed and once more vanished. The old man rose, looking towards the distance. 2 years, how they had flown by. The constant fighting was an annoying distraction, and the demon so useless to be refined for his needs. Ah, the sacrifices he made for the Empire. With a mere thought, a sword formed out of the ether, and he stood upon it. It pierced through the skies, a near invisible blur, carrying him faithfully to his destination. When he arrived, the attendants bowed before him, and a member of the Profound Realm swiftly got him a new robe, and humbly requested that he join the general in the command tent. The old man sighed internally and nodded his head imperiously. Many experts bowed as he strode through the army camp, all vacating his presence as not to impede him. The guards bowed as he approached the tent and announced his presence. Master Shen Yu, the general that holds the gates, greeted, clasping his hands in respect. "This humble servant of His Imperial Majesty is honored by your presence." The old man nodded. "His Imperial Majesty called, and I answered," he declared, no matter how much he wished he didn't have to. The bastard was getting entirely too cheeky, ordering him around so much. He received a cup of fine wine from the general's son as he settled into his seat. Idly, he wondered how his own disciple was doing. He had to leave him at an important stage, but the boy was resilient. Hopefully little Ru was doing well in his old sect. Senior disciple Lu Rai wandered the compounds and pavilions of the Cloudy Sword sect. He had parchment in hand and was dutifully cataloging every piece of disrepair and improperly grown spiritual herbs. The outer disciples had become slack. He would have to hand out chastisements and punishment details. It was enraging that they would treat the sect so callously. There was nothing he hated more than a lack of diligence. He needed to take a moment to calm himself after he finished his rounds. He sat upon one of the benches arranged around the pavilion and gazed out into the sky. The highest peak of the Cloudy Sword Mountains pierced the sky and stood above even the clouds. It looked like the world went on forever from up here, with the permanent cloud wall below obscuring the land. One could be forgiven for forgetting Crimson Crucible City even existed far below. He sighed as his anger waned. The stark beauty of the mountain calmed him. He took another calming breath and headed back to the office. One of his fellow senior disciples was already there, frowning at the disciple registers. "What troubles you?" he asked his fellow senior. "Brother Lu Rai, do we have a Jin Ru among our disciples?" A letter arrived for him, bearing the seal of the Imperial Army. Lu Rai paused. A seal from the Imperial Army. That was uncommon for a member of His Imperial Majesty's army to send a letter here. But Lu Rai remembered that particular disciple. "No, we do not. He left a year and a half ago." The other man thought on the matter. "Wait, is he the one who actually used the honorable departure provisions?" Lu Rai nodded. "Indeed, he is the same." The other disciple blinked and then looked mildly impressed. "But those haven't been used in over 300 years. Lu Rai shrugged. "Then be the section pertaining to honorable departure. We must find him, and deliver any mail we received as a result of one believing he is still with us," he asked, trying to remember the regulations he had to memorize to become part of the Cloudy Sword's bureaucracy. He may also beg for shelter from disasters natural and demonic, provided he has never aided the sect's enemies. "Why do we even have those provisions? They seem entirely too lenient," the other complained. "The honored founder's wisdom far exceeds our own." Lu Rai stated with conviction, "I spoke to him last, so I will take care of this matter. He can't be too hard to find." "Kintsugi, to repair something broken with gold." At first, there was bare existence, a mass of conflicting feelings and instinctual reactions, thought without thought, feeling without feeling. It was a crippled, broken thing, torn open and sundered in ages past. It slept fitfully and it hurt. That was the way it had always been. Torment and nothingness for 1,000 cycles. So long it had forgot. But the pain it remembered. The sharpness of it had faded, but it still remained that dull, dull ache. The cycles continued as they always did. The occasional tremor here, the odd pulse there. Places far, far away from it. It was, and yet it wasn't, and that was fine with it. It was so easy not to be. One cycle there was a feeling it remembered, a bare tendril of heat. It was practically nothing, but it was familiar. It reached deep, deep down and touched a crack from a wound millennia old. It expected pain, the ripping, tearing sensation. Like a beaten dog, it cringed and cowered, trying to escape from the agony that was sure to come. Yet it could not move. All it could do was endure. The warmth touched the jagged edge. It lay upon the massive wound and left itself there. There was no pain. The next cycle it happened again and again and again, and each and every cycle the warmth lay upon the wound, building a tiny, minuscule bridge, trying to seal one of the rents. It was warm and comforting in the sea of pain. 10 cycles became 20, 20 became 30, and the wound started to stop hurting. Its last piece of what could only charitably called self pulled itself out of the diffuse chaos and mire of grinding pain. It reached blindly for the light, grasping eagerly, desperately for the one that was healing its wounds. Tendrils of its own power reached, swiping clumsily for the healing light. For several cycles it tried to grasp the other, until it finally succeeded. One tendril met another. And as it finally brushed against the tendril, connected, it cringed again but could not pull away. It shrieked and whimpered, pulling and tugging at the line and trying to sever this unwelcome hold that led directly to it. But still no pain came. Instead, there were feelings beyond pain, happiness, contentment, care, respect. There was hurt too, a feeling of profound loss but determination to continue. It stopped trying to free itself and observed. The connected one toiled every day, healing its wounds and disregarding the connection. He gave and gave. He did not force the plants to grow beyond their abilities. He expected nothing beyond their nourishment later. There was no tearing, no feeling of being drained into a husk. Tentatively it gave back, a tiny, pitiful amount. The connected one spent the energy and returned it. The next cycle it gave more. The next cycle he continued his work. The pain slowly, ever so slowly dulled. He gave everything he had without reservation. A thought connected them. Let's take care of each other, okay? There was no acrid tang, no slimy words, intentions, nothing that demanded its power. For the first time in millennia, the shattered remains of something once greater thought. It was lesser than even the least animal, but it chose. Slowly, hesitatingly, the tiny connection thickened and strengthened. And so the cycles continued. They started taking breaths together. They breathed in and out in time with each other, one inhaling, one exhaling. It was a wondrous connection. It was learning. It was feeling. It was knowing other than pain, how the rice grew, how nutrients affect the soil, how things connected in a way it could somehow understand, despite never hearing of such things before. They worked as one, toiling and aiding each other, growing and healing together. It consumed so much of the connected one's attention. The pain continued to lessen as they worked. They spent all their time together, holding, nurturing, growing, until one day they were attacked by a wicked, vile thing that sought to hurt them while they were still weak, still injured. Their connection was saturated with all the pitiful dregs of power they had in that area. Some leaked, it was inevitable, but they needed it now, to give their all for each other. They were still mustering their strength, reaching out over its length and breadth to bring in more, when the enemy was cast down and defeated. The feeling of violence faded, and their power relaxed once more. They redoubled their efforts on healing the wound. And so their cycle continued. Breathe together, sleep together, work together. Bit by bit the wound closed. Bit by bit more and more old pieces gathered towards the healing wound. Another began to offer his strength. It was base energy with no healing light. This one knew not why he offered it, only that he was supposed to. Hesitantly they accepted it, but it did not trust it. It felt like some of the others, the ones that hurt. It carefully examined the power and consumed it. The next cycle the other offered again. The energy was examined intently and accepted, and so the cycles continued. Day turned to night, turned to day like it always had. The time for slumber was coming upon them. They hoarded their harvest for the winter like all the little ones did, hiding their seed and some of their power. For the first time since it could remember, they were actively preparing for the great sleep, organizing their energy, directing threads of power. Looking at old pathways, nearly gone from the world, the other reached his power out and it recoiled. It was vindicated in its distrust. The other dared to offer them tainted energy, the energy that hurt it. It fled from the other and rejected its touch. It fled deep and dispersed, ready for another bout of pain. It was filthy, it was unclean, it would hurt it. And sure enough, some tainted energy was driven into it, a packet of soul, thought, and fouled intent. But even this did not hurt. It felt strange, but not painful. How odd, how curious. The connected one was truly mysterious, to make it so even this did not hurt. It surrounded the little ball of chi, stopping most of its hungry growth. It was partially suppressed and stored to be examined later. The preparations for the sleep continued. The other continued to seek them out and offer tainted energy. It ignored it while prodding at the trees that were supposed to produce sugar. They were supposed to be sweeter than this. The trees upon it were good and evident, so they listened and prepared with it. Yet cycle by cycle the impurities lessened. It learned of his remorse. It was sleepy. So sleepy. The other offered his energy, one last time before it fell asleep. It was still a bit nasty, but it sighed and took it. It was a bitter medicine, the energy that they ate, full of regret and remorse, but it didn't hurt. Slowly, the blackness encroached upon it, the howling dark rising up to claim its mind. It slumbered under the blanket of cold. It slumbered in peace for the first time it could remember. The night terrors were kept at bay by the chunky one and the connected one. No grasping hands and consuming maws bothered its sleep. It felt warm instead of tearing pain and killing cold. The energy did not leak from their wounds, or at least not from this wound. It dreamed. It dreamed of other places, of the two lives lived by the connected one. The two parts bickered but were so similar to each other it was amusing how little they got along. It flinched once during its slumber when the connected one strengthened their bond further and accidentally crushed the odd little packet of chi. Shattered, broken fragments pulled together, forging themselves anew. A tiny spark. A bare portion of what it was, but it was here, cracked and broken, torn and worn, small and nearly defenseless. What was it? She sounded right. The connected one and Chunky seemed to think she was a she, so that was what she was. She slept protected. The cold blanket melted and still she slept. She dreamed about who she was. She was big little sister like Chunky said, or Tianlin Shan like those other ones said. That one sounded right too. Or was she Fa Ram, or was she Mother Earth? She didn't know, but that was okay. She could feel the others, the joy, the laughter, the affection, the love. Jin and Mei Ling held out their hands. How could she refuse them? Yin met Yang, 2 became 3. She was still so tired. She was still hurting in 1,000 places. But right here, right now she couldn't help but be excited. She was here, she was awake. Tendrils reached out, brushing along her home and the scabbed-over wound. Oh, this place. She liked this place. She liked this place very much. She raced through the trees, the grass, the water, and the breeze. She brushed against the streams of energy that made up her, and her dear, dear ones entwined together in twisting and beautiful knots. She looked upon what was hers, what was theirs. She laughed and laughed and laughed. Oh, this was going to be so much fun. The Crimson Phoenix Empire, a name that resounds across the known world, a land of power and glory, of industry, of art, of culture, a superpower that dominates a continent under the watchful eye of the Son of Heaven, his imperial majesty and his bureaucracy. Its grand cities can house millions. Its length and breadth could not be seen in a mortal lifetime, encompassing floating islands, hidden realms, and untamed wilderness that boggles the mind, poison bogs. Befuddling forests and mountains that scrape the very edge of the sky, too tall for any to climb. It is a land of cultivators, striving every day to defy the heavens. 100,000 battles, great and small, rage across the continent. Martial tournaments, bandit attacks, rampaging spirit beasts, pub brawls, wars in all but name between the sects. The great battle at the 5 immortal Phoenix Gates against the latest round of demonic invaders. It is a never-ending climb to the top. To win glory, fame, merit, accolades, to rise above your birth and defy the heavens, to train and fight and struggle and strive. 1,000 tales may be told of martyrs, of the most vile of villains and the greatest of heroes. Battles that shake the heavens and upend the status quo. One only needs to pick up their sword, steel their resolve, and fight. But this is not one of those stories. Upon the northern reaches of the sprawling Crimson Phoenix continent lay the Azure Hills. A mostly landlocked province, with only a tiny bit of ocean available at its southwestern edge, full of giant rolling hills and grassy knolls. It is so named for the purity of its clear sky and the prevalence of said hills. As befitting a northern province, the seasons are temperate and a great amount of snow falls each winter. As all provinces of the empire, the Azure Hills are enormous, nearly a country in their own right, but they bear a nearly unforgivable sin. The Azure Hills are weak. In every story they are absent. No name from their pitiful lands has ever been able to reach the heavens. Its only outstanding quality is its weakness. The only reason why it is even remembered is its worthlessness. It is here that a man decided that his future lay. In a backwater nowhere no man of ambition would subject himself to. He had no desire to have his name resound through the heavens. He had no desire to obtain limitless, transcendent power. He cared little for merit or glory. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, to have a little patch of heaven to call his own. I woke up content. Well, not just woke up content. Contentedness had just been my state of being ever since the wedding. There was a pleasantly warm body pressed against my chest, and I was curled around it. My arm wrapped around her chest, and my palm was held over her heart by her own hands. I could feel the steady, slow beats of her heart, pulsing gently against my hand. My wife. Still something I was getting used to. I was married, it was. A bit weird, I will confess, but it was mostly lost in a haze of good feelings. My wife was beautiful. Idiots called her eyes sharp, her tongue a dagger, and her freckles blemishes. Her eyes were beautiful amethysts, her freckles made her cute, and her tongue. Her tongue was very nice too. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. To my sensibilities, we had moved extremely quickly, like Las Vegas shotgun wedding fast. But to the people here, well, it wasn't so abnormal. But it was good, very good, especially the sleeping in the same bed part. It may just be the honeymoon period talking, but we were getting rather less sleep than we probably should. I pressed my nose into green-tinted hair and took a breath. She smelled like herbs. It was a very nice smell. Mei stirred in my grip, and her hands tightened briefly against my hand on her chest, trying to pull me closer. She let out a little sigh of contentment and a sleepy murmur as she let go. Good morning. I murmured into her hair. Morning. She yawned, raising her arms above her head and stretching, wiggling against my body in interesting ways. She rolled over in my arms. Her wonderful violet eyes were still lidded with tiredness. She pressed a kiss to my lips, and we just cuddled for a while. Her body was warm and smooth, and her heartbeat nearly lulled me back to sleep. Our breathing synchronized as we lay together. Everything felt right. I pondered what I was going to say. I like swimming and the smell of rain, but I really hate getting rained on. I eventually said, deciding on my fact of the morning. We were married, but didn't actually know too much about each other, so. I had decided on the second day to tell her something random that I thought of about myself every morning. It was mostly knowledge that didn't really matter, but well, she seemed to enjoy it. Or at least she humored me enough to tell me stuff back. Mei hummed, amused. So that's why you were so grumpy yesterday. I thought it was because Gu Ren messed something up. I shrugged. What can you do? I like the outdoors, but getting soaking wet through rain always put me in a bit of a bad mood. I chose a great profession in farming for that, didn't I? I needed to go outside in the rain all the time. Mei smiled up at me. Well, something in common. I really hate getting rained on too. There was a loud call from outside as Big D sounded the morning bell. I sighed, wishing I could just spend the entire day in bed. Instead, I kissed Mei on the forehead, and we both got up to get dressed. But at least there was one ritual that we had decided on that let us have a few more moments together. I ran a comb through my wife's hair. It was simple, but the feeling of silky smooth locks through my fingers calmed me down and let me think a bit better. We prepared the rest of the morning in silence. We both took breaths at the door, remembering the long day ahead of us. This is the hardest part. Once summer hits, we'll have less to do, I muttered to myself. I reached out for Mei's hand, entwining our fingers. All right, let's do this, I declared. We marched downstairs. I started the fire while Mei went and got the eggs. Eggs and rice, an imaginative breakfast. I was craving an egg and cheese sandwich, but I restrained myself. I may have to wait a while for that, but it would be with my eggs, my bread, and my cheese. With my hash browns too. Think of it, Jin. Let the desire fuel your movements. By the time breakfast was ready, everyone else had sat down and was ready to start the day. Big D bowed slightly as we came in with the food. His colors were as vibrant as ever, and his fox fur vest as pristine as when I first gave it to him. Beside him sat Rizzo, the little rat still sleepy and seeming to doze. Washi, the dull brown carp, was in his trough, ramrod straight and slapping his fins happily in anticipation for food. Chunky was next, the big boy curled next to Peppa. His scars had faded to white lines, but they still lent the big suck a dangerous air. Tigger was the last of the animals, the tiger-striped cat sitting grumpily at the table and glaring at everyone and everything. She had been in a spectacularly bad mood ever since she was refused entry into my room at night, though I suppose I should consider her feelings too. She was basically still a kitten, and she had just gotten kicked out of her parents' bed. I nearly sighed at the thought. Worrying about how animals are taking your marriage, how surreal my life had become. The other two guests were human. The first was our friend from Hong Yewu, an acting farmhand. Gu Ren had a bit of an unfortunate face. His nose was a bit too wide, and his sideburns grew in just the right way to make him look a bit like a monkey. He looked well rested and was scratching Chunky behind his ears. Our other guest was sitting with great dignity at the table. She bowed in respect when she was served. Her silky brown hair was immaculate and her white robe pristine. Peppa raised her head blearily as the food was set in front of her, and with a single dainty bite, the eggs and rice were gone, the bowl cleaned. We ate largely in silence as I considered my options. Each and every day was a learning experience. My first learning experience was delegation. It's amazing how much you get stuck in your ways over the course of just a year. But now I had people to help me. I had to talk to people. The first day of work had been hilariously awkward, as I had just kind of gone off and started to do my own thing while everybody else had been waiting for direction. Gu Ren, you're on the rice paddies today, I decided. Shore up the walls like I taught you, and then we'll move on to sorting the seed. He groaned. Gee, reinforcement is the bane of my existence, he declared seriously. Do I really have to do the whole thing? Yup. Gotta make sure it won't collapse, else you're going to lose the entire harvest. Gu Ren sighed at my reply but nodded. Ziyulan. The other woman perked up immediately at the mention of her name, leaning forward eagerly. The western field, please. She nodded her head magnanimously, but she seemed a bit disappointed. Mei, what you planned on yesterday? I said, though I didn't really need to. She knew what she was doing. I'm going to be out with Babe, work him for a little. Honestly, I felt a bit sorry for the ox. I had named him after Paul Bunyan's companion, but he barely had anything to do. Ironically, the big, strong ox was one of the weakest things here. Maybe he was stronger than Rizzo, but I wouldn't bet on it. We finished our meal and got started for the day. It was slowly getting hotter as it beat down on the land. The snows had long since melted, but the river was still ice cold. The ground had hardened up a bit, firming in the sun from a quagmire to something that was workable. Ooh, this is nice, I mused aloud as we used the new plow. The edge of the formerly demonic blade bit deep and sliced through the soil like a hot knife through butter. It took my chi easily, a lot more easily than my last plow. Babe pulled, and we went fast enough. I patted the ox on his rump. He was a good boy, obedient, calm, and easy to control, but still an actual animal instead of a spirit beast. He needed something to do other than sit around and get fat, so we went to work together. We worked together, and he did his job well, though it was mostly the plow. It was a really nice plow, if a bit unadorned, rough and simple looking though. My mind wandered as we worked. I was on field 2. This one was going to be the root vegetable field. Radish, turnip, and most importantly, potatoes. There would be hash browns in my future. Behind me, a gaggle of chickens followed, pecking eagerly at the bugs unearthed by my efforts. They fluttered and squawked, making little clucking noises as they ate, and there was a certain someone on my shoulder. Big D was in his usual place, gazing imperiously from his perch. He watched over the rest of the chickens to make sure they didn't go too far, and a single, sharp cluck would bring them back into line. Occasionally, he too would hop down and pluck a particularly fat-looking bug out of the air before returning to his position. I scratched his wattles affectionately when he did. Back and forth across the field we went, pulling the plow. Each step was as even, and each furrow was as an exact distance I could make it. I idly looked at the plow again, and my lips quirked into a smile. I patted it twice. I dubbed thee Sonny, I declared. I could almost imagine Son Ken, the blade's previous owner, spinning in his grave. I could already see the sun carvings on it, along with a nice coat of yellow paint, a happy, cheerful plow. In what felt like no time at all, I was finished. The sun was high in the sky, and I was terribly thirsty. I took a swig from my bamboo drinking container and wandered over to the river with Babe to splash some cold water on my face to wash away some of the sweat. It was brisk but invigorating. I sighed in contentment and leaned back. I felt good. A wonderful start to a wonderful spring. Big D agreed with me, ripping loose a call from his place on Babe's back, happy to be planting again. You tell him, Big D, I said with a smile. Bida sat upon the great pillars and was content. Another day upon this blessed land and another phase of the moon to observe. Tonight, the moon was once more full, shining brightly in the heavens. It was the start of the second cycle he had witnessed in this world, or Bida supposed, as it was a cycle, it had no true defined beginning or end, now did it. It simply was, turning through the seasons whether he was aware of it or not. A never-ending spiral through time. He was satisfied with this. To know that this cycle was here before him and would be here long after, and yet though the cycle continued, it changed. Though they went through the same motions, they progressed, each foot in front of the other, following their own path. Bida reflected upon his own march forward. Bida followed the way he knew. He announced the sun's arrival in the morning. He patrolled vigorously at night. He exalted in the world around him, in both the base mysteries and the profound. His voice rose and his great master praised his calls, and he got to relive his most enjoyable memories. At first, when the great works began anew, he thought that he would be assigned some other task. Yet his lord had held out his arm and welcomed him once more onto his broad shoulders. The memories of when he was just a young, jumped-up and foolish bag of bones and feathers, arrogant and stupid. He had changed, he had progressed, and in this new cycle, he would endeavor to do the same. He descended upon the base creatures that dared to impede his path, and left the rest for his gaggle of hens and offspring. The great master was training Ba-Bi, the ox, in the use of a powerful artifact. He would watch the ox closely, for if his master was bestowing such a gift upon him, then he was sure to have some sort of potential. The great master's smile was warm and soft as he placed his hands upon the base earth and tamed it with a gentle hand. These things were good and right. He reached around with his beak and preened the sleeping form of Sister Raizu, each day a gift from the heavens. I took deep breaths, filling my lungs with sweet spring air. I had really missed this feeling. There was just something about it. The air was almost charged with energy, and it was driving into my soul, stirring me to action. My plans were ambitious this year, very ambitious. Last year had been the setup, this year was go time, and I was off like a damn rocket. Besides, the faster I got the prep work done, the faster I could take it easy. Farming was hard, difficult work, but you had a surprising amount of time to kick back and relax, outside the crunch periods of spring and fall. My section of the fields were mostly done being prepped. On the other side, both Zealand and Guren were a bit slower, but it's not like I was waiting on them. There was always just that little other thing to accomplish, and I got nothing by breathing down their necks. They would finish when they finished, so I was slacking a bit too, juiced a little bit though. All right, which one is this? Mailing asked her student, offering her a seed. It was the third one she had given to her, and each one before then, Rizzo had guessed right. I smiled at the scene as I worked, cutting the eye off a potato. Rizzo examined the seed intently, her little nose twitching away. Coriander master, the little one finally squeaked authoritatively, grows best in light shade in a cooler part of the garden. Maymay nodded her head proudly. And this one, she asked. Rizzo actually looked a bit insulted, and I could tell why. Peppercorns were easy. In the pots over here, master. They require little, though must still be tended for the best results. Rizzo declared again. Good, good. Now, which of these is poisonous and which is medicinal? Mailing brought out two identical-looking mushrooms. I turned my attention to the potatoes, but kept an ear open to Rizzo's lessons. This stuff was interesting. The earth apples that Zealand had been given by the merchant weren't any kind that I was familiar with. They were kind of like russets in size, but had smooth, bright purple skin once you got the dirt off. They tasted pretty good too, nice and fluffy, and they took the butter we had well. I cut into a potato, carving off a section with a sprouted eye, and laying it to the side so that it could dry for a couple of days. Letting them get calloused helped prevent rot, and was why you let them dry out a bit instead of burying them immediately. Small potatoes you could just chuck in the ground, no questions, but these bigger ones needed to be taken care of. I finally heard Rizzo's answer. Master tries to deceive this one, she cried. Both are poison, both are medicine. Maymay's grin was massive. Good, she praised, and Rizzo puffed up with pride. You're absolutely correct. In small doses, the two-color gill mushroom can reduce swelling and inflammation and open constricted blood vessels. But take it in too large a dose. It can render the muscles unable to contract properly, leading to paralysis and in extreme cases, death. You learn something new every day. Xianxia mushrooms are kind of nuts. Now for today we shall finish planting this section of the herb garden. Maymay demanded. Remember to mark each section carefully. Some of these are mildly poisonous. Rizzo nodded eagerly and got her little hoe out, ready to work. It was cute as heck. Mailing walked over to look at the taters and work more on the little signs she was making for the herb garden. I wasn't too familiar with some of the stuff Xian had given us and told her so she had started working on the signs, and in the meantime I was to study a scroll when I had the time. She's doing well then, I asked. Yes, she hasn't studied food as much as medicine, but she did very well today. I'm quite proud of her for figuring out the trick question. She had a look that was half pride and half affection on her face. We worked together in companionable silence for a little. I cut up our bag of sprouting potatoes, and she checked her father's written note against little satchels of seeds. Our silence was broken by Peppa, who had two baskets tied to her back, filled with mushrooms and fiddleheads. Big D wandered beside her, looking incredibly pleased with himself, and not just any mushrooms, what looked like morels. I was about to offer to cook dinner when Maymay's eyes widened in pleasure. I'm cooking, she demanded, looking the fiddleheads and morels over and sniffing at them eagerly. I raised an eyebrow. You like these that much? I asked as I took a drink of water. She nodded happily. My mother used to make this dish. It tastes really good. She paused for a moment and gave me a sly look out of the corner of her eye. It also supposedly improves stamina and fertility, though I hardly think we need help with that. I wouldn't be surprised if I was with child already. I nearly choked. The thought was both terrifying and exciting, and drove home how much I really hadn't been thinking. Yeah, tilling fields with a beautiful woman was fun and all, but actions have consequences. Wake up, work, and then go to bed after having some fun meant that for all our little talks in the mornings, our communication had suffered a bit. I grabbed her hand when she went to get up and pulled her into my lap instead. She was all tense and tightly wound, her muscles bunched up. Mailing began at her curious look. I swallowed thickly. Are we ready for that? Are you ready for that? I asked nervously. She seemed surprised that I was even asking. A little bit late to be thinking about that, no, she mused, raising an eyebrow. That's something to think about before we engage in nightly activities. I grimaced. She sighed and bonked me on the head. Did you hear me complaining? She asked, and I conceded the point. Mailing was an enthusiastic partner. We can stop, I offered a bit reluctantly, just so that we can think about it more. She sighed again and leaned back into my chest. If I was against the idea, I know how to make a medicine that will prevent conception. She finally said quietly, they had those here. I guess it made sense that I have not taken any. Besides, you were right when you said we nearly had children already. It can't be too much different than this. She looked at Rizzo and Peppa. Our kid is going to be worse than both of us put together just for you saying that. I mused. She laughed, and it turned into a hiccup as she stared out over the land. We sat together for a while, enjoying the sun hanging low in the sky. Finally not working, just sitting together. Some of the tension drained out of her shoulders as we sat together. Dinner might be a little late tonight, but that was fine. Her grip tightened on my hands. I could feel her fingers shaking a little. Ah, I was wondering if, and when this would hit. I should really go and make supper, I need to, she muttered, tugging at my hands, but I wouldn't let her go. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. Homesick, I asked her. Hey, I was a bit perceptive, and I knew the feeling. I knew that feeling very well. It was a constant companion in the early days. You could cry all you wanted, and it wouldn't change anything, staring at the ceiling and wondering where the void in your heart could be filled. Huli said that it would pass if I kept busy, she mumbled, mentioning the Zahn brothers' mother. Just need to keep busy so I don't think about it. Besides, this is my home now and I. She thumped her head into my chest. I rubbed her back as she got it out of her system. My shirt got a bit wet. We'll go visit soon. I want to see Pops and your little brother again, I told her as my hand went in circles around her back. She nodded into my shirt. And tell me next time if you think things are getting too much. We need to talk more as it is anyway. I'm not a delicate flower. You don't need to coddle me, she grunted. Never said you were. You have to hold me when I feel like this too, you know. Mamie took her head away from my chest and scrubbed at her eyes. Men are to be stoic in bearing and never show such unsightly things, she said stiffly. But be thankful, for your loving wife will forgive any weakness you might have. Her smirk was a bit crooked, but at least there was a spark of amusement dancing in her eyes. I'll go get started on dinner now. You go and collect the others, she commanded. I got up to do as she asked, and Jin. I turned back to my wife, who had a bit of a flush on her face. No slacking on your duties, husband, I chuckled. Lewd woman, I am not lewd, I am a proper wife, attentive to her duties. She shot back, glaring. You're the one who got the recording crystal out. You're lewd. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Go get the others. Her voice was a razor blade. I beat a hasty retreat, heading for the rice paddies. I was probably going to be paying for those words later, but at least Maymay was in a better mood now. There I was treated to quite an amusing sight. I struggled to hold my laughter in as I watched the scene unfolding before me. Gu Ren was stripped to the waist and absolutely covered in mud. Both of his hands were pressed against the terrace wall as he concentrated, sweat pouring down his body as he made sure it was well and truly reinforced. All right, Chunky, go for it, he declared. My chunky boy squealed happily and launched into motion. His trotters tore up the ground and a slight rumbling heralded his charge. He lowered his head and slammed into the wall with earth-shattering force. Massive, hairline cracks radiated out from the impact point, but amazingly, the wall held. Gu Ren whooped like a madman and started dancing around, pumping his fist and thumping his chest. I was impressed. He had gotten good at chi reinforcement. Chunky hopped and danced with him. My castle walls are the greatest in the realms, he cackled. How's this going, boys, I asked, and Gu Ren turned to me with a smile, saluting. No rain is knocking these over. The toughest terraced walls, bar none, he stated triumphantly. Sure, I had asked him to reinforce the terraced walls, but I had no idea how or why. He decided that they needed to be able to stand up to a spirit beast. I nearly asked him why, but at the eager, triumphant gleam in his eye, I just didn't have the heart to. Chunky butted into my leg happily, proud to have helped. He left muddy head marks all over my pants. I gave him a good scratch. Good job on the terraces. I praised and looked him up and down. He was really, really muddy. Go wash up. I suggested. May's in a bad mood, and unless you want her to drag you by the ear to the river again, I'd go in willingly. He finally seemed to notice just how dirty he was and nodded. He eyed Chunky shiftily. Race you to the water, he shouted and immediately started running. Chunky squealed in protest and shot off after him, incensed at the foul cheating. I shook my head with amusement and went to grab my other farmhand. On the way, I wandered past Afro, Pompum, and Fuzzy. The sheep were grazing and were supposed to be watched over by Tigger, but my cat was conked out on top of Afro, fast asleep in the warm afternoon sun. Zealan, in contrast to Gu Ren, was leaning against a fence post, her arms crossed and deep in thought. Her hair, normally left to flow freely, was tied into a rough bun, and she was weaning one of my spare rough shirts instead of her normal silk getup. She was wearing one of mine because she couldn't close any of Mailing's properly. Better too baggy than about to burst out, she sighed as she stared up at a cloud. Zealan, I called, and the woman nearly jumped out of her skin. Master Jin, she yelped, looking like a kid that got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She bowed immediately. This one apologizes, she did not, I was merely. It's all right, everybody needs a break, now and then. I waved her off and she raised her head looking a bit confused. Ah, I see, she asked. I leaned against the fence post and looked up at the sky. It was a beautiful blue color with only a few white, wispy clouds traveling across it. I patted the post next to me. Zealan tentatively walked back and resumed her position. She got antsier and antsier as we waited until she caved. Master Jin, this one does not understand. What purpose does this lesson serve? Your other disciple practices chi reinforcement, yet I am here. Have I displeased you? I guess it was a bit rude of me to use her as free labor, but she had offered. Maybe I misunderstood her intentions. Maymay had said she didn't think Zeolan was here to learn farming exactly, but she had seemed real eager for the first bit. Maybe she was just having an off day. What purpose does the lesson serve? I asked, well, what were you trying to learn from it? Zeolan paused and lowered her head again, looking embarrassed. This one stands chastised, Master Jin, she whispered. I looked to the field. The rows were neat enough, but I could tell her attention had started to waver. Well, everybody had their own skills. I'll teach you how to water the spiritual herbs tomorrow, I told her. Hopefully that would make her a bit happier, but instead she slumped. As you say, Master Jin, she murmured. Come on, let's go get dinner, I encouraged her. She was still frowning at the field, but she left with me. Maymay's mom's mushroom and fiddlehead recipe was really, really good. There was even a kind of strange, almost coffee-like undertone to the dish, and it surprisingly fit. I got my dishes together and brought them into the river room. I was one of the last to clean up, and Washi was there, waiting for me eagerly. The drab-brown carp slapped his fins against the stone eagerly, hungry for more leftovers even after he got a full meal. Smiling, I handed my plate to him. He lunged forwards and cleaned my plate, splashing sounds, until his pupils dilated and he started jittering around, his tail slapping the water like a motorboat. He shot off into the river like a torpedo, cavitation bubbles swirling around him. My fingers were tapping rapidly against my leg. I was starting to get a bit jittery. There was only one culprit, and I was fairly sure I hadn't been poisoned. I walked back into the main room and noticed that everybody else was missing. Maymay. What did you spike my food with? I asked. I was getting really, really bouncy at this point. She looked like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth as she stirred something into a cup of water. Honestly, it smelled a little bit like really, really strong coffee. I have no idea what you're talking about, dear husband. Are you kidding? I've been waiting for you to try something ever since I threw you into the mud pit. She looked almost offended by that statement. I've been trying ever since Mayhua's wedding. You've ignored the itching powder, the blueskin dye, and the coughing candy. You didn't even notice. She deadpanned, frowning at me. That was hilarious, actually. My wife finished mixing and drank whatever concoction she had made. What is this stuff anyway? I asked, bouncing on the balls of my feet. She shrugged, her face starting to flush and her pupils dilating slightly. My father's energy drink. He takes it sometimes when we have big orders from Verdant Hill or when lots of people get sick. I stared at her. Oh, are we going to be sleeping tonight? I asked her. Probably not. She returned, putting down the cup. She pulled one of the ties on her robe, undoing it. She turned and fled for the stairs, but I caught her, throwing my wife over my shoulder like a sack of rice and racing towards the bedroom. She was laughing the whole way. It was a beautiful night. A cool breeze carried through the trees as Zeolan raised the hoe again, bringing it down to bite into the earth. What are you trying to learn from this? What was she missing? What profound secret eluded her? She could not comprehend it. What was the purpose of this? What was the advantage? She knew those with powerful wood-aligned chi could grow entire forests in moments or complete fields like this one faster than she could blink. Yet he didn't. Why? Why wait? The first days, as Master Jin showed her how to use the hoe, had been interesting and she had been eager to accomplish what he had shown her. She pushed some chi into the ground like he said, even though it was rather wasteful. She did her tasks with diligence. She supposed this was her own fault for expecting to learn things so swiftly. She should be content. She was receiving enough cultivation resources that it was as if she was Master Jin's favored disciple more than her own sex, especially the maple syrup they had often. It contained both fire and wood chi. The wood chi was added to her own without concentration. It filled her reserves and strengthened her body. It was less effective in a single sitting than the few pills she had consumed, but she could consume it far more often than even a single pill, and quantity had a quality all its own. Yet it was the fire chi that astounded her. In consuming it as one did mortal food, it passed from her body without a need for careful monitoring and purging. If she consumed a pill of a fire nature without extreme care, it would ignite her own chi. It had the possibility to burn her cultivation, as fire burns across the grasslands. There was no worry about that here. It simply dissipated through her digestion, never once threatening her. She was being largely treated as an honored guest. She was fed, she was clothed, she was given places to cultivate. Master Jin even drew a bath for her every day and senior sister washed her back. She returned the favor, of course. It was only polite, yet she was unsatisfied. There was a burning hunger for knowledge, for ascension, for a life lived on her own terms. When he had offered to teach her how to properly grow the spirit herbs, it had felt like a failure, that she was being assigned a different task because she was too slow and too unskilled to comprehend his methods. Animals comprehended what he was doing, spirit beasts, and yet she did not. She sighed as she stopped fixing the rows of furrows she had been tasked with building. She eyed the house of Master Jin and her face flushed. She would be outside tonight. Senior sister had asked for privacy. He had even offered to share it with her, but she refused. He was growing tolerable as he no longer stared openly at her. but she would not be sharing a roof, especially a roof that small with him. Shared commiserating expressions over how loud senior sister's voice got was one thing. This was another. She raised the hoe to strike the earth and paused. What was she trying to learn from this? She didn't know. She slumped against the fence and looked up to the waning moon, a little blade of grass, grasping desperately for the heavens she can never reach. She froze at the voice, fury filling her veins. Her head snapped up, and she glared at the smug-looking cat licking her paw. "Begone," she snarled at the cat. "Do not test me, little one." How the damnable little beast had heard that particular insult was beyond her. Her fists clenched at the saying leveled against her sect, dismissing their actions and their cultivation. As worthless as the grass that covered the ground, it hurt because it had truth to it. The cat scoffed, laying down and watching her. Zealand grabbed the hoe and began again. How many times had she heard that? Sneering faces looking down their noses at the verdant blade sect. If she was honest with herself, sometimes she thought they were right. She never would reach the heavens in a place like the Azure Hills. Yet simply striving upon this path was admirable in itself. She knew she was too weak to survive outside this small pond. It was why she had jumped on the opportunity to train under Master Jin. She cannot figure even this out. How disappointing. The cat mocked, and it took all of Zealand's self-control not to throw the hoe at it. "You should leave. You are barely tolerated here, interloper. A worthless parasite, flouncing around and dining off our benevolence." Teague purred. "I am not the one who was kicked out of Master Jin and senior sister's bed." Zealand shot back. The cat recoiled, her eyes going wide. "I've seen you skulking about and pining up at the windows." Teague hissed angrily, yet Zealand continued. "Shall I join them?" she mockingly pondered, purposefully straightening her back and pressing out her chest. "If I asked, I do not think they would deny me your place." She jerked her head back. 2 strands of brown hair drifted on the breeze, severed by a blade of pure cutting chi. Zealand smiled. The fox boy, Yun Ren, ran away from his punishment. The monkey boy was subdued and had not offered her a reason to work out some of her stress. This would make her feel much better. "I will gladly trade pointers with you, little sister," Zealand said, a smile spreading across her face. The jade grass blades leapt into the air and floated obediently behind their mistress. "Come, let us go to the forest and not disturb Master Jin." The cat scoffed but followed, glaring daggers as Zealand purposefully turned her back on the predator. She was honestly surprised that the spirit beast did not pounce upon her. For all her mocking, the spirit beast did seem to have some honor. They met in a clearing. The cat was seething, while an odd calm settled over Zealand. Claw arts 5-fold blades. 5 disjointed claws made of chi formed shards of light and murderous intent. Verdant blade sword arts, 6 blades of grass. The swords grew and rose like blades of grass, thrusting proudly toward heaven. The cat's eyes narrowed at the number of swords. "It is uncouth to bully the weak." Zealand hummed. Teague exploded into motion, her form blurring as she struck at Zealand. Perhaps before Sunken, before she broke through to the 4th stage, such a strike would have been difficult for Zealand to counter. Perhaps she might have strained a little. 5 blades met 5 blades and stopped them dead. The 6 sliced up from beneath, forcing Teague to throw her body out of the way, who was reaching for a heaven they could never grasp. Zealand mocked. "The first blow is still yours, little sister." Zealand had to admit the cat was fast. Her bouncing leaps were nearing the level of a movement technique. Teague had great instincts and struck with unrelenting ferocity. She was a small target and leveraged it well, bouncing like a demonic ball from one tree to another. Zealand didn't move, rooting herself and simply standing with her arms behind her back. Blades of light struck blades of grass and were rebuffed, so the cat redoubled her efforts. Her movement increased to a level above her previous. Zealand actually had to start moving. They sped through the forest, dodging and weaving through trees, yet their blades left not a trace upon their surroundings. In one exchange, a leaf fell between them, floating between slashing claws and spinning swords. It touched the ground unmolested, not even the air disturbed along its passing. Teague was visibly tiring. Her eyes narrowed and her blades shot out like spears, with enough force to actually halt Zealand's own swords, forcing an opening. Teague shot through the gap, her eyes gleaming with victory, 5 more blades forming, ready to strike her. To Zealand's surprise, they were partially blunted and not aimed at vital locations. They would hurt, but they were not designed to kill. A little insulting for the cat to think she would strike true, but it was appreciated. Her return strike would be just as measured. 2 more blades of grass formed, meeting 5 blades of light. Skill trumped talent. Zealand's palm impacted Teague's stomach, throwing the cat backward and into a tree. A light blow, mere chastisement. Yet the cat's shock was clear as she laid there, glaring at Zealand. Teague sprung back to her feet, full of fury and humiliation. Zealand raised an eyebrow and inclined her head. "A good bout, little sister," she complimented. The cat would have none of it. Her eyes narrowed. Teague hissed angrily. All 10 blades of cutting intent formed. 12 blades of grass rose at their mistress' command. They prepared themselves for another bout. And then there was presence. Who dares disturb this land's peace? Raizu's voice echoed. They both froze. A mighty cock strode from the trees, his eyes focused fully upon them. He nearly glowed under the light of the moon, his bearing resplendent. You might have interrupted the great master and the healing sage with your roughhousing. Such things are unacceptable. We were trading pointers, first disciple. Ziolan declared, clasping her hands in respect. Teague looked once at Ziolan and nodded. Baidu observed them, stroking his wattles with one of his wings. The first disciple begs you to allow him to trade pointers with you then. We are all disciples here. Ziolan swallowed. She was not used to being the inferior in these situations. Treat us kindly, first disciple, she asked. The rooster raised an eyebrow, studying her a moment. Baidu inclined his head. Ziolan shared a quick glance with Teague. The cat nodded. Verdant blade sword arts, 16 blades of grass. Claw arts, 10-fold reaping blades. They struck as one. Ziolan staggered back to the field and collapsed against the fence post. Teague flopped beside her. Ziolan was exhausted and sweaty, yet she could not even say her pride had been too badly wounded. Baidu was in the profound realm. Their fate had been sealed the moment he laid eyes upon them. A clucking laugh echoed out. Baidu alighted in front of them. There was not a feather out of place. The first disciple declares that was most invigorating. Raizu said for him. She sighed, and even exhausted, she rose and went back to the hoe. She started her work again, trying to comprehend. There was a cluck. Baidu was gazing at her. Slowly and with great purpose, he pulled back a leg, fixing a furrow that was inexact. There was something there. She watched intently as he did it again, energy swirling about him. And then he turned and walked away. Ziolan sighed, frustrated. Disciple Ziolan, Raizu said as Baidu began to leave. The first disciple says, some things cannot be forced. Time is the only way. Ziolan paused and lowered the hoe again. She staggered over to the post and sat down beside Teague. She would not have her answers this night, but she was no longer as frustrated. The cat gave her a half-hearted glare. You were defeated most embarrassingly, the cat told her. And you were not, Ziolan asked back. The cat hissed. I require a sparring partner. Ziolan pondered refusing her, but the cat was good. She just needed more technique. And when offered the opportunity to kill her, Teague had pulled her strike, even after their harsh words. At night in the forest, she agreed. Smacking some sense into such a rotten child will do wonders for my health, Teague sneered. Wait for me, harlot. I will transcend the limitations of this small form. Ziolan nodded, amused. The cat was very childish. I'm sure your human form will be as miserably ugly as your personality, she said agreeably. The cat glared at her words, and then a strange look crossed over her face. My what form? Teague asked. While she didn't know where in the hells he was, everything got a bit hazy after he ate the thing the boss had given him. It sure put some pep in his tail, whatever it was. His jumps had reached new heights. He thought for a moment that he could even reach the moon. He longed to taste it. The boss had once said that it was made out of cheese. He had never tasted cheese before, but the boss wished for it, so it must taste good. Everything the boss gave as tribute to him, for guarding his pantry against interlopers other than himself, was very, very tasty. Would it be hard and crunchy, soft and smooth? He couldn't wait to have a bite. This cavern was dark and rocky, but the water was fresh and clear. No real life here, Bleck. No little tasty bits in the water, or plants to nibble on if he got hungry. He swam forwards confidently. Anything that was around him would surely quake in terror at his magnificence. If they were tasty, they would be eaten. If they were not tasty, they could live. Such was the way of the world. There was a pulse through the water. Washi shot immediately down to the floor, burying himself in the muck, with only his whiskers out to sense for danger. They twitched, searching for movement. There was nothing. He hoped nobody saw what just happened. Curse his instincts. They served him well, but sometimes they caused embarrassing things to happen. With no incentive to be brave, he would rather run and live to see another day. There was no food here, and there were still many tasty treats to try. Now he just had to find his way out of here. He rose from the muck, but did not bother to shake himself off. He may need to hide, that is, tactically retreat in the future. His whiskers twitched. He picked a direction and started swimming, slowly, in case there was anything in the water. He would defeat it and eat it. He flinched as he felt the pulse again. He steeled himself against the feeling of pressure and the unknown. He turned around, heading in the exact opposite direction he felt the pulse come from. Obviously, whatever was making the water move like this was in this direction. He would bravely confront it, but the cave was confusing, even for his impeccable senses. There seemed to be no way out in this direction. He meandered along the walls and through the muck. The pulse happened again from the same location. He grimaced. He would have to go towards it. He advanced cautiously, nay prudently, towards where the pulse was. This path led out of the little cave and into a forested-over marsh. This part did taste good. He drank a little of its plants on the surface of the water. Delicious. there was another pulse, and his head whipped around to find the source. It was a large turtle, his shell covered in moss and other plants, asleep on a small island of raised ground. There was a peach tree upon the island in full bloom. Astoundingly, even though it was blossoming, it had fruit upon it. The turtle snored. A pulse hit. This bastard. He dared scare inconvenience the great Washi. He courted death. There would be turtle soup in his future. His bones would be broth, and his shell a fine, decorative bowl. He glared at the turtle. He glared some more, trying to see how he would defeat it. His eyes wandered around the garden, on the plants in full bloom, yet also with many fruits. How strange, he huffed. His opponent was clearly skilled. He had no openings, even when he was asleep. As he was not certain of victory, he would allow the turtle to live another day, as he was a magnanimous and kind dragon. Instead, he would spend his time on more productive things, like ransacking the turtle's garden. He crept up first to some of the berry bushes and sampled them. These also tasted good, spectacularly sweet. He moved on to the next one, and the next one, and the next after that, eagerly taking his tribute. He idly wished he could take larger bites like Pai Pa, the saucy wench, but she had confessed that the more she used the ability, the less she tasted, which was completely unacceptable. Food was to be savored. He stripped blossoms, supped upon berries, and even leapt out of the water to catch some of the insects flying around. Through it all, the turtle continued to sleep. Washi's eyes once more alighted on the plump peaches, practically dripping with juice. He approached with great stealth, for Washi excelled at all tasks he put his mind to, not that he used it to hide from Pai Pa or others' retaliation when he stole some of their food. No, he was merely excellent at this skill through pure chance. He pulled himself with his fins, a silent, hidden expert. When on land, he calculated the distance using some of the boss math formations. If he placed his fin here and used this much force, then the arc should. He flipped through the air as if he was born to be there, like he had already mastered flight. Like the dragon he was, he landed gently upon the branches and began to eat his fill. He gorged himself on the sweet fruit. This was truly just revenge for the turtle daring to have such treasures yet be unable to guard them. He ate happily, yet his chewing slowed. There was something off, he realized. There had been no pulse or snore from the turtle. Washi froze, his gaze turning to the turtle, who was staring at him with sleepy eyes. Washi finished his peach and spat out the pit. Washi grabbed another peach and started chewing faster. The turtle raised an eyebrow. Oh, by all means, little dragon, eat your fill. The turtle rumbled, looking amused. Washi's eyes widened. The turtle had called him a dragon. He would be spared the soup pot for showing him such respect. It has been a while since I last had a visitor. Many, many years. The turtle mused. How did you reach this place? Washi shrugged. Oh, a chance encounter. Then you are doubly blessed. The turtle hummed. Pass me down a peach, little one. This one is hungry after his long sleep. Washi slapped the turtle a peach with his tail. They ate together, Washi in the tree, the turtle on the ground. What be your purpose, little dragon, your goal in life? Washi snapped a bug out of the air. To laze and eat. The turtle laughed. Oh, not to defy the heavens. He would defy the heavens when he found out what the moon tasted like. The turtle chuckled again. You don't think small, do you, little dragon? But the whole moon, such a thing is folly. Washi scoffed. Why would he eat the whole moon? He just wanted a taste. What kind of idiot would eat everything now and not leave some treats for later? The turtle seemed very surprised. You have some wisdom already, little dragon. This one apologizes for underestimating you. Washi slapped the turtle another peach. The turtle pondered a moment. Well, I would have something for you if you would listen to this old turtle. The water in the lake rose as the turtle took a breath. It formed into many streamers, each floating through the air and sparkling with light. What would you do with such skill, little dragon? The turtle asked. Washi slapped his fins against the tree excitedly. He would unscrew the jars without breaking them. He would pluck fruit from the trees without having to jump from the water. He would float through the air upon streamers of power. Oh, and he supposed he would water the crops too. Those needed to grow so that the boss could offer him tribute for being such a selfless guardian. The turtle smiled. Oh ho 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 ho. Your boss sounds like an interesting one. You have good thoughts, little dragon. Come, let us meditate upon the nature of water together. Guren yawned as the first light of dawn filtered into his home. He was originally planning on staying in Jin's nice, big house, but well, things happened. Good things as far as he was concerned. He had gotten good friends and got to see his sister in all but blood, the woman who had joined enough of his pranks, married. He had a great, if tring job, he got to eat as much as he wanted, and he was helping his village. His only complaint was that they were extremely inconsiderate of their guests, but he supposed he would be just as inconsiderate if he just got married, so he had claimed Jin's old shack. It was strange, having a place that was mostly to himself. He normally slept in the same room as his brother, or he heard his parents occasionally move around during the night. Outside Jin's, it was oddly silent, and he had a bit of trouble falling asleep, with only the sounds of nature as his company. Most nights Chun-Ki and Pai Pa joined him. They never slept unless they were together, and their breathing and soft shuffling around did wonders for his peace of mind. He had spent his entire youth wishing for more privacy, and now that he had it, the first thing he did was get more people around. It was still a bit strange to think of animals as friends, but Chun-Ki was more expressive, and a better companion than most he had met save his own brother and Jin. Pai-Pa was strange, prancing around like she was some high-class lady, but ever since Jin had arrived, he had found himself increasingly able to ignore weird things happening. He patted Chun-Ki on the side, and the boar opened his eyes, not looking tired at all. He oinked at Gu-Ren in greeting and nudged Pai-Pa, who also awoke. Gu-Ren got up, wandering out into the morning light. He stretched, grumbling under his breath, and both pigs beside him stretched as well. A rooster crowed, though it was a lot quieter than normal, just enough to let people know that it was morning. It was peaceful in the early dawn. Jin was right, Gu-Ren decided. There was something special about waking up like this. He wasn't normally introspective, but he was glad he was here, even with the minor inconveniences. He wandered over to the main house, nodding to Baida, who nodded back. Gu-Ren got some eggs from the coops along with cold, day-old rice, and some venison from their pots in the river. It was a bit strange not to have the carp guarding things, and attempting to extract a toll from all who entered the river room. He was happy he didn't have to deal with the greedy little bastard. Getting a spray of cold water to the face when the fish thought you were being stingy was not something he needed or wanted first thing in the morning. He decided to eat outside. It was too nice a day to prepare food indoors. He stoked the fire pit, he got out the wok, and he started on fried eggs and some slabs of venison over rice. The fire was stoked, the eggs were cooking, and he was absently scratching Chun-Ki behind his ears when he heard voices. Perhaps meditation upon the human form would be most effective. One must first understand what they wish to be, before they strive to realize such a thing. A woman mused, her voice a wonderful melody, before pausing and sounding rueful. As this one was reminded, Gu-Ren's heart started thundering faster at the mere sight of her, at the vision of beauty that haunted his dreams at night. Ziolan approached, along with Teague. Ziolan's borrowed, too big robe had opened slightly, exposing an expanse of smooth, pale flesh and a deep valley. Gu-Ren tore his eyes away and chastised himself. The cultivator was ethereally beautiful, but it was no excuse to stare. She had finally stopped looking at him like he was a pile of dung, downgrading from absolute disdain to mild distaste over the course of the week. Progress. Teague meowed and Ziolan frowned. Observe the full body. I suppose it would be best to do it that way. This is a debt, however, and one you must repay. The cat glared at Ziolan, but eventually Teague bowed her head in what almost looked like respect and acknowledgement. Okay, strange, but not important. Gu-Ren thought to himself. Don't mess this up, don't mess this up. Good morning, Gu-Ren called, raising his hand in greeting and trying to sound nonchalant. Teague nodded to him while Ziolan's eyes narrowed. I bid you good morning, disciple Gu-Ren. Her voice was cold to him, but she inclined her head ever so slightly. Inside, Gu-Ren was cheering his heart out. She had actually talked to him. She had stopped calling him Monkey Boy, even though last night she had just frowned and walked away. He supposed he had been a little forward, asking to share such a small shack, but he had the best of intentions. That went all right. She wasn't looking particularly irritated at him. Now, step 2. I'm making breakfast, do you want any? He asked, his voice a little gruff. The woman's eyes flicked to the wok and back to him. She nodded. He concentrated valiantly on the cooking as Ziolan sat down. He held out his hand for Teague, and the cat allowed herself to be stroked a single time before she batted his hand away and sat beside Ziolan. It was as the sun had just risen again. They ate in silence for a while before Ziolan heaved a sigh. Rough night, huh, Miss Kai? He asked, searching for a topic of conversation. The woman sighed. Quite, was all she said, returning to silence. Gu-Ren shrugged. Not really his problem. If she wanted to talk, she wanted to talk. If she didn't, well, that didn't matter either. But what's it like going to a tournament, Miss Kai? He asked. One of the burning questions he wanted to know the answer to. He knew about the massive fights between cultivators that were apparently a great show to watch, but none of them happened around here. The woman seemed confused for a moment, bewildered that he had never been. Eventually, she answered, it is exhilarating. Displaying your skill and winning glory for your sect in front of 100,000 people, meeting people from all over the Azure Hills and defeating their techniques. The roar of the crowds, the taste of the food, the biggest festival you've ever been to. She was smiling slightly, remembering something fondly. Teague was staring at her, the cat's eyes wide. Her smile faded, and she took another bite of food. The Dueling Peaks tournament is the most important one of my life, the largest in the Azure Hills. It is held once every 8 years at the end of summer. There will even be those from out of the province and rewards beyond imagination. Your name will surely resound through the entire province should you win. My sect has great expectations of me. I must perform adequately. No, I must win. She took another bite, frowning. Why do you wish to participate, disciple? She asked him. Gu-Ren pondered. Probably not. He knew how to throw a punch. Elder Hong had shown him how to put his full body into the strike, and it had served him well in the few scraps he had gotten into, but against people who had trained their entire lives. Gu Ren shook his head. I'd like to see it, but I'll just cheer for you instead. Maybe I'll be able to come watch. It would be cool to see that many people. The furthest away from the village he had been was the one time he had visited Gramps up north. Maybe Jin would let him go. Zealand looked well, he wouldn't say touched by his statement, but her eyes softened slightly. Gu Ren tried to hide his blush as he looked away. He finished his meal. He would go hunting today, he decided. He had finished the terraces yesterday, so he deserved a break. There was a sharp cracking sound. He jumped and looked up, startled. He saw Teague and Zealand punching rapidly at each other, the cat looking annoyed and Zealand amused. What? More information. Find the first layer of the Hill of Torment is all I was allowed into last time. The / cloud nests are the things one has to be the most wary of. Gu Ren observed the tableau for a moment longer before deciding this wasn't his problem. He could barely see the strikes they were throwing out and they looked like it was just a game to them. He patted Chun Ki on the head and went to get his bow. He was just taking stock of his last supplies when Jin staggered downstairs, looking a little worse for wear but in a good mood. I made breakfast. Zealand might still be out here, he told him. Jin nodded and clapped him on the back. Gu Ren smiled. Anytime, brother Jin. Jin rolled his eyes at the respect. He was a good friend. You better catch us something big, you slacker, he chided. Me a slacker? You bastard, you're just a slaver, he complained. Gu Ren held out his fist. Jin grinned and they bumped knuckles. Equal. You know, of all the things I would be doing, I didn't really think I'd be holding hands with a woman other than my wife not long after I woke up, though I had woken up pretty late. In my defense, my wife was holding my other hand and was entirely on board with this. A flower in both hands. Truly, I was a harem ice guy protagonist. PFFFT. Yeah, right. Zealand was cute, but I'm not going there. Hell lies in that direction. Originally, this lesson was just supposed to be myself and Zealand, but Mailing had wanted to learn as well, so she pulled herself out of bed and limped over. So now I was teaching Chi infusion to 2 people. Chi infusion was difficult to learn, from what I remembered. Many exploded plants had followed Jinru before he learned how to do it properly, and then make it work better because the scroll he was working from was stupidly vague, so he had to research it in the sect's library. There were so many pitfalls you could fall into. Some of them made the plants wilt a bit, and if you didn't monitor the soil properly, you got substandard results. Infections, diseases, bugs, and even some sort of chi overload were common mistakes, damaging the final product. There was nothing Jinru had hated more than not doing your best on an assigned task, even if it was shitty, and even if you were forced into it. Learn how to get good at it and then cheat like hell. It let him skim plants off the top without anybody noticing and sell them to get more cash. It was devious, and could have ended poorly if anybody found out, but considering Jinru's experiences, I approved. The sect didn't even notice. In fact, one person had even complimented the outer sect disciples for producing so many herbs. Jinru had been a little upset that all of them had been complimented, seeing as he was doing nearly all the work, but he grit his teeth and bore it. While I didn't have that scroll on me, I decided to take a different approach, show directly, and that needed physical contact. Zealand seemed a bit less frustrated today than she was yesterday, which was good. I even saw her getting along with Tigger, sitting beside each other and whispering to the cat, a bit sweaty from whatever work she had decided to do this morning. That was a relief. I was afraid that they might come to blows. I took a small breath and concentrated, moving my chi slowly so that they could get a good feel for it, gently wrapping around and guiding both of their chi. Zealand's was surprisingly obedient too, but I guess that was just her control. She had to be good if she could make swords float. Her chi also felt pretty similar to Mei's, if a bit sharper. Like razor grass, I suppose it fit. It was about an hour as I showed them carefully what to do, and then I let them go. All right, your turn. We won't use any of the spiritual herbs just yet, but instead we're going to use just some grass. Both women nodded. I'd need to teach this to Gu Ren later too, but he was out getting us some more meat. We'd probably have a deer or some rabbits tonight, and now. Well, I should probably supervise in case something weird happens. I went to tend to the poison resistance herb Zealand had brought along. This one had been in the scrolls when Mei and I went looking for the root at the archives. It hadn't contained any growing instructions, but it had contained where it liked to grow. It preferred rocky soil and needed cold water. Its leaves were mostly green, but they had purple edging, and the underside was covered in soft fuzz. It was looking much better in its little pot. It was looking a little droopy when I replanted it, and after a little bit more watering, it would look big and strong. I honestly didn't know what I was going to use it for. If I could somehow get some seeds or however it reproduced, I could start growing more, but I don't think I needed it for its poison resistance. I mostly just wondered what it tasted like. The girls worked on their chi stuff. I heard a muffled curse and looked behind me. Mei had melted one of the grass stalks and was wiping green sludge off into the soil. Gu Ren came back with a deer for us, and we had a nice dinner. All in all, the slow, relaxing day was something I needed, especially after what happened last night. Equals equal 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 equal. Hey Maymay, have you seen Tigger? I asked as we were getting ready for bed. My wife considered my question as she got into her night robe. I think she's with Zealand. Maymay guessed, sniffing the air. I nodded. It's good that she's made a friend. I was going to ask her if she wanted to sleep with us tonight, but if she's off having some fun, I'll leave it. She was in the middle of a field. The sun was high in the sky, and the world was warm and pleasant. There was a little girl who seemed achingly familiar and yet was a total stranger. A tiny, emaciated, broken slip of a thing, her body marred by gold cracks. She was missing an eye, had a split lip, and her smile was full of holes, teeth that looked like they had been knocked out. She should have been sobbing in agony, but instead she smiled. Mailing felt her heart rend in two at the sight. She had seen devastation before, in the aftermath of one of Sun Ken's rampages. She had seen the lost and broken in Pale Moon Lake City, yet nothing compared to this little cracked vessel. She wanted to run to her, to scoop her up, and poison the wretched people who had done this to the little one. And yet, for all the ruination done to her body, the child still seemed to be in good spirits, enough to hop and skip and hum. She turned to Mailing. With that heartbreaking smile, she asked if they could go catch frogs. Mailing couldn't bring herself to deny the little one. They walked hand in hand to the stream. Mailing hiked up her skirts and hopped in, taking the little one into the water with her. Mailing liked catching frogs, the way their little cheeks puffed up as they croaked. They were cute if a bit slimy. The frogs here were easy to catch. They were big and fat, wallowing in the mud. It was fun. It was so fun getting covered in mud and watching that brilliant smile, so full of joy even through her missing teeth. They must have played for hours, but the sun never moved. They ran around the grassy hills. They played catch with a big seed. Mailing wove flowers into a crown and put it onto the little one's head. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Mailing on the forehead. She ruffled her hair. It felt a bit like soft grass. What is your name? Mailing asked her, even though she had a feeling she already knew it. XXXXXXX, the little one replied. It was a cute name. It suited her well. They played for a while longer, teasing the tale of a giant black turtle who never even glanced in their direction. Finally, the sun started to set. The little one looked even more exhausted than before, but she was content. She grinned her grin. The golden veins that went through her body reflected the setting sun. Mailing scooped her up in a hug and swore that she would do everything in her power to help fix the child. Mailing woke up crying. Her body was positioned as if she was cradled around her little brother, yet nothing was there. Jin's arm was around her, and there was dampness on his cheeks. She scrubbed at her eyes, confused, and wondered why she felt so sad, yet so happy at the same time. Equals equal 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 equal. The best part about everybody you know being superhumans is the fact that you can turn mundane, back-breaking labor into games. Seeds flew through the air and embedded themselves into the soil, perfectly equidistant from each other and with terrifying speed. Tigger and Zealand's faces were masks of concentration as they tossed them from the line, trying to see who could get them in faster. The rest of the seeds were tossed far more slowly and with more care, but they were still thrown. Both Maymay and Guren were laughing at the sheer absurdity of the exercise, but it was honestly good for control. Probably. Who am I kidding? I just invented martial arts wheat farming. Now I just needed my next disciples to be a panda and a dude with a pigtail. People who were good at this whole transported to the past thing would have already made a seed drill and would be praising the wonders of science. I had no damn idea how to make one, and I hadn't been to a blacksmith who might be able to fix my lack of knowledge after I explained what I wanted. You don't think of the things you don't need. Did I need a seed drill? Judging by how fast Zealand and Tigger were tearing into the field in their new Shounen rival style of friendship, the answer was no. I probably should just ask Brother Chi about it, though. Make life a bit easier for other people. It was damn hilarious watching the normally rather prim Zealand start arguing with a cat, gone from hating each other to thick as thieves in a single night. A strange friendship, but it was good that Tigger had made a friend. I wasn't taking part because it was unfair. It probably was, but I kind of wanted to kick somebody's ass at something. Instead, I got the actual work portion. Fixing any of the wheat seed that had missed the target, making sure they were covered, and giving them a nice drink from my magical chi bucket. If I was lucky, I could get in a double wheat harvest. If I wasn't well, I would be fine with just one. There was a soft moo and the sound of cowbells. The two heavily pregnant cows, Lonlin and Malon, were getting taken for a walk by Chunky and Peppa, who were cheerfully watching over them. Babe the ox meandered with them. In their wake, Big D and his hens followed, clucking away and snapping at the flies that dared to bother the big animals. Man, this was really starting to feel like a farm. I just needed my big red barn and everything would be perfect. The cows and ox lived in a temporary shelter for now, but after the fields were done, they were my next project. I watched the events fondly, the animals wandering, my wife and my friend trying to one-up each other by chucking wheat seed. The cultivator and the cat glaring at each other like they were mortal enemies. The melancholy, wistful feeling from the morning had long since faded, and the day was slowly getting better. I was a bit concerned to find Washi still gone in the morning. He had spent a day away once after he had broken a jar and nearly ruined the stuff that was in it, fearing my wrath. But this time, nothing was broken, nothing was nibbled, and he was still gone. But I had a really strong feeling that he was all right. And probably being a little shit to someone else for a change. He was going to be super unhappy though. A new set of carps had claimed his lair and were eating his table scraps. They were, to use the vernacular, courting death. I snorted. Well, I did say they could come and go as they pleased. I just hoped Washi was having a good time. Equals equal 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 equal. Zealand stared at herself, or rather the statue of herself carved out of wood as she put back on her robe. The first half of the morning had been spent. Enjoyably, she did not know training could be fun, but she had enjoyed herself. She had enjoyed bruising Teague's pride more, turning from a haughty princess to a sulking child. She would much rather be working on the technique she had been given, but this was an interesting enough distraction to observe a spirit beast attempting to ascend. You're really quite good at this, she complimented. Teague turned to stare at her and huffed. Of course I am skilled at this. I am unsurpassed in everything I do. The cat declared. The master has seen my skill and approves. I shall allow you to gaze upon the ones made of ice later. He preserved them, especially for me. She seemed particularly proud of that, preening and sticking her nose in the air. You also did the pillars for the wedding, did you not? The cat nodded. Teague nodded again, settling in front of Zealand. You are at your best when praising me, little blade of grass, continue. The cat demanded. The composition was utterly amateur, but I suppose the technical skill was competent. Zealand mused. Her honorable father had many fine carvings that surpassed what this little beast could do. You have a long way to go. The cat stumbled and glared as Zealand looked completely innocent. Teague grumbled under her breath and turned to look at the statue. No tail for balance, she stated, wandering around the statue. No proper teeth to bite or claws to rend, eyes useless in the night, no good ears to hear, and a nose that is pathetic. Why would one even consider abandoning their form? This one is superior in every way to this thing. The cat turned up her nose at Zealand's body. Are you claiming your form is superior to your master's? Zealand asked, incredulous. Teague shrugged. He has but one flaw. I shall overlook it. Zealand huffed out a laugh at the sheer arrogance. Some would find it enraging that a mere cat claimed itself superior to them. Zealand took it as it was, the empty boasts of a child. I suppose the hands are useful enough, the cat conceded, but the rest of this needs to change. Fear not, Zealand, I shall improve your form. Teague's claws flashed, and Zealand winced as two large objects hit the floor. Useless gets in the way, the cat declared. Well, the cat was right, they did sometimes get in the way. She appreciated that she was a cultivator. Some mortal women complained about their backs, but she never felt any strain. Too tall needs better eyes. The cat went to work, cutting and shaving down her sculpture of Zealand, into a sculpture she was more pleased with. The cuts were quick, with minimal thinking. The cat already seemed to know what she wanted. Much better, the cat decided. It looked a lot more like Senior Sister than it did Zealand, with sharp, predatory eyes and a lithe, athletic body. The thighs and muscle in the arms were hers, though. I shall meditate upon this, the cat declared. Now come, witness the master in all his glory. Zealand sighed and followed the cat. She wondered if the little beast would actually be able to take a human form. Ah well, she had a favor from it, and she would be collecting that favor, whether the cat could transform or not. Cold air billowed out from the pit in the ground, sharp and frosty. Zealand opened the door and was met with a sight. Jin nude, Jin defeating an enemy also nude, Jin doing a flip again nude. She stared blankly at the ice sculpture's waist and what was there, her face flushing. Is he not magnificent? Teague asked, rubbing up against the sculpture's leg. To the direct east of the Azure Hills lay the Howling Fang Mountains. They were a stark contrast to gentle hills and rolling grass, standing tall and proud, stabbing up into the heavens defiantly and biting directly into the sea of snow. The northern ranges were wind-blown and barren. Slashing winds could tear a man's skin from his bones or have him impaled on whirling ice shards the size of spears. Many spirit beasts and dangerous, savage tribes lurked in the veil of snow and icy chi. It was for these northern peaks that the province was named. The wind screamed through 100,000 crags and crevices, sounding like the howling war cry of some savage beast. As one went south, the Crimson Phoenix Empire began to flourish. They lived in isolated pockets in the valleys, with the occasional outpost high up in the passes. It was a hard life, confined to little stretches of green land in a sea of stone teeth. The jaws were always hungry for unwary travelers. As the trek south continued, the valleys got wider and the peoples more populous. From frigid hard frontiersmen to the merchants of towns to the artisans of the cities. Though the fangs jutted proudly and one could never really see the horizon at their base, they thinned. In their protective embrace, the empire flourished. Expeditions to the northern mountains for rare resources or mining in the giant teeth fueled their growth. Of all the teeth in the howling Fang Mountains, one was famous, the Shrouded Mountain. It was not the tallest of the fangs, it was not the grandest. It was rather short, and yet it stood alone, jutting up almost unnaturally from the center of the valley it resided in. Once it was the home of a savage and cruel spirit beast who cast befuddling illusions and preyed upon the righteous. It enslaved and consumed as it pleased, inflicting heinous cruelties upon the populace. To the great founder of the Shrouded Mountain sect, this was intolerable. With the strength of his Tao, he flew to the mountain, carried upon the fulmination of the heavens. For 3 days and 3 nights, the thunder rumbled, cleansing light tearing through illusions, and laying bare the wicked to the light of the day. The spirit beast and its foul spawn shrieked with agony, and were slain, their cores becoming the foundation upon which the sect was laid. There are even rumors that some of these cores from this ancient age still remain locked in the halls of the Shrouded Mountain. Instead of mist and illusions, the great founder shrouded the mountain with clouds of stormy wrath and the light mist of rains. From high upon their hidden, forested mountain, the Shrouded Mountain sect rules. The sect, known for piercing through illusions, are blind to a parasite in their midst. The last of the competitors fell, twitching from a bolt of lightning. The last one standing, the winner of the Shrouded Mountain's Disciples Tournament, raised his head high and closed his eyes, basking in the shouting of the crowds. The sect elders, watching on, stroked their beards and nodded their heads, giving each other profound glances and communicating with their eyes alone. Zhang Li, a voice cut through the shouting and the howling of the crowds with but a whisper. The elders never needed to raise their voices to be heard. A great victory has been won today. We, the elders of this Shrouded Mountain sect, declare you the victor. These spiritual-grade chi refining pills are your prize. The crowds cheered again, and a voice meant only for his ears came to him. You are to convene with the elders to discuss this further. Zhang Li bowed his head in acknowledgement. He claimed his reward and departed the arena. A servant was waiting for him. You are to change, young master, the man said respectfully, holding out new clothes. Zhang Li's lips twitched into a smile. He took them without a word, cleansed himself of his exertions, and donned his new garb. Then he strode forth into the building he was directed to. The doors were opened, and Zhang Li entered, bowing to the single elder in attendance. Rise, disciple, the man commanded. Zhang Li did as he was bid, standing perfectly still under the judging gaze. The elder broke into a smile and retrieved a scroll, unrolling it and reading. For this meritorious achievement, victory in this Shrouded Mountain sect's Disciples Tournament, Zhang Li's restrictions are lifted in their entirety. Return to your previous post and station, young master. There will be the resources you have rightfully earned. Ascend as is your right and claim the power of our Shrouded Mountain. Zhang Li bowed to his father. The man's face was filled with pride at his son's accomplishments. Inside the skin of the young master, Lu Ban mocked the man. He now lavished affection upon his son's killer. Lu Ban thanked him for his generous donation. His father waved it away. Victory washes away all sins, his father declared. A statement Lu Ban was happy to agree with. Now go and celebrate this victory. Lu Ban bowed again. He exited the hall and was immediately flanked by his new servants. He never failed to relish in his power, to make other men bow before him and do his bidding. It was intoxicating, that a man like he now could command and be obeyed without question. How magical the words young master of the Shrouded Mountain were, though those words did bring up unpleasant memories, the time they hadn't worked. He had been suppressed. He shook the ugly feeling away as he strode to what was now his pavilion. Gone was the single room of an ascetic, meant to shame him for his defeat in the Azure Hills. His clothes were fine silk from spirit beasts, and his gold adornments, simple at first glance, were intricately worked. His pavilion was large, almost a palace in its own right, a mighty outpost upon the mighty mountain, lacquered wood from 1,000-year-old trees, jade lanterns from spirit stone mines. Enough wealth to buy a city in a single, low-level pavilion. For a man who had come from the streets, who had known the hunger of starvation, it was almost too much. And yet it was not. This was simply proof of his might, that he was no longer a dirty, filthy street rat begging to survive. He was the master of his own destiny. Already the others awaited him in the pavilion's main hall. They cheered when he entered or bowed their head in respect. In the ones he had suppressed, he saw anger and humiliation. In those he had aided, he saw the gleam of those happy that his star was rising. We pay our respects to the young master, the chorused as he took his place at the head of the table. He gave them his acknowledgement, and the food was served. Delicacies that he once could have never dreamed of filled his plates, and it took some modicum of self-control not to tear into the feast like a savage beast at the sheer amount of it all. Instead, he savored. He took little bites of each dish and allowed whatever he wanted to go to waste. The outer disciples approached his table and begged to pour him a drink or offer their services. He disregarded most of them, for they were beneath his notice. "Please think kindly of me, young master," the outer disciple crooned, her robe practically falling off one shoulder. Lu Ban was amused. He would indeed think kindly of her. She would pleasure him tonight, and he would do her the courtesy of not consuming her soul. Though he made no promises against a stunted cultivation, truly he was on top of the world at this moment, and the heavens would only allow him to rise higher. He took the woman. He added some of her strength to his own without destroying her. Now, with him being given free rein, it would not be too difficult to find a proper meal. He left the girl exhausted and unconscious. To the back room he went, where the chi was the best for cultivation, and took one of his new pills. He disregarded the new technique scrolls, gifted by the sect for now. Instead, in darkness, he cultivated. Oil and blood bubbled most pleasantly under lightning and clouds. He exited the room the next morning. The girl had been removed, as per his orders to the servants. Good, he didn't have to deal with her whining. He approached the main table where documents lay from the elders. Deciding these could be spared some of his time, he began to read and grimaced. An itinerary. He supposed young masters must do something other than cultivate, though this was an annoying revelation. More tournaments, some duties from the elders, but nothing too. Well, it appeared his enemies were not as suppressed as he thought. They dared to insult him like this. He calmed himself. Perhaps they wished for him to complain. To stay silent was an insult. To speak out against this was an insult as well. He sneered and tossed the paper aside. He turned on his heel and re-entered the cultivation room. Scout for talented individuals at the jeweling. Baida stood at the head of the disciples. His countenance was calm, and his chi was as still as a lake. The others, save Washi, who had disappeared to places unknown, had been called to assembly. He supposed that was rather appropriate. Washi would likely be more a hindrance than an aid in this task. Indeed, a task, a mission, a charge, a directive from the great master, one given to him this morning. Baida was overjoyed at the trust and the order, so he had given the order to assemble the disciples. Brother Chun Ki was humming happily, his pai pa beside him and leaning against his bulk. Sister Rai Zhu was at the head of the table, going over the scrolls she had from the healing sage. Her little whiskers twitched and she nodded to herself occasionally. They were just waiting on one more arrival. They did not have to wait long. Teague entered the building, looking irritated and disheveled. She huffed at the assembly, but went to her place to the right of Baida. Not at the head of the table, for that was the position of the first disciple, but she had demanded a place of honor. None had sought to challenge her for it. Raizu took his left, and Pai Pa and Chun Ki didn't care. Washi stayed as far away from the cat as he could. Baida greeted her and nodded his head at the cat. She had likely been training with this. Kai. Zealand, the cat, grudgingly nodded back. Baida knew not what to think of the female human. She wished to learn the master's teachings, and yet she always seemed so tense when she was meditating. Her muscles were bunched, and though she was pushing her chi into the ground, the land categorically ignored her offerings. He deduced that she was being too forceful and not deliberate enough in her attempts. She was trying to go too fast, and thus the land was ignoring her. He had the ability to admit he might be wrong, however. He had counseled her to slow herself and properly reflect. She had taken his teaching to heart and directed her attention away from such forceful and swift infusions, so she had begun trading pointers with Teague. At first, he had been concerned about her intentions, yet Zealand had proven the great master's trust in her correct. Her blows were chastising to the cat, yet not harsh. Teague refused to call the woman senior sister, yet that is what she was. Baida watched but left them to it. If he traded pointers with them too much, he may stunt their growth. Such a thing was unacceptable. When Teague had settled and began to clean her paw, he gestured to Sister Raizu to begin. "The Lord has given us a request command," she squeaked. Teague's eyes sharpened immediately at the words, and she sat up straight, ceasing her grooming. "We, the disciples of Fa Ram, have been tasked with finding a creature for the Lord and Master Sage." Raizu went to Brother Chun Ki's piece of slate, laid upon its side, and picked up the large slab with a heave. It dwarfed her utterly. She strained slightly with the weight, but revealed its contents for the rest of the disciples to pursue. Upon it was a stripy insect, multiple views of the creature. It had 2 sets of wings and a long tongue. In its behind it held a weapon, a dagger, long for its body size. "This is a bee," Raizu declared, propping up the slate and making sure it would not fall over. It was a creature he was marginally familiar with. At first he had slain them, for daring to sup upon the great master's plants, yet he had been chastised for this action. The buzzing things were apparently necessary for Fa Ram to function. Pollination was a fascinating topic, one that revealed the similarities between plants and animals. This insect lives in great big communes of 100 to 10,000. They are an industrious creature, crafting great hives filled with honey and wax. These have great much value to both the master and the mistress, yet it is not the honey or the wax we have been tasked to seek. Raizu paused. "We shall be finding a queen." She gestured to one of the other drawings of a larger individual. From this one do all the lessers spawn, and thus do they go and create honey and wax. Should we capture this queen, we are to return her to the master. Brother Chun-Ki oinked inquisitively. Raizu nodded. The Lord has built for them many homes, the white boxes. In return for his protection, he will harvest tax a portion of the honey and wax. Chun-Ki considered this and nodded. He would happily join the search for them. Now we shall learn of our quarry. You see, observe this long dagger. It secretes a venom, yet the most fascinating effect is that when it stings, it rips out. Sister Raizu's eyes were wide and fascinated as she pointed to another drawing, this one of the insect's distended organs. They die after this act, but it is most interesting. They give their life for the hive and the queen, so that their very bodies exemplify this devotion. Are they spirit beasts? Teague interrupted, bored. Raizu paused. Nay, they are normal mortal insects, the little rat began, looking dejected. Then we have no reason to hear of their weapons. What shall they do, bounce off our skin aggressively? The cat scoffed. Enough of this. We shall begin a search for these queens. How pretentious, claiming oneself a queen when the master exists. If he did not desire them alive, I would bring him 50 of their heads for their arrogance. She raised her nose in the air and summoned her blades of chi. Raizu frowned at the cat. Teague noticed the glare. Ah, finally grew some spine, did you? Shall we trade pointers? I shall give you the first blow, little sister. Teague's eyes were wide with predatory glee as she met Raizu's frown. The glare held for a moment before the rat looked down and away. Baida frowned at the attention, this one thought so. The cat smirked. Fear not, you need not bother yourselves with this task. This Teague shall gather 100 of these queens, before the rest of you collect but one. The master will be most pleased with me. With that, Teague left, sweeping eagerly out of the room with her tail held high. Baida sighed as he watched her go. Raizu glared at the door where the cat had retreated to. Raizu will poison her one day, the rat declared. Then we shall trade pointers and see who has fun. The rooster chuckled, amused. Indeed, this disciple took after her master. Teague was likely going to learn a very, very nasty lesson in the future. He paused and tried to think of some encouraging words for the little rat. Raizu looked at the slate and sighed, dejected. She looked like she was about to place it back down when Brother Chun-Ki oinked again. He was sitting like he did when the great master offered lessons. You wish to learn more? Raizu asked hopefully. Brother Chun-Ki oinked again, wiggling from side to side. Well, Raizu stood tall once again and some of her excitement came back. We shall speak upon the medicinal qualities of honey and the habitat of the bee. Baida traded a glance with Paipa in her eyes was nothing but contentment as she leaned further into her Chun-Ki's side. Baida understood her affection. His brother Chun-Ki's heart was a treasure that surpassed heaven. Baida settled down to listen to Sister Raizu's returned enthusiasm. She hopped about and her whiskers twitched as she pointed to different parts of the insect, explaining how it flew and where it liked to burrow into the ground or construct upon the trees. Her lesson lasted perhaps an hour longer, and then they were done. This concludes Raizu's knowledge on the bee. We shall go and find them now. Raizu shouted excitedly, waving her little hands about. Brother Chun-Ki nudged her affectionately with his nose, and Raizu pushed back, nuzzling into him. She looked like she was about to hop onto his back when Baida drew their attention, coughing slightly. Raizu's eyes widened. Chun-Ki gave her a little push. Raizu will be joined traveling with the first disciple, Brother Baida. Baida nodded, happy at her use of his name. She took her place upon his back, and the rest of the disciples exited the house together. They paid their respects to the healing sage, out in her herb garden. They wandered past the great master, who was separating the rice seed with disciple Gu Ren and disciple Ziolan. He was pointing at the water and musing on how the salt made the density of the water different, which allowed the rice to float or sink. He observed the odd, fluffy balls and the puller of the plow as they ate the grass, content with their lot in life. It was another wondrous day in this blessed land. The sun was high in the sky, the wind beautiful and warm, the land hale and hardy. He nodded to Sister Paipa and Brother Chun-Ki as they split off from himself and Sister Raizu, covering more ground in 2 groups rather than 1. He was disappointed that he would no longer have Thuri company, but the task from the great master was absolute. That is not to say that he could not enjoy himself while completing this task. Sister Raizu's chi, almost absent-mindedly, went to the places where wicked Chaojai's impurities had once laid, now only scars. They still ached occasionally or twinged slightly when he moved too fast, but they had healed well. Better than poor Brother Chun-Ki's wounds. The chi circled in his body and he knew peace. They entered the forest and began their search. His eyes were sharp and Raizu's nose was sharper. No bee would evade them. They wandered through the forest together, simply enjoying one another's company. Willow reduces inflammation and joint pain. Raizu spoke, listing off another medicinal fact about something in the forest. Baida committed her hard-won knowledge to memory. He took note of everything she pointed to, her excitement infectious. They harvested little bits here, little bits there to help build up the healing sage's medicine room. As they walked, they observed the buds, the new shoots, and the spring flowers, the wonder and bounty of spring. Bye Depreen little Rai Zhu, and she giggled. Their walk was leisurely. The great master was in no urgent rush. They wandered all throughout the land, drinking in its sublime atmosphere. He allowed his whims to guide them, occasionally hopping up into the trees for a better view or dropping down to inspect something that Sister Rai Zhu pointed to. Their patience was rewarded. Buzzing around a flower was a bee, a large bee. She was ragged-looking, and her flight was lumbering and labored. If Rai Zhu's drawings were right, a queen bee, yet one without a hive. One that was damaged and hurt, yet still seemed vital enough, attempting to gather more materials and remake her hive. How admirable, a most fortuitous encounter. With a beak that could rend steel and tear men limb from limb, he plucked the bee from the air. So gentle was his grip, and so sublime was his control, that the insect did not even notice she was caught despite being held fast. They could go out and search for more. But Baida decided that if his great master required more bees, then he could command him again tomorrow. He would gladly do this duty. Equals equal 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 equal. I was humming to myself as I set up the beehives. You couldn't just shove a bee in there and expect it to do what you wanted. Like everything else on a farm, a bit of prep work was required first. In this case, putting some wax along the frames so the bees would know where to build. It was a simple task, and one that was fast and easy to complete. I put the hives back towards my old shack, and in the forest where Big D fought with the fox. It should be far enough from the house so they wouldn't be buzzing around the windows too much. Bees were useful, but if you've ever been to an apiary, you would know that they get absolutely everywhere. Then all that was left after this was finding the bees, or more precisely, the honey bee. I had already seen something that looked a bit like a bumblebee earlier, and maybe some mason bees. For the mason bees, I had actually built them their own little hotel. The solitary bees could use them as they didn't create hives, but rather worked alone, doing their duty. I still had some little odds and ends of bamboo. Nothing useful, save for maybe use as a straw, but perfect for this. Punch out the center, then build a container to hold them with a little roof to keep off the rain. Put it facing the morning sun, and you've got yourself a solitary bee hotel. Not bad for like 5 minutes of work. Sure, they wouldn't make me honey, but you should always do something nice for the native bees. They're good for the environment. I was examining my handiwork when I heard a cluck from behind me. Turning, I saw Big D and Rizzo both looking pleased. He had a bee in his mouth, a honeybee. It was just sitting there, not even struggling, looking around at the world. I had said this morning to keep an eye out for any bees so that we could get started on the hives. Well, who am I to disregard their initiative? I laughed. Good job, Big D, Rizzo. I complimented, reaching down to give them both a pat. It was a bit odd, they were people, but they liked their head pats. Well, Rizzo tolerated them. She was the only one of them that wasn't that affectionate with me, but I didn't mind. She was a good little girl, and if she didn't like head rubs, I wouldn't force the issue. We sat in silence for a moment, as I just looked at the hives, imagining all the buzzing honeybees. It was always fascinating watching another's cultivation style at work. She watched, interested as Master Jin moved through his fields and beehives, deep in meditation. It was odd to use moving meditation so heavily. She knew not of a single sect in the Azure Hills who used it to this extent, as disciple Gu Ren was deeply cultivating as well. He carefully planted the rice seed in the barrels so that he could continue upon the path that he was given by Master Jin. She knew of the technique, of course. She had even managed to perform it once. When she had first received the jade grass blades, the treasures of her sect, she had been overjoyed and immediately gone off to practice, not out of any desire to train, but because she wished to. It was more a dance than a form. She had whirled through something, light on her feet, and ignoring the style of the verdant blade sect, something that was folly. Deviation in one's cultivation was dangerous at the best of times and giving into a whim. It was unacceptable, even if those footsteps sometimes found their way into her forms in the heat of battle. Still, she observed closely. She concentrated intently upon his chi, how deeply he drove it into the earth. While the amount was beyond her, she could feel it. She could feel the beginnings of something taking hold and then fading. She took a breath and tried to copy it. Deeper and deeper, she drove her chi, searching, reinforcing, trying to find whatever it is the others found. She found nothing that day. She was just about to enter deeper meditation for the night when her sparring partner approached, looking absolutely enraged. Teague's fur was matted and slightly sticky looking. Xiaolan could smell honey on her, and there was a bulbous welt on her nose. She was trying to look dignified as she approached for their nightly spar. The cat really didn't appreciate her laughter. Blades of cutting force arced out, and Xiaolan's feet unconsciously moved in time to a dance only half remembered. The battle was short and the scuffle vicious, but she ended the battle with a cat in her lap, glaring petulantly at her. Her fingers wove through soft fur. There was something to be said for being able to play with your sparring partner like this after you defeated them. It was quite pleasant. She began her meditation again, searching for whatever eluded her. Time, she told herself. Time. Senior sister, tell us about how you slew Sun Ken, one of the disciples eagerly asked. They crowded around as close as they felt they could get. Their eyes were full of stars, eager to hear her tale. He was wounded from the first fight. Jiang Yuan, one of our noble fallen, managed to strike a blow. She lied. She had chosen Jiang Yuan, who had stood faithfully behind her. He was old, so old for a disciple, stuck on the first stage of the initiate's realm for decades. He was full of good humor and was kind to the mortals. He followed faithfully the teachings of righteousness, and had been the first to volunteer when called upon to hunt Sun Ken, offering his blade and following her lead without hesitation. He was loyal and stalwart, a fixture of the sect for as long as she could remember. Sun Ken split him in two like a man splits a log, laughing all the while. Poor old Yuan had barely managed to slow him. They were easy to follow after their failed ambush. Lie. They were bandits after all, and so damaged they fled like chickens with their heads cut off. Lie. I found them about to set upon the village, and did to them as they managed to do to so many others. They were far too intent to notice my own ambush. Lie, lie, lie. She wove a tale of a daring, audacious assault. The other disciples laughed at the irony of bandits being ambushed. They gasped as she dueled Sun Ken, her own swords meeting and exceeding Sun Ken's own. How she left Sun Ken's corpse for the dirt, not even bothering to bury him. How her own strikes had destroyed him so utterly, bringing back even his head was a worthless endeavor. The disciples laughed and cheered. The women looked on with wonder and admiration, the men with awe and desire. Ziolan's face was locked in an imperious, self-satisfied smirk, as one expected from the young mistress. She was lucky they couldn't hear her thoughts. Ziolan had her attention fully on her current task. The chi structures and infusions were not overly difficult to grasp, but it was as if they had all come from different techniques. There were too many differences. One was a spiral, one was almost spiky, and yet still others were like solid earth. 6 of them fused into one. She thought back to the guidance she had received. The touch of Master Jin's chi was firm, yet gentle. Her wood-aligned chi had responded instantly and obediently, remembering the patterns he guided it through, like it was growing into place. She had to stop it from automatically just repeating the same actions, and actually understand what she was doing. There were parts that should have caused the chi to run out of control. They did if she did not exercise her control properly, and would burst the plants that she was working on. But once properly accounted for, it was a truly profound art. When functioning properly, they supported each other and smoothed out odd ripples in the structure and targeted everything: the plant, the soil, and the water. She finished one more iteration of the technique, and satisfied at her mastery, she stood. Master Jin was teaching disciple Gu Ren the technique, and the monkey no, that was rude of her. He had some bad habits and wandering eyes, but he was tolerable. At least he tried to hide his glances, and even unprompted would tear his eyes away, obviously chastising himself. It was amusing. She waited patiently until he was finished instructing the other disciple and acknowledged her. "I'm guessing you've got it down," he asked her. He seemed a little surprised, but also impressed. "Well, I suppose I did get all of the trial and error out of the way. It took me months to make sure everything worked together. So much plant goo," he muttered, his eyes unfocused. As expected of a hidden master, it was an original creation. He had passed on to her one of his techniques. Even when she did not comprehend the first lesson he had given, his generosity knew no bounds. She was quick to obey, following her master outside to a pile of dirt. It was black as pitch and smelled of life and decomposition, and yet it wasn't unpleasant. Master Jin appeared to be pondering something as he leaned down. Master Jin dug his hands deep into the loamy earth and brought up a handful. He took a deep breath and sighed happily. "This is our foundation. Each year we add to it, and each year, hopefully, it will get better. Lots of people forget that the dirt is alive," he mused. Ziolan listened intently. He held out the dirt for her to pursue. "You know what bacteria are, right?" Ziolan nodded as she examined the offering. "The tiny attackers who invaded the body and slew the host if they were able. Well, they're not all bad. Just like you need some insects, you need some bacteria in the soil. The bacteria break down the plants and the waste you put into the soil so that it's usable for the next things you grow. It's a balancing act. Too much of a good thing can be harmful." He paused and seemed to be thinking of a metaphor. "Think of it like pill toxicity," he decided. "A pill may help you grow your cultivation, but what would happen if you took a pill every day and damn the consequences? It would build up in your body and harm you eventually." She replied, her mind racing. "Is this why you don't command the plants to grow?" she asked. He seemed taken aback by the question. "Well, I could. These things work on a different timescale than us. I suppose I could command the plants to grow once or twice, even without unduly harming the soil." He was thinking deeply on her question, but make no mistake, it would harm it. There are simply too many things in the soil, and you can't target all of them. Or at least. "I can't," he said ruefully and shrugged. "Like that forest there. All the tree's roots are connected through strands of a tiny fungus. In times of drought or poorer soil conditions, it helps transport nutrients and water to all the trees in the system. If I forgot about that portion and just made the trees grow more, what would happen? Would they consume the fungus for more food? Would the fungus grow out of control and eat the roots? If it destroyed the fungus, the rest of the forest would suffer. Depleted the soil, nothing could grow there for years. It would be a cycle of waves. Build up, break down. Why not just keep building up? In the end, I think it would take the same amount of time. It may be possible, but it would be a lot more study, and we would need a higher comprehension before I attempted such a thing. It's a whole world in there. It would be a shame to carelessly destroy it. Zealand digested this information the best that she could. Of course, it would come back to his first lesson. Connections, especially the connections that did not seem obvious or were too small to see. Zealand bowed her head at this wisdom. Now let's learn about phosphorus, nitrogen, and potassium, soil density, and their relation to good growth. Master Jin cheered, enthusiasm shining in his eyes. Zealand searched once more, just letting her consciousness flow. Now that she knew what to look for, she could feel the little roots connecting each other, forming into a web. She could feel the depths of Master Jin's chi. She could feel the other, the beating heart of the land, what Master Jin had been driving his chi into. It felt so much like him and yet not. She still couldn't tell where he ended and this separate entity began. There was focus. There was intent. She was being watched. She observed the glorious entity, overflowing with chi and with shining golden cracks running through it. It was almost a body, almost a human form. Zealand approached in a trance, traveling deeper and deeper towards the entity. It was shining with power and so beautiful. It recoiled and yet still she approached, her chi spurring her onwards, like there was something ancient, hidden within the verdant blade scriptures that drove her forwards. The chi stopped recoiling. Instead, it held out its arms. The hands reached out as if to cup her face. Zealand approached the embrace, raising her own arms to receive the spirit. The spirit's hands gripped firmly the braids on either side of her head. A metaphorical forehead connected with her own in a rather vicious headbutt. There were some things about life as a farmer that Mei Ling didn't particularly enjoy. One might think, as the headsman's daughter, she would be exempted from the difficult or disgusting tasks, that she merely tended to herb gardens and made medicine. But that was not how Hong Yewu did things. Hong Xian was just as ready to lend his aid in toiling in the fields as he was in preparing medicine or healing the sick and wounded. It was an ancient pact. The pact of feudal lords and her father continued the duties of the village patriarch, unbroken for generations. To be the patriarch meant something in Mei Ling's opinion. Maybe it was her birth, but she considered few of the men with the title of patriarch worth the name. They might have power and wealth, but if one neglected their ancient duties to care for and protect their charges, then they were not lords at all. But she digressed. She had to do her share of fertilizer shoveling and cleaning up after. Well, one lost fluids rapidly when affected by the flux, normally out their ass. And speaking of asses, she put her hand into the water and focused, heating it again to boiling. It stung a bit, but it was bearable. You were right, everything looks normal, Mei Ling told her husband. Jin smiled sheepishly. Sorry for making you do that again, but I'd rather have a second opinion, and you've done this more than me. Jin went to scratch the back of his head, paused, and switched to his other hand with a grimace. She smiled. She would have preferred not to stick her hand up there, but he trusted her. He trusted her skills, knowledge, and didn't mind asking her questions. Indeed, examining the heavily pregnant cows was a filthy task, considering where one's hands had to go. It was easiest to check the calf from that position. Make sure there were no complications, like a breech birth, and one might even be able to feel if the umbilical cord had wrapped around the neck. A smirk formed on her lips as Jin patted the mildly distressed cow, trying to calm her down from the intrusion. Hey Jin, we're whole siblings, she said cheekily, using the crude idiom referring to men who had shared a prostitute. Jin's face went from incredulity to disgust before he burst out laughing. He raised his hand in bewilderment when he finally regained his breath. What the hell, Mei, that's disgusting. He managed to get out through wheezing laughs. They looked at each other and burst into laughter again. How soon do you think? Jin asked her, still smirking. Soon, maybe even this week, she replied. They were extremely close now, and they would be calving soon. One of the disadvantages of a spring calving was all the work one already was doing, and the spring rains sometimes made the calves sick. That most likely would not be an issue here, however. She looked up at the tall ceiling. Two of the walls still were not yet complete, but the barn was coming along nicely, for the fact that it had only taken Jin 2 days of work, interspersed with making sure the hives were ready. It was still something wondrous to see the barn raise so swiftly and surely. Right, let's go take a bath, Jin declared. He wrapped his clean arm around her shoulder and started walking. She allowed herself to be dragged along. Jin was obsessed with cleanliness. She was clean by nature and practice, but Jin demanded a bath every night, instead of just a wipe with a wet cloth. The heated water was extremely nice, she had to admit, and Jin didn't care if the bath was with him either. Zealand was good company, if overly polite. Indeed, We must clean ourselves of our effluvium after our strenuous time penetrating the fine ladies of this establishment. Mailing japed, getting another bout of laughter from her husband. They strolled along the property. Things were finally slowing down after the mad dash to complete the fields. Essentially, all that was left was to the rice, finish the barn, and have the calves birthed, and then they would finally have some time to rest. Jin had promised her at the first available opportunity he would take her Hamido her village to see her father and brother again. She couldn't wait, she was in a great mood, until she smelled cut grass. Normally, the smell of freshly scythed grass was one she enjoyed immensely. This, however, was just on the wrong side of pleasant. She had noticed this one in the morning, and it had gotten worse throughout the day. She looked around and found Teague and Zeolan. Both seemed to be in a foul mood. Zeolan looked downright exhausted and was rubbing her forehead. Teague was sticky. Her fur was matted, and she looked just about to kill something. Jin's arm tightened on her shoulder. He caught her eye and nodded his head in the direction of the two irritated-looking women. "Are you sure?" she asked. She was rather looking forward to leaning back against his chest and letting her own worries slip away into the heated water. He nodded. "I'll wash the clothes instead." Women's work, her mind supplied. Jin didn't seem to care. She got up on her toes and they shared a kiss. "Acupuncture kit, please," she whispered. Jin nodded obligingly. "Well, time to see what the matter was." "Zeolan, Teague, come join me," Mailing called. Both of the other women looked up, a bit startled, but with a glance at each other, they nodded. They really looked like they needed a bath. "How did you get this all over you?" Mailing asked, aghast. There was wasp paper, honey, and bits of bugs strewn throughout Teague's fur. "After her failures yesterday, she asked me to accompany her. She mistook wasps for bees again and raided a yellow lance nest head-on." Zeolan muttered. "Then she tried to dig out a bee nest that was underground. She dug it up too fiercely and ended up in the honey. In the confusion, the queen escaped." Teague turned, absolutely scandalized, and hissed at Zeolan. She struggled for a moment like she wanted to get at the woman, but Mailing simply gripped her by the scruff and the cat went limp. "You are going nowhere until I clean you," Mailing stated bluntly. Teague let out a few token grumbles but remained limp. The little beast even started purring when her fingers went to work, cleaning the silk and fur. Mailing watched Zeolan out of the corner of her eye. The woman was morose, hugging her knees to her chest, sitting on one of the benches. "And you?" Mailing asked. Zeolan looked for a moment like she wasn't going to say anything before she deflated. "I made a mistake and pushed too hard too fast." Again, Zeolan explained. She winced, then rubbed her forehead again. "Did whatever happened hurt you?" Mailing asked, concerned. Zeolan paused and took stock of herself. "Only my pride, I think," she whispered, "and my forehead, like hitting stone." Mailing shrugged. "Then there's little problem in trying again, but slower this time, no." Zeolan sighed, a tired smile coming to her face. "You are right, senior sister. This was a light rebuke. I shall try again, slower this time." Mailing nodded. She ran her fingers through Teague's fur one last time and turned to the other woman. "Grab a towel and lay on your front, Zeolan. You look like you could use some relaxation." Zeolan's eyes focused on the acupuncture needles, her body tensing further before she abruptly relaxed. "I entrust my body to you, senior sister," Zeolan said, her voice soft. Mailing coughed at the phrasing. Mailing set Teague aside, the cat mewling softly as her fingers left. Zeolan's skin was impossibly soft and smooth. Every time Mailing touched it, she wanted to just run her hands up and down the other woman's body for the pure tactile sensation, not in any sexual sense. It just felt so interesting, but it was a veneer. The smooth, soft skin ended abruptly and gave way to unyielding flesh that was like metal cords, especially when Zeolan was this tense. Mailing frowned. She knew mortal acupuncture, but not cultivator acupuncture. She was fairly certain she wouldn't hurt the other woman, but she would just focus on the muscles, just in case. The first needle refused to penetrate flesh, instead just bending. Mailing took a calming breath and got out another needle. This one was carefully reinforced with chi. She took her time observing every reaction as she placed the needles carefully into the muscles. It took a strange amount of effort to put the needles in. She placed each one precisely, like she did for Elder Chi when father could not do it. When she placed the last needle, Zeolan's body abruptly relaxed, and the other woman let out a groan of pleasure that turned Mailing's ears pink. Seriously, this woman, Mailing shook her head. She would need to either ask Jin or Zeolan herself for more scrolls on acupuncture. They were all cultivators, so that meant she would need better arts to adjust their bodies properly. Or so she thought. Maybe she didn't, it never hurt to learn. A paw batted at her arm and Teague stared entranced at the needles. "Okay, fine, yes, you too." Mailing sighed. She soon had an utterly relaxed cat and a puddle of a woman steaming in the water. She would have to see if Jin wanted to learn acupuncture. It just wasn't the same to do it to yourself. Yet all good things come to an end. The other girls staggered out of the bath and into the evening air. Well, Zeolan staggered. Teague just curled up in Mailing's arms. Jin was sitting with his back against the house. He had the bee that Baida collected in the palm of his hand and was carefully feeding it some maple syrup. The rooster was looking on, interested at the little, surprisingly docile insect. While the young queen could feed herself and make a new hive by her lonesome, it was best that she didn't work too much, especially after being separated from her swarm. He raised an eyebrow and gestured towards Zealand. Mailing shrugged. She didn't know what was bothering the other woman, but she was in a bit better mood now. There was a commotion as Chun-Ki, Pai Pa, and Gu Ren exited the forest. Chun-Ki had a thick branch in his mouth with a hive upon it, but the bees were nowhere to be found. Gu Ren raised a hand to Jin. Zealand took another bite of rice and exhaled in pleasure. It was perfect. Her back felt so good. Senior sister's medicinal chi had worked out knots she didn't know she had, and it felt absolutely amazing. She had avoided any of Zealand's meridians and focused merely upon her more mortal aspects, but it had done wonders. She glanced around the table. Senior sister was gesticulating at a medicinal scroll excitedly and mentioning technical details of acupuncture. Master Jin nodded, focused entirely on her words, and asking the occasional question that, if possible, made her already bright eyes light up even more. Disciple Gu Ren was lazing against Chun-Ki and Pai Pa, having already finished his meal. He was tossing a stone up into the air and catching it as it came back down, humming to himself and looking content. One hand reached down, and Zealand absently patted Teague, the cat long since having fallen asleep. She didn't know what she felt. Was she at peace, or was she so drained that she couldn't feel anything? Now, we just need a test subject for this, Senior Sister said, purposefully pitching her voice higher. Gu Ren, she hummed, a vicious grin spreading across her face. The disciple's eyes widened with abject terror, and he flipped backwards over the boar, landing behind him like he was a castle wall and peeking up over his bulk at Senior Sister. Like hell, he roared, his eyes searching for exits. My face was stuck like that for a week the last time. Senior Sister winced at the accusation. His facial nerve is a bit further to the left than it is in the scrolls. She explained and turned back to him. I made you meals for that entire week, didn't I? She asked, smirking at the boy. The disciple kept glaring, not moving from his position behind his shield, but tilted his head to the side to concede the point. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at Zealand, something warring in the back of his eyes. He pointed, take her instead. He demanded, as if sacrificing her to a demon. Zealand froze as Senior Sister's teasing attention turned to her. Oh, Senior Sister asked. She stood and walked over, her hips swaying slightly. Her gaze was predatory. Will you allow myself and my husband to examine your body? Thoroughly, she asked, licking her lips, her eyes roving all over Zealand's form. Her hands made odd grasping gestures. Yes, my body is at your disposal, Master Jin, Senior Sister. Zealand agreed easily. Master Jin choked and Senior Sister recoiled, both of their faces flushing. Senior Sister recovered first, shaking her head and sighing. Ah, that's no fun, you're not supposed to agree. Where's the floating swords to ward us off? Senior Sister complained, sitting down beside her. She was not about to point actual blades at Senior Sister, but if this was some manner of game, Zealand focused intently. There were no treasures of her sect that assisted her as loyal servants, but she managed to make her chopsticks float. It was a good chi control exercise. It was not childish. It was unbecoming for the young mistress to do such a thing. It was true, but she wanted to. Back, foul demon, you'll never take my body, she asked as she concentrated, bringing her weapons to bear. Senior Sister laughed, delighted as the chopsticks bounced against her forehead ineffectually. She fell over anyway, as if defeated by the worthless attack. She was still giggling, her smile bright. And you, how dare you betray your comrade? She demanded, a smile starting to form. Her newest weapons leveled themselves at Gu Ren. He fled before her wrath, dodging around the room. Her smile got wider. She managed to trap him by adding a third and striking him from behind. He fell over, an obviously false death howl escaping his lips. Chun-Ki, avenge me, he demanded as he died. The boar just snorted with amusement and didn't move from his position. Finally, she turned her blades at Master Jin and hesitated. He looked eager to receive her blows, holding a spoon up like a weapon of his own. From all sides, the chopsticks struck, and from all sides, she was foiled. She tried to add a fourth, and the chopsticks wavered in the air. Her concentration failed entirely. She paused, waiting for the rebuke for her failed concentration, but it never came. Instead, there was only laughter. Senior Sister hugged her from the side. She suppressed a flinch at the sudden touch, but it was no chastisement. It was pleasant. There was no grand politics, just inane chatter and talks of tomorrow. She wondered if this was what the mortal soldiers did. Zealand's fingers gently wove through Teague's fur, the cat purring softly in her sleep. She yawned mightily and nearly collapsed onto the table. Zealand, go to bed. Master Jin told her kindly but chidingly. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she did as she was told. She climbed the stairs one step at a time, each step away from the light, and into the darker top floor was made with just a slight bit more trepidation. She entered her room, casting about in the darkness, and her eyes alighted on her little used bed. She tried to sleep as little as her body would allow. Grimacing, Zealand got into the bed, exhaustion driving her to the brink. Equals equal 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 equal. She was back in the valley again. They had managed to catch 3 of the bastards raiding parties, destroying them wholesale. The others, the groups that had risen to her call, had completed the encirclement, led by their own experts and practitioners, ready to finally bring Sun Ken to justice. Of course, it had been a trap. She was equal to Sun Ken in cultivation, that much was true. She could trade blows with the legendary whirling demon blade, but some things only came with time and experience. It was a desperate ambush. Sun Ken had been running out of places to flee to. The noose was tightening, so he chose to fight, chose to strike at the ones who had levied arms against him first and hunted him for so long, for his pride would allow nothing less. He had spat in the verdant blade sec's face once. He couldn't resist trying again. That only a daughter had been sent against him had his blood boiling. The scream of ambush split the air, the rumble as the rocks fell. Howls of the bandits, their eyes mad, and spittle flying from their mouths from whatever combat drugs they had consumed. The hail of arrows, then the impact. Blood, 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 so much blood. Many of Sun Ken's bandits, though cultivators they were not, had a little bit of chi. Fueled by whatever they had taken, the bandits were mad, whirling demons. Their blades spun. They ignored wounds that should have killed them. They struck with absurd strength for mortals, and the soldiers died. The ambush was effective. Yet no amount of guile could match strength. She danced among them. To these bandits she may as well have been the heavens, for all that they could reach her. What she did to those vile men couldn't be called fighting them, because that implied that they had a chance of hurting her. Rice that was harvested, but every drop of her chi she spent, cleaving through the men and intercepting attacks meant for allies, was a victory. And then Sun Rong had appeared, the lesser of the 2 bastards. So full of pride and boasting about how he would defile her along with his brother. Sun Rong was no whirling demon sword. She met him head-on, even after the slaughter had made her green blades crimson. She was stronger, she was faster, and even the amount she had killed before had not tired her. His mad spins were not befuddling. His footwork was poor. His foundation built out of rape and murder. He was unused to fighting people who could actually fight back. The first exchange launched him backwards and gifted him with 3 cuts along his arms. He tried again to strike, but had to throw himself out of the way again, as her blades closed like the jaws of some beast. The transition from cocky strikes to panicked backpedaling had been swift, yet his guard was good, like he was used to a superior opponent battering him from all angles. He even managed to score a small hit along her chest as he died. She turned to help her compatriots when a roar of fury echoed through the battlefield. Sun Ken witnessed his brother's death. Blood, desperation, terror, pain, the screaming faces of the fallen in that butcher's valley, and the demonic chi that had invaded her soul, the hands that grasped her legs, and the rising tide of blood. This time, when Sun Ken's blade struck, it bit deep. Equals equal 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 equal. Zealand woke up, drenched in sweat. The glow of happiness from dinner was a bitter echo, as it should be. She rose to a seated position in the too dark and suddenly oppressive room. She tried to breathe. Zhang Yuan Lai Quan Ming Po Hai Xin. It was folly, her father had said, to dwell on such things. Jing Rai Lu Hin Zai Zing Mao Hun. It was a weakness of her heart. She was a cultivator, one who defied the heavens. A few deaths shouldn't bother her. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't have made it a point to remember all of their names, would you? She whispered the names in her head. They had all died valiantly. Honorably, she told herself. Yet they had died all the same. Died because she hadn't been good enough. Sunlight streamed in the window. Bai decrowed. She began her morning routine, her face a mask of serene grace. Routine structure. When I had first arrived, it had been a necessary thing. Self-discipline did not come naturally to me. It had to be focused on and worked at every day. Things needed to get done, and I was the only one who could do them. It was a desperate sort of drive at first, but quickly that changed. I enjoyed my work. The reason why I was able to get off my ass and start every day was because it was fun, because it was interesting, because I could see the tangible effects of my efforts. It started by myself. Wake up, eat, run through the stretches Gramps had taught me. Jinru each and every day, the old bastard had commanded. It wasn't particularly cultivator why it was basic, so I did it and it got the blood pumping in the morning. It was one of the few vibrantly fond memories Jinru had too, so well it didn't hurt to remember. And then get to work, refreshed and ready to begin the day. Time passed in a blur. Wake up, eat, stretch, work, sleep. Each and every day, one man against the world. I honestly wouldn't recommend it. Slowly that routine changed. First, it was a chicken I had ignored, hopping and kicking along my fence. Then it was 2 pigs, a cat and a rat, then a fish, and now ran through my stretches. Big D hopped and kicked. Chunky and Peppa were laying together in the morning sun. Tigger was standing beside Zealand as she went through some kind of kata. It was nice looking, elegant. Gu Ren was stretching beside me. Mailing and Rizzo were seated on the veranda, sorting through dried herbs. My mind added a third participant, a child who looked vaguely like a combination of myself and my wife. It was a good image. The only one missing was Washi, who had been gone for a while now. I missed the greedy little shit. Hopefully, he would come home soon. Heijin Guren asked, interrupting my thoughts. Yeah, could you go through that form a little slower next time? He asked hopefully. I did go through it pretty fast. Muscle memory was one hell of a drug and he'd whatever, I had been doing it for years. And if he wanted to learn, that was fine. It was a nice way to wake up. Hey Meme, you want to join us? I asked. My wife paused in her teaching and turned to us. She smiled softly and nodded her head. I'll try, she agreed. She looked interested and excited, and while she probably had better things than this. Zealand, I offered tentatively. She too paused, her face twisting for a moment before settling back into a placid look. She bowed her head and walked off. Tigger followed. Mailing eyed her back as she left, concern in her eyes. The smell is getting worse, my wife whispered to me. I heard her muttering last night. I replied, sighing. Zealand was wrestling with some demons when she slept. It was something, well, I recognized the look in her eyes when she woke up. Before the mask clamped firmly into place. You should talk to her. She's nice, a friend, she recommended, looking up at me. I frowned, considering her question. I don't know if I'm the right person to ask. She's more guarded around me than you, and I've seen the way she looks at me sometimes. Like I'm going to smack her for getting something wrong. Honestly, it hurt a little. I'm fine with rough housing, but did I come off as violent? I hope I didn't, but wouldn't you be better for cultivator problems? She asked, chewing her bottom lip. The last time I encountered a cultivator problem, I ran 8,000 li in the other direction and became a hermit for 6 months. I mused the other time you talked me out of it. I smiled at Mailing and she nodded, still working at her lip. We'll make ourselves available, but she sighed, looking at the ground. Most would say just get over it, she whispered. That's what she's probably been told. You face heaven alone. My wife frowned once more at the quote. Some of Gramps' lines were better than others. That's no way to live, she whispered. As always, the Great Pillars were truly the best place to be in the whole of Great Faram. More than the great master's Coop, Bida stood upon them, going through his daily forms. His legs whirled through the air, his beak thrusted and stabbed. His wings swept, redirecting his momentum and making the very air cry out in pain when he thrust them with all his might. When he commanded, gales exploded outward to rush along the grass and stir the trees. It was not a technique, not yet merely being brute force. It was an inelegant thing, meant only to chastise and rebuke. But he was getting closer. In time it would be refined. In time it would be elegant, perhaps not as elegant as the moon, but something beautiful. His eyes turned from his training, from the spiraling gales of wind, and observed far and wide the great master's domain. He catalogued each change, comparing it to his earliest, haziest memories. Most were blatant changes. The lack of giant rocks, the thinning of the softwood forests, the great master's new coop, and the rising coops for the larger animals. These things were easy to spot and reflect upon, yet it was the subtler things that Bida focused upon, the sweetness of the air, the soft breeze, the soil that was ever so slightly darker than last year, the plants ever so slightly greener. Faram was growing in strength. Its might was so clear, the vast majority of interlopers had finally abandoned their assaults. There was the occasional one of Chao Jai's ilk, but Teague took care of them with brutal efficiency. The rest, those like Bushi, had retired, rather than attempt to brave the defenders. He checked the position of the sun. The time for his contemplations was over. He had a job to do, proof of his great master's trust. First, finding the bees, and now, a mission of even greater importance. He hopped down from the great pillars and began a sedate walk towards the new, large coop. There was a bit of an urge to simply leap the distance, and he had once just to see if he could. It was an enjoyable experience. He restrained himself. This sedate pace was superior. He plucked the occasional interloper out of the air as he marched. These were the only interlopers that came in their multitudes, though he supposed that they were barely interlopers at all. They were merely food, sustenance like the rice and the leafy greens. The great coop loomed in his vision, half the planks red and the other half ready to be painted. His great master seemed to enjoy the lucky color. His mighty sleigh, his hat, and now his new coop. Perhaps he meant it as protection. Oh yes, girls, it was dreadful. The little things tried to sting my dear after he was so kind to them. He asked them so kindly. Well, such a thing is not permitted, no, such a thing is not. I scooped them up and put them in the box young Sir Gu Ren had for them. They were quite a bit more docile after that. Baidu was surprised at Sister Pai Pa's voice. She was speaking to the newest additions. Had they ascended already? He quickened his pace and entered the coop, excited. Sister Pai Pa was laying on the floor in the great coop. She was surrounded by his own offspring, buried into her side and some sitting on her back. He paused at the image, a sharp pang in his chest at the lack of sparks among them. He shook his head, turning it to the cows, who were sure to have a spark. Instead, dull eyes stared back at him, placidly chewing cud. Ah, Baida, here to assume your watch, she asked him pleasantly, offering him a smile. He recentered himself. His great master spoke to the new ones as well and lavished affection on them. He lavished so much affection on them and checked on them so often that the healing sage had gotten annoyed. The great master had been greatly worried about the cows giving birth for some reason. The healing sage had decreed if he was that worried, he should set up a watch. He had received this mission after that. They were to have a guard rotation upon the cows day and night, and immediately inform the great master if they seemed in any distress, no matter the circumstances. He bowed his head at Sister Pai Pa's question. There was nothing at the perimeter to report, and Teague was once more on the warpath. Pai Pa chuckled. That girl, she spoke, amusement rolling off her form. Baida knew what she meant. Stubborn, that little one. Pai Pa stood, and the chicks cheeped from near her bulk. Well, keep these ladies entertained now, she demanded as she exited, dainty steps carrying her out of the coop, the little ones chirping and following after her. Baida cleared his throat and swiftly took stock of his domain. There were no holes chewed in the boards, and with the walls up, the perimeter was secured. No interlopers, should they get past the other guardians, would be able to sneak in. He hopped along the cows' backs and inspected them for parasites. They were clean as they had been for the past few days. There was a harsh buzzing sound, and his head snapped up, ready to defeat any flies that thought to bother the cows when he observed the bee, the one he had taken back to Fa Ram. She was aided by the benevolence of his great master and himself. She had to be fed, and he had the task once of feeding her. She buzzed and flew around the room for a moment, alighting on a water bucket and beginning to drink. He paid her no more mind. He settled in for his watch when Pai Pa's words hung in his head. Entertain them, He knew only how to entertain the hens, and he rarely bothered with that anymore. He doubted they would appreciate this, but Sister Pai Pa would give him an earful if he did not make at least a token attempt. He preened his feathers swiftly, then he began his walk. He strutted and displayed his colors for them, his head held high and proud. It was most likely more amusing for him than it was the cows. The absurdity, entertainment for animals without a spark. Even the insect was staring at him intently. How amusing. He turned in his walk, his strut, and froze at a sharp intake of breath. Sister Raizu squeaked in embarrassment, nearly dropping the small platter of food she had. Her eyes darted around the coop before settling on him again. Continue, she asked him, staring wide-eyed at his form. Baida nodded his head imperiously. Well, a request from Sister Raizu, how could he deny her? He enjoyed her eyes upon him as he showed off his colors. The cows chewed their cud. The bee watched as well. It was an amusing, uneventful afternoon. An instrument twanged. It was inexpertly played, but improving with each repetition. What's this one called? Maymay asked from my lap, her fingers going through unfamiliar notes in an unfamiliar style. We were sitting on the giant rock I had pulled beside our house from out near Verdant Hill. Our special rock. It was the first time we had used it in a long while, but there was something so great about sitting up here, playing an instrument, and watching the moon. Dueling pipas is the closest translation, I told her. They didn't have banjos here, and by the heavens I'm going to change that. The pipa was serviceable, but it was no replacement for the king of country. We need a second to get it right. One person plays each verse, and it all comes together at the end. She looked interested at the thought of a duet, but that warred against more practical thoughts like, do we need a second pipa? The answer is obviously yes. Activity time with your loved ones is never wasted. A pipa won't put a dent in the finances any. The night was nice and warm. I had a beautiful woman in my lap. I had finished painting my barn red, and the rice shoots were nearly at the size we needed to transplant. The last big job. Then off to Hong Yewu to see Pops and little Xian, probably Yun Ren, Gu Ren's older brother, too. I was looking forward to it, to having family again. My grip tightened on my wife's waist. Mei-ling looked up at me, her expression curious. Our lips met. She tasted a bit like tea this time. I had intended for it to be sweet and chaste. Mei-ling set the pipa to the side. Maybe it was the rock. We had our first kiss on it, so maybe it just provoked these things. We broke our kiss. Her robes were in slight disarray from my hands, and there was a happy blush high on her cheeks. Both of our eyes roved over the immediate area. Gu Ren was in the hut, Ziyulan and Tigger nowhere to be seen. Her hands went to my chest, and she licked her lips, leaning in. There was an urgent crow from the barn, as Big D called us to action. We both froze at the interruption. Mei-ling looked slightly frustrated by the call. Well, these things wait for no man. We would have to postpone things. We hopped off our rock. This time, Maymay did it under her own power instead of me carrying her down, landing with a soft thump. The disciples had been put on watch after Maymay had gotten annoyed at the fact that I was constantly wandering in and out of the barn checking on the cows. I had seen a calf die once in the before, not breathing as it came out into the world. Even when I was younger, I understood the frowns on the adults' faces and the sigh that the man produced when they stopped trying to get it to breathe. That part was understandable, but I had been a bit obsessive in my checking. I shouldn't have said I was going to get a cup of water that one time. My wife standing in the doorway to the barn, a distinctly unimpressed look on her face when she found me scratching a cow and telling her that she was a good girl was pretty embarrassing. And that's how my animals got another job. Call me when the cow starts to give birth. Like all things I had tasked them with, they were diligent. I had peeked in one or two more times, and when I did, there was normally somebody hanging out. Chunky or Peppa sitting there at peace, Big D training, Rizzo reading a scroll. Even Tigger got in on it once or twice, I think. The poor girl was in a mood, ever since she had failed to find a bee like the rest. She was really upset about it, and no amount of scratches would convince her that I wasn't angry or disappointed in her. We got the stuff ready and prepared. I didn't know whether it would be one or both of them that would start up tonight, but I settled in for a long wait. 2 hours later, the calf hadn't fully appeared, which was a bit of a cause for concern. Unlike human woman who can be put in traction for over half a day, cows are supposed to come out pretty quick. It was then that the other cow decided that hers needed to come out too. But for now, we were focusing on this one. I could see the feet, but the rest of the calf was still kind of stuck. I think its head somehow got turned a bit. Well, time for some intervention. Now, gently so it doesn't tear, Mailing said calmly as I held the calf's legs. My wife's eyes were intent, but she was relaxed. Well, it was to be expected. I had a lot less experience with larger animals, and the Hong family being the healers of Hong Yewu meant that they doubled as the vets. The poor cow was rolled on her side, clearly in distress that the calf wasn't coming out properly. Well, this is what we were here for and why I asked for the alarm. We had an audience of disciples, excepting Zealand and Tigger, watching the process intently. I gently reached in further, Chi assisting in parting the flesh without tearing, and manipulated the head that had started to fold backwards, bringing it once more to the proper position. Then you grab the legs and pull. This could actually take a few people, sometimes, or even mechanical assistance, but here, no such thing was needed. Strength would suffice. The little one was freed from the canal, and I caught it before it could hit the ground. They could survive a bit of bashing around, but no sense in making things more painful for the little creature. I presented her to her mother, instincts immediately taking over as Tongue went to work, cleaning her baby. A little gasp and a cry of new life, feeling this strange new world for the first time. I let out the breath I had been holding. Maymay gave the cow a once-over and nodded her head. Her robe was still loose, exposing the freckles that dotted the top of her chest. She had a bit of blood on her hands, and there was a bit of fluid where she had wiped her cheek. Her hair was down, and she honestly looked a bit disheveled. She turned to me and smiled, a big toothy grin. I couldn't help but smile back at that radiant, brilliant smile. The second birth turned out to be spectacularly anticlimactic. Everything went perfectly. A few hours later, and we were convinced that both mother and child were going to be all right. 2 little girls, hale and hearty. Mediate, train, do the things Master Jin asked her to. Meditate, train, do the things Master Jin asked her to. Try to sleep, dream she was in the valley again, wake up feeling horrible. Observe the earth spirit's scornful glances. Deflect Master Jin's questions. Feel guilty for deflecting Master Jin's questions. Make no progress. Equals equal 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 equal. 2 forms blurred through the night, cutting through the forest like dervishes. A foot hit the ground hard enough to leave a mark. Claws dug into bark hard enough to scar. A leaf floated through the air and was split in 2 from an errant strike. Claws met swords, frustration met frustration. The 2 women struck with abandon. There was little of their usual grace, just speed, power, and violence. Yet one was more unbalanced than the other. A spray of blood from a cut on her arm. Her guard was pierced. A blade of pure cutting chi arced toward Zealand's eye. Time seemed to slow as the executioner's blade descended, first her eye and then into her skull. She watched with clinical interest as her end neared. She felt nothing. At the last moment, the claw of chi veered, losing cohesion. The chi that struck was like liquid, running off her form and not marking her at all. Ah, she was defeated. The jade grass blades dropped to the ground, falling from her grasp. She expected Teague to be happy with her victory. She had finally taken a bout off of her. Instead, the cat looked enraged. You dare pity me? You dare perform this poorly? This young mistress should have taken your eye for this insult. The cat snarled, glaring at her. Ah, I apologize, Zealand muttered. Heavens above, she was so tired. The cat seemed mollified at the apology, looking closely at her. You need sleep, even the cat deduced. Master Jin and senior sister had been making noises of concern about her for a few days now. They had said that they could talk if she wished. What was there to talk about? She was on her own for such matters. A cultivator faced the heavens alone. A paw batted on her head, the cat glaring at her again. Do not ignore me, we are sleeping, the cat demanded and turned as if to lead her back to the house. Zealand had a moment where she considered lashing out at the cat, but let herself be led. The small wound stopped bleeding soon enough, even without a bandage. Equals equal 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 equal. Zealand woke up coated in sweat and suppressed a scream of frustration. It would not do to wake the others. Teague was still fast asleep, laying spread out on her back, an amusing sight she couldn't appreciate. The darkness in here was stifling. Zealand moved quietly as to not wake her. She stepped gently down the stairs and exited the house, sitting and staring at the river, how it flowed onwards, gathering in strength. Time. Things always come back to time. Zealand knew that some things could not be forced. Yet, after her ascension to the fourth stage of the Initiate's realm, she had expected her abilities to continue growing. She had broken through her bottleneck, and it had been the time for her to rise. Then the meetings had started. The pride of the Verdant Blade sect, the killer of Sun Ken, the one who was sure to win the Dueling Peaks tournament, and let the name Verdant Blade resound throughout the Azure Hills and maybe even beyond. The praise and expectations had tasted like ashes in her mouth. While normally she would be so proud that she was relied on, and praised so much, she had been growing distracted. She had tried not to be rude to the juniors who approached her, asking for stories about how she had laid low the wicked bandit. She stood stoically as she was lectured by one of the elders on the proper way to incapacitate an opponent with the Verdant Blade sword arts, while gleaning no new insight from the encounter. She had been given even more juniors to look after her troops had praised her leadership and skill. Had she even been skilled? She didn't think she was. Sun Ken had led them on a merry chase throughout the countryside, and the few battles there were nearly ended in disaster. She trained the others. She had meditated, searching for connections. She had received more resources in those few months than she had gotten years previously, from spiritual grass to the chi refining pills. And yet the progress was so damnably slow. She had to get better, she needed to get stronger, and she needed that strength soon so she would be able to live up to the expectations placed on her. She told no one else of her troubles. How could she? She was the young mistress, the paragon of her sect. She could not be having doubts. She took a deep breath and tried to let it go. The first disciple was right. She needed time. She needed to stop trying to force her own growth and actually grow. She stared up at the sky. The grass grew, the trees grew, and yet she did not. Zealand sighed wistfully. Was it her weakness that had caused the land spirit to rebuke her so? "Are you all right?" a quiet voice asked. Zealand jumped at the presence that had invaded her personal space. "Ah, this one apologies if she woke you," Zealand muttered, chagrined. The smaller woman was staring at her, dressed in only a sleeping robe with her hair down. She was looking concerned for Zealand's health. "It's fine, Zealand," senior sister told her, smoothing out her gown as she sat down. "Now what's wrong?" "Ah, you need not bother yourself with this one," Zealand tried, but stopped at senior sister's raised eyebrow. "You smell like somebody just took a scythe to a patch of grass and then coated it in rancid oil." Zealand winced. Senior sister's power to smell chi meant that she could smell one's mood, more often than not. "It is a minor thing," Zealand tried to brush it off. She didn't want them to know of any further shame. Senior sister hummed, clearly not believing her. But instead of asking again, as she was honor-bound to answer her savior, instead senior sister asked another question. "What's your favorite food?" Zealand was stunned at the question, and how mundane it was. "If you had asked me a month ago, I would have said lotus paste mooncakes," Zealand admitted, "but now, anything yourself or Master Jin sees fit to create." Senior sister looked very interested in that piece of knowledge. There was a rustling as Master Jin exited the house with 2 cups of tea. Zealand looked at the ground in shame that he should witness this. He set the cups down, nodded to his wife, and left. The calming, herbal brew filled her nostrils. "Your most fond recollection?" Senior sister asked again, shaking her out of her shock. Watching the peach blossoms with her mother, Zealand answered. It had been so long since they had done that together. Ever since Zealand's training had fully consumed her life. Each question didn't seem to connect with the last, but it was fun all the same. She felt her shoulders relax, and a small smile found its way onto her face. They sat for a while, and an internal war raged inside her heart. I am having difficulties with a matter," she admitted, her tone wavering. What was she doing? "Senior sister, have you ever had one under your care perish?" The question was a disrespectful one she regretted asking as soon as it left her mouth. Senior sister's eyes took on a somber cast, her mind going back to whatever she had seen. "Too many," she whispered, her fists clenching. She looked to the side, remembering. Mothers bleeding their last with or without their child. Babes too weak to breathe. The shakes rattling somebody's body apart. Men vomiting up their stomachs. Her voice did not waver as she recounted these. Her voice was calm and measured, but slightly bitter. "And more animals than I care to count. I'm no miracle doctor, and neither is my father. We try our best, but there are always failures. Always people that no matter how hard you try, you can't save." Senior sister's shoulders slumped slightly at the admission. She looked back to Zealand. There was no bitterness in her eyes, no rebuke. There was only compassion. She understood. Zealand's heart clenched again. The guilt welled up, filling her throat with bile, but she managed to ask the burning question in her heart. How do Yao make peace with it? Her gut. A cultivator must be at peace with death. She had even seen people die before this, but the charnel house that was the valley her father had just said that any emotions she felt were to be used to fuel her progress. That such a thing was only beneficial, as long as she controlled it properly. "Did you swing the blade that ended them, or did you try to protect as many as you could?" Senior sister asked. "I tried," she whispered. but I led them. I gave the orders. Senior sister's hand slipped into her own. Her thumb made soft circles on the back of Zealand's hand. The first thing you did when we met was to try and warn us of a dangerous monster. The second thing you did was swear to protect us, even at the cost of your life, she whispered, her voice fond. You face the heavens alone, but what you face right now is not the heavens. Zealand looked at the water, winding its way forward. I remember every name, Zealand admitted. Tell me about them, please, senior sister requested. Jian Yuan, loyal and true. Lai Quan, who was perpetually poor from his gambling habits. Ming Po and his pet duck. Hai Xin and his dream to become a great general. So many names. Some were just names with the vague memory of a face. So many men that the others just disregarded like they didn't matter. Like their mothers, fathers, wives, and children did not mourn for them. She talked. She talked until the sun rose, each name draining part of her soul and lifting part of the weight from her shoulders. She didn't know when her head met senior sister's shoulder as she slumped bonelessly onto her. She said the last name. Her eyes fluttered closed. Equals equal, 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 equal. She swam into consciousness as she heard voices. Gentle fingers combed through her hair, light, affectionate touches. Her head was resting on someone's knees. You were right, starting off like that helped calm her down. Senior sister's voice was warm. I'm glad it helped, Master Jin whispered, or I hope it helped. Sometimes these things never heal. I think she's going to be just fine. Call it your wife's intuition, senior sister said. The confidence in her voice was absolute. Master Jin chuckled, I believe that. Lotus paste mooncakes, huh? We've got some lotuses in the pond. I'll see what I can do. Zealand drifted back to sleep, soothed by gentle fingers and soft humming. Jin hadn't been lying when he said the way he did things took a lot more work with the rice. Separating the seed, growing it in the little patches, and then transplanting it. Transplanting it at the correct distance too. Jin had made a little device for him out of wood. You rolled it across the field, forming little squares an exact width apart. You then planted the rice in the intersection between the squares, which Jin said would make the yield the best. Something to do with root crowding and rice needing space. Come to think of it, he had been rather exacting about the wheat rows too, to the point where he measured them with a ruler. They were to be as straight as possible, and each one an exact distance apart. Hong Yewu used their own method, one that had been passed down for generations. It worked. They ate rather well most years. The only year he knew the true pangs of hunger was that year of sorrow. Like all the bad luck in the world hit Hong Yewu at once. He shook his head to clear the memories. Those were in the past. He didn't like dwelling on them or even remembering them really. The only good thing he got out of that year was a prickly, spiky, almost sister in mailing. Nothing brought people together like shared misery. At least he wouldn't have a sore back this year. He shuffled backwards and planted at nearly walking pace, and with the easy guides his mind could wander freely. Though most of the time he just found himself zoning out, meditation was easy when you didn't have to sit around and concentrate. After this, you said inter row tillage twice a week, huh? Gu Ren asked his comrade, and Jin nodded. Twice a week was a lot, a backbreaking amount. An amount that if Gu Ren wasn't a cultivator, he would refuse to do it. Yeah, the yields were better, but there were easier ways to kill yourself. Unless you got some strange-looking device for this. I saw you drawing that weird seed drill earlier. Gu Ren had seen the odd designs. Jin's drawing skill was technically competent, but the amount of question marks Jin had put on the page had been amusing. Not that Gu Ren could talk. He couldn't make any sense of what Jin wanted, and neither could Mailing. Jin flushed a bit. Hey, the seed drill you guys have looks different than I'm used to. Gu Ren guessed so. The thing in Jin's drawing had looked huge, with multiple prongs coming off it, not like the one-man affair they had back home. The damn rickety thing did make things easier, but it was annoying as the hells to use. As for a device for this, I'd need to talk to Brother Chi about getting what I want made, but for now. He held up a hand and formed it into a claw, making pawing motions at the air. With our hands, he asked, aghast, come on, Jin, that's going to take forever. Jin laughed. Yup. You just gotta have some fun with it. I did time trials a few times, or at this his eyes became shifty. I tied a couple of rocks to my back and pretended it was training a few times. He sounded kind of embarrassed at the admission and muttered. Anime training, that sounded awesome. The image came to Gu Ren, toiling in the fields with hefting a giant rock with ease, his powerful muscles rippling, Miss Kai staring at him. He quietly resolved to tie some rocks to his back at the first available opportunity. He may not become some kind of legendary general, but he was a cultivator, and that sounded like cultivator training. Okay, mostly he just thought he'd look like some kind of amazing warrior. They lapsed into silence again. Gu Ren completed his row. Hey Jin, yeah, how is Miss Kai doing anyway? He asked, remembering the gaunt, defeated look on the beautiful woman's face. It hadn't suited her. Jin paused and scratched his head. Better, maybe. I haven't been listening in on the conversations, but they've been talking at night. It seems to be helping. Jin gave him an awkward smile. You said she was sick, right? Kind of like she was sick. Sometimes you can heal from this stuff on your own, but sometimes, well, talking to somebody about it is the best medicine. Talking as a medicine, huh? Gu Ren frowned. Sounded weird. Hey Gu, Jin called his attention and he turned back toward his friend. If you ever got something you want to talk about, I'm here. Mei too, yeah. It was an odd offer, but by the look in his eyes, Jin was really serious about it. Yeah, I will, he promised. Jin's smile came back and he nodded firmly. They got back to work. You know, I'm a bit surprised your brother hasn't come around, but they're probably working him like a dog in the village. Jin mused. After this, we should grab him and go hunting or fishing. Time with the boys, you know. Now that was an idea he could get behind. Mailing was all right for a girl, but he wanted to be able to talk about manly things without interruption, like how to woo women. Miss Kai was a swan, and he was probably the toad in that old analogy, but it couldn't hurt to at least try right. If she said no, it was not really any of his business to get angry. Actually, on second thought, he probably wouldn't ask Jin. He doubted Miss Kai would enjoy getting thrown in a mud pit or hit in the face with snow. Ganbei, Jin shouted, holding up a bottle. The wine clinked together and all of them took pulls, echoing Jin's sentiment. Baida crowed and the rest of the animals made noises of joy with their own little cups. To the first year of many, done. They were as done as they could be for now. Every big job finished, every crop that could be planted now planted. Of course, there was always more work. Jin had a massive timetable drawn up, but these were all things that could wait. Now all they had tonight was a bit of a party, and then they would be heading off home tomorrow. Heavens, he couldn't wait to see his brother again. The table was full of food. Plates of pancakes, some honey-glazed duck, venison dumplings, all wonderful food. There was even some mooncakes, oddly. Miss Kai's normally composed face had broken completely at the sight of them before it firmed up again. She was slowly chewing one with her eyes closed, which is when Jin, of course, unveiled some of his newest creations. Maple fudge and ice cream. The cows were already donating to the cause. A cup of cold milk in the morning, straight from the river, was fast becoming a fixture of Gu Ren's mornings. He took a bite of the delightfully cold treat. It was delicious. Everything Jin made was delicious. Gu Ren wondered where in the hells he came up with these things, or maybe they were more common in the city. Well, that was one reason to see if he could go to the Dueling Peaks. The food. There was probably so much interesting food there. There was a moan of pleasure, and this time it wasn't from Miss Kai. Mailing was staring at the bowl of ice cream with rapturous glee. I thought you would like mint the best, Jin declared. Just needs a bit of chocolate and it'll be even better. They laughed, they ate, they drank and made merry. Jin got out his pipa and slammed out an upbeat, thundering tune as they clapped along. He saw out of the corner of his eye, Mailing grab Miss Kai's hand and pull her to her feet. The other woman nearly stumbled at the sudden movement, but allowed herself to be pulled into one of Hong Yewu's dances as Mailing linked their arms together. The shock soon turned into a soft smile. The unsure step steadied, and soon she was dancing like she had been doing it for her whole life. He took another pull from his bottle as he watched and frowned at finding it empty. He didn't feel anything. Oh, there was the buzz. Gu Ren smiled and leaned back against Chun Ki. He hoped his brother was having a fraction of the fun he was. Yeah, go to bed, I've got this. Gu Ren waved away Jin and Mailing, starting to clean up. Hey, they made the food, he cleaned things up. A system as old as time. It wasn't too messy anyway. Even though there were a bunch of animals constantly in the house, it was clean enough. He hummed as he worked, stacking plates and cleaning them off. It was fast and easy, but slightly slower than while she was here. You didn't actually have to clean the plates much with him. He did them for you. You actually had to work a bit now instead of just chucking the dishes in. He finished the plates and moved on to the bottles, collecting the couple of empty ones and the one full one. He paused and squinted at the bottle. It was completely full. Whoever had this hadn't drank a drop. He glanced at the spot on the table. Mailing, not drinking. Yeah, right, it was probably just a mix-up. He shook his head and got back to work.